Enjoying the tribulations of a 996-work schedule, the beleaguered Chen unexpectedly meets his demise, only to be reborn in the vast realm of the Nine Provinces, endowed with a divine sign-in system. Ding! Signing in at Sword Mountain grants the unparalleled sword technique of 10,000 swords uniting as one. Ding! Signing in at the tomb yields the eternal life technique. Ding! Signing in at the Bathhouse bestows the Jade Maidenheart Sutra. Years later, Chen, now the supreme immortal emperor, muses. Cultivation is an impossibility in this lifetime. I shall never cultivate. Engaging in other pursuits eludes me. Thus, I shall merely clock in, sign away, and lead a life of languid monotony. Chapter 1. It has arrived. It has finally arrived. Poor Chen, he has truly fallen. While practicing his swordsmanship, he succumbed to madness, not only ruining his dantian, but also losing his sight. I heard that his fiancée, the talented young lady from the Shangwan family, Shangwan Wanner, came to call off their engagement recently, leaving the Yi family utterly humiliated. Though Shangwan Wanner's actions seem excessive, they are somewhat understandable. Had Chen not fallen into madness, his extraordinary talent would indeed have made him worthy of her. But now, he has become a mere cripple, blind. In contrast, Shangwan Wanner, adorned with the aura of a prodigy, has reportedly become a disciple of the Empress of Tianxiang Pavilion, destined to soar and become a true phoenix. Among men, the Empress of Tianxiang Pavilion, she is the most beautiful woman in the 9 provinces. To catch a glimpse of her would be a life fulfilled. Hearing the discussions around him, Chen could only smile bitterly as he drifted through the crowd, lost in self-pity. In truth, he was not Chen. To be precise, the real Chen had already perished. He had originally been a corporate drone on Earth, enjoying the perks of a 996 work life, until he unexpectedly succumbed to sudden death. Then, in a bewildering twist of fate, he found himself in the 9 provinces. Chen was the unparalleled genius of a Yi family in Shuanglin City, a prodigy not seen in a century. 7 years prior, his mother mysteriously vanished. His father, the family patriarch, went in search of her, only to also disappear. This left him and his younger sister, Yi Inha, to rely on one another. They were not blood relatives. She had been taken in by his parents when he was 3. Though his father was missing, the lingering authority of the former patriarch still held sway. Coupled with his extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, he and his sister lived rather comfortably within the family, at least without worry for food and clothing. However, everything changed 3 years ago. While preparing to break through, he fell into madness, resulting in a ruined dantian and eyes permanently damaged by sword intent, leaving him completely blind. Misfortunes do not come alone. His fiancée, Shangwan Wanner, came to call off their engagement. Unlike a typical protagonist who would have uttered the classic line, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not bully the young and poor. Chen succumbed to this double blow and fell into despair. Ultimately, he succumbed to depression shortly thereafter. Thus, the fallen genius transformed into a wastrel, with his fiancée's rejection serving as a slap to his face. Parents mysteriously lost. A sister who was not even related by blood. This was the quintessential template of a wastrel's rise to power. Yet, where was the golden finger? Where was the old man? Where was the system? Without these external aids, how could he rise? How could he flaunt his prowess? How could he retaliate? Yet, it had been a full 10 months since arriving in the 9 provinces. Even second children had already been born. But Chen had not encountered even a trace of an external aid. Day after day, he endured various jabs and ridicule from his family. He was even treated like a jester. If he dared to resist, he might face a beating. Were it not for the meticulous care of his sister Yi Inha, he would have considered ending his life altogether. Heavenly Lord, why do you torment me so? To have me traverse realms without granting any external aids is one thing, but to leave me with a ruined dantian and blindness, how cruel is that? After a tempest of despair within, Chen returned home. Rather than a home, it was more akin to a thatched hut, since it became evident that his dantian could not be restored and his sight would never return. The 2 siblings had been banished from their small garden courtyard to this ramshackle dwelling. Even the lowest servants had better accommodations than this. Upon returning home, Chen was greeted by a cacophony from within. "Brother, you have finally returned." A young girl, in the bloom of youth, rushed towards him, her voice tinged with tears. Chen tightly grasped the delicate hand of the girl and comforted her, saying, "Inha, do not fear, I am here. I thought it was someone significant, but it is merely our Yi family's genius. Oh no, now it seems he is just a blind man. At that moment, a coarse and arrogant voice pierced the air. Though Yi Chun could not see, he could discern the identity of the speaker from the tone. Yi Hu, the youngest son of the Grand Elder, a good for-nothing scion. Before Yi Chun fell into madness, he had often dealt with him. Now, however, Yi Hu brazenly exerted his influence over Yi Chun. Yi Hu, what brings you here? Yi Hu replied with a smile. Of course, I have come to see our sister Inha. Brother, Yi Hu insists that I marry Zhang Zhou. I do not wish to marry him. Zhang Zhou was the second son of the Zhang family head, and, like Yi Hu, a scion who squandered his days bullying others. Since an accidental encounter with Yi Inha, he had become infatuated and vowed to have her for himself. Thus, he had conspired with his good brother Yi Hu to come propose. Yi Hu's family, Yi Boyong, aspired to remove the acting from the title of clan leader, seeking to become the legitimate patriarch. This ambition required the support of the Zhang family. Consequently, Yi Boyong unhesitatingly agreed. Yi Hu's visit was merely to deliver this news. Sister Inha, Zhang Zhou, the son of the Zhang family head, holds a most esteemed status. Should you marry him, even as a concubine, you will live a life of luxury and enjoy endless riches. Why suffer alongside your blind brother? Before Yi Hu could finish, Yi Inha vehemently shook her head. I do not want that, even if it means eating plain rice with my brother. I do so willingly. Seeing Yi Inha's refusal to recognize his intentions, Yi Hu huffed in frustration. Such a thankless wretch. I will tell you this. I have already made the decision. You have no say in the matter. 7 days hence, on the auspicious date, you shall be sent to the Zhang family. Yi Inha appeared taken aback by Yi Hu's shout, her delicate frame trembling as she clung tightly to Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen gently patted her hand, signaling her not to fear. After soothing his sister Yi Inha, he defiantly declared, Yi Hu, as long as I, Yi Chen, still draw breath, you shall not lay a finger on my sister. Seeing Yi Chen's resolute declaration, Yi Hu was momentarily stunned before bursting into raucous laughter. Ha ha, Yi Chen, do you still believe yourself to be that erstwhile genius? How dare you threaten me? Do not presume that, because you are the son of the former clan leader, I shall refrain from ending your life. With that, he gestured to his subordinates, commanding, Our blind genius seems to be feeling restless again, you lot. Go and loosen his bones. Responding to his command, several lackeys rolled up their sleeves and advanced towards Yi Chun. At that moment, Yi Chun was utterly powerless, unable to resist. Instinctively, he shielded his sister, Yi Inha, beneath him, enduring their blows and kicks. Fists rained down upon him like relentless raindrops, each strike a fresh wave of agony. Amidst the chaos, he could hear Yi Hu's raucous laughter alongside his sister's tearful pleas. Yi Chun, should you behave and comply in the future, I might grant you a few more days of life. Otherwise, in the desolate mountains beyond the city, your remains will hardly be missed. And you, Yi Inha, do not overstep your bounds. If you wish to prevent your blind brother from being cast into the wilderness to feed the wolves, you would do well to obey me and refrain from testing my patience. With this parting remark, he departed with his minions, leaving Yi Chun and Yi Inhi, pair of ill-fated siblings, embracing each other in their desolate courtyard, weeping bitterly. In that moment, Yi Chun felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. It was a despair akin to plummeting into an abyss, surrounded by an all-encompassing darkness. Suddenly, Yi Chen's body surged with a jolt, as if electrified. Within the once pitch-black ocean of his consciousness, a glimmer of light began to manifest. I can sense that it is here. It has finally arrived. Chapter 2. The Divine Sign-In System. Ding! The Divine Sign-In System has been perfectly activated. Commencing binding. 1, 2, 3, 98, 99, 100. Ding! System binding successful. Upon hearing this ethereal and resonant voice, Yi Chun felt a surge of unparalleled joy. The system, you have finally arrived. I always knew that as a traveler, possessing a system was indispensable. The system may arrive late, but it will never be absent. Brother, what has happened to you? Yi Inha, noticing Yi Chen's sudden transition from despair to elation, mistakenly assumed he had lost his sanity and asked with concern. Yi Chun, pulled back to reality by his sister's melodious voice, forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and replied, Inha, I am fine. Please return to your room for now. Yi Yinkin nodded, still somewhat skeptical. Wait a moment, I will be right back. After assisting Yi Chun to sit on the bed, she dashed out. Although Yi Chan was uncertain of her intentions, he gave it little thought. At this moment, his mind was solely occupied with the system. System, are you there? Soon, an ethereal voice echoed in his ear. Host, you can summon me directly with your thoughts. There's no need to shout. Oh, understood, understood. Keeping it low-key. Following the system's instructions, Yi Chan closed his eyes tightly, entering a profound and enigmatic state. The world around him expanded like the vastness of the stars, imbued with an otherworldly essence. Suddenly, he beheld a towering ancient tree reaching into the clouds, adorned with vines and blooming with an array of exquisite flowers, reminiscent of a fairyland. As he continued to observe, he spotted a swing made of vines. On the swing sat a figure resembling Thumbelina, possessing a delicate frame. She was graced with 2 snow-white wings, her features and form epitomizing perfection. In her hand, she held a magical wand that shimmered with radiant light. Upon noticing Yi Chen's presence, she smiled warmly at him. Greetings, new master. It is a pleasure to meet you. Her smile rendered the breathtaking scenery around them pale in comparison. Oh no, this sensation is akin to a heart flutter. Yi Chan felt his heart racing uncontrollably, akin to a love-struck maiden. I have developed feelings for a Thumbelina. This is truly sinful. After regaining his composure, Yi Chan discovered something extraordinary. He had indeed witnessed this. The revelation filled him with elation, compelling him to leap with joy. At this moment, only the classic line from Zazawi could encapsulate his emotions. Brother, come and chop me. Oh wait, that's not it. Do you have any idea how I have spent these past 10 months? His expression exaggerated, voice trembling with excitement. Little E seemed to discern Yi Chen's thoughts, her dimples dancing as she spoke. Host, please remain calm. This is your sea of consciousness, a realm you can control with your thoughts. Here, you're the creator, an omnipotent deity, not constrained by the outside world. Upon hearing little Yi's explanation, Yi Chan felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He had initially believed that with the acquisition of this system, he could act freely and without restraint. However, it appeared he had overestimated his situation. Little E, may I request that you restore my sight? The world outside is so beautiful, and the maidens on the streets are enchanting, yet I can see nothing. Rest assured, host, the system has tailored a welcome gift just for you. Please check it. After speaking, little E waved her wand. Soon, a gift box shimmering with rainbow light appeared before Yi Chan. Just as he reached out to grasp it, the box suddenly opened, releasing a dazzling brilliance. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the Ancient Attack Type Secret Manual, the 3000 Sword God Technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Ancient Auxiliary Supreme Secret Art. Hard Eye. The 3000 Sword God Technique, as its name implies, is a swordsmanship manual encompassing 3,000 paths. If successfully cultivated, one could become an unparalleled sword deity. However, even those with exceptional sword talent would find it arduous to cultivate a single path to perfection, let alone mastering 3,000. Yet, Yi Chan remained unfazed. With the system as his ally, what was there to fear? As for Hard Eye, it appeared even more remarkable. Moreover, there was a unique requirement for its cultivation. It could only be practiced by the blind. Upon seeing this condition, Yi Chan could not help but smirk. This was akin to the infamous Kuhua Bible that required one to castrate themselves in order to practice. Upon reaching a minor success, it could enable the blind to regain their sight. Achieving great success would grant one the ability to see through objects, while at the pinnacle, one could survey all things in the world, functioning as a mobile probe that was omnipresent. Cultivating it to perfection would allow one to see whatever they wished. In simpler terms, whatever one desires in their heart, they can perceive with their eyes, truly a manifestation of freedom and unrestrained desire. Delightful, utterly delightful. It seemed the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of life had arrived. By the way, little, since you claim to be a divine sign-in system, how does one sign in? The host may check in daily during the Z hour, specifically between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. No latecomers will be entertained. Yi Chan, brimming with anticipation, inquired, what rewards will I receive for signing in? In principle, the rewards will be influenced by the environment in which the host resides. The more perilous and unique the location, the more bountiful and distinctive the rewards. Upon hearing little Yi's words, Yi Chan finally understood. It was only now the U hour, with 3 hours remaining until the Z hour, so he could not sign in just yet. This was a perfect opportunity to thoroughly study the ancient texts, the 3,000 sword god technique, and hard eye. The first manual Chen chose to delve into was hard eye. Possessing a pair of eyes that could see light was a dream cherished by every blind person. Having eyes that could see through was a desire every normal man would yearn for. As a normal male who was blind, Chen could not resist this dual temptation. However, as he opened the manual, he was left utterly bewildered. There was not a single word within. Little E, are you jesting with me? There isn't a single word here. How can I cultivate? Little E, swaying on her swing, leisurely replied, use your thoughts. Upon hearing Little Ye's response, Chen was momentarily stunned. He then began to follow her guidance, using his thoughts to initiate his learning. Chen sat cross-legged within his sea of consciousness, akin to a monk in deep meditation, engaging in visualization. Seasons changed, flowers bloomed and wilted. The cycle of life and decay continued. After an indeterminate passage of time, Chen's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, emitting a radiant brilliance that soared into the heavens. Heart eye minor success. After a moment of overwhelming joy, Chen suddenly became aware of a grave issue. He had been cultivating here for an extended period. And what about his sister? Ain't he? Just then a melodious voice, like a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, rang in Chen's ears. Brother, your wounds are still bleeding. Let me apply some medicine. Ain't he, how are you? Have they bullied you? Chen was jolted back to reality by his sister's voice. His emotions surged, and he instinctively embraced Ain't he. Startled by her brother's sudden action, Ain't he was momentarily flustered. Brother, what is wrong with you? Realizing he had momentarily lost composure, Chen hastily concocted an excuse. Ain't he, I'm fine. I just had a dream where something happened to you. Ain't he covered her mouth and giggled. Brother, I've only been gone for less than 5 minutes. And you already had a dream? Was it only 5 minutes? It felt like a century had passed. Suddenly, Chen recognized a profound truth he could truly see. The figure of Ain't he before him was not merely a pleasant sound, but a tangible, fleshy presence. Previously, all his memories of his sister had come from the original owner's recollections, now long faded. Today marked the first time since his rebirth that he genuinely beheld his sister's beauty. One word encapsulated it: breathtaking. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like spring water. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and her long, flowing hair cascaded down her shoulders. She stood tall and graceful, her slender legs exuding an ethereal charm. Brother, are you all right? Although he understood that her brother had become blind, she still felt a tad shy under his unabashed gaze. Realizing his earlier indiscretion, Chen quickly averted his eyes. It's nothing. I just feel so glad to see you. Knowing her brother could not see, Ain't gently took his large hand and placed it on her cheek, allowing him to feel her presence. The moment Chen touched her soft skin, a tingling sensation coursed through him akin to an electric shock. The girl's skin was exquisite, smooth to the touch, reminiscent of the finest silk from Jiangnan. After a moment of touching her cheek, Ain't finally spoke. Brother, let me help you with your wounds. Sure. Ain't carefully tended to Chen's injuries, and her adeptness revealed how often she had performed this task for him. Witnessing her devotion stirred deep emotions within Chen. Ain't as she was focused on treating his wounds, Ain't turned her gaze to him upon hearing her name. Yes, rest assured, I will protect you. Chen's voice, though soft, carried unwavering determination. I believe in you, brother. Ain't solemnly nodded, then turned away to discreetly wipe away a tear. After applying the medicine, he retired to the adjoining room to sleep. Meanwhile, Chen was preoccupied with the matter of signing in and found himself too excited to sleep. He climbed to the rooftop, interlacing his fingers behind his head as a makeshift pillow, gazing at the luminous moonlight. He pondered whether the moonlight on Earth was equally round and bright. As time slipped away, memories of his life on Earth began to surface. He hailed from a small county and, through immense effort, gained admission to a prestigious university in the bustling metropolis. There, he met his first love. Initially, he believed they would transition from campus life to marriage. However, his girlfriend's parents insisted that he purchase a house in the city center with a full cash payment, and it had to be under her name. Although he had secured a good job, he had only graduated 2 years prior. His annual salary, including bonuses and benefits, amounted to roughly $200,000 to $300,000. While that seemed substantial in his hometown, in the cutthroat real estate market of the metropolis, it would only suffice for a bathroom. He He calculated that, given his income, he would need to work tirelessly for 500 years without eating or drinking just to afford a home in the city center, and then borrow another 500 years from the heavens. His girlfriend was a good girl, but lacked assertiveness, always yielding to her parents' wishes. Thus, they parted ways. The promises made in their youth ultimately succumbed to the harsh realities of life. This failed romance made him acutely aware of the value of wealth. To forget the past, he threw himself into work, becoming notorious for his relentless dedication, only to ultimately succumb to exhaustion after 3 years. The wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutations. For the downtrodden to rise, they must rely on transcendence. Reflecting on his bitter past, a wry smile crept upon Chen's lips. As time passed, he unwittingly found himself at the witching hour. The system prompted him that he could now sign in. Sign in. Inside his consciousness. The magical wand of Xiao Yi waved. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successful sign-in and binding your fate with the Empress. Wait, binding fate with the Empress? What does that mean? Chen was utterly baffled. Each word was familiar, yet when combined, they made little sense. Xiao Yi patiently explained, it means that in the future, you will merge with the Empress, and your destinies will intertwine through the integration of spirit and flesh. In simple terms, the Empress will become your future partner. What? The Empress will become my future partner? Chen was taken aback. In the entire continent of Jiuzhou, only one person could be called the Empress, the unparalleled beauty, the head of the Tianxiang Pavilion, Lian Hongshang. Moreover, she was also the mentor of his former fiancé, Su Guanyuan. If he were to become the Empress's partner, wouldn't that make him Su Guanyuan's master? Contemplating this, a wicked thought flickered in Chen's mind, too beautiful to pursue further. At that very moment, on the other side of the world, atop Biyun Mountain in the Tianxiang Pavilion, a stunningly beautiful woman sat cross-legged, enduring the torment of internal flames. Beads of sweat trickled down her fair forehead, revealing her profound anguish. It was clear she must quickly find a suitable partner to engage in dual cultivation to quell the raging fire within her. Yet, finding someone who met her myriad of stringent requirements would be no easy feat moreover. Finding a partner who satisfies oneself is no simple feat, just as Lian Hongshang, with formidable willpower, once again quelled the flames of karma. A brilliant meteor streaked across the boundless galaxy, leaving behind a long tail. In that fleeting moment, Lian Hongshang felt the energy within her being tugged, a restless stirring within. She gazed in the direction where the meteor fell, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed to be towards the direction of Shuanglin City. After envisioning that scene, Chen shook his head, casting aside the wicked thoughts that had entered his mind. Although he had never encountered the Empress, he was well aware that she was an exceptionally proud individual. She had once proclaimed publicly that no man worthy of her attention had yet been born. If she were placed in the 21st century on Earth, she would undoubtedly be a leader of feminism. In his current disheveled state, having rendered his dantian useless, even her newly accepted disciple, Shangwan Wanner, had shown signs of disdain, let alone the Empress herself. To declare openly that the other party was his partner would likely result in his immediate demise. Despite the system guaranteeing that their fates were intertwined, who knew if Xiao Yi would make an appearance? To him, this system resembled an intelligence. If it manifested unexpectedly, he would be doomed in an instant. As a seasoned programmer who had gone bald before the age of 30 in his previous life, he was acutely aware of the horror. Before his rebirth, he recalled a colleague who operated 99 drones to form a heart shape in the sky to propose to his girlfriend, only for them to go haywire and crash in her window. Hence, it was prudent to be cautious. Furthermore, this place was a full 10,000 miles from Biyun Mountain. At the current pace, reaching it would take no less than a year, by which time it would be too late. Therefore, the urgent task of rescuing his sister, Yi, from the flames of calamity rested solely upon him. Chen inquired, Xiao Yi, my dantian has been damaged, preventing me from cultivating. What should I do? Host, your heart's eye has already reached a minor accomplishment. You can utilize visualization techniques to repair your dantian. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's response, Chen felt a surge of excitement. Truly, it was a cheat that could resolve any problem. Without delay, he promptly seated himself cross-legged upon the rooftop, palms together, and began to activate the secret method of the heart's eye for visualization. Soon, he perceived his internal organs, meridians, and energy channel from a divine perspective. The sight was startling. If his body were likened to a house, the current state within resembled a home overrun by 10 purebred huskies. In a word, it was a pitiful sight. His dantian was as damaged as a sieve. It was a wonder that it could hold any spiritual energy at all. To elevate one's cultivation, a practitioner must absorb external spiritual energy and store it within the dantian. The dantian then purifies and processes the absorbed spiritual energy to nourish the body's meridians, facilitating growth. This cycle continues until the major meridians reach a new height, leading to a qualitative transformation and a breakthrough of the level constraints, allowing entry into a higher realm. After examining his dantian and meridians, Chen began to repair them according to the visualization techniques of the heart's eye. The ravaged dantian and meridians, under the influence of the visualization technique, responded as if they were withered flowers receiving sunlight and fresh water. The yellowed leaves began to fall away, revealing tender green shoots that grew at a visibly rapid pace. After 3 years, that feeling returned. Everything was back. First stage of Qi refinement. Second stage of Qi refinement. Third stage of Qi refinement. Fourth stage of Qi refinement. Fifth stage of Qi refinement. Sixth stage of Qi refinement. Seventh stage of Qi refinement. Eighth stage of Qi refinement. Ninth stage of Qi refinement. Finally, his cultivation halted at the peak of the 9th stage of Qi refinement, which was also the highest realm he had reached 3 years prior. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that he was merely one step away from breaking through the level constraints and ascending to the foundation establishment realm. In the realm of cultivation within the 9 provinces, the levels are classified as Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, divinity, tribulation crossing, great ascension. In the legendary Immortal realm, the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages are commonly encountered. Attaining the golden elixir stage signifies a practitioner has entered the ranks of cultivation. Wherever one goes, they are respectfully addressed as Taoist friend. As for the nascent soul stage, these are experts who can oversee a domain. As long as no divine transformation old monster emerges, they could traverse the 9 provinces with ease. Achieving the divine transformation stage marks one as a top-tier powerhouse, often serving as national advisors or esteemed elders in first-rate sections. The tribulation crossing and great ascension stages typically concern themselves little with worldly affairs, focusing solely on cultivation and pursuing the path of immortality. The immortal realm, however, is only recorded in ancient texts, said to have appeared solely during ancient times. Presently, the spiritual energy of the 9 provinces is significantly sparser compared to ancient times, making the emergence of a new immortal impossible. Chapter 5. A sword piercing the heavens. Seeing that his cultivation had returned to the peak of the 9th stage of Qi refinement, Chen felt an uncontrollable surge of primal power within him. Eagerly, he retrieved the sword gifted to him by his father and began to practice the 3,000 sword techniques. The first sword technique was titled, A Sword Piercing the Heavens. Initially, he thought such an intricate sword technique would be difficult to master. However, upon reading it, only one thought filled his mind. Is that all? The method was quite simple. Just as the name suggested, it involved thrusting a sword towards the heavens. In essence, it was merely one action, drawing the sword and stabbing upward. Chen, though skeptical, followed the instructions and drew his sword from its sheath, thrusting skyward. After repeating this action 100 times, Chen found it rather monotonous and shifted his gaze towards the moon. The moon was moving. This added a layer of complexity to his sword thrusts. Thus, Chen practiced tirelessly throughout the night, until the dawn broke in the east, signaling the end of the moon's shift. If the moon could speak, it would surely thump its chest and exclaim, "This person is terrifying. He truly frightens the little ones." "Brother, why are you up so early practicing swordplay?" Yinha rose to prepare breakfast for Chen and was surprised to find him already in the courtyard practicing. Chen, having practiced swordplay all night, was exhausted and breathless, feeling as if his bones might fall apart. Yet, upon seeing his sister Yinha's concerned gaze, he felt it was all worth it. "Yinha, I promised that I would protect you for this lifetime." After saying this, he clenched his fists resolutely and declared, "I will surely do so." Upon hearing Chen's words, Yi Inha's beautiful eyes immediately glistened with tears. After a long moment, she finally choked out a single word, "Brother." Seeing his sister in tears, Yi Chen hurriedly wiped her tears away. "Inha, don't cry. Your brother is fine. Have you ever fought for a girl in your life?" This was a question once posed to Yi Chen by a close friend after experiencing heartbreak. At that time, Yi Chen had no answer, for he did not yet comprehend the depth of feeling that comes with fighting for someone you love. But now he understood that sentiment. "Inha, do you believe in your brother?" Yi Inha nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. "I believe, since you trust me. Then stop crying and go prepare a meal. I'm already quite hungry." "All right." Yi Inha discreetly wiped away her tears and went to cook. The fatigue that once enveloped Yi Chen dissipated upon seeing his sister's tear-streaked face, filling him with renewed vigor. He picked up the long sword with his sore arms once more. "If there is no moon, then I shall stab the sun," he resolved again and again. "Oh look, our young master Yi, that useless fellow, is still practicing swordplay." As Yi Chen continued to strike towards the sun, Yihu approached with a group of sycophants, mocking him. The sound of Yihu's voice darkened Yi Chen's expression. Yihu was merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Given Yi Chen's current peak at the 9th level, he could swiftly defeat Yihu in one exchange if caught by surprise. However, Yi Chen had no intention of revealing his restored powers just yet. After all, his true adversary was not Yihu, but rather Yihu's father, Bo Yong, a master at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Defeating Yihu would only serve to vent his frustrations momentarily, without altering the fundamental reality. It might even provoke caution from them, leading to unnecessary complications for himself. According to his current circumstances, breaking the impasse required him to reach at least the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, he had only 7 days remaining. Thus, he needed to devote every moment of those 7 days to fervent cultivation, rather than waste time on the likes of Yihu. "Yi Chen, seeing you practice so hard, would you like me to spar with you?" Yihu, noticing Yi Chen's silence, approached with a tone of derision. In the kitchen, Yi Inha, concerned for her brother's safety upon witnessing Yihu's provocation, rushed out to shield Yi Chen. "Stop it!" Yihu scoffed coldly, mocking without restraint. "Haha, Yi Chen, you were once the greatest talent in Shuanglin City. How have you fallen to the point of needing a woman to protect you? Endure." Yi Chen gritted his teeth, silently reciting the mantra of endurance. After a barrage of insults directed at Yi Chen, Yihu turned his attention to Yi Inha. "My dear Inha, Yi Chen is not your true brother. You've already shown him boundless mercy. Why degrade yourself further? Marrying Zhang Xiao, becoming a wealthy matron with servants at your beck and call, enjoying endless riches. It is 1,000 times better than your current predicament." With gritted teeth, Yi Inha resolutely replied, "I would rather die than marry Zhang Zhou." Seeing her fierce determination, a look of anger spread across Yihu's brutish face. "What folly is this, Inha? Zhang Xiao's interest in you is a stroke of fortune you should cherish. Don't be ungrateful. Keep your fortune for yourselves. If you insist on forcing me, you will only receive my corpse." With a defiant huff, Yi Inha brandished a gleaming dagger against her fair neck. This startling turn of events shocked everyone, including Yi Chen. It appeared that his sister had long contemplated such a drastic measure, even preparing the dagger. "Inha, don't do anything rash." Upon hearing Yi Chen's plea, Yi Inha turned and smiled at him. "Brother, you have always protected me. Now, let me protect you for once." Yihu, sensing the fragile nature of Yi Inha, worried about the repercussions of her actions for himself and Zhang's family, softened his tone. "Inha, if you wish to die, have you considered what would happen to your blind brother?" At Yihu's words, Yi Inha trembled slightly, her hand gripping the dagger quivering. Indeed, she could end her own suffering, but what would become of her brother? Seeing his words had an effect, Yihu continued to shout, "If you dare take your own life, I promise your blind brother will suffer a fate worse than death. If you don't believe me, just wait and see." "You've gone too far, Yihu. Are you truly intent on driving Inha to her death?" At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out from a distance. Yi Chen turned to see Yi Xian. Yi Xian, the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, was the second greatest talent in the Yi family over the past century. At merely 15, she had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement, just a step away from true Foundation establishment. As for the first talent, that would be Yi Chen, before he fell into despair. Fearing Yi Xian, Yihu awkwardly chuckled and hurriedly left with his lackeys. Once they departed, The dagger slipped from Yeena's hands, and she wobbled unsteadily. Had Yi Chen not caught her in time, she would have collapsed to the ground. Brother, don't worry. I'm fine. After saying this, she turned to Yi Xian. Sister Yi Xian, thank you. Yi Xian waved her hand, saying, it was nothing more than a trivial act. There's no need to dwell on it. Then, her gaze shifted towards the silent Yi Chen. She could not fathom how the once spirited genius, who soared high with ambition, had fallen to such depths. It seemed cruelly capricious of fate. After a moment of reflection, Yi Xian smiled warmly and asked, Yi Chen, how have you been lately? Chapter 6, An Encounter with the Empress. Upon hearing Yi Xian's inquiry, Yi Chen felt a stir of emotion within him. He and Yi Xian were of the same age, although she was technically 3 days his senior. Their relationship, however, was neither particularly close nor distant. Both were fiercely competitive, striving to outdo one another in all matters. After the calamities that befell Yi Chen's family and his subsequent descent into madness, their bond had become estranged. This was not due to any disdain from Yi Xian towards Yi Chen. On the contrary, she had once actively assisted Yi Chen. Yet, her inherently cold demeanor made it difficult for her to lower her pride, and the manner in which she reached out was somewhat lacking. Furthermore, Yi Chen possessed a formidable sense of self-esteem, interpreting several of Yi Xian's overtures as affronts. Consequently, their relationship plummeted to an icy abyss, leading to an extended period of estrangement. Not bad, Yi Chen mused, releasing his tightly clenched fist, revealing a bittersweet smile. Although Yi Xian perceived that Yi Chen appeared quite downcast, today he radiated an aura that was markedly different from his usual self. However, she could not pinpoint the exact nature of this transformation. Yi Xian wished to articulate her thoughts, but upon opening her mouth, she felt her words would be trivial and devoid of significance, leaving her silent. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yi, should that Yi Hu trouble you again, do not hesitate to seek me out. Yi nodded vigorously, her expression brimming with gratitude as she replied, thank you. Sister Yi Xian. As she turned to depart, Yi Xian cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chen. With a sigh, she intended to leave. Wait. At that moment, Yi Chen's voice unexpectedly called out from behind. Yi Xian's heart stirred, yet she refrained from turning around, casually inquiring, is there something else? Yi Xian, could you assist me with a favor? Upon hearing Yi Chen's request for her help, Yi Xian found herself questioning whether she had misheard. Having grown up under the same roof, she understood Yi Chen's character better than anyone else. In her memory, this was the first time Yi Chen had sought her assistance. What sort of favor? She asked, her throat tightening, her voice betraying a slight tremor. The prideful Yi Chen would not request her help for trivial matters, which filled her with trepidation at the thought of disappointing him. Please take care of Yinhe. I will return to fetch her in 7 days. Yi Xian was taken aback. She had not anticipated Yi Chen's request to be so simple. Is that all? Yi Chen nodded, affirming, yes, just that. Yinhe clutched Yi Chen's arm tightly, questioning, brother, where are you going? Yi Chen gently patted the delicate back of her hand, saying, Yinhe, I plan to enter seclusion for 7 days. During this time, Yi Xian will look after you. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian finally noticed the long sword in Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen, concerning Yinhe, I will find a way. In your current state, even if you were to seclude yourself for 7 days, it would be futile, a mere act of throwing eggs against stones. With uncle and Aunt no longer here, Yinhe is only you left as family. Please do not act rashly. Rest assured, I am not foolish and shall not act recklessly. Yi Chen replied with a confident smile. Although Yi Xian remained uncertain of Yi Chen's true intentions, his unwavering confidence dissuaded her from pressing further. Very well. Go ahead and enter seclusion. I promise to take good care of Yinhe. With his sister entrusted to Yi Xian, Yi Chen could wholeheartedly devote himself to mastering the 3,000 sword god technique. Moreover, if he were to practice in the Yi family estate, Yi Hu would undoubtedly disrupt him frequently, becoming a source of annoyance. Yi Hu was not particularly concerning. In Yi Chen's view, he was merely a minor nuisance. The true threat lay with Yi Hu's father, the cunning Yi Boyong. After ensuring his sister's safety, Yi Chen set off with his sword towards the mountains outside the city. Meanwhile, Yi Hu was reveling in the company of Zhang Zhou and a group of debauched youths at the vibrant Red Cuckoo Pavilion. Zhang, I heard you spent the night with the courtesan Yin heir from the Red Cuckoo. How was the experience? A drunken Zhang Zhou beamed with pride at Yi Hu's inquiry. Ah, dear brother Hu, You have no idea how delicate Yin Air's skin is. A mere pinch could probably yield moisture. Truly, she is exquisite. Yi Hu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Alas, that Yin Air does not favor someone of my rough demeanor. Otherwise, I could experience her allure firsthand. Zhang Zhou remarked. While Yin Air is indeed the star of the Red Cuckoo, she pales in comparison to Yi Chen's sister, Yin He. Just look at her face, her skin, her figure, utterly captivating. As he spoke, saliva trickled down his chin. Yi Hu replied, "Do not rush, my brother. In 7 days, a fortuitous time will arrive. I shall ensure Yi Yin he is delivered to your estate, allowing you to savor that delight." Zhang Zhou clapped Yi Hu on the shoulder, declaring, "Brother, your loyalty is commendable. Rest assured, I will honor my promises to the Yi family. Let us not discuss further. The northern mine will no longer be a source of contention." To Brother Zhang, Yi Hu exclaimed in delight, raising his cup to clink with Zhang Zhou's. The northern mine was the largest in Xuanlin City, yet the Yi and Zhang families frequently clashed over its mining rights, sometimes resorting to violence. If Yi Hu could secure priority mining rights from his father, Yi Boyong, he would gain the support of his clan members and finally remove the title of acting clan leader, solidifying his position. After downing his drink, Zhang Zhou suddenly recalled Yi Chen, drunkenly asking, "By the way, where is that Yi Chen? He treats his sister like a treasure. Has he jumped up to cause trouble now that she is to become my concubine?" Yi Hu scoffed dismissively, Yi Chen is not only a waste, but also blind. Even if he wished to stir trouble, he lacks the ability. Once my father secures the clan leadership, I will make him kneel before you, Brother Zhang, and live like a dog. At that moment, a servant named Yi Gang approached, saying, "Brother Hu, a report just came in that Yi Chen was seen leaving the city with a sword. Is he attempting to flee?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhou casually asked, "Yi Chen has left the city?" Yi Hu's eyes gleamed with cunning as he replied, "Brother Zhang, this is a stroke of good fortune. A sleepy man has come to find a pillow." Zhang Zhou looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean, brother? Who is sleepy, and what pillow?" Yehu patiently planet. Zhang Zhou, while Yin he appears delicate, she possesses a stubborn spirit, and even threatened to take her own life rather than marry you. However, she has a weakness, Yi Chen. If we capture Yi Chen and threaten his life, Yin he will have no choice but to comply. He has always stayed within the family, which made it challenging to act against him, but now he has ventured out of the city, outside the walls. Amidst desolate mountains and wilds, there were often beasts lurking about. Yi Chen was deemed a worthless individual, blind and vulnerable, should he inadvertently vanish. It would be entirely his own doing, and none could lay the blame upon us. Upon hearing Yi Hu's words, Zhang Zhou erupted in gleeful laughter, finding merit in the statement. "Zhang Bao, take a few men and follow Yi Chen. Bring him back to me discreetly. Remember, alive, I have use for him, and he must not perish so easily. Understood?" A brawny man, muscles rippling, bowed in acknowledgement. Yi Hu then called out to Yi Gang, commanding him to accompany Zhang Bao. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had arrived in a tranquil forest. After a brief respite, he commenced his sword practice. Draw sword, thrust, return. These 3 actions were all he needed. Initially, he required 3 breaths to complete the sequence, but after repeating it 10,000 times, he could execute the series in just 1 breath. After 100,000 repetitions, his sword movements were nearly as swift as lightning, enabling him to strike thrice in a single breath. By 500,000 repetitions, even those watching closely could only perceive the afterimage of his swordplay. Upon reaching 1,000,000, the sun had set beyond the western hills, painting the sky in shades of crimson, casting a warm glow upon him. A gentle breeze stirred the water calm. Instinctively, Yi Chen closed his eyes, allowing the refreshing wind to tousle his face. In that moment, he felt as though he had grasped the essence of the sword, an ethereal concept that eludes ordinary perception. "I have comprehended it." A triumphant smile graced Yi Chen's lips as he relaxed, his previously taut nerves unwinding. He felt as if his bones had been unshackled, and his arm, weary from wielding the sword, felt almost foreign to him. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, he employed the secret technique of the hard eye, opening all 360 pores of his body to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy like a hungry infant. After circulating the heart-eye technique for a complete cycle, the fatigue from his sword practice vanished, leaving him rejuvenated, as if reborn. However, he was drenched in sweat, discomforting him. Nearby lay a serene lake, perfect for a refreshing bath. With this thought, Yi Chun hastened toward the lake. The bright moonlight cascaded down like a clear spring, illuminating the lake with a radiant glow. Yi Chun dove in like a fish, reveling in the soothing water. Just as he was relishing the moment, a shimmering light descended from the heavens. Yi Chun's heart raced, and upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was a woman. She possessed an exquisite beauty, her face resembling a lotus, brows like willows, and enchanting peach blossom eyes. Clad in a fiery red silk dress, her neckline daringly low, the sight was breathtaking, revealing a magnificent figure that left one speechless. Yet, Yi Chun noticed something amiss. Her complexion was flushed, as if she were a boiled crab, emanating wisps of steam. The woman was none other than the Empress of Tianxiang Pavilion, Lian Hongshang. Having traveled from the distant Biyun Mountain, she had expended a considerable amount of her essence within a single day, rekindling the suppressed flames of her karma. Lian Hongshang found the lake to be a suitable refuge. Its clear waters ideal for calming her fiery energies. With graceful fingers, she waved her hand, casting a radiant light that enveloped the entire lake. She then shed her crimson dress, revealing her pristine skin, stepping delicately into the water. Hidden among the reeds, Yi Chun held his breath, his eyes wide as saucers, fearing that a mere blink would cause him to miss the most captivating scene. As the night breeze stirred the tranquil waters, the stars seemed to coalesce into a brilliant tapestry, shimmering upon the lake's surface. A delicate arm, as white as jade, scooped the crystal-clear water, cascading it over her flawless skin. Her long, dark hair flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders, yet it could not conceal her alluring silhouette, though merely a hazy outline. To Yi Chun, she embodied the most exquisite masterpiece in existence. Unable to contain himself, Yi Chun swallowed hard. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the night air, laced with a sense of danger. Lian Hongshang quickly wrapped herself in a new garment, concealing her enchanting form. Alarmed, Yi Chun realized he had been discovered and swam frantically toward the shore. However, to his astonishment, an invisible wall of water blocked his path. Was this a water barrier? Such a barrier could only be established by cultivators of the Golden Core realm, typically limited to enclosing a courtyard and often requiring magical artifacts. Yet, this red-clad woman effortlessly conjured a barrier that enveloped the entire lake with a mere flick of her wrist. Her cultivation level had to be above the nascent soul stage. A nascent soul powerhouse. The thought sent a chill down Yi Chun's spine. It seemed he was doomed. Chapter 7. The Empress's plot to murder her husband. Given Yi Chun's current cultivation, he could not breach the water barrier before him. At this moment, he had no chance of escape, akin to a trapped beast awaiting slaughter. System. Xiao Yi. My dear great aunt. Help. Yi Chun panicked, desperately calling for Xiao Yi. Do not fear, host. She is bound to you by fate and will not truly harm you. Xiao Yi reassured him. Fated by destiny? Xiao Yi, clarify what you mean. Yi Chun's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. Xiao Yi explained, she is your fated partner, bound by destiny. What? She is the most beautiful woman in the 9 provinces, the Empress of Tianxiang Pavilion, Lian Hongshang? Yi Chun was taken aback, never imagining his first encounter with his future partner would unfold in such a manner. Xiao Yi nodded. Indeed, she is Lian Hongshang, your Empress partner, making her way towards you. You must persevere. With that, Xiao Yi made a gesture of encouragement, urging him on. Yi Chun gazed at the shimmering sword in his hand and the menacing Lian Hongshang before him, feeling utterly despondent. Despite Xiao Yi's confident assurance, a wave of panic washed over him. Furthermore, let us not speak of fated unions, for even among spouses, there are numerous instances of betrayal, such as the infamous case of Pan Jinlian plotting against Wu Dalong. Alas, this comparison is rather inappropriate. Perhaps Lian Hongshang resembles Pan Jinlian. Yet he is certainly not Wu Dalong. Just as Yi Chun was disdainfully contemplating the character of Wu Dalong in his mind, a chilling blade was suddenly pressed against his throat. Following this, a voice as frigid as ice erupted in his ears. Who dares to spy on me? Yi Chun felt a jolt of panic and hurriedly protested. I did not spy on you. Lian Hongshang scoffed arrogantly. You are at death's door, and you still refuse to admit your guilt? Yi Chun, his voice cracking, exclaimed, Are you serious? Before you entered the water, I was already bathing in the lake. If there was any spying involved, it was you spying on me, not the other way around. Upon hearing this, Lien Hongshang's fury ignited. You! How dare you speak such nonsense? You think you deserve to be spied upon by me? Yi Chun felt a wave of indignation wash over him. What do you mean by that? Do you dare to challenge my lineage? Believe me, I could reveal ancestral treasures to frighten you. Of course, such thoughts remained confined to the depths of his mind, for to act upon them would surely lead to his dismemberment. Yi Chun continued to plead earnestly. Even if you weren't spying on me, I was here first. This is all a misunderstanding. After careful consideration, she seemed to acknowledge this point. What misunderstanding? You, a mere mortal, dare to insult me? Prepare to be executed. Observing Lien Hongshang's unreasonable demeanor, Yi Chun felt tears welling up. At that moment, he felt more wronged than the legendary Do-E. I was merely bathing here. Who have I offended? When did I insult you? Seeing him rendered speechless, Lien Hongshang's icy voice rang out once more. Do you have anything to say before your demise? Yi Chun shouted yes. What have I done to offend you? Lien Hongshang replied, surely, it is your eyes, is it not? Yi Chun responded, but do you know? I have been blind for 3 years. After uttering this, he feigned a sigh. Alas, you are so beautiful, yet I cannot behold your visage. It is a great regret in life. Lien Hongshang was taken aback by Yi Chun's claim of blindness. If you are indeed blind, how can you know I am beautiful? Yi Chun replied, your innate grace leads me to believe you must be exceedingly lovely. Oh no, you are no longer human. What? You dare to say I am not human? Lien Hongshang's anger flared at his words. Indeed, you are not human. You are a goddess, a benevolent and ethereal goddess. Every girl enjoys compliments, and even the exalted Empress Lien Hongshang is no exception. You are quite the smooth talker. No doubt you have caused your fair share of trouble for young ladies. Today, I shall enact justice. As her words fell, the enchanted sword in her hand advanced an inch, its sharp tip now pressing against Yi Chun's throat. In that moment, Yi Chun could feel the chilling sensation emanating from the blade, sending shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a scene from a classic film came to mind. The iconic moment in a Chinese odyssey where Zixia holds a sword to Ji Zunbao's throat, mirroring his current predicament. The blade had hovered perilously close to his throat, and yet, moments later, its mistress would fall deeply in love with him, all because he chose to utter a lie. Despite having told countless lies in his life, he deemed this one the most exquisite. Just as Ji Zunbao had garnered Zixia's affection with this falsehood, Yi Chun believed he could do the same. With that thought, he prepared himself emotionally and delivered a heartfelt soliloquy, reciting lines that could evoke tears from countless young hearts. You should do this, and I should die. Once, a sincere love was laid before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Only upon losing it did I realize my folly. There is no greater anguish in this world. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would tell that girl 3 words, I love you. If I must place a deadline on this love, I wish for it to be 10,000 years. After delivering this heartfelt declaration, Yi Chun felt somewhat foolish. Nevertheless, he could not deny the profound impact of those lines, especially on a being like Lien Hongshang, who had lived for an eternity yet remained oblivious to the nature of love, a goddess of ice. After a moment of heavy silence, Lien Hongshang inquired, who is the girl you love? Yi Chun longed to blurt out, it is you, my Empress. However, he recognized that given her aloof disposition, such candor would surely lead to his doom. After a moment of contemplation, he feigned sorrow and replied, she is my fiancée, Yi. We were childhood sweethearts, perfectly matched lovers. Alas, I fell into the depths of my training and lost my sight, rendering me a mere shell of a man. At this juncture, Yi Chun chose to remain silent. There existed a rule in the heavenly pavilion. To enter its ranks, one must forsake all romantic attachments. In simple terms, it meant severing all ties of love. Since Shangwan Wanner had joined the heavenly pavilion and become Lien Hongshang's disciple, Lien Hongshang would surely be privy to her personal matters. Perhaps Shangwan Wanner had come to withdraw from their engagement at Lien Hongshang's behest. Indeed, this was the case. Lien Hongshang's heart stirred slightly, her luminous eyes sparkling with a glimmer of recognition. You are Yi Chun of the Yi family from Shuanglin City, are you not? It is entirely possible that the other party might resort to directly murdering their spouse. The danger level is exceedingly high. I must adopt a cautious approach and bide my time. With this thought in mind, Yi Chun feigned a sorrowful demeanor and remarked, alas, Who can say otherwise? I can only bury this affection deep within my heart and silently wish her well. On the surface, Yi Chen portrayed himself as a deeply sentimental protagonist, yet internally, he mused that one day he would bring both of you, master and disciple, into my abode, making you both my wives. Let us see if you dare to bully me so brazenly again. One comes to annul the engagement with a slap in the face, while the other threatens to murder her husband at a whim. Have you turned the tables on me? Do you truly believe that my ancestral treasures cannot handle you? The thought of enchanting beauties Lian Hongshang and Shangguan Waner becoming my wives, subject to my whims, filled Yi Chen with a sense of triumph. This is for you. Inside are some elixirs, a small token of compensation on my behalf for Waner. Just as Yi Chen was lost in his daydreams, Lian Hongshang abruptly tossed him a small jade vial. Upon receiving the vial, Yi Chen comprehended that he had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Waner owes me nothing. I cannot accept this. All of this can only be attributed to the whims of fate. After saying this, Yi Chen once again assumed a facade of sorrowful resignation. If I give it to you, you shall take it. Spare me your incessant prattle. With that commanding statement, Lian Hongshang waved her sleeve, transforming her figure into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the night. Then, from the boundless void, Lian Hongshang's icy voice echoed. What transpired tonight must remain a secret between us. No one must speak of it. Otherwise, I shall surely sever your tongue. Yi Chen paid no heed to Lian Hongshang's blatant threat. He caressed the jade vial, still warm from her touch, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. Ah, the fragrance is delightful. It is indeed the scent of a woman. After indulging in his fantasies, Xiao Yi prompted, "It is now the hour. Would you like to sign in?" Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient divine sword, 7 stars Long Yuan. Upon hearing that the second reward was an ancient artifact, Yi Chen's heart raced with excitement. Xiao Yi, where's my sign-in reward, the 7 stars Long Yuan? Xiao Yi explained. It has been stored in the system space. The host can retrieve it with a mere thought. Eagerly, Yi Chen used his mind to extract the 7 stars Long Yuan from the system space. He had anticipated that, as an ancient artifact, it would possess some grandeur befitting its status. Even if it lacked auspicious signs like the dragon coffin or the phoenix, it should at least shimmer with vibrant radiance. However, the outcome left Yi Chen feeling disheartened. The 7 stars Long Yuan appeared as an utterly unremarkable longsword, lacking even the glimmer of a common sword. In fact, it seemed so ordinary that it could easily be mistaken for scrap metal if tossed onto the street. Is this truly the reward from your system, Xiao Yi? How can such an unremarkable iron sword be deemed an ancient divine weapon? Xiao Yi responded, please do not doubt my expertise. Thank you. This sword is indeed the 7 stars Long Yuan, crafted by the ancient master Oyezi, who devoted his life to its forging. However, after the ancient war between gods and demons, the sword spirit fell into a deep slumber, resulting in its current state. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's explanation, Yi Chen feigned understanding and nodded. I see. How can I awaken the sword spirit? Xiao Yi elucidated. You must find the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the continent and use your blood as a catalyst to merge them into one, thereby awakening the sword spirit and restoring the 7 stars Long Yuan to its former glory. 7 Dragon Balls? Am I to summon a divine dragon as well? Yi Chen internally scoffed at the notion before accepting Xiao Yi's explanation with composure. After a moment of contemplation, he stroked the blade of the 7 stars Long Yuan once more before returning it to the system space. Subsequently, he retrieved the small jade vial gifted by his future Empress wife. As soon as the cork was removed, a rich fragrance of elixirs wafted from within, instantly uplifting Yi Chen's spirit, more exhilarating than consuming an elixir directly. The Empress's offerings must be of the finest quality. The effects should be remarkable. I must commend it. After silently praising his future Empress wife, Yi Chen resolved to find a tranquil location to enter seclusion and prepare to utilize these elixirs to break through the limitations of his current level, aiming to ascend to the Foundation Establishment Stage. Chapter 9. Ascending to the Foundation Establishment Stage. Yi Chen sought a secluded valley, sitting cross-legged. He first employed the heart pupil secret technique, circulating through the 36 cycles of the universe for a brief warm-up. Afterwards, he poured 1 elixir from the Empress into his palm. Pressing his hands together, he enveloped the elixir with his true essence to prevent the loss of its potency. Before long, the elixir began to emit a peculiar fragrance under the influence of his true essence. However, it was not the aroma of a traditional elixir, but rather that of cooked durian. Do not ask Chen how he recognized it. It is a tale of tears. Back on Earth, when he was a weary worker enduring the 996 grind, a colleague had once told him that durian was the king of fruits, and that it was even better when cooked. Consequently, he believed his colleague's absurd claims and cooked durian in a pressure cooker. Since it required a lengthy cooking time, he planned to buy some ingredients from the supermarket to accompany the cooked durian. However, upon returning from the supermarket, the entire neighborhood was in an uproar. Some even called the police, claiming that a pervert was using a pressure cooker for unspeakable acts. Recalling that regrettable incident, Chen felt a sting in his eyes. In no time, tears streamed down his face. This elixir must have been concocted with durian as an ingredient. It is overwhelmingly potent. Though the elixir was an assault on the senses, its efficacy was undeniably remarkable. The effects were immediate. Soon, Chen felt the spiritual energy of the elixir flowing through him like a warm current, nourishing his meridians and limbs. As the energy converged, it gathered within his dantian like rivers merging, causing it to expand, swell, and grow larger. The sensation was akin to inflating one's heart until it reached its limit. The intensity was exhilarating, a delightful sensation that surpassed all expectations. After a wave of overwhelming euphoria, a radiant multicolored light erupted above Chen's head. Lingering in the air, a clear sign of breakthrough. Chen opened his eyes abruptly, and two dazzling beams of brilliance shot forth, piercing the heavens. He had finally broken through and ascended to the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Chen felt an overwhelming and unparalleled primordial force surging within him, yearning to be unleashed. Suddenly, he caught sight of a pair of beastly eyes glimmering with a ghostly green light, fixed intently upon him. It was a ferocious beast, a white tiger with a hanging forehead. This was a second-tier demon beast, possessing strength comparable to a foundational-level cultivator. Had Chen not yet broken through, he would likely have chosen a more cautious approach, opting to evade rather than confront it head-on. However, now his confidence had inflated to its zenith. He felt no fear, not even in the face of a formidable foe. With a flourish, Chen summoned the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss and executed a powerful strike, cleaving through the air with raw ferocity. His swordplay was devoid of any embellishment, direct and brutally effective. The white tiger, enraged by the audacity of a mere foundational-level cultivator daring to challenge it, let out a furious roar and lunged at him with claws bared. The clash between its razor-sharp claws and the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss echoed with a resounding metallic ring. Both Chen and the white tiger were thrust backward from the impact. In that moment, the tiger's claws were stained with its own blood, indicating that it had sustained injuries. Provoked by the scent of its own blood, the white tiger released a soul-chilling roar and leaped again towards Chen. "Come at me," Chen thought, raising the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss to deliver another blow. Yet, to his surprise, the white tiger displayed a flicker of intelligence. Having learned from its previous encounter, it executed a clever feint, avoiding the blade of Chen's sword and instead lunging for his throat with its glistening, sword-like teeth. Had it succeeded, Chen felt certain his head would have been severed. In a swift motion, he ducked, spotting a towering ancient tree behind him, narrowly evading the lethal bite. The tiger's jaws snapped against the tree trunk, producing a terrifying sound of splintering wood. Seizing the opportunity, Chen quickly maneuvered around and, with a fierce swing of the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss, struck at the tiger's head. The beast, having missed its target, crashed into the tree, dazed and disoriented. Before it could react, Chen's sword descended, severing its head in one swift stroke. Blood spattered in all directions, and the once mighty white tiger lay lifeless, twitching for a brief moment before succumbing to stillness. With the beast finally vanquished, Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, his taut nerves beginning to relax. He was acutely aware of the close call he had just experienced, having nearly lost his life to the creature's fangs. It was evident that he needed to refine his agility. Skillfully, he proceeded to skin the white tiger, intending to fashion a fur coat, while also extracting its core, an invaluable treasure, rich in the essence of the beast, akin to spirit stones, useful for cultivation. As for the tiger's meat, he wasted nothing, setting up a rudimentary grill to roast it. After 2 hours of diligent work, the meat was sizzling and juicy, tantalizing enough to draw the attention of a nearby wolf pack. Regrettably, he lacked seasonings such as cumin, black pepper, chili powder, or salt. Otherwise, the flavor would have been exquisite. He mused about the possibilities of live streaming his outdoor cooking, envisioning the envy of other streamers who roasted whole sheep or camels, while he would be preparing tiger meat, surely amassing millions of followers. Alas, the thought of returning to Earth was but a fleeting dream. After indulging in the feast, Chen felt a significant hunger as a result of the recent battle, having expended considerable energy. He consumed nearly half of the massive white tiger, leaving him with a full belly and satisfied burps. However, as he wiped his mouth, an unsettling feeling crept over him. He sensed many eyes watching him eat. It was peculiar. There was no audience in this desolate wilderness, yet he could feel the gaze of numerous creatures. Suddenly, he looked up to behold a startling sight. Surrounding him were hundreds of wolves, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Startled, Chen nearly stumbled backward. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was a massive wolf pack, all fixated on the remaining half of the roasted tiger. It seemed they had been drawn in by the aroma of his cooking. Yet, they appeared hesitant, wary of him, recognizing the fierce reputation of the slain white tiger as the ruler of this mountain. With Chen having demonstrated the ability to slay such a beast, the wolves were cautious, acknowledging his formidable strength. Although he maintained a facade of calm, his heart raced with trepidation. After all, a single tiger could not withstand a horde of wolves. Gathering his composure, he rose slowly and made his way away from the scene. True to his instincts, the wolves did not pursue him, but instead rushed towards the remnants of the roasted tiger as soon as he was out of sight, engaging in fierce competition for the spoils. Once distance was established between him and the pack, Chen followed a nearby stream upstream until he discovered a secluded cave, where he began to meditate and cultivate. Having only just achieved a breakthrough, his vital energy was still unstable, and he needed to solidify his foundation. Thus, he spent a full day and night in seclusion. Before long, the time had come for his daily check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient movement technique, 9 dragons treading the sky. Note: incomplete scroll. Upon hearing the initial part, Chen was overwhelmed with excitement, but the latter remark about it being an incomplete scroll dampened his spirits. Xiao Yi, how am I supposed to cultivate with an incomplete scroll? Xiao Yi explained, host, your current cultivation is still at a novice level. Even if you had the complete scroll, you would be unable to practice it. Chen sighed. The damage is minimal, yet the insult is profound. What does it mean when I say my current cultivation level is akin to that of a weakling? Even if it is the truth, it should never be spoken aloud. Am I to lose face? After a torrent of internal complaints, Chen began to peruse the 9-dragon step. This technique was conceived by a formidable ancient being, the Dragon Master, and is divided into 9 layers. Each layer, once mastered, manifests a true dragon illusion alongside the practitioner's movements. In simpler terms, upon reaching the first layer, one will be accompanied by a single true dragon illusion. At the second layer, 2 illusions will appear, and so forth, culminating in 9 illusions at the 9th layer. However, according to the notes left by the Dragon Master, even the 9th layer is not the ultimate form of the 9-dragon step. There exists an additional realm beyond this, wherein all 9 dragon illusions converge into one, achieving a state of unity, thus forming a tangible dragon that can traverse vast distances in an instant, shattering the heavens themselves. Regrettably, even the Dragon Master could not attain this level of mastery and perished in the battle between gods and demons, a truly grand and magnificent era of ancient times. Chen reflected on the secrets he had acquired, whether it was the 3,000 Sword God technique, Heart's Eye, or the current 9-dragon step, along with the unparalleled divine weapon, the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss, all stem from that ancient age, an era teeming with powerful beings and grand spectacles. After this period of introspection, Chen devoted himself to practicing the 9-dragon step, diligently training for 3 days and nights. Apart from signing in and consuming sustenance, he spent every moment honing his skills. The rewards from his sign-ins during these 3 days proved to be rather lackluster. On the first day, he received a first-grade body refining pill. Pills are categorized from 1 to 9, with 9 levels of quality ranging from exquisite to inferior. Yi Chen's body-refining pill was considered an exquisite specimen among first-grade pills. However, its primary function is to cleanse the marrow and strengthen the bones, which is significantly beneficial for practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, but of little use to those in the foundation establishment stage and beyond. On the second day, he acquired a Dragon Tiger pill, another exquisite first-grade pill. Consuming it restores vitality almost instantaneously, invigorating the user. Its miraculous effects on enhancing vitality are noteworthy. Upon reading the description, Yi Chen was left with a wry expression. What do you take me for? I, Yi Chen, do not require such a pill for assistance. After a moment of righteous indignation, he carefully stored the Dragon Tiger pill away. Who knows if the so-called truth of the fragrant law would apply to him as well. If the sign-in reward from the first 2 days were tasteless and regrettably wasteful, then the reward from the third day was even less valuable than mere scraps. It was simply a note of thanks. Upon seeing those 4 words, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming urge to curse, a mere emptiness for his efforts. In the following 2 days, Yi Chen successfully mastered the one-sword sky sword technique to a proficient level and had just begun to grasp the first layer of the 9-dragon step, barely managing to execute it. However, he had yet to engage in practical combat to fully ascertain his mastery. It can be said that, even against a cautious opponent, he could effortlessly dispatch those below the foundation establishment level with a single sword strike. Against opponents of equal rank, he could also catch them off guard and secure a swift victory. If he faced a stronger adversary who had yet to condense their golden core, he could still hold his own thanks to the 9-dragon step. During these 7 days of experience, Yi Chen felt a profound transformation within himself, as if he had been reborn. Yi Hu Yi Boyong, Zhang family, here I come. Just as Yi Chen, brimming with confidence, prepared to return to Shuanglin City, he suddenly perceived the faint sound of approaching footsteps. His heart quickened, and he swiftly employed the 9-dragon step, leaping atop an ancient tree to observe. There were 6 figures in total, 3 of whom he recognized as members of the Yi family. Leading them was Yi Gang, a loyal lackey of Yi Hu. What could Yi Gang be doing here? Is he after me? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yi Chen's pupils narrowed, revealing a glimmer of cold, murderous intent. It seems I will begin reclaiming some interest from you all. Chapter 11. You all shall die. Yi Gang and Zhang Bao, along with their group of 6, had scoured the forest for quite some time, but had yet to catch a glimpse of Yi Chen. Yi Gang, frustrated, swung his sword to sever the thorns by the roadside, cursing, "Where on earth has Yi Chen gone? We've suffered so much in this forest because of him. If we find him, he will surely get a thorough beating." Zhang Bao glanced at the sky and remarked, "Let us head back. Tomorrow is my young master's wedding day. If we hurry, we might still catch a drink at the celebration." Yi Gang understood Yi Inha's stubborn nature. Without using Yi Chen as leverage, she would never comply willingly and might even cause complications. Contemplating this, he wore a troubled expression and asked, "What will we say if we return without finding Yi Chen?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Bao replied, "We will tell the young masters that Yi Chen was devoured by a beast. I've heard there's second-tier beasts, the white tiger, and a large wolf pack in these woods. Yi Chen's dantian is ruined, and he is blind. He is nothing but a complete waste. Not only could a beast consume him, but even a regular wild animal could easily tear him apart. Moreover, even if Yi Chen had not been eaten by a beast, would he dare to return to Shuanglin City?" Zhang Bao was right. If he were Yi Chen, having escaped, he would surely run as far away as possible, not even considering returning. A disciple from the Zhang family approached, eager to flatter Zhang Bao. However, as he continued, his expression gradually froze. Before him stood a figure, the very Yi Chen they had been seeking. Upon seeing Yi Chen daringly appear before them, Yi Gang and Zhang Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and coldly inquired, "Weren't you all looking for me? How is it that you no longer recognize me?" Yi Gang snapped back to reality, pointing at Yi Chen and cursing, "Yi Chen, you are truly a fool who seeks death. I present you with 2 choices. First, return with us willingly to avoid bodily harm. Second, we will break your bones and then take you back." Observing the arrogant Yi Gang, Yi Chen shook his head and declared, "I shall not choose either of the 2 paths. Instead, I shall select a third. I send you a bunch of beasts, straight to hell for repentance." Hearing Yi Chen dare to utter such fierce words, Yi Gang and Zhang Bao were momentarily taken aback. "Yi Chen, You truly are a stubborn duck that refuses to be cooked. I hope that in a while, your bravado remains intact. After delivering this murderous intent, he drew his sword from its sheath. At that moment, a disciple from the Yi family spoke up. Gangu, why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? To deal with Yi Chun, this waste, let Yi Lu handle it. Don't dirty your blade. Yi Gang found the reasoning sound and nodded in agreement, saying, very well. You shall take care of this waste, but remember, do not harm him. Leave him alive. Brother who still has use for him. Upon receiving Yi Gang's approval, Yi Lu immediately thumped his chest with confidence. Just watch, Gangu. You can count on me. Zhang Bao, worried that all the credit would go to the Yi family, turned to the disciple who had previously flattered him, barking, Zhang Ji, you go help out, and let me vent some frustration. All right, Bao, go. Zhang Ji and Yi Lu exchanged a glance, barely able to contain their excitement as they advanced towards Yi Chun, though their cultivation levels were not high. Both were at the 5th level of Qi refining, particularly Yi Lu, who was on the verge of stepping into the 6th level of Qi refining. Together, they could directly confront a genuine 6th level Qi refining cultivator. Yi Chun, having fallen into a state of chaos during his training, was now not even at the 1st level of Qi refining, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Oh no, he was worse than an average person, for at least a regular individual could still see. Thus, in their eyes, this was merely a head to collect for free. Standing with his hands behind his back, Yi Chun did not even cast a glance at these two. Seeing Yi Chun facing imminent death yet still putting on airs, they felt a surge of indignation. Exchanging glances once more, they simultaneously drew their swords and swung them at Yi Chun. Unfazed, Yi Chun remained still as the gleaming sword shadows rose high, about to descend. His gaze flickered with a sharp glimmer as he firmly declared, "Let the harvest begin with you." Swish! Swish! As soon as the words left his lips, he swiftly drew his sword. The blade flashed with a cold light, instantly unleashing 2 sword beams. Zhang Ji and Yi Lu felt a chill flash before their eyes, and then a sudden coldness gripped their throats. Looking down, they were shocked to find a bloody hole had appeared at their vital throats. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they instinctively dropped their swords and clutched their gushing necks, attempting to slow the flow of life from their wounds. But after retreating just 2 or 3 steps, the vitality in their pupils faded in an instant, and they simultaneously spat out blood, collapsing in a pool of crimson. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, Yi Gang, Zhang Bao, and the others were left dumbfounded, their faces etched with incredulity. After a prolonged silence, they finally managed to stammer. Yi Chun, you have restored your cultivation? Yi Chun mimicked the demeanor of the mighty, gently blowing the blood off his blade. He was not blowing away snow, but rather the remnants of solitude. Once he had dried the blood from his sword, he cast a scornful gaze upon Yi Gang and Zhang Bao. Next! Who shall be next? Yi Gang and Zhang Bao exchanged glances at the lifeless bodies on the ground, unable to suppress their gulping. Let us attack together. He has just regained his cultivation. We are not afraid of him. Yi Gang shouted, raising his voice as he drew his sword. Zhang Bao and the other 2 disciples followed suit, and soon they formed a circle around Yi Chun from the 4 cardinal directions. Yi Gang and Zhang Bao were both at the 8th level of Qi refining, while the remaining 2 disciples, though slightly weaker, were still at the 6th level. They naturally believed that even if Yi Chun had regained his peak cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refining, their combined strength would be sufficient to contend with him. However, in the next moment, Yi Chun would demonstrate just how absurd their assumptions were. Chapter 12. Go to hell and repent properly. Swish, 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 swish. Yi Gang and the others, wielding 4 swords, attacked Yi Chun from different angles simultaneously. Yet, Yi Chun remained unyielding, not flinching or dodging. His eyes sparkled like the stars, illuminating with a fierce glint. He drew his sword and blocked horizontally. With a crisp clash, the sound erupted and sparks flew, casting flickering shadows on the faces of both combatants. Break for me, Yi Chun commanded, his gaze piercing, unleashing a formidable aura that sent Yi Gang and Zhang Bao's 4 swords flying away. Though Yi Gang and Zhang Bao, being of higher cultivation, managed to withstand the impact better, the unfortunate weaker disciples were not so lucky. They were struck and spat blood, their vision going dark as they fell lifelessly. Yi Gang and Zhang Bao, witnessing Yi Chen's explosive power, realized it surpassed his peak state before his chaotic training. In just one exchange, Not only had he withstood their combined assault, but he had also killed 2 of them. This was truly terrifying. Could it be that he had broken through the constraints of his level and ascended to the Foundation establishment realm? Realizing this, Yi Gang and Zhang Bao exchanged quick glances, confirming their shared understanding. He was not someone they could provoke. Run. Escape immediately. They understood the meaning in each other's eyes, and without hesitation, they fled in opposite directions. Chen cast a cold glance at them. Oh, now you wish to flee? Don't you think it's a bit late? He then executed the 9 dragons' sky-treading step, his figure resembling a shooting star in pursuit. His first target was Zhang Bao. Just as Zhang Bao had run a mile, he felt a chilling sensation on his back. Looking down, a cold long sword had pierced through his heart. Swish! Zhang Bao's eyes widened, emitting a pained groan as he fell back. Meanwhile, Yi Gang sprinted for dozens of miles, feeling safe when he noticed Yi Chen did not pursue him. Only then did he dare to pause and catch his breath. However, before he could fully recover, Yi Chen's voice, akin to that of death itself, thundered like a storm. What is the matter? Can't you run any more after such a short while? Yi Gang turned abruptly to find Yi Chen polishing the bloodied long sword, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He shuddered instinctively, retreating in fear. Tripping over a stone, he stumbled and fell. Just as he was about to rise, he caught sight of Yi Chen's figure looming over him. The cold blade, still dripping with blood, sent shivers down his spine. He steeled himself, shouting with a facade of bravado, Yi Chen, I am the son of the clan leader. If you dare to kill me, my father will surely not let you go. Yi Gang, like Yi Hu, was also a son of Yi Boyong. However, Yi Hu was a legitimate son, while Yi Gang was born of a concubine, the result of Yi Boyong's drunken folly with a maidservant. In colloquial terms, he was referred to as a child of a lesser status. Faced with imminent death, Yi Gang still dared to invoke the name of the cunning old fox, Yi Boyong, to threaten him. Yi Chen scoffed coldly, "Hi, Yi Gang. Do you truly believe that even if I spare your life, Yi Boyong would let me off the hook?" Yi Gang, recalling his father's ruthless nature, understood that if Yi Chen were to be reduced to a mere waste, Yi Boyong would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him completely. Moreover, with Yi Chen having regained his powers, the enmity between them had already been forged beyond repair. Not only would Yi Boyong seek to eradicate Yi Chen, but Yi Gang himself would also ensure that Yi Chen was snuffed out before he could fully develop his potential. The thought sent waves of terror through Yi Gang, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Yi Chen, I realize my mistakes. It is all Yi Hu and their doing. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, Who are you calling brother? Big brother Yi Chen. Big brother? Yi Chen laughed derisively. Do you truly believe you are worthy of that title? Master Yi Chen. By the time Yi Gang switched to addressing him as master, his voice was tinged with desperation. According to their lineage, Yi Chen should have referred to him as cousin, yet here he was, addressing his cousin as master. Upon hearing Yi Gang's desperate plea, a satisfied smile spread across Yi Chen's face. Yi Gang, I'm a man of my word. You're aware of this, aren't you? Seeing Yi Chen's tone soften, Yi Gang nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking a grain. Yes, yes, brother Chen. Oh no, master, you are indeed a man of your word. Yi Chen smiled coldly. Since you understand, I should fulfill my promise, wouldn't you agree? At that moment, Yi Gang was too panicked to think critically, before Yi Chen's words had fully settled. He eagerly nodded along. Yes, yes, that is certain. Yi Chen continued. Earlier, I mentioned choosing the third option, sending you to hell to repent. That statement holds no fault. Does it? None at all, none at all. When Yi Gang heard the third repetition, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. He abruptly lifted his head to gauge Yi Chen's expression. In that instant, the bloodied sword had already pierced through his throat. Safe travels to the afterlife. Make sure to repent well in hell. Rest assured, I won't let your corpse rot in the wilderness, for we are kin. Yi Chen declared as he sheathed his sword. Yi Gang's pupils dilated, life fading from his eyes in an instant, enveloped in darkness. Subsequently, Yi Chen dug a pit and buried Yi Gang along with 2 other disciples of the Yi family. Naturally, Yi Chen did not do so without recompense. He confiscated the gold, silver, and spirit stones from Yi Gang and the others as burial fees. As for Zhang Bao and his companions, they were left to rot in the wilderness, awaiting scavengers. After completing his tasks, Yi Chen gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. The sun was setting, much like the day he had first entered the mountains 7 days prior. The fiery sun cast its last glow, tinting the white clouds a brilliant orange. Occasionally, flocks of returning birds would streak across the sky, leaving long arcs in their wake. Yi Boyong, Yi Hu Zhangzhou, wait for me. Tomorrow, we shall settle old scores and new. Chapter 13. The Final Farewell. Miss, the master urgently requests your presence. While Yi Xian was chatting with Ying He at home, a maid rushed in with the news. Chui'er, what does my father want with me? Yi Xian inquired. The maid, known as Chui'er, shook her head, saying, I am not certain, but the master appeared quite anxious, as if there is something important to discuss with you. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xian replied, Very well. I will prepare and go. She then turned to Ying He. Sister Ying He, I will step out for a while. Rest assured, it is safe here. Neither Yi Hu nor the Zhang family would dare to cause trouble. Ying He nodded gently, forcing a smile. Yes, Yi Xian, you go ahead. Not long after Yi Xian left, a sudden clamor of drums and gongs echoed from outside. Soon, an elderly matron entered, leading a group behind her, holding a splendid red wedding gown. Miss Ying He, today is a joyous occasion for you and our young master. You should change into this wedding attire. Ying He's expression turned icy. I refuse. The Zhang family matron chuckled. Miss Ying He, I am merely a servant following orders. Please do not make this difficult for me. Ying He replied sternly. Humph, you brought this upon yourselves. If you do not trouble me, I will not trouble you. Instantly, the Zhang family matron's demeanor shifted, her voice oozing malice. Miss Ying He, do not be ungrateful. I will ask you one last time. Will you change into the wedding gown or not? I will not. Ying He turned her face resolutely away. Seeing this, the Zhang family matron stepped forward and struck Ying He across the face with a resounding slap. Ying He felt a sharp sting, her delicate cheek instantly swelling. She could even see a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The matron sneered, Humph. You wretched girl, that my young master would take an interest in you is a blessing beyond your worth. To be so ungrateful is to invite calamity upon yourself. With that, she gestured to two maidservants to forcibly dress Ying He in the wedding attire. Prepare the sedan. Take the bride back to the Zhang residence. Hearing the festive sounds outside, Yi Xian realized she had been deceived. Just as she was about to leave, her father, Yi Cheng, called out to her. Xianer, what are you planning to do? Father, the Zhang family is forcefully marrying Sister Ying He. I must go and stop them. Yi Boqing's expression hardened as he reprimanded. Nonsense. The marriage between Ying He and Zhang Zhou has the consent of both family heads. How can it be considered forceful? But she does not wish to marry Zhang Zhou. Yi Xian cried out. Marriage is a natural progression. It is not for a mere girl to decide. Besides, Ying He is merely a wild girl picked up by your third uncle, and without our Yi family, she would have perished on the streets long ago. Now is the time for her to repay the Yi family. Moreover, that Zhang Zhou, despite his shortcomings, is still the young master of the Zhang family. Yinhua's current status is no different from that of a maid. If she were to marry him, it would be a considerable elevation for her. Do you understand? Yi Xian, seeing that she could not persuade her father, lost the desire to argue further and turned to walk outside. Yi Xian, stop right there. Before she could finish her words, Yi Boqing swiftly struck, sealing Yi Xian's acupoint from behind, rendering her immobile. Yi Xian recalled Yi Chen's admonition from 7 days prior, her eyes brimming with tears, almost spilling over. Father, I beg you, please release my acupoint. At that moment, the Zhang family was ablaze with lights and festivities, filled with the sound of drums and gongs, a scene of exuberance. Clad in bridal attire, Zhang Zhou sat proudly atop a magnificent steed, exuding an air of triumph. Upon spotting Yinhua's palanquin, he dismounted, eager to lift her red veil. However, he was halted by Granny Zhang. Young master, do not be impatient. The wedding ceremony has not yet begun. Lifting the veil now would be inauspicious. Hearing Granny Zhang's words, Zhang Zhou felt somewhat deflated. He cast a glance at Yinhua's graceful figure and could not help but swallow hard, rubbing his hands together and lecherously remarking, My little beauty, tonight you shall be mine. At the sound of Zhang Zhou's vile words, Yinhua's body trembled involuntarily. Tears welled in her eyes. Brother Yichun, where are you? The Zhang and Yi families were both renowned in Shuanglin City. Thus their union was celebrated by the prominent figures of the town, all of whom had come to offer their congratulations. Yi Boyong and Zhang Dongpeng, the head of the Zhang family, sat in the inner hall, engaged in jovial conversation, both appearing exceedingly pleased. The steward of the Yi residence called out the names of the prestigious guests as they presented their gifts. Li, the owner of the East City Inn, has gifted 1,000 taels of gold in honor of the young master of the Zhang family. Du, the owner of the pawn shop in the West City, presents a pair of jade bracelets for the young master of the Zhang family. Wang, the tailor from the South City, offers a pair of jade corals for the young master of the Zhang family. Sun, the owner of the herbal shop in the North City, sends a first-grade Longhu Dan for the young master of the Zhang family. Just as the steward continued to announce the gifts, a half-man-high bronze bell appeared before him. Having never encountered such a gift, the steward was momentarily taken aback. He looked up to see a young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his face marred by fury, glaring at him with an icy gaze. Ye Chen. Indeed, the newcomer was Yi Chen. Zhang's steward. Why have you not announced my arrival? If you do not, allow me to do it for you. After declaring this, Yi Chen raised the bronze bell high and bellowed. Yi Chen from the Yi family has come to present a bell for the young master of the Zhang family. Presenting a bell? Presenting a funeral? Upon hearing Yi Chen's proclamation, all eyes turned towards him. Isn't this the waste from the Yi family? How dare he show his face here? Huh. He is merely courting death. Almost seems like a funeral for himself. Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, Yinhua trembled and quickly lifted her veil to look at him. Seeing that it was truly Yi Chen, her tears could no longer be contained, cascading down like pearls from a broken string. Brother Yi Chen, she swiftly ran into his embrace, her sobs echoing in the air. Yi Chen, witnessing his sister reduced to tears, felt a pang of heartache and hurriedly wiped her tears. Do not be afraid, Yinhua. Your brother is here. Today, no one dares to lay a finger on you. While he was drying her tears, he suddenly noticed signs of swelling on her cheek. His expression darkened, and he inquired sternly, Yinhua, did they strike you? Chapter 14. One sword to slash. Yinhua bit her lip, striving to control her emotions and prevent further tears. Yi Chen surveyed the surroundings and shouted angrily, Who struck my sister? Ha, who could it be? What a grand display of power, yet merely a waste from the Yi family dares to cause trouble here at the Zhang family. A matron from the Zhang family stepped forward, mocking him. Yi Chen's eyes glinted with cold fury. Was it you who struck my sister? The Zhang matron, emboldened by the presence of her family's master and young master, assumed Yi Chen, being a waste, would not dare retaliate, and thus confessed. Indeed, it was I. So what? If you wish to enter the Zhang family's domain, you must abide by our rules. Disobedience warrants punishment. Yi Chen's anger turned into a mocking smile as he retorted, Very well, today I shall witness just how formidable the Zhang family truly is. He then turned to his sister. Yinhua, which hand did she use to strike you? I struck her with my right hand. What of it? Before Yinhua could respond, the Zhang matron raised her right hand and waved it in front of Yi Chen. Slash. Yi Chen uttered this word with a murderous intent and drew his sword from its sheath. With a clang, a sharp flash of light cut through the air. Before anyone could react, the Zhang matron emitted a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. My haunt, my haunt. The crowd turned to see that her raised right hand had been cleanly severed by Yi Chen's sword, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock. Such speed with the sword. Wasn't Yi Chen supposed to be a waste, his dantian shattered? How has he become so powerful in just a few days? The Zhang matron was the nurse of Zhang Zhou. Zhang Zhou, witnessing Yi Chen's audacity in severing his nurse's hand before him, was consumed with rage. Yi Chen, you seek death. With a furious roar, he drew his sword and lunged at Yi Chen. Yi Chen stood his ground, unflinching, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he coldly regarded his opponent. As Zhang Zhou's sword descended, Yi Chen swiftly drew his bloodied Qixing Longyuan sword once more. Whoosh! Another swift flash of the sword cut through the air. Zhang Zhou was a mere playboy, his cultivation inferior even to that of Zhang Bao and Yi Gang. He stood no chance against Yi Chen's lethal strike. With a swift motion, the razor-sharp blade swept across his neck. Zhang Zhou felt his head tilt, and in an instant, his head rolled away, blood spraying like a fountain. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, the entire assembly fell into stunned silence. After a moment of hushed disbelief, someone finally gasped in astonishment. Am I seeing things? Yi Chen actually beheaded the young master of the Zhang family? Alas, the poor young master of the Zhang family, on what should be a day of celebration, has met with such a tragic end. Nearby, Yi, who had never imagined that the waste he had bullied for 3 years, Yi Chen, would dare to kill Zhang Zhou outright. Enraged, he bellowed, "Yi Chen, you waste, how dare you kill Zhang Zhou? Just wait until I make you wish for death." After a fit of hysterical rage, Yi Hu advanced with his sword, akin to a tiger descending the mountain, aiming his strike at Yi Chen. The power exhibited by this sword was evidently tenfold stronger than that of Zhang Zhou's earlier attack. Even before the blade reached its target, the fierce sword intent struck the spectators' faces like painful hail. The crowd gasped at the overwhelming might emanating from Yi Hu's swordplay, astonished to learn that he had already attained the 9th level of Qi refinement. It was evident that within 2 years, he would likely break through the confines of his current level and ascend to the Foundation Establishment realm. The 3rd generation of the Yi family truly brimmed with talent, heralding the emergence of a true dragon. Hearing the praises from those around him, Yi Hu began to feel a sense of elation. Though his nature was that of a playboy, often indulging in frivolities, his innate talent for cultivation was indeed commendable. Just days ago, he had advanced to the 9th level of Qi refinement and had been seeking an opportunity to showcase his prowess. Little did he expect that as he dozed off, a chance would present itself. In the face of Yi Hu's fierce assault, Yi Chen remained unfazed, treating him with utter disdain. Whether one was at the 5th or the 9th level of Qi refinement mattered little. Anyone below the Foundation Establishment realm could be cut down with a single sword strike. Yi Chen maintained his stance, executing the same move as before. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he unleashed a slicing blow through the air. Having witnessed Yi Chen draw his sword twice to sever Zhang Ma's wrist and Zhang Zhou's head, Yi had already steeled himself against the possibility of Yi Chen employing the same tactic. When Yi Chen indeed repeated his maneuver, Yi Hu could not help but mock. Yi Chen, is that all you've got? One strike is sufficient to vanquish you." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Yi Chen's sword shadow transformed into a flash of lightning, descending upon Yi Hu. This strike was straightforward and brutal, devoid of any hesitance, aimed directly at claiming Yi Hu's life. Yi Hu swung his sword in a bid to parry Yi Chen's strike, but in the next instant, the confidence and pride on his face froze, replaced by unprecedented shock and terror. The speed of the blow was too swift for him to counter. Crack! Yi Chen's sword fell, severing Yi Hu's sword-bearing arm cleanly. Blood sprayed forth, staining the eyes of everyone present. Yi Chen blew the remaining blood from his blade. Its cold glint sharp and menacing. "Yi Hu, you incessantly label me as a waste, yet you cannot even withstand a single strike from me. If I am indeed a waste, then what does that make you? A being even inferior to refuse?" Yi Hu, upon meeting Yi Chen's icy gaze, attempted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, glanced at his blood-soaked severed arm, and could utter not a single syllable. His face turned as pale as parchment, beads of sweat the size of peas trickling down his forehead. Before Yi Chen could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him. Overwhelmed by fury, he collapsed unconscious. In the inner hall, the 2 family heads, Yi Bo and Zhang Dongpeng, rushed in upon hearing the commotion outside. Upon seeing their sons lying in pools of blood, they were momentarily rendered speechless. "Whoer, shower." Yi Bo, noticing his son's severed arm, yet still alive, felt a sudden relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Zhang Dongpeng, upon discovering his son was lifeless, felt his eyes turn blood-red, consumed by a primal rage akin to a furious beast. "Despicable Yi Chen, you dare to kill my son? I shall make you pay in blood." Chapter 15. Battling the 2 veteran Foundation Establishment Masters. In a fit of rage, Zhang Dongpeng lunged at Yi Chen with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey. As an experienced Foundation Establishment cultivator, his prowess had reached at least the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. Yi Chen, having just ascended to this realm, would be at a severe disadvantage in a direct confrontation. Nevertheless, he harbored no fear. The 7-star dragon abyss unsheathed with a resonant dragon's roar, slicing through the air like a lightning bolt. Even Zhang Dongpeng, a seasoned cultivator, could not afford to underestimate the sword's finesse. Driven by vengeance for his son, he had initially entered the fray unarmed, and he dared not meet Yi Chen's lethal strike head-on. Instead, he swiftly gathered his hands, spinning in midair to narrowly evade the deadly blow. Yi Chen had no intention of claiming Zhang Dongpeng's life with that strike. His primary goal was merely to force him back. With his objective achieved, Yi Chen wasted no time, swiftly moving to embrace his sister, Yi Inha, whose slender waist he could barely encircle. Inha, brother will take you away. Hold on tight. Tears of joy filled Yi Inha's eyes as she gazed at her brother's handsome profile, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. She then clung tightly to Yi Chen's waist, resting her small head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Stop him. Block him. Zhang Dongpeng commanded the Zhang family's guards with fury as he saw Yi Chen attempting to escape. Immediately, 5 or 6 guards armed with swords and blades positioned themselves to obstruct Yi Chen's path. Yi Chen cast them a dismissive glance, his gaze frosty and unyielding. If you wish to live, then step aside. With his thunderous shout, the 7-star dragon abyss swept through the air like a radiant rainbow. Thud! 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 The 3 guards at the forefront were taken by surprise, dispatched effortlessly as if they were mere vegetables. The remaining guards, witnessing Yi Chen's ferocity, instinctively recoiled, unwilling to engage. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Dongpeng charged forward once more. This time, he had learned from his previous encounter, drawing twin daggers from his waist. He wielded them with ferocious intent, striking at Yi Chen's shoulders with precision. With Yi Inha in his arms, Yi Chen found himself at a disadvantage, unable to evade and bracing himself for impact. As the clash echoed through the air, Zhang Dongpeng's blades met the 7-star dragon abyss with a resounding clang, akin to a hammer striking a drum. Though the sword spirit of the ancient weapon lay dormant, it remained a formidable relic, renowned for its ability to slice through iron as if it were mere mud. Zhang Dongpeng's twin daggers, though forged through extensive refinement, paled in comparison to the ancient sword. Thus, despite Zhang Dongpeng's overwhelming cultivation prowess, he found himself at a significant disadvantage when it came to weaponry. The 2 combatants appeared evenly matched, with Yi Chen's seemingly unremarkable iron sword displaying a distinct superiority over other weapons in direct confrontation. Although Zhang Dongpeng was unaware of the sword's true nature, he recognized it as anything but ordinary. At that moment, his motivations shifted from mere vengeance to a desire to seize this divine weapon for himself. Indeed, many others held similar aspirations. Not merely Zhang Dongpeng alone, but also the cunning Yi Yong. From the very beginning, he sensed the peculiarities surrounding this matter. Under the pretense of tending to his son Yihu's injuries, he intended for Zhang Dongpeng to engage in a battle with Yi Chen, leading to mutual destruction. In that scenario, he would reap the benefits as the opportunistic bystander. Zhang Dongpeng, witnessing his seasoned foundation-building prowess unable to subdue the supposedly useless Yi Chen in such a short span, felt rage surging within him. Casting a glance towards Yi Boyong, he inadvertently locked eyes with him. Their gazes met, confirming their mutual acknowledgement as old foxes. Since they were both ancient cultivators, there was no need for idle chatter. With this in mind, Zhang Dongpeng disregarded any semblance of dignity and shouted towards Yi Boyong, "Brother Yi, this child possesses an innate monstrosity, as long as he exists. You shall never secure your position as the head of the Yi family." Upon hearing Zhang Dongpeng's declaration, Yi Boyong could no longer maintain his facade. He was acutely aware that Zhang Dongpeng's words were entirely justified, given their actions over the past 3 years towards Yi Chen and his siblings. If Yi Chen were to escape today, with the cultivation he had displayed, it wouldn't be long before he coalesced his golden core and returned as a formidable force, seeking revenge against them. Weighing the pros and cons, Yi Boyong glared angrily at Yi Chen, proclaiming, "Yi Chen, as a member of the Yi family, how can you be so brutal as to sever the arm of your own brother? Today, I shall cleanse the family in the name of our ancestors." After delivering this righteous statement, Yi Boyong cast aside any pretense and launched a rapid assault towards Yi Chen. Yi Boyong, your words are sweeter than honey. When Yihu humiliated my siblings and me, did you ever consider that we are the same blood? Yi Chen retorted angrily, raising his 7-star dragon abyss sword, striking forth with the might to cleave mountains. Had it been just Yi Boyong or Zhang Dongpeng, Yi Chen might have managed to hold his ground by leveraging the power of the 7-star dragon abyss. However, with both of them joining forces without the slightest regard for decorum, his chances of victory diminished to nearly zero. After just a few exchanges, it became evident that Yi Chen was at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of defeat. Yet, despite the looming possibility of his downfall, the gathered crowd no longer dared to underestimate him. Nobody could have anticipated that the once downtrodden cultivator, who had suffered a breakdown and lost his sight, would rise again in such a short span of time, transforming into a dazzling prodigy. Even if he were to fall today, he would do so with honor. Having confronted two seasoned foundation builders while cradling a delicate girl in his arms. Such heroic valor was indeed remarkable. Many spectators found themselves quietly lamenting for Yi Chen. An elderly man stroked his beard and sighed. Alas, youth is often impulsive. With his talent restored, given his extraordinary potential, it is likely he will ascend in just a few years. By then, even the combined forces of Yi Boyong and Zhang Dongpeng may not be his match. But if he does not act today, his sister may end up marrying that wastrel Zhang Zhou. A woman beside the elderly man blinked, revealing the root of Yi Chen's recklessness. The old man sighed once more, continuing, Alas, the path of immortality is inherently ruthless. If one is swayed by emotional ties and cannot transcend personal feelings, then no matter how gifted one may be, longevity on the path of immortality will be elusive. Chapter 16. A Deep Sibling Bond. Clang. Seizing the moment, Zhang Dongpeng swung his blades once more, fiercely striking at Yi Chen. In this life-and-death juncture, though Yi Chen managed to parry the lethal blow with his sword, he was unprepared for Yi Boyong's ambush. Taking advantage of the chaos, as Yi Chen confronted Zhang Dongpeng, Yi Boyong aimed a palm strike, initially targeting not Yi Chen, but the defenseless Yi Inha in his embrace. He believed that, given Yi Chen's feelings for the girl, he would surely fight to protect her. Yi Boyong's gamble paid off. Just as the fierce palm was about to land on Yi Inha, Yi Chen spun mid-air, bracing his back against the oncoming force. Yi Chen felt as if his internal organs had shifted, his body shaken to the core, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Brother, Yi Inha cried, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string upon seeing Yi Chen injured in his attempt to protect her. Inha, don't cry, I'm fine. Yi Chen soothed his sister briefly before wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and turning to slash at Yi Boyong with renewed vigor. Yi Boyong, aware that Yi Chen's sword was a divine weapon, dared not engage directly. Instinctively, he retreated. With Yi Boyong pushed back, Yi Chen forcibly activated his heart and eye secret technique to sustain himself and swiftly executed the Nine-Dragon Sky Step. Although he had only just begun to master this technique, he never anticipated that in this dire moment, he would grasp its profound essence. Roar! A golden dragon silhouette materialized, enveloping both Yi Chen and Yi Inha, accompanied by a soul-stirring dragon roar. They vanished into thin air amidst a gale. What did I just see? Was that a dragon? Good heavens! Yi Chen has summoned a divine dragon? Witnessing this incredible spectacle left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Even those who had witnessed it firsthand struggled to believe their eyes. Yi Boyong and Zhang Dongpeng stood in shock, disbelief etched across their faces. After a long pause, they finally exclaimed in astonishment, Quick, pursue him! Yi Chen must have obtained some secret inheritance. He cannot be allowed to escape. A waste with a shattered dantian and blindness had risen powerfully in just a few days. Wielding a divine weapon and executing a technique accompanied by a dragon shadow, it was evident that Yi Chen had stumbled upon some hidden legacy. Moreover, it was rumored that the desolate mountains outside Lin City were the site of an ancient battle between gods and demons, where many powerful beings had perished. Those who had initially felt sympathy for the plight of Yi Chen and his sister now found themselves driven by greed, their eyes burning with desire for the rumored inheritance. One by one, they pursued the siblings, like wolves who had not eaten for days, catching sight of a delectable lamb. Brother, please put me down. Otherwise, neither of us would escape. Yi Inhong, witnessing the entire city's cultivators incited by Yi Boyong and Zhang Dongpeng to pursue her and her brother, felt tears welling up as she implored him. Yi Chen shot her a fierce glance and said, Inhong, what nonsense are you talking about? Startled by his glare, Yi Inhong instinctively shrank her head. Noticing her reaction, Yi Chen softened his tone. Silly girl, I've promised to protect you for a lifetime. How could I abandon you to save myself? Yi Inhong opened her mouth to say something more, but upon seeing the unwavering determination in Yi Chen's eyes, she swallowed her words and nodded vigorously. There were bloodstains ahead. Yi Chen must be there. Quick, let us pursue. Just then, a cacophony arose from behind. Yi Chen turned to see dozens of cultivators, brandishing various weapons, charging toward them. His frosty gaze flashed with cold brilliance. If you're not afraid of death, then come after me. After uttering this, Yi Chen summoned his true essence, clasping Yi Inhong, and dashed toward the wild mountains outside the city. Given his current circumstances, The only way to break free from this predicament was to harness external force. He recalled that within these wild mountains roamed a pack of wolves, numbering in the hundreds. Their territory was usually fixed and seldom shifted. Moreover, only a few days had passed since their last encounter with the wolves. Therefore, he was certain that the pack still lingered nearby. Last night, he had intentionally tossed the bodies of Zhang Bao and the others into the wolves' territory. Upon reaching the site where he had disposed of the corpses, he found only 3 eerily stark skeletons remaining. Indeed, the wolf pack was still present. As Chen contemplated how to outsmart the wolves, the frenzied cultivators had already caught up. A burly middle-aged man, wielding a 9-ring broadsword, shouted at Yi Chen, I am Jin Bao, the leader of the Golden Leopard Gang. If you surrender your divine weapon and the secret text you've obtained, my gang can guarantee the safety of you and your sister. Before he could finish, another middle-aged scholar scoffed, Do you think your Golden Leopard Gang is worthy of such grandiose claims? Jin Bao glared with fury, retorting what? You, a pretty boy, dare to disrespect me? Do you want me to cleave you in two? As they began to bicker, on the verge of a physical confrontation, Yi Chen cast a disdainful glance at them. Since you desire my divine weapon and the secret texts, then follow me. After this taunt, he continued into the depths of the wild mountains, holding Yi Inhong tightly. They ran for another half an hour before they spotted several demon wolves feasting on the carcass of a spotted tiger. The wolves, seeing intruders, instinctively assumed they were there to steal their meal, glaring with their eerie green and red eyes and growling threateningly. Yi Chen glanced back, then swiftly employed the 9-dragon step, brushing past the wolf pack. Before the wolves could comprehend the situation, the pursuing cultivators surged in behind them, their gazes locked. Silence enveloped the scene. After a moment, a cultivator suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, it's a pack of demon wolves. PSH, just a few beasts. What is there to fear? Slaughter them all, came the boisterous reply. Chapter 17, Healing. A frenzied battle erupted between the reckless cultivators and the bloodthirsty demon wolves in the forest. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had taken refuge in the water with Yi Inhong. This was the place where the Scarlet Robe's fiery wrath would erupt. If only his future Empress were here, Yi Chen mused. With her strength, she wouldn't even need to lift a finger. A mere glance would obliterate them. Lost in thought, Yi Chen suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Perhaps he should seek a life of ease. Observing the blissful smile on Yi Chen's face, Yi Inhong, with her sparkling eyes, curiously asked, Brother, what are you thinking? Why are you smiling so happily? Yi Chen's daydream about a life of ease was abruptly shattered by his sister's inquiry. He couldn't help but pinch her exquisitely crafted face, feeling her skin like fine jade. Exquisite beyond words. Ah, such a lovely sister. How will I bear it when she marries? He lamented. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he sighed deeply. Yi Inhong noticed a sudden shift from joy to melancholy and blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. Brother, why are you sighing again? Yi Chen rubbed his nose and replied, Inhong, you're so beautiful. I can't help but feel sad thinking about who will win your heart in the future. Yi Inhong was taken aback by Yi Chen's thoughts. A charming blush crept across her delicate cheeks. Brother, what are you talking about? I'm still young. Besides, I don't want to get married. I want to be with you forever. As she spoke, her voice trailed off, tinged with an undeniable shyness. It was confirmed. There was indeed an inappropriate sense of attachment. Although they shared no blood relation, Yi Chen felt a wave of wickedness wash over him. Shaking his head, he cast aside those absurd thoughts and looked up at the sky. The battle on the shore must be over. Let us go take a look. Yi Inhong nodded obediently, cautiously following behind Yi Chen. Though the cultivators were numerous, they hailed from different factions, each harboring their own agendas. Many had past grievances, and it was already commendable that they weren't backstabbing each other, let alone aiding one another. Additionally, this forest was the domain of the demon wolves. With the odds stacked against them, the cultivators quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Realizing the precarious situation, those who had previously boasted the loudest began to calculate their escape, leaving their comrades to fend for themselves in the battle against the wolves. This retreat triggered a chain reaction. No one wished to be foolish and sacrifice themselves for others. Consequently, panic ensued, and the will to fight dissipated. The outcome was all but inevitable. Soon, the human cultivators found themselves in utter disarray, retreating in panic as the bloodthirsty demonic wolves relentlessly pursued them. The human disciples abandoned a dozen corpses in their flight back to the city, barely managing to escape. In a show of might, the leading Silver Wolf King, accompanied by its pack, unleashed a series of terrifying howls towards the city gates, reveling in their triumph until sunset, when they finally returned to the forest, basking in their victory. During these days, Chen had already discerned the general movements of the wolf pack. Once the battle had concluded, he brought Ingha ashore, steering clear of the wolves' territory, and sought refuge in a relatively safe valley. Collecting some dry twigs, he lit a bonfire. Ingha, you should remove your wet clothes and dry them by the fire. The night air is cold. You mustn't catch a chill. Upon hearing Chen's words, Ingha obediently nodded and began to peel off her damp garments one by one. As more than half of her clothes were shed, revealing her snowy skin, she suddenly realized a grave concern. Her brother's gaze seemed to be lingering on her. Startled by this realization, she instinctively let out a sharp scream. Chen, who had been adding wood to the fire with his back turned, quickly turned around. Ingha, what is wrong? The moment he faced her, adrenaline surged through him, and he could not help but swallow hard. She was truly a breathtaking vision. Ah, brother, you're so naughty for peeking. Yinke exclaimed. Her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. You're mistaken, I did not, it's impossible. Chen hastily. Though his eyes betrayed his honesty, fixed intently upon her enchanting figure. Brother, you're insufferable for continuing to stare. Frustrated, Ingha picked up a stone, contemplating throwing it at him, but hesitated for fear of hurting him. Instead, she imagined him sprawled on the ground, struck by her stone, and a smile threatened to break through her annoyance. In an effort to dismiss such frivolous thoughts, Chen seated himself cross-legged like a monk in meditation. Once his mind was settled, he began to utilize the visualization technique from his heart to assess his internal injuries. At that moment, he discovered numerous wounds across his body, over 10 in total, predominantly superficial. However, one injury was particularly severe, an internal wound inflicted by the cunning Yi Boyong to protect Ingha, which had damaged his vital organs. If left to heal naturally, it would require at least 1.5 years of recuperation, and any misstep could result in dire consequences. Time was of the essence, as neither Zhang Dongpeng nor Yi Boyong, nor any other cultivator coveting the 7 stars dragon abyss, would relent. They might return tomorrow to pursue him. Thus, Chen could not afford a delay. He must heal swiftly to regain his peak condition. Suddenly, he recalled the medicinal pills provided by the Empress, which were specifically designed for healing. He quickly retrieved the small jade bottle gifted by Lian Hongchang. A rich fragrance wafted from the vial, invigorating his senses. Carefully, he poured one pill into his palm and consumed it. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, and he felt a warm current coursing through his body, mending his injuries as it traveled through his meridians. As it circulated through his system, it effectively healed his wounds, and he sensed a significant enhancement in his power, reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. If he were to consume another pill, he could potentially break through to the second level of foundation establishment. However, Chen refrained from doing so. While relying on pills could hasten his cultivation, the potential repercussions were considerable. Even without toxic side effects, rapid advancement could destabilize his foundation, rendering it fragile. It was akin to a game where consuming vast amounts of experience potions would elevate one's level significantly, yet without corresponding skills and equipment. One would still be easily outmatched by players with lesser levels but superior abilities. Such reckless behavior was the hallmark of a mindless antagonist. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Chen resolved to progress steadily and allow his cultivation to unfold naturally, as forcing it would only lead to adverse outcomes. After concluding his healing, Chen opened his eyes to find that Ingha had dried her clothes and donned them completely. Not wanting to disturb him as he meditated, she sat quietly beside him, cradling her chin in her hands. When Chen's gaze met hers, a blush crept across her cheeks, and she quickly looked away. Just then, her stomach let out a loud grumble. Chen smiled indulgently. Ingha, I suppose you're hungry. She nodded gently, yes, a little. I haven't had much of an appetite lately, worrying about your safety. Stay here by the fire. I will find us something to eat, he said. Upon hearing Chen's intent to leave, Ingha's face reflected concern. Brother, understanding her apprehensions, Chen reassured her with a warm smile. Do not worry. I will not venture far. I will stay close. He added firmly, Ingha, I promise to protect you for a lifetime. I will ensure your safety without fail. After hearing his earnest vow, her heart fluttered like a little deer, and she nodded vigorously. Okay, thank you, brother. A quarter of an hour later, Chen returned, carrying 3 rabbits, 2 large and 1 small. Hong, observing the pitiable little rabbit, felt a pang of compassion and gently remarked, Brother, the rabbit is so adorable. How do we possibly eat it? If we were to consume them, wouldn't their family be deeply concerned? Watching his naive and innocent sister, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head and said with utmost seriousness, Not at all. Hong, her doe-like eyes shimmering with curiosity, asked, But you're not a rabbit. How can you be so sure? Chen pointed to the 3 rabbits on the ground, explaining, Look at this family of 3. They're all here. A family of rabbits should remain together. That sounds quite reasonable, Hong responded, momentarily at a loss for words. Having undergone survival training in his previous life, Chen skillfully took out a dagger, deftly skinning the rabbits and cleaning them thoroughly. Soon after, he constructed a simple barbecue rack with remarkable ease. Gourmet ingredients often require only the most rudimentary cooking methods. After about half an hour, the 3 wild rabbits were perfectly roasted to a golden hue, sizzling with juices. Regrettably, the absence of seasonings such as salt, chili, and cumin meant they had to be eaten plain, leaving something to be desired. Hong yachit in age. Unable to believe that her brother, who could barely boil water, could actually grill meat, and quite well at that. The aroma was enough to make her, a little glutton, salivate. Brother, is it ready yet? Chen deemed it sufficiently cooked and handed one of the rabbits to Hong. She eagerly approached, opening her cherry-like mouth to take a bite. However, as it was freshly roasted, it was still quite hot, and the foolish girl nearly burned herself. Hong, be careful. It's hot. Let me blow on it for you. With that, Chen took back the roasted rabbit and gently blew on it to hasten its cooling. Noticing Chen sweating profusely, Hong took out a delicate handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped his brow. They exchanged a sweet smile, the flickering firelight casting a warm glow on their flushed cheeks, creating an exceptionally cozy atmosphere. Silly girl, it's just about ready. You can eat now. As he spoke, Chen handed the less hot roasted rabbit back to Hong. Eagerly, she took a bite of the golden rabbit, and the rich juices filled her mouth. Though lacking in seasoning, the meat was exceptionally tender and flavorful. Thus, the very girl who had once lamented the cuteness of rabbits now shed tears as she devoured an entire one. So delicious, she exclaimed, patting her flat little belly in satisfaction and letting out a contented burp. Wow, I'm so full. This is the best roasted meat I've ever had. Chen found himself quite taken with Hong's playful and adorable demeanor. Hong, it's getting late. We must continue our journey tomorrow. You should rest beside me for a while. Deep within, Hong felt a hint of shyness, yet she obediently settled beside Chen, resting her little head on his shoulder. In the soft glow of the firelight, a sweet smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Chen gently ran his fingers through her silky hair, twirling it around his fingertips. Suddenly, Hong's brows knitted tightly, and she drew in a soft gasp. Chen, puzzled, asked Hong what is wrong. She bit her lip and replied, Brother, you're pulling my hair. Chen, bewildered, thought, Why does that sound a bit mischievous? Chapter 19. Your smile I shall protect. Brother, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Hong's face flushed with shyness, unable to meet Chen's gaze. It's nothing, Hong. It's getting late. You should get some rest. He quickly turned his head away, tending to the firewood to distract himself from wandering thoughts. Brother, I can't sleep. Can you tell me a story? Chen pondered for a moment and replied, All right, let me tell you the story of Snow White. Snow White? Hong blinked her large, innocent eyes, perplexed. Yes, Snow White. Chen confirmed with a nod. Where is Snow White? Why is she called that? In a very distant land. She is named Snow White because her skin is as white as snow. Hong glanced at her own fair arms and pouted, asking, Is Snow White's skin whiter than mine? Chen chuckled inwardly, thinking, why do girls always ask such silly questions? No, Hong, your skin is the fairest of all. How could Snow White compare to you? Hee. At Chen's compliment, Hong beamed with joy. However, she playfully retorted, but she is called Snow White. How could I possibly be whiter? Chen rolled his eyes internally, thinking, You already know that. Why ask me? Hong then blinked her bright eyes at Chen, inquiring, Brother, have you ever seen Snow White? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen responded, I have. Oh, so you've seen Snow White? Is she beautiful? Her tone carried a hint of disappointment, reminiscent of a girlfriend feeling jealous upon hearing her boyfriend praise another girl's beauty. Yet Yi Chun, having experienced the rigors of 9 years of compulsory education, was not easily fazed by Yi Inhong's innocent queries. He feigned a mysterious smile and said, Inhong, you're the Snow White in my heart. Tell me, how beautiful is that? Yi Inhong was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. Brother, you're so naughty. Always teasing me. I don't want to play with you anymore. With that, she turned her little head aside to signify she truly didn't want to play with Yi Chun. Yet, her delicate features were radiant, as if she had just tasted honey. Do you still want to hear the story? Yi Chun asked. Yi Inhong nodded earnestly, yes. Yi Chun recollected the tale of Snow White and cleared his throat, beginning to narrate. In a faraway kingdom, there was a king whose queen bore him a daughter. The girl's skin was as white as snow, and she was remarkably beautiful, so everyone called her Snow White. However, the queen soon passed away, and the king married a new queen. This new queen was also exquisite, but possessed a deep-seated jealousy. Each day, she would inquire of the magic mirror, Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? Previously, the mirror always reflected her image, but this time it revealed the smiling visage of Snow White. This incited great fury within the new queen, who secretly summoned 2 guards, Ben Borba and Babo Urban, instructing them to eliminate Snow White. Yi Yinha listened with rapt attention, particularly captivated by the malicious intent of the queen. Her heart raced as she heard the command to kill Snow White. Brother, what happened next? Surely, Snow White did not perish so easily. Of course not. Continue listening. Yi Yinha nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, urging Yi Chun to proceed. Eventually, she learned that Snow White, using her cleverness, escaped into the dense forest, allowing her anxious heart to settle once more. However, upon hearing that the wicked queen, undeterred, sent a poison apple to Snow White, her heart tightened again. Yet, when she heard that Snow White was rescued by 7 dwarfs, she danced with joy. In the end, when the prince on his white steed vanquished the evil queen and took Snow White to his castle for a life of unbridled happiness, a satisfied smile graced Yi Yinha's rosy cheeks. Brother, your storytelling is exceptional. I wish to be Snow White, she exclaimed, momentarily pausing. Her cheeks flushed as she added, Brother, you are my prince, riding on a white horse, galloping across the world. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Galloping across the world could refer to a motorcycle, and riding a white horse does not necessarily imply a prince. It could just as easily be a monk. Brother, I still can't sleep. Please tell me another story. Yi Yinha looked at him with her large, captivating eyes, her tone sweet and endearing, making it impossible to refuse. Yi Chun glanced at the night sky and replied, I could tell you a story, but let us save it for tomorrow. 1 story each night, like 1001 nights. How does that sound? Yes, yes. You are the best, brother. Yi Yinha nodded enthusiastically. The thought of having 1001 nights filled with her brother's stories made her feel utterly blissful, prompting her to peck lightly on Yi Chen's cheek. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned, never expecting Yi Yinha to initiate such an affectionate gesture. After regaining his composure, he touched his cheek where she had kissed him and looked over at her. Realizing her own lapse in decorum, Yi Yinha's face turned crimson, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Brother, I'm going to sleep now. Good night. With that, she buried her little head in Yi Chen's arm, feigning sleep and emitting soft snores. Finding her utterly adorable, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. Yi Yinha, filled with excitement and anxiety, pretended to sleep. Eventually, she drifted into a gentle slumber, a sweet smile gracing her lips, clearly having dreamt a lovely dream. Yinha, your happiness shall be my guardianship henceforth, Yi Chun mused, watching her smiling face. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to kiss her back, the system's notification abruptly interrupted the moment. Ding, the hour has arrived. Will the host check in? Chapter 20, what a silly girl. Check in. Ding, congratulations on successfully checking in, receiving a detoxifying elixir. Upon seeing that the reward was merely a basic elixir rather than some ancient weapon or secret manual, Yi Chun felt a slight disappointment. What he truly needed was to enhance his abilities, for only then could he navigate this brutal world of the survival of the fittest and better protect those he loved. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing, and who knows when this detoxifying elixir might come in handy. After all, one might encounter treacherous individuals who resort to underhanded tactics. Yi Chen stored the elixir safely and settled into a meditative posture, akin to a monk in deep contemplation, beginning his cultivation. The night passed uneventfully. Ye yinan istet against Chen se shoulder, silipin soundly. The first rays of dawn filtered through the branches, cascading like pure spring water onto her porcelain-like face. Awakened by the gentle sunlight, Yi Yinhe rubbed her sleepy eyes. "Brother," she instinctively called out, but received no response. She quickly turned to look and found Yi Chen peacefully resting beside her. Her heart, which had been in suspense, finally relaxed. Seeing Yi Chen in such a deep slumber, she hesitated to disturb him, even being cautious with her breathing. In truth, Yi Chen was not asleep but deep in his cultivation, appearing as if he were in slumber. After completing another cycle of the hard, secret technique, he slowly opened his eyes. Despite having gone the entire night without sleep, he bore no signs of fatigue. Rather, he seemed invigorated. "Yinhe, you're awake." Yi Chen greeted her with a warm smile. "Are you hungry? Should I prepare something for you?" Yi Yinhe shook her head vigorously. "I'm not hungry." Yi Chen noticed her demeanor was somewhat shy and awkward, leaving him bewildered about what she wished to do. "Yinhe, what is the matter? Just say it directly." Yi Yinhe bit her lip and stammered, "I need to relieve myself." Upon uttering this, her delicate face turned a deep shade of crimson. Realizing what she meant, Yi Chen replied, "Oh, then hurry up." Yi Yinhe glanced around and said, "But where is the restroom around here?" Yi Chen pointed to a secluded spot nearby, saying, "You can manage there." After contemplating, she decided that was her only option. All right then. With that, she dashed towards the nearby bushes, her urgency evident, indicating she had been holding it for quite some time. "Ah, this silly girl." Yi Chen sighed softly before moving to a towering ancient tree to relieve himself. Suddenly, a scream erupted from Yi Yinhe's direction. "There's a snake! There's a snake!" Alarmed, Yi Chen rushed over. "Yinhe, are you all right? Did the snake bite you?" Yi Yinhe sat in the grass, a crimson bite mark visible on her snowy ankle, with faint traces of blood seeping out. Then, Yi Chen noticed rustling sounds in the nearby bushes. "You vile creature, daring to bite my sister. You're courting death." Yi Chen's face contorted with rage as he drew his sword and slashed into the underbrush. With a decisive stroke, the blade struck true, ending the serpent's threat. The venomous snake writhed violently in the grass twice before lying still, evidently lifeless. Yi Chen noticed the dark strands of blood appearing on Yi Yinhe's ankle, the vibrant blood having turned a dark crimson, and the toxin continued to spread. What a potent snake! Yi Chen marveled inwardly, quickly assisting Yi Yinhe in adjusting her undergarments and dress before carrying her to the bare stone slab. "Yinhe, I intend to extract the venom from you." Without further ado, he leaned down to her pale ankle, beginning to suck out the snake venom. After a considerable amount of time, he suddenly recalled the antidote pill the system had rewarded him with during last night's check-in. He had never expected it would come in handy so soon. With this thought in mind, he hesitated not at all and promptly retrieved the pill, placing it in Yi Yinhe's mouth. "Yinhe, take this antidote." At that moment, Yi Yinhe was in a semi-conscious state, barely able to see Yi Chen, who appeared as a blur before her. Realizing her condition, Yi Chen understood she would be unable to swallow the pill. Resolutely, he made up his mind, placing the pill in his own mouth and gently leaning down to kiss Yi Yinhe's luscious cherry lips. It must be said, the antidote provided by the system was remarkably effective, yielding immediate results. Merely a quarter of an hour later, the pallor of Yi Yinhe's cheeks visibly transformed into a healthy rosy hue, and the toxin around her ankle gradually receded. She weakly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Yi Chen, managed to muster a faint smile. "Brother." Although the situation had turned out to be less dire than anticipated, it had nonetheless startled Yi Chen profoundly. Without concern for anything else, he embraced Yi Yinhe tightly. "Yinhe, you finally awakened. You truly frightened me." Yi Yinhe, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "Brother, I'm sorry. It's my weakness that caused you worry." "Silly girl, why speak such nonsense?" Yi Chen said, affectionately patting her head. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed against them, and Yi Chen's ears perked up, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. Yi Yinhe blinked and asked, "Brother, what is wrong?" Yi Chen signaled her to be silent, saying, "Do not speak. Someone is approaching." After which, he hurriedly concealed the campfire with minimal effort. He then lifted Yi Yinhe onto his back and sprinted away into the distance. Not long after Yi Chen had departed, a dozen figures, like wraiths, drifted into view. The newcomers were none other than Zhang Dongpeng, Yi Boyong, and the elite disciples of both families. Though Yi Chen had buried the campfire, his hasty escape left traces behind. One of the Yi family disciples quickly spotted the remnants. "Look, there's a campfire." Yi Boyong stepped forward and touched the earth, still warm, indicating they had only just left. "They surely haven't gone far. We must pursue them. This time, we cannot allow them to escape." Chapter 21. Farewell, Yi Xian. As Yi Chen sprinted with Yi Inha on his back, he suddenly halted. A familiar figure blocked their path. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned and gazed at Yi Chen and Yi Inha, her expression darkening as she coldly inquired, "Yi Xian, are you here to capture our siblings?" Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Xian shook her head vigorously. "Yi Chen, you misunderstand. That is not my intention. I am here for two matters." Yi Chen remained on high alert, scrutinizing Yi Xian's eyes as he asked, "What two matters?" As the saying goes, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Zhang Wuji's mother had once warned him before her death. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she can be. Thus, in this life-and-death situation, besides his sister Yi Inha, he could trust no one else. Yi Xian gently pressed her lips together and said, "The first matter is that I have come to apologize." Yi Chen was taken aback. "Apologize?" Yi Xian nodded earnestly, akin to a chick pecking a grain. "Yes, I owe you an apology. You entrusted me with taking care of Sister Inha, but I failed. Yesterday morning, my father summoned me under the pretext of an urgent matter, which prevented me from stopping the Zhang family from taking Sister Inha away." Yi Inha interjected, "Brother, what Yi Xian's sister said is true. She treated me very well. We shared meals and rest together." Shared meals and rest. At this moment, Yi Chen felt un inépuisable envie de voir Xivuan. However, upon seeing Yi Xian's graceful figure, he then envied Yi Inha once more. Cough, cough. Yi Chen scolded himself internally. What are you thinking at such a time? After mentally chastising himself, he turned his attention back to Yi Xian. "All right, I believe you. Thank you for taking care of Inha for so long." Was the second matter. Upon hearing Yi Chen's response, a trace of relief appeared on Yi Xian's lips. She removed a ring from her slender finger and tossed it to him. "This is my storage ring, containing all my savings and some daily necessities. I hope you find it useful." Initially, Yi Chen had no intention of accepting it. Yet, considering they were escaping for their lives, lacking these supplies would pose significant difficulties. With this in mind, he decided not to decline. "Very well, I shall accept it for now. I promise to return it when the opportunity arises." Yi Xian smiled gently and asked, "What are your plans?" Yi Chen found it difficult to answer this question. Although he had been in the Jiuzhou continent for 10 months, most of that time had been spent in darkness. His activities were largely confined to Shuanglin City, and he was unfamiliar with the surrounding areas. With a bitter smile, he replied, "Where can we go? We'll take it one step at a time." Yi Xian said, "Yi Chen, I have heard that the major sects in Jiuzhou are currently recruiting disciples. Given your talent, you will surely stand out. As long as you join any sect of the Xian tier or higher, neither the Yi family nor the Zhang family will dare pursue you again." The sects of Jiuzhou are generally categorized into 4 levels: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Among them, Huang-level sects are the most common, typically requiring only a few foundation-building cultivators to be deemed as such. If a sect has a golden core master, it is classified as a Xian-level sect. Should a nascent soul powerhouse reside within, it becomes a D-level sect. If a divine transformation expert is present, it is classified as a Tian-level sect. Above the sects lie the immortal gates. However, the immortal sect, as recorded in ancient texts, only existed during the primordial era. Whether such sects still exist in this current age of decline remains an enigma. "All right, I understand. Thank you." Yi Xian's suggestion opened a new avenue of thought for Yi Chen. "Given your innate talent, I presume you won't linger in Shuanglin City, will you?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "Yes, I wish to visit the Heavenly Pool. However, the selection process for the Heavenly Pool is exceedingly rigorous, and I may not pass." As she spoke the last words, a hint of doubt clouded her confidence. Though Yi Xian's talent was top tier in Shuanglin City, unmatched among her peers, Shuanglin City was merely a small locale. The Jiuzhou continent, as its name suggests, comprises 9 major regions, each housing thousands of cities akin to Shuanglin. The Heavenly Pool, on the other hand, is a true celestial sect, accepting only a handful of disciples each year, merely about 100. Gaining entry to the heavenly pool is no trivial matter, far surpassing the difficulty faced by candidates from Hunan striving for admission to prestigious universities on Earth. Naturally, despite the formidable challenge of entering the heavenly pool, one must still harbor dreams. What if it becomes a reality? With this thought, Yi Chen clenched his fist towards Yi Xian, offering a gesture of encouragement. I believe in you. You can do it. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words of encouragement, a warm smile graced Yi Xian's exquisite features. Thank you. They must be nearby. Let's search around. Just then, a discordant voice echoed from the nearby forest. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and she hastily warned, you all should leave quickly. I will handle them. Yi Chen paused in surprise and asked, how will you manage? You need not worry about that. They wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. Ye Wan Urgit. Taking her prompt to heart, Yi Chen ceased to hesitate. Very well, take care of yourself. We shall meet again. Until we meet again. Watching Yi Chen retreat with Yi Inghe, a deep sense of indescribable loss enveloped Yi Xian. If the roles were reversed, would Yi Chen treat her in the same manner as he did Yi Inghe? Contemplating this, Yi Xian shook her head briskly, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. At that moment, Zhang Dongpeng and Yi Boyong, along with their entourage, had caught up. Zhang Dongpeng was the first to inquire. Yi Xian, what are you doing here? Yi Xian, with a cold demeanor and devoid of any emotion, replied, this is not your Zhang family's territory. Why should I not be here? Having just lost a son and been humiliated by Yi Chen, Zhang Dongpeng was already seething with unexpressed rage. Now, seeing a younger member of the Yi family openly defy him, his pent-up fury surged forth uncontrollably. Yi Xian, I am, after all, your elder. Is this how you speak to your elders? I am simply this way. I speak thus not only to you, but even to my own uncle. Yi Xian replied, shifting her gaze towards Yi Boyong. As Yi Boyong was the brother of Yi Xian's father, he knew his niece's temperament well. Given the current situation, he realized it was imperative to avoid escalating matters unnecessarily. Otherwise, the internal strife within the Yi family would soon become a significant headache. With this in mind, Yi Boyong quickly intervened. Master Zhang, my niece is just like this. Please do not take it to heart. In light of Yi Boyong's intervention, Zhang Dongpeng reluctantly suppressed his anger. After briefly calming Zhang Dongpeng, Yi Boyong turned his attention back to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, have you seen Yi Chen? Yi Xian nodded and replied, I have seen him. Both Zhang Dongpeng and Yi Boyong felt a surge of excitement and quickly pressed. Where did he go? Yi Xian pointed to the sky and said, he ascended. Ascended? Zhang Dongpeng and Yi Boyong followed her gesture, gazing skyward. Ah, República del Yemen Xuan. Are you trying to amuse us? Yi Xian shook her head, responding earnestly, I dare not. Yi Boyong inquired, then what do you mean by Yi Chen ascended? Can he sprout wings and fly? Yi Xian smiled lightly, saying, Yi Chen is no bird. Naturally, he will not grow wings. However, he is a dragon, and it is perfectly normal for him to fly. A dragon? Yi Boyong and Zhang Dongpeng exchanged puzzled glances. Yi Xian smiled serenely, saying indeed, as the saying goes, a golden-scaled fish is not merely a fish in the pond. When it encounters wind and cloud, it becomes a dragon. This describes someone like Yi Chen perfectly. Zhang Dongpeng retorted angrily, Humph. Then I shall not grant him the opportunity to transform. Yi Xian smirked coldly, her dark eyes filled with scorn. Ah! Zhang Dongpeng, maintaining a serious countenance, asked, what are you laughing at? Yi Xian shook her head, replying, oh, nothing. If Master Zhang believes that the reach of your Zhang family is extensive enough to touch any corner of the Jojo continent, then even if Yi Chen becomes a dragon, he would only meet a tragic end. Hearing Yi Xian's taunt, Zhang Dongpeng's face turned an angry shade of purple. Yet, he found himself unable to counter her words. Although the Zhang family was affluent, their influence was largely confined to Shuanglin City. Even within Shuanglin, there were areas where their words held little sway, let alone in other parts of Jojo. Observing Zhang Dongpeng rendered speechless by her retort, Yi Xian turned her gaze back to Yi Boyong. Uncle, you understand better than anyone how terrifying Yi Chen's talent is. If nothing unexpected occurs within a decade, he will certainly condense a golden core. When that time comes, if he returns for vengeance, do you think you could withstand him? Yi Boyong was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering as he could only manage a single syllable. I. Seeing his reaction, Yi Xian continued earnestly, Uncle, it's time to let go. When Yi Chen returns with overwhelming strength, I believe he will not go too far. considering our shared lineage. Yi Boyong, harboring resentment, countered, but Yi Chun severed Yi Hu's arm. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Yi Xian scoffed coldly. Oh, uncle, permit me to speak candidly. Yi Hu's current predicament is entirely of his own making. He has no one to blame but himself. You must have witnessed his actions towards Yi Chun over the past 3 years. Had I been in Yi Chen's position, severing both of his arms would have been a mild response. Yi Boyong found himself momentarily speechless, aware that he understood his son's temperament better than anyone. Over the years, Yi Hu's actions toward Yi Chun had indeed crossed the line. Uncle, Yi Hu's arm can still be reattached. If you persist in pursuing Yi Chun and deny him timely medical attention, I fear that Yi Hu has truly become a complete invalid. This statement struck Yi Boyong's heart deeply. Moreover, they have already reached the outskirts of Shuanglin City. If Yi Chen manages to escape the boundaries of Shuanglin City, then both their families will truly be beyond reach. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Yi Boyong decided to heed Yi Xian's advice and return to treat Yi Hu's severed arm. Zhang Dongpeng, noticing Yi Boyong's wavering resolve, quickly interjected, Brother Yi, do not heed the nonsensical words of this young girl. Yi Chen surely possesses a secret inheritance. If we join forces to capture him and extract the whereabouts of this inheritance, we will undoubtedly be able to condense a golden core and ascend to greatness. Ye wan sukol fut koldi. Huh, what are you laughing at? Zhang Dongpeng retorted, feeling a surge of unease at her laughter. Seeing that the situation had escalated, Yi Xian no longer held back and spoke candidly. I find your shamelessness amusing. Amusing? Zhang Dongpeng, enraged and humiliated, shouted, Yi Xian, do not think that just because you are Yi Boyong's daughter, you can insult me with impunity. If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation today, this matter will not end. Yi Xian, unwilling to back down, shot back, Zhang Dongpeng. Let me ask you this. If you manage to catch Yi Chun and extract the secret inheritance, to whom will it belong? To your Zhang family or to my Yi family? Of course it will belong to my Zhang family. My son has already died because of him. At that moment, Zhang Dongpeng, blinded by fury, blurted out without thinking. However, he abruptly realized that Yi Boyong's expression had turned rather grim. Yi Boyong, his face cold, stated, if that is the case, then I suggest the head of the Zhang family pursue him alone. I shall return to treat my son. Farewell. With that, he waved to the disciples of the Yi family, commanding, let us depart. As Yi Boyong and his companions left, Zhang Dongpeng was consumed by rage. Yet he felt utterly powerless. It's just as well that you leave. I refuse to believe that our entire Zhang family cannot capture that little brat Yi Chun. When the time comes, do not say, I did not warn you. Zhang Dongpeng muttered angrily, beginning to plot in his mind. If he were to capture Yi Chun and obtain those secret teachings, then once he condensed his golden core, the first family he would target would be the Yi family. He envisioned everyone in the Yi family paying with their lives for his son's demise. As he contemplated this, a greedy, fiery glint flickered in his eyes. Let us go. We must not let that little brat, Yi Chen, escape the boundaries of Shuanglin City. Chapter 23. The ambush begins. Yi Chun, along with Yi Yinhe, ran desperately. After confirming that there were no pursuers behind them, they finally paused to rest beneath a crooked willow tree. In truth, given his current strength, Yi Chen could run for an entire day and night without issue. However, Yi Yinhe was different. She was merely an ordinary person and had already exhausted herself. Although she appeared frail, her spirit was unyielding, unwilling to hinder her brother, and enduring her fatigue silently. When Yi Chun set Yi Yinhe down, her delicate face was as pale as paper, drained of color. Beads of sweat dotted her fair forehead, clearly indicating she was nearing her physical limit. Speaking even seemed a laborious task. Witnessing this, Yi Chun felt a pang of heartache. He quickly retrieved a water pouch and offered her a sip. After drinking, Yi Yinhe's complexion improved slightly. Brother, I feel so useless. I can't help you at all, and only drag you down. She lamented, her head hanging low, evoking deep sympathy. Yi Chun gently patted her head, reassuring her, silly girl, what are you saying? We're almost out of Shuanglin City. Once we leave, those two old foxes, Zhang Dongpeng and Yi Boyong, will be powerless to reach us. At that point, we will be safe. Hearing that safety was near, a look of joy returned to Yi Yinhe's face. Brother, is that really true? Yi Chen playfully pinched her small nose, replying, of course it is true, silly girl. When have I ever lied to you? Rest here for a moment while I check her whereabouts. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Yinhe obediently nodded. Brother, don't go too far or I will be scared. Yi Chen smiled and pointed to a prominent rock ahead, saying, I will just go there. I want to wander far. With that, he leaped into the air, landing gracefully atop the rock, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, several dark figures entered his line of sight, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. They were indeed persistent, having caught up so quickly. However, Yi Chen soon noticed that their numbers seemed diminished compared to before. Peering closely, he could only see Zhang Dongpeng and about 10 Zhang family disciples. Yi Boyong was conspicuously absent. Realizing this, a bold idea flashed through Yi Chen's mind. With Yi Boyong, the old fox, out of the picture, he could eliminate Zhang Dongpeng. He calculated the likelihood of success in ambushing him. If executed unexpectedly, the odds were quite favorable. Even in the event of failure, with his swift footwork, the Julong Taitian, he could still retreat with Yi Yinhe. However, 2 issues needed resolution first. The first was where to stage the ambush. The location must be extremely concealed, with treacherous terrain that was defensible and difficult for Zhang Dongpeng and his 10 companions to navigate fully. The second issue was how to ensure Yi Yinhe's safety. Since this was a life-and-death struggle, her safety must come first. If he were to be entangled by Zhang Dongpeng, any of his disciples could easily seize Yi Yinhe. In such a scenario, he would be left with no other choice but to hesitate. With these 2 concerns in mind, Yi Chen began to scrutinize the surrounding terrain. His gaze fell upon the area near the crooked willow tree, where not far off was a depression, perhaps formed by a torrential downpour or lightning strike. The surrounding vegetation was dense. If someone were hidden there, they would be exceedingly difficult to discover without a concerted search. With these thoughts, Yi Chen felt no further hesitation. He executed a swift turn in midair and jumped down from the rock, landing steadily before Yi Yinhe. Noticing the serious expression on her brother's face, Yi Yinhe blinked her large eyes and asked, Brother, have they caught up again? Yi Chen nodded. Yi Yinhe bit her lip and said, Brother, why don't you go alone? Don't worry about me. As long as you leave unscathed, they dare not lay a hand on me. Upon hearing Yin Hua mention this matter again, Yi Chen deliberately adopted a stern expression and said fiercely, Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Startled by her beloved brother's sudden fierceness, Yi Yinhua lowered her head like a child who had erred, too timid to meet Yi Chen's gaze. Yi Chen softened his demeanor slightly and reassured her, Yinhua, do not be afraid. I already have a plan to deal with them. Really? Yi Yinhua's eyes brightened with joy. Yi Chen solemnly nodded. He then lifted Yi Yinhua and brought her to the hollow he had scouted earlier. Yinhua, hide here for a moment and make sure to remain silent. Understood? Yi Yinhua obediently nodded, covering her mouth with her small hand to indicate she would not make a sound. Seeing this, Yi Chen flashed her a confident smile and affectionately patted her head. Yinhua, wait here for me. Okay, brother, you must be careful. After settling his sister Yinhua, Yi Chen made no further delays and quickly concealed himself atop a crooked willow tree, sharpening his resolve and preparing for an ambush. As anticipated, Zhang Dongpeng and a group of over 10 individuals soon arrived. One of the Zhang clan disciples, breathless, reported to the clan leader, Master, that Yi Chen runs like a rabbit. We've been chasing him for a day and a night, yet we still haven't caught him. Anger flared in Zhang Dongpeng's eyes as he gritted his teeth. He is with Yi Yinhua. He cannot have gone far. Search everywhere. Just as the Zhang clan disciples prepared to disperse and search, one of them noticed movement in the crooked willow tree overhead. Instinctively, he looked up and was struck by a sudden visage. Before he could react, a flash of white sword light descended like lightning. Thud! The unfortunate soul barely grasped what had transpired before he met his demise. Master, he is here. The other Zhang clan disciples stood frozen, akin to statues weathered by time, at the sight of their companion's sudden death. In that fleeting moment of shock, their lives slipped away. Yi Chen thrust his sword, unleashing 3 brilliant arcs that promptly pierced their throats. Thud! 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 Accompanied by 3 geysers of blood, the 3 unfortunate souls collapsed into a pool of crimson. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Dongpeng swiftly gathered his men. Upon witnessing Yi Chen slay 4 of his trusted disciples, his fury erupted like a volcano. Damn you, Yi Chen! You have finally shown yourself. Today, I shall use your blood to honor my son's spirit. After a fit of furious roars, he brandished his twin blades and charged at Yi Chen like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Yi Chen's gaze hardened, fixated on the edge of Zhang Dongping's blades. He first swung his sword to parry, and as their weapons clashed, sparks flew in all directions. He then executed the 9 dragons breaking the sky technique, swiftly retreating to create distance. After all, his current cultivation was merely at the first level of foundation establishment, while Zhang Dongping was an 8th level practitioner. Furthermore, there were over 10 elite disciples accompanying him, including 2 elders, one of whom matched his level while the other had reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Thus, confronting them head-on would yield almost no chance of victory. He needed to exploit his own strengths to attack their weaknesses to enhance his odds. The clan's 1st and 2nd elders, witnessing the clash between Chen and their clan leader, were sent reeling back. Exchanging glances, they split left and right, encircling Chen and blocking his escape routes, forcing him to confront Zhang Dongping directly. Meanwhile, the remaining Zhang clan disciples stationed themselves on the periphery to prevent Chen's escape. Chen's pupils narrowed as he surveyed his surroundings, keenly listening for opportunities to strike. Zhang Dongping, seeing Chen surrounded with no escape, could not help but laugh maniacally. Chen, you are cornered. I advise you to obediently surrender your divine weapon and the secrets you have acquired. Perhaps, if I am pleased, I may grant you a swift end. Chen coldly retorted, you are truly tiresome. If you wish to fight, then let us engage without further ado. With that, he executed the 9 dragon step and leaped into the air, charging directly at the 1st elder on the left. The elder, realizing Chen had locked onto him as the target, immediately raised his sword to defend. However, to his astonishment, Chen merely feigned an attack and did not follow through. After the feint, Chen performed a Thomas spin, redirecting his focus toward the 2nd elder. The 2nd elder, having relaxed his guard, was completely unprepared for Chen's true target. In a moment of panic, he instinctively retreated. Yet, his speed could not match the swift thrust of Chen's 7-star Long Yuan. Chen unleashed his full force, thrusting the 7-star Long Yuan forward. The strike was as brilliant as a comet streaking across the sky. Had it been Zhang Dongping, an 8th level practitioner, he might have managed to withstand it. The 1st elder, at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, might have evaded a fatal injury. However, the 2nd elder, of the same level as Chen, faced an inevitable fate. Caught off guard, the 2nd elder could not even raise a defense before the 7-star Long Yuan pierced his heart. Thud! A fountain of blood erupted from his back, staining the verdant grass beneath with a glaring crimson hue. Clutching his pierced heart, he attempted to halt the flow of life, but it was futile. Brother, avenge me! With his last ounce of strength, he shouted this phrase to Zhang Dongping before his eyes widened in horror, collapsing backward. 3rd brother, Zhang Dongping and the 1st elder, witnessing Chen slay their brother before their eyes, were consumed by rage. Damn you, Chen, I will kill you. I will kill you. After landing a successful strike, Chen did not linger to engage with Zhang Dongping and the 1st elder, nor did he allow them to approach him. He leaped, executing a graceful spin, landing atop the gnarled willow tree, creating distance between himself and his opponent as he waited for an opportunity to strike. Upon witnessing Chen's ascent to the crooked willow, Zhang Dongping brandished his dual blades and slashed through the air. The fierce intent of his blades swept forth like autumn winds scattering leaves. In response, Chen forcefully kicked the tree trunk, propelling himself into the air. At that very moment, the crooked willow that had supported him abruptly snapped with a resounding crack. Such a formidable blade intent. Observing the gnarled willow, which could easily be encircled by 4 or 5 adults, severed by Zhang Dongping's strike, Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. If that strike had landed upon him, it would surely have meant death. Zhang Dongping, realizing his slash had missed, abruptly looked up, fixing his gaze upon Chen suspended in midair. He then thrust his feet against the ground and leaped into the air, matching Chen's altitude. In the sky, they engaged in fierce combat, suspended 30 meters above the ground. Aside from Zhang Dongping, only the Grand Elder remained capable of reaching such heights. So Chen felt no concern about ambushes from Zhang's disciples. This alleviated many potential troubles for him. With a clang, Chen swung the 7-star Long Yuan, clashing with Zhang Dongping's dual blades. Following their clash, both combatants retreated simultaneously. The more they fought, the deeper Zhang Dongping's astonishment grew. Despite his efforts to overestimate Chen's strength, he realized he had significantly underestimated his opponent through their exchanges. Yet, this only solidified Zhang Dongping's resolve to eliminate Yi Chen. The young man was far too extraordinary to be allowed to live. Otherwise, as Yi Xian had warned, the day Yi Chen returned as a conqueror could very well spell the end for the Zhang family. Thus, Yi Chen must die. Zhang Dongping snorted in frustration, declaring, "Humph. Yi Chen, you think you can outlast me in a battle of attrition? You are still too naive. I do not believe you can remain aloft indefinitely." Chapter 25, Life and Death Duel. You are quite the chatterbox, old man. Prepare to face my blade. Yi Chen retorted defiantly, brandishing the 7-star Long Yuan, unleashing 9 cascading sword flowers. These 9 sword flowers aligned in a row before merging into a singular, formidable sword intent, akin to a comet streaking across the sky, aimed directly at Zhang Dongping. Zhang Dongping, taken aback by the sheer intensity and refinement of the young man's sword intent, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. However, he remained composed. In his view, no matter how powerful Yi Chen appeared, he was still merely a foundational-level cultivator. With his own cultivation at the 8th level of foundation establishment, the disparity between their strengths was insurmountable. A mere weapon could not bridge such a vast chasm. Moreover, apart from its remarkable durability, Zhang Dongping had yet to witness any extraordinary qualities in Yi Chen's weapon, even if it was a divine sword. Yi Chen's meager cultivation would render it incapable of unleashing its true potential. Had Yi Chen known Zhang Dongping's thoughts, he would have countered, "To defeat you requires only one word, strength." Though Zhang Dongping felt no alarm, he did not underestimate Yi Chen. He raised his dual blades high, crossing them to form a barrier of blade energy. This was the Zhang family's ultimate secret technique, the cross blades. With a clash, Yi Chen's sword, piercing towards the heavens, collided with Zhang Dongping's cross blades. The sword intent was concentrated. The blade intent was domineering, each side possessing immense power, akin to ironclad warriors clashing in battle, neither yielding an inch. Despite Zhang Dongping's superior cultivation, Yi Chen's agility surpassed his own. Especially with the 9 dragons breaking the heavens technique, Yi Chen moved like a specter, elusive and unpredictable, making it nearly impossible to defend against him. As they battled in the sky, they exchanged dozens of blows, remaining evenly matched. The Grand Elder of the Zhang family, although slightly stronger than Yi Chen, could only hope to compete on solid ground. In the air, however, his meager cultivation was insufficient to maintain his balance, let alone engage in a sustained fight. Thus, he could only observe from below, waiting for an opportunity to strike. His occasional ambushes frustrated Yi Chen, preventing him from fully focusing on Zhang Dongping. It became clear that to slay Zhang Dongping, he must first eliminate the Grand Elder. Having made this determination, Yi Chen's keen eyes darted about, seeking a way to lower the opponent's guard. The most effective method was to feign weakness. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen deliberately presented a flaw, pretending to be fatigued and attempting to flee. Observing this, both Zhang Dongping and the Grand Elder were not particularly suspicious. After all, given Yi Chen's current foundational cultivation, sustaining an aerial battle for so long before appearing weary was quite a feat. If he were to continue fighting vigorously, it would be as unbelievable as seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Yi Chen, I warned you. In a battle of attrition, even 10 of you could not match me. Come and meet your demise. The murderous intent of his words lingered in the air as he slashed once more. Yi Chen feigned a lack of combat spirit, sprinting ahead with all his might. Simultaneously, his peripheral vision remained fixed on the Grand Elder below, searching for the right moment to strike. Soon, the opportunity arose. Yi Chen executed a Thomas spin in midair, employing a clever maneuver to evade Zhang Dongping. He quickly unleashed the 9 dragons breaking the heavens. Tracing a perfect arc through the air, the 7-star Long Yuan sensed its master's surging battle intent, trembling violently. A cold gleam flashed at the sword's tip. The Grand Elder could hardly anticipate that the seemingly exhausted Yi Chen would unleash such a formidable killing move. Most critically, this attack appeared to be tailored specifically for him. The 7-star Long Yuan descended from above, piercing the heavens, aimed straight at the Grand Elder's crown. Taken by surprise, the Grand Elder was utterly defenseless. In an instant, the sword pierced through his skull. Rest in peace, Yi Chen declared, as he swiftly withdrew the 7-star Long Yuan from the Grand Elder's head. With a splatter, a fountain of blood erupted as the sword was pulled free. The Grand Elder felt darkness enveloping him, his eyes widening in disbelief as life rapidly ebbed away. Finally, when his last spark of vitality extinguished, he collapsed in a pool of blood. Second brother, Zhang Dongpeng, witnessing the death of his third brother and now the execution of his second brother before his very eyes, was consumed by rage. Yi Chen, I will kill you. I will kill you. He erupted with fury, wielding dual blades, unleashing countless flashes of light that surged towards Yi Chen like a tidal wave. Yi Chen spun in midair, skillfully evading the onslaught. The ferocious intent of the blades struck the rocks and trees, leaving devastation in their wake, akin to the aftermath of a typhoon. He fiercely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and seized a Longhu pill, tossing it into his mouth. This pill not only enhanced combat endurance, but also bolstered fighting spirit. True to its reputation as a product of the system, its effects were immediate. Just moments ago, Yi Chen, feeling utterly drained from expending his vital essence, was instantly revitalized. It was as though a primal force surged within him. In that moment, Yi Chen's fighting spirit soared. He brandished the Qixing Long Yuan, its tip pointed defiantly at Zhang Dongpeng, challenging him to battle. At this point, Zhang Dongpeng had succumbed to rage, resembling a frenzied beast unleashing his full might upon Yi Chen. Without the elder to restrain him, Yi Chen could focus entirely on dealing with the old adversary. As for the 10 or so disciples of the Zhang family in the qi refining stage, he dismissed them entirely. In truth, they were already paralyzed with fear from Yi Chen's earlier display of formidable power, lacking the courage to confront him. What lay ahead was a life-and-death duel between Yi Chen and Zhang Dongpeng. With a clash and a crack of thunder, they exchanged blows in a flurry of motion, engaging in a fierce battle that spanned several rounds. Zhang Dongpeng had initially intended to rely on his overwhelming cultivation to deplete Yi Chen's vital essence, ultimately capturing him. However, after this intense exchange, rather than showing signs of exhaustion, Yi Chen grew more formidable with every strike. If this trend continued, not only would Zhang Dongpeng fail to tire Yi Chen, but he might himself be the one to succumb first. As these thoughts plagued Zhang Dongpeng, his heart raced with anxiety. How could he leave in such disgrace and maintain his standing in Shuanglin City? What a blood feud with his brother and son. The more he contemplated, the more chaotic his thoughts became. This turmoil disrupted his rhythm, causing his attacks to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen swiftly employed the heart-eye secret technique, detecting his opponent's vulnerabilities. He thrust forward with his sword. This strike soared like a purple aura, a rainbow across the sky. Zhang Dongpeng, already flustered, could only hastily defend himself. In an instant, the Qixing Long Yuan penetrated the defenses formed by Zhang Dongpeng's crossblades, directly piercing through his dantian. With a spurt of blood, Zhang Dongpeng's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock. How could this be possible? Yi Chen declared with me. Yi Chen, nothing is impossible. With that, he withdrew the Qixing Long Yuan from Zhang Dongpeng's body. Another fountain of blood erupted as Zhang Dongpeng's form plummeted as if a kite with severed strings. Master, this is terrible. The master is dead. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the Zhang family's disciples scattered in panic. Yi Chen, however, made no move to pursue them. He approached to ascertain whether Zhang Dongpeng was indeed lifeless. If he was not, a finishing blow would be necessary. The world of martial arts is perilous. One must remain vigilant. Confirming that Zhang Dongpeng was irrevocably dead, Yi Chen felt a sense of relief. He took the storage rings from him and 2 other elders of the Zhang family, not out of greed, but as burial fees. It was a tradition of Yi Chen's to manage both the killing and the burial. Once everything was settled, Yi Chen hurried to find his sister, Yi Yinhao. However, upon arriving at the pit, his pupils constricted in shock. He discovered that beside Yi Yinhao stood a man and a woman. The woman, older in age, donned a moon-white Taoist robe, her expression haughty, exuding an air of superiority. The young man, seemingly only a few years older than Yi Chen, had a nose turned upward and an expression of disdain, as if everyone else were mere insects. "Who are you? Let go of my sister," Yi Chen demanded, his gaze fierce, gripping the still-bloodied Qixing Long Yuan, prepared for battle. The young man, approaching with an air of arrogance, scoffed. "You, an insignificant creature, dare to claim to be Yinhao's brother?" With a dismissive wave, he unleashed a golden shockwave. Yi Chen summoned all his strength, raising the Qixing Long Yuan to deliver a decisive strike. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending both Yi Chun and the young man reeling backward. Yet, while Yi Chun staggered several steps, nearly losing his balance, the young man merely took a single step back. Realizing the disparity, Yi Chun felt a wave of shock wash over him, his expression grave. He had never anticipated that someone of similar age could possess such overwhelming strength, likely surpassing even Yi Boyong and Zhang Dongpa. Had he already condensed his golden core? The young man's previously arrogant demeanor shifted, surprise flickering across his face. He, too, was taken aback by Yi Chen's earlier strike. After all, he had just recently formed his golden core, and though his aura was still unstable, he was undeniably a true golden core warrior. In contrast, Yi Chun had only just reached the foundation establishment stage. For someone of his caliber, dispatching 10 or 8 opponents in one go would be effortless. Yet unexpectedly, not only had he failed to eliminate Yi Chun, but he had also been shaken by him. Brother. Yi Yinhao rushed towards Yi Chun, alarmed by his injuries. Yinhao. The young man attempted to intervene, but was stopped by the middle-aged Taoist woman wielding a whisk. Brother, are you hurt? Yi Yinhao gazed at her brother, distressed to see him in such disarray, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her distress, Yi Chun quickly waved his hand, reassuring her. Yinhao, do not cry. I'm fine. You wield the legendary weapon, Qixing Long Yuan, do you not? The middle-aged Taoist woman scrutinized the divine sword in Yi Chen's grip, revealing a flicker of surprise. Yi Chen was taken aback. He had not expected her to recognize the name of the Qixing Long Yuan so readily, igniting a sense of wariness within him. Who are you really? Before he could finish, Yi Chun raised the Qixing Long Yuan once more, his gaze shimmering with a cold and resolute fighting spirit. Sensing the hostility in his eyes, the middle-aged Taoist woman quickly clarified, Young man, rest assured, we harbor no enmity towards you, nor do we covet the weapon you hold. Upon realizing the other party's overtures of goodwill, Yi Chen could not help but feel a surge of doubt within himself. The middle-aged Taoist nun before him possessed unfathomable skills. In Yi Chen's estimation, perhaps only his future Empress, the enchanting Hong Chang, could rival her prowess. After all, Hong Chang was at least a formidable figure in the nascent soul realm. If a nascent soul expert wished to kill him, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Contemplating this, the hostility in Yi Chen's gaze gradually dissipated. After a brief moment of reflection, he bowed respectfully to the middle-aged nun and inquired, May I ask, esteemed elder, the purpose of your visit concerning my sister and me? The middle-aged Taoist nun was forthright, addressing the matter directly. We have come to bring Yinhe back home. Bring Yinhe back home? Yi Chen was taken aback, staring at her in disbelief. He seriously questioned whether he had misheard. Wasn't Yinhe an abandoned orphan? How could there be talk of returning home? The middle-aged nun seemed to perceive the uncertainty in Yi Chen's heart as she waved her whisk and patiently explained, 15 years ago, my sister, while traversing the borders of Qingzhou with the 1-year-old Yinhe, was ambushed by a rival and gravely injured. In a desperate bid for safety, she entrusted her personal maid, Chui Nong, to take Yinhe away while she drew the attackers away. In the aftermath, we only located Chui Nong's lifeless body and searched the entire Qingzhou, yet found no trace of Yinhe. Upon hearing her account, Yi Chun remained skeptical. How can you be certain that my sister is the Yinhe you seek? The middle-aged nun pointed to Yinhe's face and remarked, Yinhe's visage mirrors that of my sister in her youth almost identically. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Chen continued to voice his doubts. If it is merely based on resemblance, that seems rather hasty, does it not? In response to Yi Chen's skepticism, the middle-aged nun smiled and stated, It may indeed appear hasty, but I possess other evidence. Yi Chen eagerly pressed, What evidence? Chapter 27, The Identity of the Mysterious Nun. Upon hearing Yi Chen's inquiry, the middle-aged nun displayed no sign of displeasure. She turned her gaze to Yi Yinhe. Yinhe, the jade pendant around your neck should still be with you, correct? Yi Yinhe nodded, hurriedly retrieving a lotus leaf-shaped jade pendant from her snowy neck. Observing the scene, Yi Chun furrowed his brow. Could it be that, akin to a melodramatic television plot, this lotus leaf pendant served as a token for reuniting family? After all, given the nun's formidable abilities, if she intended harm, she could simply abduct them without the need for elaborate deceptions or explanations. Considering this, he found himself inclined to believe much of what the middle-aged nun had said. However, to be prudent, he pressed further. But this is merely an ordinary jade pendant. What proof does it provide? Ah, how naive you are. The young man interjected with a sneer. This is a treasure meticulously carved from a jadeite embryo of immeasurable value. To dismiss it as an ordinary pendant is sheer folly. Before Yi Chun could respond, the young man resumed his mockery, gazing at Yi Chun as though he were a country bumpkin. Yi Chun, however, remained unperturbed and directed his attention back to the middle-aged nun. Seeing Yi Chun's lingering doubts, the middle-aged nun addressed Yi Inhe again. Inhe, this lotus leaf jade pendant is indeed crafted from a jadeite embryo and was a gift from your mother on your first birthday. The reason it now appears indistinguishable from an ordinary pendant is that you have yet to awaken its spiritual essence. Upon hearing that this was a gift from her mother on her first birthday, tears brimmed in Yi Inhe's captivating eyes. Mother, this was a term so foreign to her. A single crystalline tear rolled down her fair cheek, landing precisely on the lotus leaf pendant. A miraculous scene unfolded. The pendant began to radiate a brilliant light, as if responding to some unseen call. In an instant, a lotus flower bloomed at a visible pace, revealing a chubby child with willow leaf eyebrows and large eyes at its center. Witnessing this sight, the usually stoic middle-aged nun could not help but be moved. This is how Inhe appeared on her first birthday, though she bore the surname Song, not Yi, from the Song family of overseas 13 forts. Inhe, come back with me. Your parents miss you dearly, especially your mother. For years, she has believed you perished, living in self-reproach and torment, growing increasingly frail. If this continues, her life may be in jeopardy. Yi Inhe, already a girl prone to tears, found the nun's words piercing her heart, unleashing a torrent of sorrow as her tears cascaded down like a string of pearls. After weeping for quite some time, she finally managed to speak through her sobs. Annie, I wish to return with you, but I want to bring my brother along. Without him, I might have perished long ago, and you would not have seen me again. Inhe, this aunt cannot grant you that request. The overseas 13 forts have strict prohibitions against any cultivator from the 9 provinces entering. Those who defy this will face collective retribution. The middle-aged nun's voice was not loud, yet her tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Yi Chun, witnessing this, quickly urged, Inhe, go with your aunt to see your family. I will come and find you in the overseas territories soon. Huh, with your meager cultivation, you aspire to tread the overseas realms? Have you lost your wits? Not to mention the frequent rifts and whirlpools at sea, even a nascent soul cultivator would face peril. Before Yi Chun could finish his sentence, the young man began to mock him once more. Yi Chun disregarded him, continuing to console Yi Inhe. Yi Inhe, biting her lip with reddened eyes, said, Then let us make a pinky promise. Yi Chun looked at her delicate little pinky and quickly extended his own to intertwine with hers. Promise. After Yi Inhe spoke, she could hardly continue due to her choking sobs. Seeing this, Yi Chun instinctively wiped her tears as he had done before. With her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears, Yi Inhe suddenly broke into a smile and tightly embraced Yi Chun. Feeling the warmth of her soft form in his arms, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. He understood that she was reluctant to part. After a brief hesitation, he wrapped her in his embrace, gently patting her back to offer comfort as he had in their childhood. The young man, witnessing this display, was immediately filled with indignation, preparing to lash out. However, the middle-aged nun silenced him with a piercing glare. After observing the pair in their tender embrace for a considerable time without any signs of release, she furrowed her brow and coughed deliberately, reminding Yi Chun to recognize the limits of propriety. Realizing the moment of parting had come, Yi Inhe, with tears in her eyes, said, Brother, you must promise to come find me. Holding hands and gazing at each other through tearful eyes, words failed them, leaving only 2 profound syllables. Absolutely. Just as Yi Inhe turned to depart, her delicate, fair hand brushed past Yi Chun's. In that moment, Yi Chun felt a warmth akin to jade in his palm. He paused, instinctively lifting his gaze. There stood Yi Inhe, offering him a radiant smile that rendered the world devoid of color. The middle-aged Taoist nun, having observed their tender exchange, waved her whisk and approached Yi Chun. You are Yi Chun, are you not? She inquired. Yi Chun nodded and replied, Indeed, I am Yi Chun. How may I assist you, esteemed elder? The Taoist nun responded. Your words are too flattering. I merely wish to impart a couple of pieces of advice. Yi Chun's expression shifted slightly. What counsel do you wish to share? I am eager to learn. The nun continued. Firstly, while your talent is commendable, the path of cultivation requires more than mere innate ability. I have encountered numerous prodigies whose gifts rival yours, yet most either fade into obscurity or perish prematurely, with only a few achieving true enlightenment. Do you grasp my meaning? I understand, Chen replied earnestly. I shall certainly engrave your wisdom upon my heart. With that, he bowed respectfully to the nun. Seeing that Chen was receptive to her words, the nun smiled with satisfaction. Regardless, your family has been a benefactor to Yinhua. I have a small token of gratitude for your years of care. Chapter 28. A farewell, a year apart. With a flick of her sleeve, the nun conjured 2 items from thin air. The first was a silver-white longsword. This sword is called Jade Shattered, named for its meaning of preferring to shatter like jade than to remain whole like pottery. It is a supreme magical artifact, crafted from millennium-old cold iron from the ocean depths, possessing immense power. Although it cannot be compared to the ancient divine weapon 7 stars, Long Yuan in its prime, given your current modest cultivation, you might struggle to unleash even a fraction of its might. Furthermore, the 7 stars Long Yuan in your possession is merely a remnant, slightly more resilient than common magical artifacts, yet insufficient for preserving your life in critical moments. In the Jiuzhou continent, magical treasures are categorized into 5 grades. Mortal weapons are used by commoners, while magical weapons are the most common among cultivators, requiring at least the foundation establishment level to wield. Spirit weapons, born from the essence of magical artifacts, require a golden core cultivator or higher to use. Divine weapons possess spirits that have attained consciousness, known as ancient divine weapons, with their usability dependent on the spirit's willingness to accept the wielder. If the spirit accepts you, even a mortal without any cultivation can wield it, albeit without accessing its full potential. The 7 stars Long Yuan is such an ancient divine weapon. Though its spirit has succumbed to eternal slumber after the cataclysmic war of gods and demons in ancient times, unless awakened, it is no more than a very durable magical weapon. After listening to the nun's words, Chen quickly bowed and accepted Jade Shattered with both hands. The nun, satisfied with his demeanor, added, remember, Jade Shattered is immensely powerful. Once drawn, it is akin to a last resort. Each use will deplete your true essence, leaving you temporarily exhausted or even unconscious. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, do not wield it lightly. Chen nodded solemnly, indicating his understanding. The nun then presented a palm-sized, oval-shaped token. This is the insignia of my Song family fortress. Although we have relocated overseas for centuries, we maintain some ties to the Jiuzhou, including connections to prominent sects and families. Should you find yourself in peril, brandish this token, and I believe assistance will come your way. Elated by her words, Chen stepped forward to receive the token with both hands. After concluding her gifts, the nun turned her gaze toward Yinhua. Yinhua, is this acceptable? Understanding the nun's intentions were for her benefit, Yinhua nodded with a bright smile. Thank you, Auntie. The nun affectionately patted her head and said, silly girl, let's be on our way. Although Yinhua was reluctant to part from Chen, she recognized that the time for farewell had come. The sorrow of separation was akin to the gentle rains of May in Jiangnan, unbreakable and chaotic. Turning back to Chen, she softly spoke, brother, take care of yourself. And remember to seek me out. Chen nodded solemnly. He watched as Yinhua's figure gradually faded into the void, leaving him with an unshakable sense of loss. After all, in the 10 months since his rebirth, he had shared every moment with Yinhua, relying on one another, and had come to regard her as an integral part of his life. Her sudden departure felt as if his heart had been violently wrenched from his chest. He lowered his head to gaze at the jade pendant that Yinhua had secretly placed in his hand, still warm with her essence. This farewell may indeed last for years. May you find peace until we meet again. Chen lingered in place for a long while, until the sun dipped low on the horizon, before carefully tucking the jade pendant, an emblem of Yinhua, close to his heart. Shouldering the 7 stars Longyan like a wanderer, he began his journey toward the setting sun. As the sun set, the gnarled vines and ancient trees cast long shadows, while a few crows flitted by. Chen's solitary figure, burdened with the sword, stretched long into the twilight. By nightfall, he arrived at a desolate hill, overgrown with wild grass and echoing with the calls of crows, creating an eerie atmosphere. Sensing the ominous surroundings, he furrowed his brow. However, given the isolation of the wilderness, he chose to rest. In a manner akin to his past, he effortlessly caught 2 plump hares for dinner. Yet, as the hares roasted to a golden crisp, a familiar, melodious voice echoed in his ears. "Brother, how can you eat such cute little rabbits? Brother, your roasted rabbit is so delicious. Brother, I want to hear a story. Will you tell me a story?" Turning around, Chen found himself alone, the space beside him entirely empty. Only the branches of the ancient tree swayed gently in the breeze, seemingly bidding a final farewell. Suddenly, Chen felt the wind blur his vision. He bit into a piece of rabbit meat with frustration, then angrily tossed it onto the campfire. How could it be so unpalatable? Sitting cross-legged, he began to circulate his heart's secret technique to cultivate. In the past, he would easily enter a profound meditative state, akin to an old monk in deep contemplation. Yet this time, he felt restless, unable to calm his mind. Abruptly, he thought he heard the sound of whispering. Initially, Chen assumed it was merely an illusion. However, holding his breath, he listened intently. It seemed not to be a figment of his imagination. Since he could not settle down to cultivate, he decided to investigate the source of the sound. With this thought, Chen cautiously wielded his 7 stars dragon abyss sword and ventured forward. After crossing a small hill, a startling sight greeted him. Before him lay a tangle of graves, a veritable graveyard. Everywhere he looked, there were mounds of earth or crumbling tombstones. In the dim light, he could even see the stark white bones unearthed by wild dogs. Chapter 29. Sign in at the graveyard to receive the longevity secret. Upon witnessing such a horrifying scene, Chen involuntarily gasped, a chill running down his spine. Although he had been a staunch materialist in his previous life, having received 9 years of compulsory education and dismissing the notion of ghosts and deities, finding himself in such an ominous place still sent shivers through him. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed fresh footprints nearby. They appeared to have been made recently, likely left after nightfall. Judging by their depth and size, they seemed to belong to a man and a woman. After all, ghosts leave no footprints. How peculiar, he thought, that a man and a woman would come to a graveyard at this hour. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a gust of wind swept by, and he could faintly hear sounds of intimacy. This caused Chen to furrow his brow. After a moment of internal conflict, he ultimately decided to follow the sounds out of pure curiosity. He carefully made his way towards the source and soon arrived at the mouth of the cave. The lewd sounds emanated from within. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, Chen beheld a young couple. The young man, clad in luxurious attire, clearly hailed from a wealthy family, while the young woman was dressed provocatively, her figure undeniably alluring. "Senior Brother Chen, why have you brought me to this graveyard in the dead of night? It's rather unsettling," the seductive woman remarked, glancing around with a slight frown, her tone tinged with curiosity and annoyance. The richly dressed man embraced her slender waist and kissed her passionately on the lips multiple times. "Rong Mei, I've missed you dearly," he exclaimed, as his hands began to roam, attempting to loosen her skirt. The woman swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "You can't be serious about doing this here." The young man, seeing his advance thwarted, displayed visible displeasure. "Rong Mei, don't you find it thrilling to be in this place? Besides, we won't be discovered by Senior Brother Chen." Reluctantly, the woman hesitated. "But here," feigning seriousness, the young man queried, "Rong Mei, do you still love me?" "Of course I do, Senior Brother Chen. How could you doubt my feelings for you?" she replied. The young man seized this opportunity, pressing further. "If you truly love me, why must you marry Senior Brother Chen?" Chen, eavesdropping from his hidden position, perked up at this revelation. So they were indeed a pair of star-crossed lovers. However, to engage in an affair at a graveyard was quite audacious. He had felt somewhat drowsy before, but now he was fully alert. If this is their conversation, I can certainly stay awake, he thought, continuing to listen intently. The seductive woman appeared remorseful as she spoke. "Senior Brother Chen, this is my father's wish. I cannot defy it. Junior sister, do you know that every time I think of you marrying Senior Brother Chen and becoming his bedfellow, it feels like a knife is twisting in my heart." The young man feigned great sorrow, his expression exaggerated. Meanwhile, his hands continued their relentless advance, attempting to undo her clothing. Perhaps feeling guilty, the woman did not resist this time, allowing him to remove her garment with a mix of reluctance and submission. Seeing his success, The young man wore an expression of triumph, preparing for the climactic moment. Just as he was about to proceed further, a sudden crack echoed from outside the cave, someone stepping on a dry branch. "Who is out there?" the pair of lovers exclaimed, startled. "Ah, careless of me. Chen did it," glancing at the broken branch beneath his feet, shaking his head in dismay. The previous position had not afforded him a clear view of the interior. Thus, he decided to move in closer. Yet, just as he took a step forward, he was discovered. Realizing his cover was blown, Chen wasted no time and swiftly fled the scene. As he departed, the young couple chased after him, catching only a glimpse of a fleeting shadow that vanished into the depths of the graveyard. Witnessing this, the seductive woman shivered involuntarily. Senior brother Shiman. Was that a person or a ghost? The young man remained relatively composed, staring in the direction Chen had vanished for a long moment. He then looked down at the ground. A clear footprint caught his eye. It was a person, not a ghost. The young woman, puzzled, asked, "How can you be sure it was a person and not a ghost?" The young man pointed to the footprint, saying, "Rome, look, there's a footprint, freshly made. Only a living being leaves footprints. Ghosts do not." Hearing it was a person, the young woman felt relief wash over her. However, as another thought struck her, her expression turned anxious once more. "Senior brother, do you think that person was sent by the master to follow us?" At her question, the young man's expression shifted, a mix of uncertainty crossing his face. "Rome, don't worry. Our affair is very discreet. The master is a simple-minded sword enthusiast. He wouldn't send anyone to spy on us. If I'm not mistaken, it was merely a passerby who inadvertently stumbled upon us." Reassured by her senior brother's analysis, the woman's heart settled once more. As long as their secret remained hidden from the master, there would be no issue. "Senior brother, let us return. I'm feeling a bit frightened." Though the man in splendid attire felt quite disheartened, he recognized the futility of pursuing romantic endeavors at that moment, and thus reluctantly acquiesced to the circumstances. After all, opportunities such as these were plentiful. Whether he missed this one or gained another was of little consequence. Meanwhile, Chen sat before a dilapidated gravestone, panting heavily. It had been a perilous encounter, teetering on the brink of discovery. Ding! The hour has arrived. Shall the host proceed with the sign-in? Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in and receiving the tome longevity technique. What is this? Longevity technique? In a graveyard. You reward me with a longevity manual? Is this some form of dark humor? Chen found himself bemused by the system's peculiar sense of humor. He subsequently focused his mind and extracted the longevity technique. Perusing it with care, the longevity technique was a supplementary mental exercise, primarily intended to extend one's lifespan. Typically, in the realm of Jiuzhou, the maximum lifespan for mortals, those who were not cultivators, was a century. For cultivators in the Qi refining stage, the limit was 120 years in the foundation establishment stage. It rose to 150 years in the golden core stage. It reached 300 years. For those in the nascent soul stage, it extended to 500 years. The transformation stage allowed for a remarkable 1,000 years, and in the tribulation stage, one could astonishingly attain 3,000 years. Cultivators in the Great Ascension stage could even double that to 6,000 years. As for the legendary Immortals, provided they did not perish prematurely, their lifespans commenced at a minimum of 10,000 years. Ding! The system has detected that the host is signing in at a special location, graveyard, which entitles the host to a unique item reward, sect token. Just as Chen was engrossed in studying the longevity technique, the system's notification startled him anew. Sect token. What is that, Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi elucidated. The sect token is a special item within the system's marketplace that assists the host in establishing a sect. The host can recruit disciples, upgrade the sect, and receive corresponding rewards in spirit stones, magical treasures, and fortune values. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's explanation, Chen finally comprehended. So, this was akin to a guild establishment token in a game. By the way, Xiao Yi, I understand spirit stones and magical treasures. But what exactly is this fortune value? Xiao Yi explained, all things in the world possess fortune. Every blade of grass and tree has it. Every family and nation possesses it as well. When fortune flourishes, the grass and trees thrive, and nations prosper. Conversely, when fortune wanes, the grass withers and nations decline. Having absorbed Xiao Yi's extensive explanation, Chen gained some insight into fortune. It was akin to the concept of fate in metaphysics. If an individual had not exhausted their fortune, they could survive even the most perilous situations. However, should their fortune dwindle, a mere sip of water could lead to choking, or a simple misstep could result in death. In essence, possessing fortune rendered one's life remarkably resilient. My fortune is strong. You can strike me 10 times, and I may only sustain superficial wounds. Your fortune is weak. A single strike could be fatal. Yi Chun felt a surge of exhilaration at Xiao Yi's detailed explanation. With fortune on his side, it was akin to being an indestructible cockroach. If he remained cautious and refrained from recklessness in the early stages, relying on the divine sign-in system as his advantage, achieving remarkable success later was certainly within reach. Xiao, how do I use this sect token to establish a sect? Xiao Yi replied, it's quite simple. The host must find an unclaimed piece of land and place the sect token at the highest point. Then, recite inwardly 3 times. I shall establish a sect. I shall establish a sect. I shall establish a sect. And it will be complete. Got it. Yi Chen glanced around and leaped atop the largest gravestone. Xiao Yi, I want to establish a sect here and name it the Ancient Tomb Sect. What do you think? Xiao Yi responded. Host, after system verification, this graveyard area within a radius of 300 miles is indeed unclaimed and suitable for establishing a sect. However, the excessive Yin energy here makes it an unsuitable location for such an endeavor. I advise the host to reconsider. Very well, I shall ponder it further. In truth, Yi Chen had merely spoken in jest. After all, residing daily in a graveyard was rather unsettling and not conducive to the growth of a sect. The name Ancient Tomb Sect implied a certain lack of seriousness, and no respectable individual would choose to join such a sect. If they were to attract the attention of some righteous sects, they could easily be branded as heretics, which would be most unfortunate. As Lin Chaoying and the little dragon girl felt deeply insulted, Yi Chen stored the sect token within the system space and began practicing the longevity technique while seated before the gravestone. Before he knew it, dawn broke on the horizon. Stretching his limbs, he continued on his journey. As he traversed a narrow mountain path, he suddenly spotted a cloud of dust ahead. He halted, observing a dozen individuals emerging from both sides of the path like gophers. They were ragged and armed with scrap metal, wooden sticks, and stones, alongside 2 or 3 emaciated horses and a tattered banner that bore the crooked inscription, Frog Stronghold. The leader, brandishing a rusty spear, pointed it at Yi Chun and stammered. Beat, beat, beat. After 3 minutes of this, Yi Chun grew impatient and inquired, Are you attempting to rob me? The leader nodded vigorously, Yes, 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 robbing. An older man among them interjected, We are from Frog Stronghold, and this is our leader, the invincible frog, Fong Chongqing. Brother, if you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables, and we promise not to harm you. Otherwise, before he could finish, a flash of cold light glinted, and, with a crisp snap, the spear in Fong Chongqing's hand shattered into 2 pieces. Witnessing this spectacle, all present involuntarily swallowed hard, exchanging wide-eyed glances, as they silently confirmed that Yi Chun was not someone to be trifled with. Apologies for the intrusion. We shall take our leave, someone shouted, and they fled like startled rabbits. The flag-bearer hastily discarded their tattered banner onto the ground. Fong Chongqing and the older man attempted to mount their horses to escape, but the steeds were so frail that they struggled to run, let alone carry riders. With a stumble, one collapsed, leaving its rider sprawled on the ground. Observing this scene, Yi Chen could not suppress a chuckle. He had not anticipated that his first encounter with robbers would be with such a peculiar group. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. The rugged terrain and picturesque scenery made this an ideal location for establishing a sect. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen executed a graceful maneuver, blocking the mountain bandit's path. You desire wealth, do you not? I'm ready to offer it to you. As he spoke, he presented a thick stack of banknotes and gold before Fong Chongqing and his companions. Upon sight of the glittering wealth, their eyes sparkled with greed. One particularly avaricious henchman attempted to reach for the money, but was swiftly reprimanded by the middle-aged man, who struck his hand forcefully and scolded, Xiao Sanzi, Are you trying to bring doom upon us? Following his reprimand of the henchman, whom he called Xiao Shanzi, he suddenly knelt before Yi Chun. We beg for mercy. We did not recognize your greatness and have offended a hero. We are but humble individuals with elderly mothers to care for and young children to feed. We had no choice but to resort to this. Please, noble hero, show us your magnanimity and do not hold our insignificance against us. It was evident that this middle-aged man was the cornerstone of the entire bandit group. Seeing him kneel, the others promptly followed suit. Chen shook his head with a smile, saying, I have no intention of killing you. I merely wish to commandeer your stronghold. Chapter 31. The Unprofessional Bandits. Commandeer our stronghold? Upon hearing Chen's words, all present were momentarily taken aback. Clearly, they did not comprehend the meaning behind Chen's statement. Their stronghold was in dire poverty, scarcely even housing a rat. What use would there be in commandeering their stronghold? Noticing their bewildered expressions, Chen continued. To put it simply, from now on, you will all follow me. Do you understand? The bandits exchanged glances. After a prolonged silence, one of them mustered the courage to ask, will we be provided for? Chen nodded. Indeed, there will be wine every day and meat at every meal. Upon hearing this, the ragged bandits began to gulp in anticipation. It seemed they had long forgotten the taste of wine and meat. Encouraged by Chen's willingness to negotiate, the others began to chime in with their inquiries. Will there be monthly salaries? Will we be allowed to marry? Are the brides beautiful? Can we have more than one? As the bandits voiced their demands, Chen felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate them all. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, the 7-star Long Yuan, and struck a nearby sapling branch. With a clean snap, the branch fell. Witnessing this, the bandits collectively gasped in fear. Chen chuckled and remarked, if this sapling is not pruned, it will grow unevenly. Do not take offense. By the way, what were your requests? I did not catch them clearly. Could you please repeat them? Observing the glimmering blade in Chen's hand and the fresh branch that had fallen, the bandits swallowed nervously. The middle-aged man hastily replied, just food and shelter will suffice. We jested about the salaries and brides. Right, everyone? After a moment's hesitation, the others nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. We require neither salaries nor brides. Those are but fleeting dreams. I want fleeting dreams, exclaimed a rather simple-minded young man, only to be swiftly silenced by the middle-aged man, who covered his mouth. Seeing this, Chen smiled in satisfaction. Let us return to the stronghold and take a look. Upon witnessing the entire stronghold, Chen was momentarily taken aback. The stronghold was primarily composed of caves and thatched houses, with scattered fields around. Occasionally, a few women could be seen toiling in the fields, while children played merrily nearby. This was not the lair of ruthless bandits. It resembled a village in dire need of assistance. Mr. Li, your stronghold does not quite match the descriptions portrayed in television dramas, Chen remarked. The man known as Li Wenjing, the earlier middle-aged man, was a failed scholar and played the role of a strategic advisor. Curious, he asked, may I inquire? Young hero Yi, what television dramas are you referring to? Chen pondered for a moment and replied, they are akin to my mentors. Is there a problem? Li Wenjing's expression transformed to one of understanding. No problem at all. Young hero Yi, the discrepancy is expected. We cannot truly be classified as bandits. Today, we intended to sell a few horses to procure some rice, but they rejected our thin horses. With the village on the brink of starvation, we had no choice but to resort to this unjust act. Chen nodded. I see. How can a bandit group operate without even a rallying cry? It is utterly unprofessional. At this critique, Fang Changqing and Li Wenjing displayed keen interest. What? Must bandits have a rallying cry? What should it be? Chen thought for a moment, then cleared his throat dramatically and proclaimed, it should be shouted thus. This mountain is mine to claim. This path is mine to cultivate. Should you wish to traverse this road, leave behind your toll. Li Wenjing and Fang Changqing were left astonished by Chen's words. The diligent young women and children working in the fields also gathered curiously around. After a considerable delay, a spirited youth from the village, Fang Gongon, boldly remarked, but the trees were not planted by us, and the mountain was not cleared by us. This path has existed long before my grandfather's grandfather. Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, you should not be called Fang Gongon, but rather Fang Hanan. Li Wenjing, concerned that Fang Gangan's naivety might provoke Chen's ire, swiftly kicked him aside. You speak too much. Fang Gongon protested, rubbing his sore backside. I merely spoke the truth. Why did you strike me? Li Wenjing, choosing to ignore his simple-minded nephew, began to flatter Chen. Young hero Yi, your knowledge is indeed vast. Such specialized phrases roll off your tongue effortlessly. I am in awe. Chen quickly waved his hand, humbly stating, "Oh, it is merely what I learned from television dramas." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Wenzheng and the others turned somewhat peculiar. "This teacher of yours even imparts knowledge to bandits?" Chen surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "By the way, why do you not live at the foot of the mountain? What brings you up here? Life is inconvenient, and the land is barren, scarcely yielding any crops." With a deep sigh, Li Wenzheng replied, "Ah, young hero Yi, there is much to explain." Perceiving the seriousness of Li Wenzheng's expression, Chen sensed there was a story to unfold. Since it is a lengthy tale, I shall listen attentively. Chapter 32. Establishing a Sect, the Starry Hall. Li Wenzheng took a moment to gather his thoughts and recounted the sequence of events. They were not professional bandits. Once, they were simple farmers who lived off the land and hunted for sustenance. Although their lives were modest, they managed to be self-sufficient and found a semblance of happiness. However, everything changed when a notorious ruffian from Jianyang City passed through their village and took a fancy to several of the village's young women. He approached them with lewd intentions, even proposing a debauched outdoor gathering. The elderly village chief intervened, attempting to reason with him, but was brutally beaten to death. Witnessing his father's murder and the imminent violation of his childhood neighbor, Feng Changqing, who had trained in martial arts, was consumed by rage. He seized a machete and struck the ruffian dead on the spot. In the wake of this catastrophe, the villagers, particularly the youth and children, fled to the mountains. The ruffian's father, a powerful figure in the area, sought revenge. Unable to find the young man, he unleashed his wrath upon the village's elders, mercilessly slaughtering over 100 of them in a single night. To conceal his crimes, he even set the entire village ablaze. Upon hearing this, Chen was filled with indignation. "Fear not, I shall avenge your blood feud." Upon hearing these words, Li Wenzheng, Feng Changqing, and Feng Gongong were momentarily taken aback before they all knelt, expressing their gratitude. "Yi, as long as you can avenge our blood feud, the 400 souls of our Feng family village shall serve you faithfully henceforth." The onlookers, young women and wives, also knelt, tears brimming in their eyes. Each of them bore deep-seated grievances and had once believed that revenge was unattainable. Yet, they never anticipated that fate would send them a benefactor, leaving them overwhelmed with gratitude. Seeing their fervent devotion, Chen hastily helped them to their feet and solemnly declared, "I, Chen, assure you that those who follow me shall never suffer injustice." After calming the crowd, Chen approached Li Wenzheng. "Mr. Li, I have a few inquiries." Li Wenzheng quickly bowed and replied, "Yi, whatever you wish, I shall comply, even if it means risking my life." Chen shook his head. "Is not so dire. I merely wish to know the highest point in your vicinity." Upon hearing this, Li Wenzheng responded, "Our highest point is Frog Ridge, with the peak being Golden Toad Peak, just ahead." Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the names. Frog Ridge and Golden Toad Peak. How vivid. Noticing Chen's unexpected laughter, Li Wenzheng cautiously asked, "Yi, is there something amiss?" Chen shook his head. "No, I simply wish to explore." Li Wenzheng offered, "Shall I accompany you?" "There's no need. I can manage alone. You all may continue your tasks," Chen replied. Observing the hesitant expressions on Li Wenzheng and Feng Changqing, he reassured them, "Rest assured, I shall return before nightfall." With that, he tossed some silver notes to them. "Take this and buy some provisions." As the villagers' eyes sparkled with hope, they expressed their gratitude profusely. Subsequently, Chen made his way to Golden Toad Peak. The peak appeared deceptively close, yet traversing the distance proved arduous. "If only I could wield a sword in flight." Theoretically, one could practice sword flight upon reaching the foundation building stage, but it required extended periods of aerial maneuvering, demanding a robust reservoir of spiritual energy. Typically, most began their training only after reaching the 5th level of foundation building. Chen, envisioning himself soaring through the skies like the protagonists of Shushan and Xianjian, felt a surge of exhilaration. It was imperative to acquire a manual on sword techniques. After a couple of hours, he reached Golden Toad Peak, which resembled a golden toad. Lending it its name, from afar, the mountain even appeared akin to the Moon Palace. A good omen, Chen thought, satisfied, as he leapt to the summit of the toad. With a shift of his mind, a sect token appeared before him, which he grasped and raised high. "I shall establish a sect. I shall establish a sect." He proclaimed thrice in his mind. Suddenly, a radiant spectrum of colors descended from the heavens. enveloping the landscape within a 100-mile radius centered around Golden Toad Peak. The inhabitants within that expanse witnessed this miraculous spectacle, interpreting it as the manifestation of the Golden Toad, and instinctively bowed in reverence. "Uncle, why is there suddenly a rainbow at Golden Toad Peak?" The villagers of Fong Family Village gathered around Li Wenjing, who squinted at the direction of the peak, fixated and puzzled. Though he was equally bewildered, he recalled that just 2 hours prior, Chen had inquired about Golden Toad Peak. Could it be him? The thought made Li Wenjing's heart race. "It is Yi the Celestial? It seems our Fong Family Village truly has a chance at salvation." Common folk refer to cultivators capable of sword flight as Celestials or Immortals. Initially, they feared that Chen could not contend with the City Lord's estate. However, it appeared that he genuinely possessed formidable abilities. As the notion of Chen being an immortal took root, the villagers of Fong Family Village were filled with renewed hope, kneeling in worship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a sect. Please name your sect. Chen gazed at Golden Toad Peak, which resembled the Moon Palace, standing atop its highest point, evoking a sense of grandeur. "Let me name Star Palace." The name complemented that of his Empress consortess Tianxiang Pavilion perfectly, at least in nomenclature. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful naming. The system detects that the current jurisdiction of Star Palace spans 120 miles, with a population of 606, comprising 404 males and 202 females. There is one cultivator at the foundation building stage. Sect level assessment. Insignificant. Upon hearing the system's assessment of Star Palace as insignificant, Chen's expression darkened. It was evident that he needed to recruit disciples swiftly to elevate the sect status. However, 2 pressing issues must first be addressed. The first, the matter of sustenance. As the newly appointed master of Star Palace, he bore the responsibility of providing for the over 600 souls under his care. The second matter concerns housing. Just a moment ago, he had surveyed the entire village, which appeared dilapidated and shabby. Were it placed within the context of the former Grand Dynasty, it would undoubtedly be deemed a poverty-stricken village within a destitute county. Thus, it necessitated considerable construction efforts. Not that it needed to be excessively grand, but it must at least resemble something worthwhile. Otherwise, it would hardly live up to the prestige implied by the name Star Palace. Contemplating this, Chen could not help but rub his forehead. As the master of the Star Palace, he felt it more fitting to be dubbed the captain of a poverty alleviation team. Chapter 33, Recruiting the First Female Disciple. Whether for poverty alleviation or the cultivation of the sect, one essential element remains constant. Money. An abundance of money. It seems that he must devise a strategy to generate income. Relying solely on the meager silver he had seized from Dongpeng would not sustain him for long. Alas, the struggle for financial stability on Earth was a harsh endeavor, and now, reborn in this realm of Jiuzhou, he found himself compelled to continue the arduous pursuit of wealth. Money truly is a relentless tormentor. After uttering a mild curse, Chen turned and made his way towards Fong Family Village. Upon returning to Fong Family Village, the gazes of Li Wenjing and the others towards Chen grew increasingly reverent, to the point where they dared not meet his eyes. Whenever Chen cast his gaze in their direction, they instinctively averted their eyes, unable to engage in direct contact. Only a few young girls, in their youthful exuberance, might steal a glance when they thought Chen was not paying attention, their hearts fluttering like startled fawns. As dusk approached, Li Wenjing hurriedly sought out Chen. Upon finding him seated in meditation, they refrained from disturbing him, fidgeting like ants on a hot stove, consumed by anxiety. Chen opened his eyes and inquired, "Mr. Li, what troubles you so?" Upon hearing Chen's question, Li Wenjing stepped forward and replied hastily, "Immortal, Fong Changqing and Fong Gong'an went to purchase rice, and according to the distance, they should have returned long ago. However, now that night has fallen, they have yet to arrive, and I am concerned that something may have befallen them." After a moment of contemplation, Chen asked, "Did they go to Jianyang City for the rice?" Li Wenjing shook his head. "No, they went to Dashi Town, which is 20 li from here." Chen rose and said, "Take me to Dashi Town." At that moment, a remarkably delicate young girl boldly approached, exclaiming, "Father, I wish to go as well." Li Wenjing shot her a disapproving glance and admonished, "Lanxiang, this matter pertains to men. What business do you have meddling? Stay here quietly." Li Lanxiang, pouting in protest, retorted, "What of it? The Empress of Tianxiang Pavilion, Lian Hongxiang, is a woman too. Yi Chen's interest was piqued upon hearing Li Lanxiang's words, and he inquired, "You are familiar with Lian Hongxiang of Tianxiang Pavilion?" Li Lanxiang, taken aback by Yi Chen's inquiry, felt a surge of shyness. She bit her lip and replied, "Lian Hongxiang is the most beautiful and formidable woman in all of Jiuzhou. This is known not just to me, but to everyone in Jiuzhou." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration, revealing her deep idolization of the Empress. Yi Chen mused internally, realizing that his Empress was indeed a national icon, even in this remote village. After a moment of contemplation, he resumed his assessment of Li Lanxiang. Feeling his gaze upon her, she grew bashful and lowered her head, nervously asking, "Did I say something wrong?" Yi Chen shook his head, "Not at all. I see great potential in you. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple?" Li Lanxiang's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonished light. "Are you serious? Or is this a jest?" Yi Chen smiled gently, countering, "Do you think I would jest with you?" Caught in a moment of overwhelming joy, she found it hard to believe, even though she had heard it directly. Li Wenzheng, the first to regain his composure, feigned a stern expression and chided, "Lanxiang, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and kneel to perform the formalities of becoming a disciple." Responding to her father's words, Li Lanxiang snapped back to reality. Promptly kneeling with a thud, disciple Li Lanxiang pays her respects to master. Ding! Congratulations, host, on recruiting your first disciple, opening a new chapter for the sect, and gaining 100 fortune points. Receiving an immediate contribution of fortune points from Li Lanxiang, Yi Chen felt a delightful thrill. When taking on a disciple, one must offer a welcoming gift. What should he present? Suddenly, he recalled that Yi Xian had given him a storage ring containing various garments intended for his sister Yi Yinhe. With her absent and no particular inclination for female attire, he decided to bestow them upon Li Lanxiang as a welcoming gift. With this in mind, he retrieved a lovely lavender dress and handed it to her, saying, "Lanxiang, I was unprepared for this outing, so please accept this dress as a token of our meeting." Li Lanxiang's eyes lit up upon seeing the exquisite garment, her excitement palpable. After all, girls have little resistance to beautiful clothes, especially someone like Li Lanxiang, who had grown up wearing coarse fabric. "Thank you, master. Yi Chen similet softly. Lanjiang. Go change into it now, and then we shall head to Dashi Town." Li Lanxiang eagerly accepted the dress, handling it with utmost care, as if cradling a precious heirloom. Once she returned to her room, she gently caressed the fabric, marveling at its softness and luxurious feel. Suddenly, she noticed not only the dress, but also an array of undergarments, including a bodice and bloomers. Her cheeks flushed crimson at the sight. Why had her master brought such items? Li Lanxiang pondered this for a while, but could not arrive at a conclusion. However, she did not associate her master with anything inappropriate. Instead, she felt he was profoundly insightful and admirable. After she donned the dress and admired her reflection in the mirror, she could scarcely believe her transformation. Was this enchanting fairy truly her? She never imagined she could appear so ethereal. Unable to contain her joy, she twirled in front of the mirror, reveling in the beauty of her flowing skirt. As she gracefully exited her room, all eyes fell upon her, especially those young men who had harbored feelings for Li Lanxiang, their jaws nearly dropping in awe. Astonishingly beautiful, so breathtakingly exquisite. Even Yi Chen, accustomed to the beauty of women, could not help but reveal a fleeting moment of astonishment in his gaze. However, it was merely a brief flicker. While Yi Lanxiang could indeed be considered a beauty, she lacked the grace of Li Xian, the purity of Lian Hongxiang, and the innocence of Yi Yinhe. Li Wenzheng, a keen observer of demeanor and expression, began to ponder as he noted Yi Chen's attentive care for his daughter, from mentoring to gifting clothes. Could it be that the Immortal had taken a liking to his daughter? Chapter 34. Is this a misunderstanding? In Dashi Town, at Wang's rice shop, a staff member, busy cracking sunflower seeds, expressed his impatience upon seeing Fong Chongqing and his companions return. "Haven't I told you? Those horses of yours are nothing but skin and bones. Our owner won't take them." Fong Gangang, noticing a mere young clerk peering through the door, was incensed. "Who said we came to sell horses? We're here to buy rice and grain." The clerk was momentarily taken aback and queried, "Do you even have money to buy rice and grain? Our shop does not extend credit." "Huh, who do you think you're looking down upon? To see what this is." As he spoke, Fong Gangang displayed a stack of silver ingots on the counter, reminiscent of Kong, e.g. flaunting his wealth at the restaurant, exuding an air of confidence. The clerk's eyes widened in disbelief as he strained to see closer, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. Where did you get this money? You didn't steal it, did you? Fong Gang reveled in the attention, confidently demanding, never mind how we got it. Just bring out all the rice and grain in your store. After scrutinizing the silver ingots, the clerk replied, you want too much rice and grain. I can't decide that. I need to consult our owner. With that, he hurried into the back room. Soon, a middle-aged man, clad in silk and adorned with a brocade hat, accompanied by several staff members, emerged. He was Wang Daxing, the wealthiest man in Dashi Town and the owner of the rice shop. His gaze first fell upon the silver ingots on the table, and then shifted to the tattered Fong Chongqing and Fong Gang. Fong Gang, feeling the weight of Wang Daxing's stare, shouted, Owner Wang, we want to buy rice and grain. Wang Daxing squinted, saying, buying rice and grain is fine, but you must tell me where this money comes from. Why should we tell you? Fong Gang retorted angrily. Wang Daxing, with a smile, clapped his hands. Instantly, over a dozen burly men armed with weapons rushed out from the back, surrounding Fong Gang and Fong Chongqing. With my strength, I can take you down. Fong Chongqing, alarmed, stuttered, Wang, are you trying to rob us? Wang Daxing chuckled. I suspect your silver is stolen. Thus, taking it from you is justified. He waved his hand, commanding, seize them. Outnumbered and outmatched, Fong Chongqing and Fong Gang were soon left bruised and battered. Wang Daxing stomped on Fong Chongqing's arm, pressing down hard. Confess, where did your silver come from? Where are the rest hidden? This is not stolen. It was gifted to us by an immortal. Fong Chongqing gritted his teeth through the pain. Upon hearing this, Wang Daxing burst into laughter. Do you think I'm a fool? An immortal would bestow silver upon a benevolent person like me, not upon you beggars. Before Wang Daxing could finish, a chilling voice pierced the air as three figures entered. Li Wenzheng, Li Lanxiang, and Yi Chen. Wang Daxing's eyes lit up upon seeing the graceful Li Lanxiang, swallowing hard at her beauty, which far surpassed that of his recent concubines. Li Lanxiang, feeling the weight of his gaze, instinctively stepped behind Yi Chen, a flicker of disdain in her beautiful eyes. Witnessing this, Li Wenzheng noted the shift. His daughter used to hide behind him when frightened, but now. Indeed, daughters grow up too fast. Yi Chen gently patted Li Lanxiang's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Feeling the warmth of his reassurance, she nodded softly. After calming Li Lanxiang, Yi Chen turned his piercing gaze toward Wang Daxing. Release him. Wang Daxing scrutinized Yi Chen, mocking, who is this kid? Has he even reached adulthood to meddle in my affairs? Someone, show him what's what. At his command, several burly staff members, brandishing weapons, advanced toward Yi Chen. He did not flinch. Instead, as they approached, he unsheathed his sword. In a flash, a streak of lightning cleaved the air. The ensuing screams of the assailants echoed like a chorus of pigs being slaughtered, their hands severed in an instant, blood spilling profusely. The sight horrified everyone present. Drawing gasps of shock, Wang Daxing trembled in fear, nearly losing his footing. Yi Chen's cold gaze bore down on him. Do you now believe I can intervene in this matter? Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, Wang Daxing trembled uncontrollably. This is all a misunderstanding. Before he could finish, Yi Chen struck him with a resounding slap, sending him spinning. His face, already pudgy, swelled grotesquely. I ask you, is this also a misunderstanding? Yes. It's a misunderstanding. Wang Daxing nearly wept, knowing he could not deny it, while a blade hovered near his throat. Yi Chen was not yet satisfied. He delivered another loud slap. Do you still believe this is a misunderstanding? Wang Daxing, I. Chapter 35. Robbing the rich to aid the poor. Wang Daxing, already portly, now bore the marks of Yi Chen's two sharp slaps, his face resembling that of a swollen pig. He covered his bruised visage, tears of despair welling in his eyes. Yi Chen clapped his hands and inquired, Master Wang, do you still believe this is a misunderstanding? Master Wang, caught in a dilemma, neither nodded nor shook his head. He could only lament with a tearful voice about his ignorance and folly. Yi Chen felt no sympathy for such a tyrant who bullied the weak and exploited the local populace. Fong Chongqing, Fong Gang, how did you all deal with those ruffians? It is time for you to repay them in kind and let our esteemed Master Wang experience what a true misunderstanding entails. Initially hesitant, Fong Chongqing was soon spurred into action by the spirited Fong Gang, who rolled up his sleeves and struck the first blow, delivering a hefty punch to Master Wang. Following, there was a flurry of blows that left Master Wang lamenting and crying out in despair. Before long, he lay on the ground like a heap of flesh, groaning in agony. Seeing that it was nearly enough, Yi Chen intervened, stating, "All right, the misunderstanding should be resolved now. Time is of the essence. Our families are waiting for rice to be cooked. Let us move the grain." Fang Chongqing and Fang Gangang, filled with excitement, responded enthusiastically and began to work. Upon opening the warehouse, they were taken aback by the sight that greeted them. The region of Jiangyang had suffered continuous drought for several years, resulting in barren fields and countless starving victims wandering about, some resorting to cannibalism. Yet, Master Wang's cellar was stocked with no less than 100,000 pounds of rice. To say his conscience was devoured by a dog would be an insult to dogs. Yi Chen instructed Fang Chongqing and Fang Gangang to return and summon others to help transport the grain to the mountains. However, even after their efforts, only half of it was moved. Yi Chen had no intention of leaving the unscrupulous Master Wang with the remainder. Noticing the gaunt and famished disaster victims gathering nearby, he cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Dear villagers, as the saying goes, heaven's tribulation may be survived, but self-inflicted woes cannot. This tyrant has committed numerous atrocities, hoarding grain during a year of great hardship, inflating prices, and profiting from the blood of the innocent. Today, I, Yi Chen, act in heaven's name to reclaim it. The remaining grain is yours to take." Yi Chen's words were highly stirring, invigorating the nearly lifeless disaster victims. Many grateful souls knelt down, tears brimming in their eyes, exclaiming, "Thank you, celestial being, for the gift of life." Those who had already rolled up their sleeves, awaiting Yi Chen's command to seize the grain, also knelt in reverence, repeating their thanks. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have unlocked the achievement of 1,000 people's faith, gaining 1,000 fortune points. Yi Chen was utterly astonished that his unintentional act of kindness had unlocked the achievement of 1,000 people's faith, awarding him 1,000 fortune points, bringing his total to 100. These disaster victims, having lost their homes, were eager to follow Yi Chen and his companions up the mountain. Yi Chen welcomed them with open arms. News spread among other afflicted individuals about a celestial being at Hammer Ridge, distributing rice porridge. Moreover, the radiant light displayed when Yi Chen established the Starry Hall with his sex decree instilled unwavering faith in the disaster victims from hundreds of miles around. Within just a few days, the number of gathered victims at Hammer Ridge exceeded 10,000. Yi Chen swiftly unlocked the achievement of 10,000 people's faith, causing his fortune points to soar from 100 to 12,000. However, with the rewards came pressing troubles. The most immediate concern was feeding the multitude of mouths. The rice acquired from Master Wang had already been consumed nearly halfway. Even if they rationed it, it would last only another 10 to 15 days at most. In half a month, they would face a food shortage crisis. The consequences of such a situation, with thousands of disaster victims congregating, would be dire. To acquire more grain, the most straightforward yet brutal method would be to target the wealthy households. Yet, the affluent families near Jianyang City, fearing a repeat of Master Wang's downfall, had quickly evacuated, retreating to the city. As for Jianyang City itself, Yi Chen was well aware of its formidable nature. With a population exceeding 1 million, it was rumored to have a powerful figure at the half-step golden core stage in command. The number of foundation-building cultivators, there was likely around 80, if not 100. Furthermore, the city lord's residence boasted an army of 30,000. Resorting to violence against the wealthy was not a viable option. Thus, Yi Chen had to employ his intellect and devise a strategy. Zhang Dongping's storage bag contained numerous valuable items that he had no use for, which could be sold off. Additionally, he had received several pills from the system through recent sign-ins. Though they were of the lowest grade, first-tier pills, the quality was impeccable. Even first-tier pills were like battle-ready gems, with effects that were outstanding. These pills were highly sought after. For instance, the Dragon Tiger pill could enhance one's physique and improve the combat capabilities of ancestral treasures. The longevity pill, while only extending life by 3 to 5 years, held immense allure for the wealthy elderly. Then there were the body refinement pills. To cultivate, one had 2 paths. The first was for the exceptionally gifted, like Yi Chen and Yi Xian, who could cultivate from birth. Those with lesser talents seeking to cultivate must first refine their bodies and cleanse their marrow. The primary customers for body refinement pills were these individuals. Wealthy in martial prowess, they were willing to spend lavishly on body refinement pills, especially those of superior quality, which were in high demand. As Chen contemplated what else could be sold to repay his debts, Li Lanxiang entered with a basin of steaming water. "Master, you have labored all day. Soak your feet and relieve your fatigue." Chen accepted the gesture graciously. Li Lanxiang knelt down to help him remove his shoes and soak his feet. Her delicate hands, smooth and fair, seemed almost too precious to be tasked with such a chore. Once she finished washing his feet and was about to take the basin away, Chen suddenly called out to her, "Lanxiang." "Yes." Li Lanxiang paused and turned to look at Chen. "Is there something else, master?" As if performing a magic trick, Chen produced a marrow cleansing pill and handed it to her. "This is a marrow cleansing pill. It will aid you in refining your marrow and embarking on the path of cultivation." Chapter 36. Lanxiang's Body Refinement. Li Lanxiang's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing this. Her excitement barely contained. "Thank you, master." She carefully accepted the marrow cleansing pill, holding it in her palm and examining it for a long while. With eyes filled with astonishment, she asked, "Master, how should I use this marrow cleansing pill? Should I consume it directly?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen replied, "How about this? You can take the marrow cleansing pill here, and I will stand guard and provide guidance to ensure nothing goes awry." Li Lanxiang nodded obediently upon hearing Chen's instructions. Following his guidance, she consumed the cleansing elixir. Soon, she felt an intense heat coursing through her body, as if flames were igniting within her. Her skin flushed red, resembling a boiled crab, and her expression reflected great discomfort. "Master, I feel so hot." Upon hearing her exclamation, Chen was somewhat perplexed. She had taken a body refining elixir, not the dragon tiger elixir. If Chen were an alchemist, he would have discerned the issue at a glance. This reaction was due to Li Lanxiang's frail constitution, the side effects of the cleansing elixir, which was meant to open her meridians and purify her body, were particularly pronounced in her case. Seeing Lanxiang tearing at her clothes in distress, revealing her undergarments, Chen swiftly gathered his energy and placed his palm against her smooth, jade-like back. "Ah!" Lanxiang trembled, exhaling a puff of white smoke. Subsequently, her body began to absorb the spiritual energy Chen was channeling into her, facilitating the expansion of her meridians, the unblocking of her vital channels, and the thorough cleansing of her body. This process continued throughout the night, culminating in significant success. Even Chen, after expending his energy for an entire night, felt utterly drained and exhausted. In stark contrast to Chen's fatigue, Li Lanxiang emerged from the experience transformed. The cleansing elixir had revitalized her, and the continuous influx of spiritual energy from Chen had rejuvenated her entirely. Her skin appeared even fairer and more delicate than before, and her already youthful visage radiated with an exquisite glow. "Master, are you all right?" Lanxiang noticed Chen's pale complexion, glistening with beads of sweat, and hurriedly approached him with concern. Chen shook his head, assuring her, "I am fine." As he spoke, he settled into a meditative posture to restore his breath. Once his breathing steadied, he slowly opened his eyes, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Li Lanxiang was nearly bare, save for her undergarments. Lanxiang, momentarily stunned, quickly recognized the situation and instinctively covered herself. Her beautifully sculpted face flushed a deep crimson, as if it might bleed from embarrassment. The atmosphere in the room became unbearably awkward. Adhering to the principle of not staring at indecency, Chen reluctantly averted his gaze. He retrieved a set of new clothing from Xian's storage ring and handed it to Li Lanxiang. "Lanxiang, please change into these clothes. I will step outside for a moment." With that, Chen yawned and headed straight for the door. "Good morning, Immortal." The villagers of Fong Family Village greeted Chen as he emerged, bowing respectfully. However, Li Wenzheng appeared troubled. Last night, his daughter Lanxiang had gone to deliver foot bath water to Chen and had not returned. Concerned for her safety, he had set out to search for her. And as he passed by Chen's room, he had heard sounds emanating from within. To his dismay, the source of those sounds was none other than his daughter, Li Lanxiang. He had always perceived her interest in Chen, and considering her humble background, it was a stroke of immense fortune for her to have caught the attention of such a figure. Therefore, He refrained from intruding and anxiously waited outside all night. Now, seeing Yi Chen emerge, he hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to bow respectfully. "Greetings, Immortal." Yi Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Observing Yi Chen's expression closely, Li Wenzheng felt a stir of anxiety. The Immortal appeared somewhat unwell, lacking vitality. Could it be that his daughter had drained him? If that were true, Yi Chen seemed rather depleted. After Yi Chen departed, Li Lanxiang hurriedly exited his room. Upon seeing her flushed cheeks, Li Wenjing's heart ached. His suspicions had indeed been confirmed. His cherished daughter had been taken advantage of. After a moment's hesitation, he quickly followed her. "Lanxiang." She paused and turned back, asking, "Father, what is it?" Upon seeing her radiant face up close, Li Wenjing stood transfixed, his expression one of utter astonishment, as if he had encountered a celestial being. "Lanxiang, what has happened to your face?" Noticing her father's shock, Lanxiang instinctively touched her cheek. "Father, what is wrong with my face?" Even Li Wenjing, educated as a scholar, was at a loss for words. "Look in the mirror and you will see." Lanxiang quickly found a copper mirror, and upon seeing her own reflection, she was struck dumb with disbelief. The exquisite beauty staring back at her seemed almost unreal. She pinched her cheek, and upon feeling a slight sting, her face broke into a joyful smile. Could it be because of Master? Hearing his daughter's words, Li Wenjing jumped to conclusions, assuming that his earlier suspicions were confirmed. Her transformation was indeed a result of the Immortal's favor. However, as he pondered this, he felt a strange discomfort. Although it was a tremendous blessing for their family and for Lanxiang, witnessing his cherished daughter being claimed so soon caused him inner turmoil. Noticing the fluctuating expressions on her father's face, Lanxiang inquired, "Father, what troubles you? Your expression seems unusual." Li Wenjing shook his head, replying, "I am fine. Just did not sleep well last night." He then gazed at her affectionately, imparting a serious reminder. "Lanxiang, you have grown up now. You must serve the Immortal well, understand?" Lanxiang nodded earnestly. "Do not worry. Father, I will serve Master diligently." Hearing her words, Li Wenjing felt even more conflicted. Daughters grow up too fast. After a deep sigh, he turned to leave. Watching her father retreating, Lanxiang sensed something was amiss, but could not quite identify what it was. Chapter 37. The Childish Nature of Lanxiang. In order to better manage the disaster-stricken villagers, Yi Chen implemented a reconstruction model, initiating extensive construction at Frog Ridge. The disaster victims were registered and organized into units of 1,000, 100, and 10 individuals respectively. To enhance their motivation for labor, Yi Chen decided to implement a points system reminiscent of his previous life. Additionally, he selected 900 robust young men from among the victims, dividing them into 3 battalions of 300 each, and equipped them with weapons to serve as a defensive force against possible provocations from marauders when he was absent. With his framework established, Yi Chen planned to visit Jianyang City. Upon learning of his intention, Li Lanxiang expressed her desire to accompany him. Unable to resist the gleam of anticipation in her large eyes, Yi Chen agreed to bring her along. Throughout the journey, Li Lanxiang resembled a liberated sparrow, bursting with excitement, bouncing and leaping joyfully. "Wow, the city gate is so magnificent." Upon reaching Jianyang City, Li Lanxiang gasped to the grand entrance. Yi Chen observed her and inquired, "Is this your first visit to Jianyang City, Lanxiang?" She tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, "I came here once with my father when I was young, but I haven't been back since my mother passed away." The mention of her mother caused her voice to tremble, and the radiant smile that had graced her face moments ago vanished. Recognizing that this had stirred painful memories, Yi Chen quickly offered words of comfort. "Lanxiang, the past is behind us. It is more important for us to look forward and strive to live well in the present." Though she had managed to hold back her tears, they began to flow uncontrollably after hearing Yi Chen's consolations. Yi Chen, who dreaded seeing girls cry, felt somewhat flustered and hurried to wipe her tears away. Seeing him comfort her, Li Lanxiang's tear-filled eyes sparkled with gratitude. She quickly used the back of her hand to dab at her tears, saying, "Father, I'm all right. Please don't worry. As long as you're fine. Let us head into the city." With that, Yi Chen turned and walked towards Jianyang City. "Master, please wait for me." Li Lanxiang wiped her tears and hurriedly chased after him. The girl's face shone with joy, reminiscent of a sunny June day. Just a moment ago, she had been tearful, but now she was beaming with delight. At that moment, She was like a curious child exploring a grand garden, exclaiming, "Master, look at this beautiful ornament. And Master, I want to eat candy hawthorns." Her exuberance reminded Yi Chun of his younger sister, Ing He. They were of similar ages, both at the cusp of youth, and shared a childlike innocence. He wondered if she had returned to Sangjiabeo and reunited with their mother. While Yi Chun was lost in thoughts of Ing He, an unpleasant voice suddenly broke the tranquility, snapping him back to reality. He looked up to see a scene that instantly chilled his gaze. Chapter 38. Remember, there will be no next time. Are you blind? Watch where you're going. A man clad in a brocade robe shouted angrily after being bumped into. Li Lanxiang, preoccupied with her candied hawthorns, had unexpectedly collided with him. Immediately, she resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, hurriedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." The brocade-clad man, upon noticing that the person who collided with him was an exceptionally beautiful and innocent girl, felt a surge of excitement. Holding his chest theatrically, he grinned wickedly. "My dear girl, you've shattered my heart. How will you compensate me?" Li Lanxiang, a simple country girl, had never encountered such a situation and was at a loss for words. She frantically searched for Yi Chun's figure. "Master, Master." Seeing her distressed expression made the brocade man even more exhilarated. "My dear girl, even if you call you Master, it won't change anything. You still owe me. How about this? You come home with me, soothe my heart, and share a drink or two, and I'll let you go. What do you say?" He reached out to touch her delicate face. However, just as his hand was raised, it was firmly seized by a strong hand. Turning around, the brocade man encountered a young man with sharp brows and an imposing presence, gazing at him with a frigid stare. Feeling a twinge of fear, he boldly proclaimed, "I am Pan Yong, the second son of the Pan family. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs?" Li Lanxiang's eyes brightened upon seeing Yi Chun, and she quickly ran to stand behind him, calling out pitifully, "Master, I'm scared." Yi Chun patted her small hand and reassured her, "Don't be afraid, Lanxiang. I'm here. Nothing will happen." Feeling the warmth from his hand, Li Lanxiang nodded vigorously, filled with a sense of security. Hearing their exchange, the self-proclaimed Pan Yong sneered mockingly, "What master? More like a lover, I dare say." Yet before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his mouth. Slap! Yi Chun delivered a resounding slap without any preamble. "Did you eat something foul this morning? Clean up your mouth." Pan Yong was utterly stunned that someone had dared to strike him, especially in public. Enraged by the mocking stares of the onlookers, he screamed, "Do you know who my father is? How dare you hit me?" Yi Chun regarded him with pity and replied slowly, "I don't know who your father is, nor do I care to. If you're so eager to find out, perhaps you should ask your mother. She should know quite well who your father is." Before Yi Chun finished speaking, the crowd erupted in laughter. Pan Yong felt humiliated and, in a fit of rage, shouted, "You have guts, kid?" Yi Chun nodded, saying, "I may not have much, but I certainly have guts." He then pointed at Li Lanxiang and commanded, "Apologize to my disciple." Pan Yong, refusing to apologize to a girl in front of everyone, exclaimed defiantly, "No way." Before he could finish, Yi Chun struck him hard on the other cheek. "Apologize." Slap, slap, slap. Yi Chun unleashed a flurry of slaps across Pan Yong's face. Pan Yong's once handsome face transformed into a grotesque visage after enduring over 20 resounding slaps from Yi Chun. It was hard to believe that the wretched figure before him was birthed from his own mother. At this moment, the arrogance that had characterized Pan Yong was utterly obliterated. With a quivering voice, he pleaded, "Please stop. Please stop. I apologize. I apologize. Is that not enough? I am truly sorry." Yi Chun, with an icy glare, retorted, "Have you not eaten? Why is your voice so feeble? Speak louder." As he spoke, his hand was poised to strike again. Terrified by this spectacle, Pan Yong quickly raised his voice. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake." Li Lanxiang, witnessing the severity of Pan Yong's punishment, interjected, "Master, it seems he has learned his lesson. Let's leave it at that." Yi Chun nodded in agreement, his cold gaze fixated on Pan Yong like a blade drawn from its sheath. "Remember this well. There will be no next time. If there is, it won't merely be a few slaps. I will ensure you witness your own demise. Do you comprehend?" Pan Yong, visibly relieved, nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains, indicating his understanding and promising there would be no repeat of this incident. Subsequently, Yi Chun lifted Pan Yong as one might a chick and unceremoniously tossed him out. Pan Yong tumbled and scrambled several meters away, feeling that distance was sufficiently safe, only to regain his composure and shout, "You wait, this is far from over." Before he could finish, fear of Yi Chun pursuing him compelled him to flee like a rabbit, disappearing without a trace. It was evident that Pan Yong was a notorious bully, having tormented many in the vicinity. The onlookers, many of whom had suffered under his tyranny, erupted in applause, reveling in his comeuppance. An elderly man, his hair completely white and leaning on a cane, approached and inquired, "Young man, you seem unfamiliar. Are you not from Jianyang City?" Yi Chun nodded, replying, "Indeed, we are merely passing through." The old man stroked his beard, a look of understanding dawning on his face. "No wonder. You should know that the Pan family is a prominent clan in Jianyang City, possessing considerable power. Pan Yong is a vindictive character, and after your public reprimand, he will not let this go unpunished. You would do well to leave before his family arrives. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Upon hearing the old man's warning, Li Lanqiang's face fell in regret. "Master, I am sorry. I have brought trouble upon us so soon after entering the city." She lowered her head, awaiting Yi Chun's reprimand. Yi Chun gently patted her head, his tone affectionate as he said, "Silly girl, do not speak such nonsense. They are but a group of ruffians, not worth our concern. Come, let us proceed to the auction house." With that, Yi Chun led Li Lanqiang towards the largest auction house in Jianyang City. Situated in the city center, it was easily located. After traversing 2 streets, they arrived at an imposing building, its sign emblazoned with the bold characters, Wanbao Pavilion. 4 guards stood sentinel at the entrance. And Yi Chun straightened his attire before striding confidently inside with Li Lanqiang. Their garments, crafted from fine silk provided by Yi Xian, exuded an air of elegance and value, which deterred the guards from hindering their entry despite their unfamiliarity. Upon entering the grand hall, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man approached briskly. "Young sir, do you intend to consign treasures or purchase them?" Yi Chun replied, "I wish to consign treasures." He then produced 3 jade vials from his robe, placing them neatly on the table. The middle-aged man regarded the vials with curiosity. "May I open them?" Yi Chun nodded, gesturing for him to proceed. Upon receiving permission, the man carefully uncorked the vials. A rich, fragrant aroma wafted forth, invigorating him. "These are elixirs?" he exclaimed. "Indeed, they are a first-grade dragon tiger pill, a first-grade body refining pill, and a first-grade beauty pill." Upon learning that the elixirs were all highly sought after, the man's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The dragon tiger pill could rejuvenate a weakened individual, enhancing their combat prowess, while the beauty pill promised to preserve one's youthful visage, albeit with some exaggeration. The body refining pill was essential for aspiring cultivators, making it particularly coveted, especially in superior quality. "Please wait a moment while I summon our alchemist to assess the quality of these elixirs." Yi Chun nodded, stating, "Of course, but time is of the essence. Please do not keep us waiting. Rest assured, it will not take long. Please, allow this gentleman to serve you tea." The middle-aged man hurriedly left, only to return shortly with an elderly alchemist, whose hair was also white yet appeared quite spry. "This is Elder Bai, the alchemist who will evaluate the elixirs you provided," the middle-aged man introduced. Elder Bai glanced at Yi Chun before focusing on the 3 vials. His expression shifted from calm to one of unprecedented seriousness. "Exceptional. Extraordinary. Truly exceptional." The middle-aged man was momentarily dumbfounded. Even after hearing Elder Bai's words, he struggled to believe his ears. "Elder Bai, did you just say that all 3 elixirs are exceptional quality among first-grade elixirs?" The ranking of elixirs ranges from 1st to 9th grade, with 1st being the lowest and 9th the highest. Within each grade, there are further classifications: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. Elixirs, being a type of medicine, also contain certain toxins. When taken in moderation, they can significantly enhance one's cultivation, but can also lead to adverse effects if overconsumed. Many elixirs only exhibit their remarkable effects upon first use. Subsequent doses may yield diminished results or even be counterproductive. Thus, the quality of an elixir is paramount. In the market, an exceptional first-grade elixir could command a price higher than that of ordinary second-grade elixirs. Thus, when the shopkeeper heard Elder Bai say that these 3 pills were all of the highest quality among first-grade elixirs, he was utterly astonished. Elder Bai, doubting his own fading eyesight, conducted a reassessment. The result remained unchanged. They were indeed all exquisite first-grade elixirs. Yi Chun smiled faintly and inquired, What do you think of my elixirs? What price might they fetch? The middle-aged shopkeeper, his face alight with eagerness, replied with a grin, "These are all supreme elixirs. Might I ask, young sir, do you prefer spirit stones or silver?" Chen asked, "What is the price for spirit stones, and what about silver?" The shopkeeper exchanged a glance with Elderby and said, "If it's spirit stones, then the Longhu Dan and the Xiandan are 500 low-grade spirit stones each. The Quishan Dan is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Frankly speaking, this price is neither excessively high nor low. After all, our Wanbao Pavilion is a chain store. With branches in major cities across the Jiuzhou continent, we do not rely on one-time customers. Therefore, we place great emphasis on repeat patrons. If we deceive a customer once, they are unlikely to return. Moreover, if we inadvertently overcharge, we might attract unnecessary trouble from those with substantial backgrounds." Chen found the price acceptable and nodded in satisfaction. "And how much should I sell it for in silver?" The shopkeeper pondered for a moment, shook his head, and replied, "That is difficult to ascertain." Chen furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean by difficult to ascertain?" The shopkeeper carefully chose his words, stating, "It is rare for anyone to exchange such exquisite elixirs for silver. Thus, we find it challenging to provide an estimate. Young Master Yi, our Wanbao Pavilion is currently hosting an auction. These elixirs could be included for bidding. What do you think?" Chen nodded, saying, "Very well. Let be as you suggest." Seeing Chen agree, the middle-aged shopkeeper's face brightened, and he hastily summoned a female attendant to escort Chen and his companion into the VIP room of the auction hall. After watching Chen and Li Lanxiang depart, the shopkeeper lowered his voice and asked, "Elderby, is that young Master Yi an alchemist?" Elderby pondered for a moment before responding, "It is difficult to say. However, the fact that he can produce 3 exquisite elixirs for auction suggests he undoubtedly has significant connections. We must serve him well and make every effort to facilitate him. It could yield unexpected rewards for us." The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, saying, "I understand. Understanding is good. Even if we cannot form a favorable bond, we must not offend him. Otherwise," he trailed off, his tone turning noticeably colder. Then, with a meaningful glance at the middle-aged shopkeeper, he brushed his sleeve and departed gracefully. The auction hall was vast, comparable to a stadium, capable of accommodating several thousand people without issue. On the elevated platform of the auction, a stunning woman clad in a crimson robe, her figure alluring, was enthusiastically introducing the auction items. Chen and Li Lanxiang, guided by an attendant, entered a relatively private room. The initial items for auction, while precious and rare, held little allure for Chen. Thus, his attention was entirely captivated by the enchanting auctioneer. It was Li Lanxiang's first experience in such a grand setting, and she appeared quite excited. Having grown more familiar with Chen, she became less reserved and, like a curious child, began asking numerous questions. At first, Chen patiently explained, but soon her inquiries ventured into areas beyond his knowledge. To maintain his lofty image as a magnificent mentor before his beautiful disciple, Chen adopted a haughty demeanor, as if to say, "Such simple questions, and you still seek my counsel?" Lanxiang observed decorum while watching. Upon hearing Chen's words, Li Lanxiang's large, shimmering eyes widened in shock. "Observe decorum? What kind of ball is there in this auction house?" Leaning forward, she glanced around, hoping to find the ball Chen mentioned, but to no avail. She was an inquisitive girl, yet concerned about displeasing Chen, she hesitated to ask further questions. Thus, she followed Chen's gaze, landing on the alluring auctioneer's snow-white neck. Upon this realization, Li Lanxiang understood what her master meant by observing decorum, her cheeks flushing crimson as she muttered softly, "Master, you are being improper." Although her voice was barely audible, it did not escape Chen's ears. He turned to glance at the now flustered Li Lanxiang, thinking, "I haven't even begun to tease you, and you're already this embarrassed. If I were to unleash my full prowess, you would likely wish to hide in a crevice. What have I done that is improper?" He queried. You're just improper." Li Lanxiang stammered in response. Seizing the moment when Chen turned away, she playfully stuck out her tongue, making a cute, mischievous face. Next, the auction featured a piece of divine iron, consigned by a mysterious individual who claimed to have found it accidentally in Longyin Mountain. This divine iron was noted for its remarkable hardness, with several master craftsmen affirming that it might be celestial meteorite iron from ancient times. If forged into a weapon, it could easily cut through iron and carve mountains. The starting bid was set at 3,000 taels of silver. The enchanting woman pointed at a tray, passionately introducing the item. Upon hearing her words, many attendees expressed interest, craning their necks to get a better view. However, when she unveiled the cloth covering the tray and revealed the true appearance of the divine iron, disappointment washed over the crowd. Immediately, someone with a disdainful expression remarked, "This is just a piece of scrap iron, and it looks so ugly. What kind of divine iron is this? 3,000 taels of silver for this? I wouldn't even pick it up if it were lying in the street. Does your Wanbao pavilion have nothing of value to auction, resorting to such trash?" Upon hearing the guests' various criticisms, the alluring woman on stage displayed an awkward yet polite smile. It must be acknowledged that this so-called divine iron was somewhat lacking in merit. Unlike other treasures that, even without special effects, would shimmer with a radiant glow, this dull, black lump of iron was decidedly unappealing. It is not just humans who judge by appearances. Even lifeless objects like stones and iron exhibit a certain aesthetic. Nevertheless, Chen found himself intensely intrigued by this unattractive lump of iron, sensing a peculiar reaction from the seven-star Lan Yuan. Could this grotesquely unappealing piece of iron truly be a fragment of celestial meteorite? Since there is little interest in this divine iron, I shall commence the next round of bidding. The enchanting woman, noting the lack of enthusiasm for the item, donned an awkward yet courteous smile. At that moment, a voice imbued with magnetism suddenly resonated through the air. 3,000 taels, I shall take it. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon hearing that someone was indeed willing to bid 3,000 taels of silver for a mere piece of scrap metal. All eyes turned to discover the identity of this extravagant bidder. The enchanting woman cast a grateful glance toward Chen. Then, she surveyed the audience and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "This gentleman has placed a bid of 3,000 taels. Is there anyone willing to raise the stakes?" After waiting for a moment and confirming that no one else would bid, she picked up a small gavel and struck it firmly against the rosewood table. 3,000 taels. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the divine iron. At that instant, the middle-aged manager who had previously attended to Chen hurried onto the stage and whispered something into the enchanting woman's ear. After she nodded, her alluring smile returned as she addressed the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. Our esteemed manager has just received a new treasure that I believe will pique your interest." Before she could finish her sentence, someone in the crowd shouted, "What treasure? Don't tell us it's another piece of scrap metal." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, there are few treasures that could captivate me. I hope you won't disappoint us this time. Otherwise, I may never return to your Wanbao pavilion again." The enchanting woman, clearly adept at stirring the atmosphere, had managed to elevate the mood of the auction merely by creating a sense of intrigue. Once she sensed that the audience was sufficiently engaged, she smiled and announced, "This auction features elixirs." With a graceful wave of her delicate, pale hand, 3 exquisitely dressed female attendants entered, each carrying a tray. On each tray rested a white porcelain vial. The 3 elixirs were the Dragon Tiger elixir, the Youth-Preserving elixir, and the Body Refining elixir, all classified as top-tier among first-grade elixirs, personally authenticated by Elder Bai. Her words plunged the entire auction hall into silence. Elixirs, rare and sought-after commodities, attracted considerable attention, with many willing to part with vast sums for even a single vial. The top-tier elixirs were particularly coveted. Among the 1,000 attendees, most were either wealthy or noble. Yet even half of them had never laid eyes on such exquisite elixirs before, let alone 3 at once. Noticing the avid interest in the bidder's eyes, the enchanting woman began her introduction. The first item for bidding is the Dragon Tiger elixir, which, when consumed, can instantly rejuvenate a fatigued individual. Additionally, it boasts remarkable effects in matters of intimacy. As she concluded her pitch, a charming blush graced her cheeks, inciting many men in the audience to let their imaginations wander. "I bid 31,000 taels." Before she could finish, a wealthy merchant called out, 32,000 taels. Others quickly joined in, 35,000 taels, 40,000 taels. "Manager Wong, you're neither a martial artist nor a cultivator. What use do you have for the Dragon Tiger elixir? Surely it is not to satisfy your wife." The man who bid 40,000 taels flushed with embarrassment and retorted furiously, "Master Li, you are no different. Our elder brother's laughter is misplaced. 45,000 taels. 50,000 taels. Seeing manager Wang's determination, Master Li withdrew from the bidding, offering a respectful nod. Manager, this elixir is yours. May your nights be invigorating. Manager Wang's face turned crimson, but he stood and bowed in return. Thank you, Brother Li, for your generosity. The starting bid for the youth-preserving elixir was also set at 30,000 taels. It was rumored that this elixir could preserve one's beauty for at least 20 years, driving noble women into a frenzy. The bidding for this elixir proved to be even more frenzied than for the Dragon Tiger elixir. Within 5 minutes, the price soared past 100,000 taels. After 10 minutes, it reached an astonishing 200,000 taels, ultimately being claimed by the city lord's wife for 350,000 taels. Witnessing such fierce competition, even Yi Chen could not help but marvel. Truly, regardless of time and place, the business of women always proves to be the most lucrative. The same quality of elixir, targeting different clientele, had seen a price disparity of a staggering 7-fold. The final item for auction was the body refining elixir, starting at 100,000 taels. Although its target demographic was not as broad as the previous elixirs, the clientele was undoubtedly affluent. After all, the body refining elixir was primarily sought after by cultivators, who required substantial material resources to progress in their practice. 100,000 taels. As soon as the auctioneer announced the starting price, bids began to pour in, each incrementing by 10,000 taels, 120,000 taels, 150,000 taels. Ladies and gentlemen, please grant me, Song, your favor. I assure you there will be generous rewards in return. 200,000 taels. Huh, head of the Song family. Do you truly believe 200,000 taels is sufficient for such a premium body refining elixir? I'd bid 250,000 taels. 300,000 taels. While the number of bidders for the body refining elixir was less than that for the youth-preserving and Dragon Tiger elixirs, the competition was nonetheless fierce. When someone shouted 500,000 taels, a hush fell over the auction hall. After all, the annual expenses for a family of 3 amounted to merely 5 taels. 500,000 taels could support 30,000 people for a year in the entire Zhengyang city. There were hardly a handful of individuals capable of bringing forth such a sum in one go. At that moment, Li Lanxiang was utterly astonished. If her memory served her right, her master had used a body refining elixir on her just a few days prior. That was a full 500,000 taels. The mere thought sent tremors through her delicate frame. Upon hearing the bid of 500,000 taels, Yi Chen's expression mirrored her shock. His astonishment was not solely due to the sheer magnitude of the sum. Rather, it was the familiarity of the voice calling out the bid that struck him. It felt eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Chapter 42, Fated Encounters. Yi Chen leaned forward to get a clearer view. Though they were separated by several dozen meters, his mastery of the heart's eye technique allowed him to perceive even the minutest details at such a distance. The woman before him exuded an undeniable allure, her very essence steeped in charm. As if sensing his gaze, she instinctively turned a glance in his direction. Their eyes met. It was indeed her. Although the woman did not recognize Yi Chen, he was acutely aware of her identity. In the cemetery, the female protagonist who was having an affair with a wild man was unexpectedly encountered again, which was quite amusing. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon Li Chen's lips. Beside him, Li Lanxiang noticed his lingering gaze on other beautiful women, accompanied by an intrigued smile, and could not help but curl her lip in disdain. She was an astute observer and soon identified the common traits of these two women. Firstly, they possessed an undeniable allure. As the villagers would say, they were born with captivating eyes that could entice men. Secondly, they were notably voluptuous. Regarding the first point, Li Lanxiang felt a sense of disdain. However, she envied the second. Lowering her head, she glanced at her modest curves and pouted, reassuring herself that she was still young and would surely grow. At that moment, the final body refining pill was claimed by the alluring woman at the exorbitant price of 500,000 taels of silver. Congratulations to Miss Pan Rong for acquiring this body refining pill. This auction concludes successfully, and we hope to see everyone next month. After the announcement, the enchanting woman on the auction stage bowed deeply, her figure creating an alluring silhouette that drew the attention of many men, leaving them wide-eyed and salivating. Master, the auction has concluded. Let us depart. Li Lanxiang, feeling sour as she observed Yi Chen still mesmerized, reminded him with a hint of annoyance. Aldikt, Yi Chen replied. retracting his gaze and adopting a serious demeanor as he headed toward the auction's backstage. "Young Master Yi, welcome." The middle-aged shopkeeper greeted him warmly upon his arrival. Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he presented a stack of banknotes. "Young Master Yi, your 3 pills fetched a total of 900,000 taels. According to our Wanbao Pavilion's policy, we charge a 10% service fee, which amounts to 810,000 taels. Please verify the amount." Upon hearing the service fee was a staggering 10%, Chen could not help but scoff internally. Such blatant profiteering was almost akin to robbing one blind. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that this was the nature of their trade. Accepting the banknotes, he simply replied, "Thank you." Seeing Chen in good spirits, the shopkeeper wore a pleased smile. "Young Master Yi, you also secured a piece of divine iron. I will personally waive your payment for it. Consider it a gift to commemorate our meeting. I hope that in the future, should you have any pills or treasures needing consignment, you will remember me. If you seek any treasures, I can assist in sourcing them at guaranteed low prices." Chen did not decline the offer. After all, he would undoubtedly need funds in the future. The daily rewards from the system, though somewhat lackluster, could be consigned here for silver or spirit stones, which was a viable option. "Very well, I graciously accept," he said, bowing slightly to acknowledge the shopkeeper's kindness. The shopkeeper, initially worried that Chen might dismiss the 3,000 taels, was overjoyed by his acceptance. Currently, Chen indeed looked down upon such a sum. However, he valued the piece of celestial meteorite that resonated with the 7-star dragon abyss. "Shopkeeper Chen, if more divine iron comes in for consignment, please hold it for me. Price is not an issue. I wish to use these materials to forge a long sword." Shopkeeper Chen nodded eagerly, promising to ensure it. Just as Chen prepared to take his leave, the enchanting auctioneer entered with a man and a woman. The man was unfamiliar but handsome enough, likely possessing half of Chen's looks. The woman was Pan Rong, the one who had acquired the body refining pill. Both the enchanting auctioneer and Pan Rong could not help but steal glances at Chen as they passed by, while the handsome man turned his gaze toward Li Lanxiang, captivated by her innocent charm. Upon exiting the Wanbao Pavilion, dusk had fallen. Chen and his companions still needed to procure rice and grain, so they decided to stay in the city for the night and attend to their business the following day. However, on their way to the inn, they unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance, Pan Yong, who had recently received a thrashing from Chen for his insolence. After being beaten to a pulp, Pan Yong's anger simmered as he planned to enlist the help of his sister Pan Rong and second senior brother Dong Menqing to exact revenge on Chen. Yet, before he could find them, he stumbled upon Chen once more. Confirming with a glance that Chen was not someone to provoke, Pan Yong contemplated retreating, but Chen called out, "Stop." Pan Yong trembled in fear, instinctively shielding his bruised face. "Please, I beg you, do not hit me again." Chen repeated coldly. "Do not worry, I won't strike your face this time. I merely wish to inquire about something." Pan Yong, relieved at not being struck, eagerly asked, "What do you want to know?" Chen inquired, "Where is the largest inn in Jianyang City?" Surprised by the simplicity of the question, Pan Yong hesitated. Chen shot him a cold glance, demanding, "Do you not know, or do you refuse to say?" Pan Yong shivered and quickly answered, I know. Just past the street ahead, there is the Yueli Inn. It is the largest in Jianyang City." Chen waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. "Good. Now be gone." Relieved to be dismissed, Pan Yong was about to flee when Chen's chilling voice rang out again. "I said be gone, not to run or walk. Do you not understand human language?" Pan Yong, terrified, complied, curling his body into a ball, rolling out in full view of the crowd. The onlookers erupted in laughter at the comical scene. Pan Yong rolled several meters, coming to a stop at the feet of Dong Menqing and Pan Rong, who had just exited the Wanbao Pavilion. Dong Menqing, distracted by thoughts of Li Lanxiang's innocent beauty, disdainfully kicked the ball of flesh blocking his path. "What insolence! Who dares to obstruct my path?" A piercing scream, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, reverberated throughout the street. Upon hearing this, Pan Rong furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, "That voice sounds remarkably familiar. It resembles my brother, Pan Yong." Dong Menqing, half convinced, replied, "Surely not. How could Pan Yong be rolling on the ground like a dog? Sister, help!" At that moment, Pan Yong suddenly stretched out his hand and cried out to Pan Rong with a quivering voice, It was then that Pan Rong confirmed that the plump figure before her was indeed her brother, Pan Yong. Pan Yong, what on earth happened to you? Who has reduced you to this state? Pan Yong had already prepared a story, embellishing it as he recounted the events. After listening to Pan Yong's tale, both Pan Rong and Dong Minqing were consumed by fury. How dare they bully us like this? Do they think the Pan family is easy to trifle with? Pan Yong pointed in the direction where Yi Chun and Li Lanxiang had departed, his voice still trembling. They went to the Yueli Inn. Chapter 43, A Single Palm Strike. The Yueli Inn, the most opulent hotel in Jianyang City, is reputed to be part of a chain with branches in every major city. As Yi Chun and Li Lanxiang entered, a sharp-witted and efficient innkeeper greeted them warmly. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here for a meal or to stay?" Yi Chun replied, "We would like to book 2 rooms. The innkeeper, with an apologetic smile, responded, "I'm terribly sorry, but we only have 1 room available." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun glanced at Lanxiang. She was gazing at him with her big, watery eyes, her expression fixed with intent. When Yi Chun caught her gaze, she quickly averted her eyes, her fair fingers twisting together in anxious anticipation. "Very well, we shall take 1 room. Certainly, esteemed guest. Here is your room key. It's on the 2nd floor to the right." The innkeeper handed Yi Chun a wooden sign, wearing a mischievous smile as he glanced at him and Li Lanxiang. As Li Lanxiang pondered the prospect of sharing a room with Yi Chun that evening, her demeanor became somewhat flustered. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and even the nape of her neck felt ablaze. Yet, beneath her shyness, a strange thrill coursed through her, the reason for which she could not quite articulate. Just as Yi Chun and Li Lanxiang were about to ascend the stairs, a familiar voice cut through the air. "Sister, Dongmen, it was he who did this to me. You must seek justice for me and avenge my wrongs." Upon hearing this voice, Yi Chun turned back to see none other than the bruised and battered Pan Yong, accompanied by Pan Rong and Dong Minqing. "It's you?" Pan Rong and Dong Minqing were utterly taken aback by this unexpected encounter with Yi Chun. "On what grounds did you strike my brother? You will provide me with an explanation, or this matter will not end here." Pan Rong, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Chun. Her anger made her pulse quicken, causing her neck to flush in agitation. Yi Chun smiled coldly and replied, "Simply because he owes me. Does that suffice as an explanation?" Upon hearing his words, Pan Rong and Dong Minqing seethed with rage. They had encountered arrogance before, but Yi Chun's audacity was truly unprecedented. "You seek death." Enraged, Pan Rong charged at Yi Chun with her sword drawn. Though she had only recently entered the foundation establishment stage, her skills were comparable to Yi Chun's. However, given Yi Chun's current prowess, he could easily contend against 8 of her. Thus, as Pan Rong lunged at him, Yi Chun saw no need to draw his sword. He simply used the scabbard to block her attack. Seeing her strike miss, Pan Rong attempted to change her approach. Yet before she could react, Yi Chun flashed a smile and, without a hint of compassion, unleashed a powerful palm strike. This strike was brutally straightforward, landing squarely on the delicate skin of Pan Rong's neck, flattening her instantly. In an instant, she was sent flying backward as if severed from her strings. Junior sister. Dong Minqing could hardly believe the terrifying might of Yi Chun, who had so easily dispatched his junior. He spun midair and caught Pan Rong before she hit the ground. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Pan Rong looked down at her neck, her teeth clenched in anger. "How despicable! Dong Minqing, you must kill him for me." Observing Yi Chun's ferocity, Dong Minqing felt a twinge of hesitation. However, with so many witnesses present, he knew he could not appear cowardly. After weighing the pros and cons, he swiftly drew his sword, striking like lightning at Yi Chun. In comparison to Pan Rong, Dong Minqing's speed and strength were significantly superior. He likely possessed the cultivation of the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. Nevertheless, in Yi Chun's eyes, this was still utterly irrelevant. Yi Chun employed the same tactic once more, delivering a swift palm strike with unerring precision. The force of his strike surged like a tempest, colliding with the sword in Dong Minqing's hand. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed, scattering like fireflies in the wind. After the impact, Yi Chun remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain, while Dong Minqing staggered backward, struggling to regain his footing. Although he did not suffer the same fate as Pan Rong, who had been sent flying, the disparity in their strengths was unmistakable. Yi Chun flexed his palm and declared, "You are no match for me." It would be wise to retreat before you bring further suffering upon yourselves. Not your match, perhaps, but what of me? Before Yi Chen could finish his sentence, a penetrating voice rang out from outside the inn. At the sound, even Yi Chen furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze intently on the newcomer. Pan Rong and Pan Yong appeared visibly excited upon seeing the arrival. Senior Brother. Chapter 44. Wan Jian Yi. The newcomer, clad in black, may not have been as handsome as Dong Menqing, but he was far from unattractive. His eyes, sharp and focused, resembled a blade poised to be unsheathed, radiating an intimidating aura. Whether from insecurity or another reason, Dong Menqing dared not meet the newcomer's gaze, bowing his head respectfully as he approached. Greetings, Senior Brother Wan. The Senior Brother, known as Wan Jian, embodied his name, dedicating his life to the art of the sword. He displayed indifference toward all else, for in his world, the path of the sword held paramount importance. Riches, beauty, and other worldly pleasures were mere illusions to him. The only thing that would be affected is his sword-drawing speed. It is precisely due to his lack of romantic understanding that his fiancée, Pan Rong, who is solely in pursuit of excitement, has become entangled with Dong Menqing. Wan Jinni slightly nodded, acknowledging the courtesy. Subsequently, his gaze flickered towards the snow-white neck of Pan Rong, and his brow furrowed slightly. However, he refrained from uttering any words of comfort, instead directing his piercing gaze towards Yi Chen. I am Wan Jinni, here to seek your esteemed guidance. The name of Wan Jinni carries considerable weight throughout Jianyang City. As his voice echoed, the tavern and the surrounding onlookers halted their activities, captivated by the scene. This is Wan Jinni, the foremost talent of the sword path in Jianyang City. He usually remains in seclusion, dedicating day and night to honing his swordsmanship. Who would have thought that today they would witness his prowess here? Tell me, who do you think is superior, Wan Jinni or Yi Chen? Before he could finish his sentence, his companion regarded him as though he were a fool. Is that even question? It's undoubtedly Wan Jinni. He is the pride of Jianyang City, rumored to have slain a third-tier demon beast and faced a half-step golden core without defeat. Really? I heard Wan Jinni is merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment, yet he can slay third-tier demon beasts and withstand a half-step golden core? That's astonishing. Thus, Yi Chen is bound to lose. Just wait and see. If you don't believe it, we can wager. In no more than 10 exchanges, Wan Jinni will defeat Yi Chen. Who do you think you're looking down on? While Yi Chen is indeed a prodigy, he is only at the 1st level of foundation establishment. Within the same realm, has anyone ever seen Wan Jinni make a second move? His statement ended the discussion, met with silence from all. Upon realizing that the newcomer was Pan Rong's senior brother, Wan Jinni, Yi Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. For some unknown reason, he felt a cloud of misfortune hovering over him and unintentionally cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. Wan Jinni never expected Yi Chen to regard him with such eyes, leaving him perplexed and igniting an inexplicable fury within him. I'm Wan Jinni, please enlighten me, Wan Jinni shouted, filled with indignation. Without further ado, he moved with the swiftness of a dragon, striking towards Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, fixated on Wan Jinni's figure. On the surface, Wan Jinni's cultivation seemed merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment, far less than Zhang Dongpeng or Yi Boyong. Yet, the pressure he exuded surpassed that of both. It appears this individual is indeed formidable. Realizing this, Yi Chen felt no trepidation. Instead, his starry eyes ignited with fervent flames. This is perfect. Yi Chen secretly gathered his true essence, channeling all his spiritual power into his palm. Boom! The two young prodigies clashed their palms from a distance, and, in an instant, a furious vortex sprang forth from their hands, sweeping through the surroundings. The onlookers nearby felt as if blades were slashing at their faces. After a tense 3 seconds of stalemate, both Yi Chen and Wan Jinni retreated simultaneously. This round ended in a draw. Master, are you all right? Li Lanxiang, witnessing Yi Chen being pushed back, rushed forward to inquire. Yi Chen waved his hand, saying, I am fine. Lanxiang, please step back. Li Lanxiang hesitated briefly, but complied, retreating a couple of steps. Her current cultivation was too weak to offer any aid, and she feared it might distract her master, hindering him. Yi Chen's strength is not to be underestimated. He managed to withstand Wan Jinni's strike without succumbing. Observing this first round, many onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. The man who had earlier proclaimed that Wang Jini would defeat Yi Chun in a single exchange appeared utterly bewildered. Clearly, this outcome exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he stubbornly asserted, "Why the rush? That was merely a probing attack. Moreover, Wang Jini excels in swordsmanship. He hasn't even drawn his sword yet. Once he does, can Yi Chun stand here and skate?" The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his statement. Indeed, Wang Jini's previous strike was exploratory. Yet even so, within the same realm, few could withstand such a blow. However, no one anticipated that Yi Chun, seemingly younger and less experienced, would endure it, appearing remarkably at ease. "You possess commendable skills. May I challenge you to a duel?" Though Wang Jini posed the question, he placed his hand upon his sword's hilt, ready to draw at any moment. A duel? The mere mention felt peculiar to Yi Chun. Why must they resort to swordplay? After a brief internal lament, he noticed the eager gazes of the onlookers fixed upon him and readily replied, "A duel it shall be. What is there to fear?" With that, the two ceased their verbal exchanges, their eyes locking across the distance. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the entirety of the world revolved solely around them. The surrounding spectators were captivated by the overwhelming sword intent emanating from both young prodigies, their breaths held in anticipation as they strained to witness the impending clash. Chapter 45, Killing with a Blade. Suddenly, the night wind surged. The sign hanging from the rafters rattled in response, as this gust swept through the doors and windows, lifting the corners of Yi Chun and Wang Jini's hair. Both moved almost simultaneously. Swish! Wang Jini swiftly drew his sword, his figure resembling a fleeting shadow, charging towards Yi Chun with the ferocity of a tempest. Yi Chun rapidly activated the Heart-S Eye secret technique, his pupils narrowing slightly as a gleam of brilliance coalesced within, fixating intently on the tip of Wang Jini's sword. "Come, sword!" The seven stars dragon abyss appeared at Yi Chun's call, materializing before him. With a clang, Yi Chun reversed his grip and drew his sword, the resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar. The blade's tip gleamed coldly, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, surging forward with immense momentum. Clang! The blades clashed mid-air, sparking a myriad of stars, illuminating the faces of both combatants in flickering light and shadow. After this exchange, their figures swept past each other in a graceful arc, creating a distance of several meters before swiftly turning to face one another again. Their fierce gazes collided across the void, and then they charged at each other once more. This time, it was Wang Jini who initiated the assault. His dark eyes narrowed, and his radiant sword transformed into a tempest, launching a series of rapid thrusts. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, a staggering 98 swords. The silver vase shattered, and water surged forth. The iron cavalry surged, weapons clashing. In that instant, the clangor of metal echoed, a ferocious aura sweeping across the expanse like a tiger. Witnessing the terrifying and condensed sword intent of Wang Jini, even Yi Chun could not help but feel a profound shock within his heart. However, instead of succumbing to panic, his deep, bright eyes sparkled with an unprecedented exhilaration. Based on his own mastery of the sword, he estimated his chances of withstanding Wang Jini's strike to be less than 30%. The most prudent course of action would be to evade the onslaught and await an opportunity to counterattack. With this thought in mind, Yi Chun hesitated not a moment. As Wang Jini's sword intent surged towards him, he swiftly activated the 9 dragons treading the sky technique, spreading his arms wide like a white crane unfurling its wings. Retreating with an astonishing arc, he narrowly dodged the lethal blow. Wang Jini, he could scarcely believe Yi Chun's agility. His usually calm eyes now flickered with astonishment. In a clash, distraction is the greatest folly. Even a fleeting moment can determine victory or death. Seizing the opportunity with decisive acuity, Yi Chun executed a Thomas spin, thrusting his sword forward with remarkable speed. The sword erupted like a dragon, and Yi Chun's figure danced in tandem. In that fleeting instant, man and sword became one, creating an incredibly violent vortex of sword energy. In a moment of urgency, it fell like torrential rain upon banana leaves, yet in moments of calm, it resembled pearls cascading upon a jade plate. Interwoven and impenetrable, it was impossible to defend against. Wang Jini, he was utterly unprepared for the depth of Yi Chun's swordsmanship. In a hurried attempt, he swung his sword to block, managing to avoid a fatal wound, yet still sustaining a grievous injury on his shoulder. Yi Chun, however, did not press the advantage further. He merely sheathed his sword. After all, there was little animosity between them, and there was no need for excessive hostility. He then cupped his hands toward Wang Jian, wearing a nonchalant smile, and said, "Thank you for the lesson." Wang Jianyi's expression was grave. The muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at the wound on his shoulder and sighed in resignation. "I concede." Hearing this admission from Wang Jianyi, who was renowned for his unparalleled prowess in the sword arts, left the spectators utterly astonished. Even as they witnessed with their own eyes and ears, disbelief lingered, especially for Pan Yong, Pan Rong, and Dong Minxing, who, despite their disdain for Wang Jianyi, held a deep respect for his extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. They could hardly fathom that their undefeated senior brother had stumbled in such a manner. When Yi Chen's gaze swept over, Pan Yong recoiled instinctively, resembling a mouse startled by a cat. "My heavens, did I hear that correctly? Wang Jian, he actually surrendered? Who is this Yi Chun? I had no idea he possessed such terrifying skill at such a young age." After a profound silence, the spectators began to murmur among themselves in small groups. Three figures, upon recognizing Yi Chen's true identity, involuntarily shuddered. Exchanging furtive glances, they retreated to a secluded corner before daring to speak. A young, slender man was the first to break the silence. "Third elder. That person seems to be Yi Chun from the Yi family." The stout fellow next to him chimed in. "When did Yi Chun become so formidable?" The third elder, sporting a mole on his cheek, shot them a disdainful look. "Do you even need to ask? He must have received a powerful legacy from a great master, allowing him to advance at such a rapid pace." As he spoke of this great master's inheritance, a glint of greed sparkled in the third elder's narrowed eyes. The slender man interrupted the third elder's reverie. "But even the family head and the elders, with their formidable skills, are no match for Yi Chun. How could we possibly stand against him?" The third elder scoffed at them. Return? How could we possibly return? Our family head, the first elder, and the second elder have all perished at Yi Chen's hands. How can we still find a foothold in Shuanglin City?" He continued, "Moreover, we do not need to be the ones to eliminate Yi Chun." Upon hearing the third elder's words, the stout and slender men exchanged glances, both startled. They spoke in unison. "Third elder, do you have a plan?" The third elder feigned profundity, dipping his fingertip in wine and inscribing 4 characters on the table. The two leaned in closer to read, using a knife to kill. The third elder stroked his goat-like beard and said, "Exactly, using a knife to kill." At this, he cast a sidelong glance at Wang Jianyi and lowered his voice. "These individuals are disciples of Pan Tong from the Pan family. Pan Tong has been stuck at the cusp of the Golden Core realm for over a decade, without a significant opportunity. He may never break through his bottleneck to form a true Golden Core. If Pan Tong learns that Yi Chun possesses a mysterious legacy from a great master, what do you think he would do?" After the third elder's words, the stout and slender men exchanged glances, both raising their thumbs in admiration. "Third elder, you truly are the strategic mind of our Zhang family. This plan of using a knife to kill is brilliant. If Yi Chun is eliminated, the position of the next family head will undoubtedly belong to you." Flattery flowed like a river, and the third elder beamed with pride. "This matter cannot be delayed. We must pay a visit to the Pan family immediately to meet with the family head." Chapter 46. Wang Jianyi's invitation. Hearing the murmurs of the onlookers, Yi Chun allowed a smug smile to grace his lips as he and Lan Xiang made their way upstairs. "Wait!" At that moment, Wang Jianyi's voice rang out abruptly from behind. Yi Chun halted, turning his head without looking back, and inquired, "What? Do you wish to battle again?" Wang Jian, he shook his head. "My current understanding of the sword is inferior to yours, but I say currently. In the future, I will surely surpass you, without a doubt." Whether it was a lack of confidence or something else, he repeated the word definitely with an emphatic tone. Yi Chun turned back with a smile and replied, "Then let us speak again once your swordsmanship surpasses mine." Wang Jian, he opened his mouth, intending to say something, but the words felt too feeble to express, and he swallowed them back down. After a long pause, he finally asked, 3 days hence, on the day of my wedding to my junior sister Pan Rong, would you do me the honor of attending?" Upon hearing Wang Jianyi's statement, Yi Chun felt a surging green aura rising from the top of his head. Wang Jianyi felt inexplicably uneasy under Yi Chen's peculiar gaze. With a composed expression, he remarked, "I mean no harm. I simply wish to befriend you. If you decline my invitation, so be it. Consider it as if I never spoke. Farewell." With that, he turned to leave. Chen, Apirijan van Vianney's temperament, called out to his retreating figure, "You misunderstand. That was not my intention. Since it is a celebratory feast, I shall attend regardless of your invitation." Upon hearing Yi Chun accept his invitation, Wan Jinni was overjoyed and replied, "Excellent. 3 days hence, I shall await your esteemed presence at Panjiayuan. Panjiayuan, a place I'm quite familiar with. In my previous life, my workplace was near that very location. I never anticipated that such a place existed in the Jojo continent. In a couple of days, I must explore it thoroughly." As for Wan Jinni, the truth of his being green has yet to be revealed to him. Yi Chun was not inclined to disclose it just yet. Firstly, they had only recently met, and their bond was still shallow. Secondly, he lacked substantial evidence. If he spoke too hastily, it could lead to misunderstandings. Lastly, he wished to utilize this situation to craft a splendid narrative. "Master, you are truly remarkable." After Wan Jinni departed, Li Lanxiang clasped her hands over her heart, gazing at Yi Chun with admiration. Yi Chun playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "Enough flattery. Let's return to our quarters." Upon hearing this, Li Lanxiang's mind was flooded with peculiar thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Biting her lip, she adopted a resolute demeanor and hurriedly followed him. The room was spacious, albeit sparsely furnished, consisting of a table, 2 chairs, and a large bed. For some inexplicable reason, the sight of that bed made Li Lanxiang's cheeks feel warm, and strange thoughts raced through her mind. Observing her flustered demeanor, Yi Chun casually inquired, "Lanxiang, what troubles you?" "In nothing," she stammered, shaking her head vigorously. After a moment, her face reddened once more as she hesitantly asked, "Master, with only one bed in the room, how shall we sleep?" Chapter 47. A confused breakthrough. Yi Chun noticed the rosy hue on Li Lanxiang's cheeks, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he teased. "How else will we sleep? Together, of course." Tea together? Although she had mentally prepared herself, hearing Yi Chun say it outright made her feel bashful. With a playful grin, Yi Chun added, "Haven't you heard the saying?" Li Lanxiang's eyes widened in curiosity. "What saying?" Yi Chun cleared his throat theatrically, proclaiming, "If you wish to learn, first sleep with your master." Li Lanxian? Seeing her beautiful face flush with embarrassment, even her ears turning crimson, Yi Chun chuckled, "I was just teasing you. You can sleep on the bed tonight." At this, Li Lanxiang gently patted her heart, relief washing over her. Yet, beneath that relief lay a tinge of inexplicable disappointment. "Master, where will you sleep?" Yi Chun pointed to the floor, replying, "Where else? I shall sleep on the ground." Upon hearing this, Li Lanxiang, feeling guilty, quickly insisted, "No, master. You take the bed. I will sleep on the floor." Yi Chun, reminded of his sister Yi Yinhe, affectionately patted Li Lanxiang's head, saying, "Silly girl. How could I let you, a young lady, sleep on the ground?" Touched by his words, Li Lanxiang bit her lip, contemplating inviting Yi Chun to share the bed. However, before she could voice it, Yi Chun interrupted, "Lanxiang, you've had a long day. It's best to rest early." With that, he sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state. Observing this, Li Lanxiang swallowed her words, nodding obediently like a docile kitten. She then pulled back the covers and lay down, but instead of sleeping, she lay on her side, stealing glances at Yi Chun's profile. How fortunate she was to have such a wonderful master. As she pondered this, she drifted into a sweet slumber. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was diligently practicing the eternal life technique, nourishing his vital meridians and restoring his spiritual and physical strength to its peak. After completing a cycle of the technique, he felt the energy in his dantian begin to surge, signaling a breakthrough. A flash of light appeared, an indication of his ascent to the second level of foundation establishment. Had he truly broken through? Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with joy, disbelief flooding his senses. He had anticipated needing at least another month to reach the second level. Yet here he was, achieving it much sooner than expected. It was a delightful surprise. Now, if he were to face Wan Jinni, the odds of victory would at least be 50-50, unlike their previous encounter, where he had to bide his time, using unexpected tactics to overcome him. If both were of equal cultivation, he estimated that a single strike would be sufficient to defeat him. Ding! It is now the hour of the rat. Would the host like to check in? Just as Yi Chun reveled in his good fortune, Xiao Yi's voice resonated in his mind. Check in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a jadeite. In the mundane world, jadeite is considered a treasure. However, to Yi Chun, it was merely a trifle. Fine. I'll gift it to Wan Jianyi as a congratulatory present. Oddly enough, the vibrant green seemed quite fitting for him. Having achieved his breakthrough and completed his daily check-in task, Yi Chun yawned, preparing for slumber. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Li Lanxiang on the bed, furrowing his brow. Her sleeping posture was rather unbecoming, to say the least. Before drifting off, Li Lanxiang had been peeking at Yi Chun. Additionally, she had a habit of tossing and turning in her sleep, causing most of the blanket to slip off the bed. Seeing this, Yi Chun chuckled softly, rising to retrieve the fallen blanket to cover her. As he leaned down, an unexpected sight caught his eye. Her pink little belly and the subtle curves of her form were quite captivating. Just as Yi Chun was lost in thought, Li Lanxiang's voice suddenly rang out, "Master." As he noticed the blanket had slipped off, Yi Chun hurriedly picked it up and covered Lanxiang. He was taken aback by her sudden awakening and sheepishly turned his head, feeling somewhat guilty as he offered an explanation. However, after waiting for a considerable time, he received no response from Li Lanxiang. Instinctively glancing back, he found her soundly asleep, devoid of any signs of wakefulness. It seemed that this girl had merely been talking in her dreams. Yi Chun felt a wave of relief and quickly tucked the blanket around her. Do not gaze upon the indecent, he admonished himself. At such a tender age, she had blossomed into such an alluring young lady. One could only wonder how captivating she would become as she matured. Perhaps she might even become the second Empress. Chapter 48. Teaching Lanxiang to cultivate. Reflecting on the Empress in her crimson attire, Yi Chun couldn't help but smiled dreamily. He realized he needed to hasten his own cultivation. Otherwise, even if it was destined to be, given her current aloof demeanor, she would undoubtedly strike him down without hesitation. With this thought, Yi Chun felt invigorated and decided against returning to sleep, opting instead to continue his training by invoking the Heart Eye Secret technique. Just as Yi Chun entered a profound meditative state, akin to an old monk in deep concentration, Li Lanxiang's large, doe-like eyes suddenly fluttered open. Stealing a glance at Yi Chun, she remained alert, having spent years evading danger with her father, which made her particularly vigilant in her slumber. When Yi Chun had approached to cover her with a blanket, she had already stirred from her dreams. The term master had slipped from her lips subconsciously, not merely a figment of her imagination. Yet, she found the situation somewhat embarrassing. After all, her master was a perfectly normal man. Should he make any inappropriate demands? How would she respond? This posed a perplexing dilemma, leaving her uncertain about how to proceed, and thus she chose to feign sleep. Fortunately, Yi Chun had merely covered her with a blanket, without any other inappropriate actions. Recalling the earlier scene, the peculiar thoughts she had suppressed within her mind resurfaced in Li Lanxiang's consciousness. Was she unattractive or lacking in charm? Why did her master only? Ah, Li Lanxiang, what absurd thoughts are swirling in your little head? She chided herself, delivering a light smack to her own forehead. Perhaps she had struck too hard, as it stung a bit, almost prompting a cry. However, she quickly covered her mouth with her little hand, concerned about disturbing Yi Chun's meditation. Then, she snugly wrapped herself in her blanket, curling up like a fish, gradually retreating within. Unbeknownst to them, dawn was breaking in the east. After a night of cultivation, Yi Chun felt refreshed. Lanxiang, how did you sleep last night? He inquired. Li Lanxiang rubbed her sleepy eyes and nodded, replying it was all right. However, as soon as she uttered the word all right, she yawned widely. She had hardly slept at all, either watching Yi Chun or tossing and turning in her blankets. Father, when will you teach me to cultivate? She asked eagerly. Yi Chun pondered for a moment before responding. I will teach you now. Really? The sudden happiness left Li Lanxiang almost in disbelief, prompting her to leap from her bed. Yet, her balance faltered and she tumbled towards the floor. Quick as a flash, Yi Chun caught her just before she hit the ground. Li Lanxiang blinked her bright eyes, casting a frosty glare at Yi Chun. They locked eyes for a solid half-minute. Yi Chun, in his peripheral vision, couldn't help but glance at the delicate skin of her neck, which made him cough awkwardly to regain his composure. Only then did Li Lanxiang realize she was clad merely in a simple garment, feeling exposed. Lanxiang, please dress yourself properly. You're not a child anymore. It's time to be more composed. Yi Chun chastised her with mock seriousness. After his reprimand, He couldn't resist, stealing another glance before reluctantly turning away. Li Lanxiang's face flushed crimson, wishing desperately to disappear from embarrassment. Once she had dressed, Yi Chen adopted the role of a master, explaining earnestly, Lanxiang, cultivation is the process of harnessing the spiritual energy of a universe for one's own use. The more energy you can gather and the purer you can transform it, the higher your cultivation level will be. Do you understand? Li Lanxiang Litsteng, so mewat bu. Yet her comprehension was quite adept. She quickly grasped the essence of his words. With the curiosity of a child, her eyes sparkled with eagerness as she asked, Master, how can I gather this spiritual energy? Yi Chen considered for a moment before saying, the simplest and most fundamental method is to meditate and practice the breathing technique. With that, he settled into a cross-legged position, demonstrating the rhythm of inhaling and exhaling in a repetitive cycle. Just like this, do you understand? Li Lanxiang's eyes widened in surprise, her expression clearly questioning, is that all? Do not underestimate meditation and the breathing technique. Though they may appear simple, maintaining this practice day in and day out for years is no easy feat. Achieving excellence in simple tasks is where miracles happen. Success is 1 talent and 99 effort. When Yi Chen shared this wisdom, Li Lanxiang felt as though a weight had been lifted from her mind. She repeated the phrases to herself until they were firmly etched in her memory. At that moment, Yi Chen was perhaps unaware that on this early autumn morning, his words instilled in Li Lanxiang an unwavering belief, akin to a sunflower's devotion to the sun. As steadfast as a rock, her aspirations would give rise to a new generation of empresses, crafting one miracle after another. Of course, that was a tale for another time. At present, Li Lanxiang was merely a novice in the realm of cultivation, still a student at the very beginning of her journey. Yi Chen imparted to her the secrets of meditation and the breathing technique, providing a demonstration for her benefit. After she nodded in understanding, she followed his guidance, calming her mind, focusing her breath, and centering her spirit. Lanxiang, take your time in your cultivation. I will go prepare some breakfast. Yi Chen announced before turning to leave. After approximately half an hour, he returned, carrying breakfast items such as millet porridge and soup dumplings. As soon as he stepped through the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Lanxiang, you? Upon seeing Yi Chen's astonished expression, Li Lanxiang naturally assumed she had erred, believing that her master was upset with her. Remembering this, she gently bit her lip, resembling a schoolgirl awaiting reprimand for wrongdoing. Master, I apologize. I truly am quite foolish. But rest assured, I shall strive to improve. Upon hearing Li Lanxiang's words, Yi Chen was initially taken aback. Soon, he realized it was a misunderstanding. Lanxiang, you did nothing wrong. You performed admirably. Did you not feel any unusual sensations in your body just now? Relieved that she had not erred, Li Lanxiang exhaled deeply, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, it felt as if a warm current was flowing in my lower abdomen, and it was very comfortable. As she uttered the word comfortable, her cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. That is correct. You have just achieved a breakthrough. You are now at the first level of qi refinement. I broke through. Li Lanxiang could hardly believe it. Her small mouth forming an off that could likely fit an egg. Yi Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you have. With Yi Chen's confirmation, Li Lanxiang felt assured that she had not misheard. Master, cultivating is not as difficult as I thought. It seems quite simple. Observing her exuberance, Yi Chen worried she might become overly proud, so he promptly doused her enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Ahem, Lanxiang, pride is the greatest enemy in cultivation. Progressing in cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will regress. Do you understand? Li Lanxiang obediently nodded. Yes, master, I shall remember. Ding. Congratulations to the host's first disciple for officially embarking on the path of cultivation, unlocking the achievement of initial understanding. Gained 100 fortune points and 200 sect contribution points. Sect contribution points? Upon hearing this new term from Xiao Yi, Yi Chen became curious and inquired further. Xiao Yi, like a diligent teacher, provided a thorough explanation. Yi Chen soon understood that sect contribution points were akin to a unique currency, utilized for sect maintenance, upgrades, and redeeming corresponding rewards. The only way to acquire sect contribution points was by taking on disciples and nurturing them. The greater their achievements, the higher the contribution points they brought to the sect. Li Lanqiang's potential was indeed promising and worthy of focused cultivation. In that moment, Yi Chen could almost envision a plethora of contribution points cascading into his possession. Contemplating this, a subtle, self-satisfied smile graced his lips. Li Lanqiang, however, appeared confused and timidly asked, "Master, I have remembered everything you said. Is there anything else you wish to instruct me?" Yi Chen shook his head. "No, just remember, after a busy morning, let's have some breakfast." "All right, thank you, master." Li Lanqiang nodded earnestly, like a chick pecking at grain. Beneath the morning sun, Li Lanqiang's smile was radiant, akin to blooming lilacs. After finishing breakfast, Yi Chen busied himself with purchasing grain. Given the current famine, grain prices fluctuated drastically, soaring more than tenfold compared to usual. It appeared that the silver he had on hand must be spent on grain to help the disaster-stricken residents of Frog Ridge survive the winter. However, mere sustenance was insufficient for the winter. Shelter and clothing were essential as well. After all, winter temperatures here could rival those of Northeast Mo, often plunging to -30 or 40 degrees. For cultivators, such cold was hardly concerning, yet for the ragged disaster victims, it was utterly lethal. Theoretically, these individuals were subjects under his sect as jurisdiction, and he relied on their contributions of fortune points. He could not allow them to perish in the winter. It seemed a visit to Panjiayuan was indeed necessary. However, Yi Chen did not intend to seek out Wan Jiani. Instead, he aimed to find Dong Menqing. Such a splendid opportunity should not go to waste. It would be a pity not to compose a magnificent narrative. Chapter 50. Enjoying the Thrill. As Yi Chen prepared to head to Panjiayuan to find Dong Menqing, he passed by a tailor shop named Keifang and happened to spot him. At that moment, Dong Menqing was looking around furtively, exhibiting a somewhat clandestine demeanor. How strange. Why was he acting so suspiciously in a tailor shop? Was he not there to purchase clothing? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he quickly followed suit. Upon silently entering, he discovered that Pan Rong was also present, seemingly trying on bridal attire. Pan Rong appeared surprised to see Dong Menqing. "Second senior brother, what brings you here?" Dong Menqing replied with a hint of jealousy. "Of course. I came to see how you look in your wedding gown for big senior brother." "Second senior brother, I." Pan Rong hesitated, wanting to defend herself, but struggling to find the right words. The elegant woman who was measuring Pan Rong glanced knowingly at Dong Menqing before turning her attention back to Pan Rong, chuckling. Rong, you two continue your conversation. I'll step out to fetch some other fabrics." With that, she swayed her hips and exited. Yi Chen noted that she had no intention of retrieving fabrics. Instead, she abruptly closed the shop door and hung a "closed for today" sign. This further piqued Yi Chen's curiosity. This scene felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the interactions between Wang Pe, Shi Menqing, and Pan Jinlian. Pan Lu, Deng Xiaoxian. This is the 5-word mantra for pursuing women, a treasure trove of wisdom. In the past, whenever Yi Chen read Jin Ping Mei, he would invariably express admiration at this juncture. "Senior brother, please don't." Just as Yi Chen reminisced about Jin Ping Mei, a scene unfolding before him rivaled its drama. Dong Menqing embraced Pan Rong and entered a fitting room, leaving the door ajar, with only a curtain swaying back and forth. The sordid scene within was barely concealed. Upon witnessing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Is this the Uniqlo of the 9 provinces? Moreover, do they not know to close the door? They truly do not regard me as an outsider. As the sounds of passion echoed from the fitting room, Yi Chen deliberately coughed twice and pushed aside the curtain. "Ahem, you two are certainly enjoying yourselves." Startled by Yi Chen's sudden intrusion, both Dong Menqing and Pan Rong, disheveled, jumped in alarm, especially Dong Menqing, who turned as limp as a cooked shrimp. Neither of them had anticipated that Yi Chen would suddenly intrude at this moment. They appeared as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight, their expressions fraught with terror. After a prolonged silence, Dong Menqing finally stammered, "Yi Chen, how did you end up here?" Yi Chen responded with a cold smile, saying, "How I came here is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether your clandestine affair will reach your senior brother. Wan Jiani, if you were to find out, do you think he might act out in a fit of rage and commit some irrational act?" With a raised eyebrow and a knowing look, he emphasized his point. Upon hearing Wan Jiani's name, Pan Rong's face immediately turned pale with fright. Even Dong Menqing, who had been striving to maintain his composure, was abruptly thrown back into a state of panic. I merely wish to assist my senior brother by examining my junior sister's wedding dress. There was no ulterior motive. Do not slander me. Yi Chun, bemused by their futile attempts at denial, could not help but scoff. In the words of Zhuge Liang, he thought, I have never encountered a more shameless individual. Feigning enlightenment. Yi Chun chuckled, oh, is that so? Then, might you also be helping your senior brother test the depth of his fiancée's character? The color drained from Dong Minqing's face, alternating between shades of green and white. You, he stammered. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow playfully and retorted. What about me? What about you? But I must say, your escapades are quite thrilling. Last time it was in a graveyard, and now it's in a clothing store. Truly, I am impressed. Although Dong Minqing and Pan Rong did not comprehend what a clothing store was, they were struck dumb at the mention of a graveyard. Suddenly, Dong Minqing's eyes widened as a realization dawned upon him. Wait, you were the one spying on us that night at the graveyard? Yi Chun did not deny it. Spying? We are all civilized individuals. Let's not use such harsh terms. Suppressing his anger, Dong Minqing demanded, what exactly do you want? Seeing that the conversation had finally shifted to a serious matter, Yi Chun replied with a cheerful demeanor, oh, it's nothing much. I merely require your assistance with a little task. What task? Both Dong Minqing and Pan Rong inquired in unison. Yi Chun did not answer directly, but instead produced a pre-prepared sheet of paper and handed it to them. Everything I need is written here. You have 3 days to procure these items. If you manage to gather them within that time, I shall consider this matter as though it never occurred. However, should I inadvertently reveal this to your senior brother Wan Jianyi, do not blame me for the consequences. Dong Minqing took the note and noted it was filled with numerous items, none of which were particularly rare. They were all essential provisions: grains, fabrics, fruits and vegetables, salt, and medicinal herbs. Yet, the quantities demanded were substantial. After a quick assessment, he realized that acquiring such a bulk of supplies would cost no less than 3 to 5 million under current market prices. This quantity is excessive. I cannot possibly gather it all in 3 days. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow with a smirk. That is your concern, not mine. Deliver everything to Frog Ridge in 3 days. Otherwise, you know what will happen. With that, Yi Chun ceased further conversation, vanishing in a thin air like a specter, leaving Pan Rong and Dong Minqing to exchange glances, both in a state of disbelief. At that moment, they felt as though they had merely awoken from a dream. Yet the densely written note served as a harsh reminder that this was no mere illusion. After a long silence, Pan Rong, voice trembling and laced with tears, asked, Second brother, what should we do now? We cannot let senior brother know. Given his temperament, he would surely kill us. By the end of her sentence, her voice was choked with emotion, clearly terrified of the potential fallout. Dong Minqing, feeling an inexplicable irritation, replied, Enough, Rong, do not cry. This situation is not without avenues for negotiation. Leave the rest to me. Now, dry your tears and dress properly. Remember, do not let senior brother catch on to anything. We cannot afford to raise any suspicions, understood? Pan Rong nodded solemnly, wiping her tears and indicating her understanding. At that moment, a graceful woman approached hastily, asking, Rong, young Master Dong Min, what just transpired? I saw a figure leave the shop. Before she could finish her sentence, Dong Minqing fixed her with a menacing glare. The woman, startled by his terrifying gaze, instinctively recoiled. In an instant, Dong Minqing unsheathed his sword, placing it threateningly before her neck. The woman trembled, her voice quaking, Young Master Dong Min. What are you doing? Pan Xiaoer, I have treated you well, yet you dare to betray me? Pan Xiaoer, quaking with fear, stammered, Young Master Dong Min, I did not. This is an injustice. Dong Minqing's eyes blazed with fury. If you did not betray me, then how did Yi Chun appear? Pan Xiaoer, bewildered, asked Yi Chun. Who is that? Dong Minqing shouted furiously, Do not play coy with me. If you do not know Yi Chun, how could he have appeared here today? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I will not hesitate to take your life. Pan Xiaoer, trembling uncontrollably, cried, I do not know anyone named Yi Chun, I swear. As she spoke, she lost control of her bladder, leaving a puddle at her feet. Pan Rong observed this and interjected, Second brother, I believe Xiaoer truly does not know who Yi Chun is. Please, let her go. At this point, Dong Minqing had regained his composure. He glared at Pan Xiaoer, threatening, I will spare you this time on account of Rong's plea. However, not a word of today's events shall escape your lips. Otherwise, I will ensure your entire family pays the price. Hearing this, Pan Xiaoer felt immense relief and immediately vowed that she would not breathe a word of this incident, lest she suffer dire consequences. Dong Minqing sheathed his sword and returned to the Pan family estate with Pan Rong. Upon entering, they were greeted by a disciple who approached them, saying, "Sister Pan, second brother, master is looking for you." Dong Minqing inquired, "What does he want with us?" The disciple shook his head, replying, "I am not sure." Pan Rong, feeling somewhat guilty, pressed for further information. "What about the senior brother? Is he with my father now?" The disciple shook his head and replied, "No. Ever since the senior brother returned last night, he has been secluded, and I am unaware of what he is busy with inside." Upon hearing this, Pan Rong, whose conscience was troubled, felt a sense of relief wash over her. She then huffed indignantly, her voice thick with resentment. "Humph, what else could he be doing? Surely he is researching how to counter that sword technique of Yi Chun." Pan Rong was a girl deeply enamored with romance and excitement, while her senior brother, Wan Jian-yi, was as unyielding as a block of wood, utterly lacking in charm. Even at night, he clutched his cold sword while sleeping. Had he possessed even a fraction of the romantic flair of his second brother, she would not have acted so recklessly. In summary, all of this was the fault of her senior brother, Wan Jian-yi. A quarter of an hour later, Pan Rong, accompanied by Dong Minqing, entered Pan Tong's study. "Father, did you call for us?" Pan Tong glanced at his daughter and Dong Minqing, his face stern as he began to admonish them. Rong, you are about to marry your senior brother and become his partner. You must understand the importance of propriety. You cannot behave as you did before your engagement, lest you attract unwanted gossip." Upon hearing their father's reprimand, both Pan Rong and Dong Minqing felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that their father, master, was aware of their situation? With this thought, both of them were filled with a sense of guilt. After a considerable pause, Pan Rong forced herself to suppress her unease and replied, "Father, your words are wise. I understand." Pan Tong nodded. "That is good to hear. By the way, are you aware that our Jiangyang city has a prodigious young talent named Yi Chen?" At the mention of Yi Chun's name, both Pan Rong and Dong Minqing felt their hearts tighten with apprehension. Dong Minqing carefully observed his master's expression before cautiously responding, "Yes, last night. Pan Yong clashed with him and was thoroughly beaten. He wished to seek an explanation, but unfortunately, his skills were lacking. Later, the senior brother arrived and they fought. However, the senior brother was caught off guard and suffered an injury due to Yi Chen's underhanded tactics." Upon hearing Dong Minqing's account, which echoed the words of the three members of the Zhang family from the previous night, Pan Tong furrowed his brow. "Master, that Yi Chun is excessively arrogant. He even audaciously claimed that he is invincible below the golden core stage, showing no respect even for you. Such a presumptuous individual must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, it tarnishes our Pan family's reputation." Seeing the topic had shifted to Yi Chun, Dong Minqing's mind began to churn with schemes. If he could persuade his father to take action, with his half-step golden core cultivation, he could surely eliminate Yi Chun on the spot. By then, not only would his and Pan Rong's troubles be resolved, but the beautiful girl accompanying Yi Chun would also fall into his grasp. Pan Tong, however, did not pursue the matter further, but casually inquired, "Do you know what cultivation level Yi Chun possesses?" Dong Minqing pondered briefly before replying. He should have just crossed the foundation establishment stage. But then he recalled that he, at the third stage of foundation establishment, had been defeated by someone who had only recently crossed it. This was quite embarrassing, and he quickly added, "I wonder if this boy is concealing his true strength, deliberately playing the fool." Pan Tong shook his head, stating, "If the information is accurate, he likely does not have any hidden abilities." Dong Minqing was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Master, do you have some news?" Pan Tong contemplated for a moment before saying, "Last night, someone from the Zhang family of Shuanglin City came to speak with me about Yi Chun. He was originally the unparalleled genius of the Yi family in Shuanglin City. But 3 years ago, he failed in his attempt to establish a foundation, leading to his descent into madness. Not only did he suffer a shattered dantian, but he also lost his sight. However, just last month, this so-called waste suddenly became formidable, and his sight has been restored. It is said that Zhang Dongpeng, the head of the Zhang family, along with 2 elders, have already met their demise at his hands." Upon hearing Pan Tong's narrative, both Pan Rong and Dong Minqing were utterly astonished, their faces reflecting disbelief. "Master, our Pan family has no ties with the Zhang family of Shuanglin City, and we do not engage with them." Why would they share this information with you? After a brief moment of contemplation, Pan Tong replied. The third elder of the Zhang family mentioned that Yi Chun may have fortuitously obtained a mysterious legacy from a powerful figure. This sudden rise in strength from a waste to a young prodigy in just over a month likely stems from this enigmatic inheritance. Now, with their combat power diminished, the remaining members of the Zhang family combined may not even suffice to contend with Yi Chun. Therefore, they plan to use the sword inheritance from Yi Chun as bait to lure me into action to slay him and avenge their family head. Dong Minqing, realizing the implications, exclaimed, Master, since this sword inheritance has enabled him, a waste, to rise so swiftly, if you were to acquire it, wouldn't you be able to condense your golden core at any moment and ascend to greater heights? As he spoke, Dong Minqing's shifty eyes began to gleam with ambition. He coveted the sword inheritance, as did his master. If he played his cards right, orchestrating a clash between his master and Yi Chun, he could emerge victorious, claiming both the inheritance and the vast Pan family estate for himself. However, before that, he needed to devise a plan to eliminate senior brother Wang Jiani first. Just as Dong Minqing's mind was racing with thoughts, Pan Tong's voice echoed once more. This matter requires careful planning. Although Yi Chen's cultivation level is low, his combat prowess is unfathomable. Acting rashly could easily alert him. By the way, the possibility of Yi Chun possessing the sword inheritance is known only to us three, aside from the Zhang family. Do not disclose this to anyone else, understood? Upon hearing his master's admonition, Dong Minqing's furtive eyes darted around before tentatively asking, Master, should we not inform senior brother? Pan Tong shook his head, saying, No need. He has his own sword path. Even if he possesses the sword inheritance, it may not be applicable to him. As he spoke, a glint of lethal intent flashed in his dark eyes. It seemed that if Wang Jiani sought to compete with him for the sword inheritance, he would not hold back. After all, in the entire Jianyang city, the number of individuals capable of posing a threat to him was exceedingly limited, and his foremost disciple, Wang Jiani, was among them. Chapter 52, An All-Nighter of Cultivation. After returning from the tailored garment workshop, Yi Chun proceeded to sweep through the grain store, purchasing at the usual fair prices. If the sellers were unwilling, he would appeal to reason. He imparted various profound truths, such as the notion that saving a life is more valuable than building a towering pagoda, and that a family that accumulates virtue will invariably enjoy blessings. If they listened, it would be splendid. However, if they did not, he would continue to persuade them with reason. This final reasoning was grounded in physical principles. Thus, after nearly a full day of effort under Yi Chen's relentless reasoning, he successfully procured 1 million stones of rice. This quantity was sufficient to sustain 100,000 disaster victims for 3 months. If they were frugal and supplemented their diet with wild vegetables and game, it could potentially last for 6 months without significant issues. Upon learning that there was food available at Frog Ridge, disaster victims from other areas began to flock there with their families. Yi Chen welcomed them all with open arms. For each arrival represented an opportunity for fortune that could not be turned away. After this series of maneuvers, Yi Chen's fortune value surpassed the remarkable threshold of 100,000. The benefits of this fortune began to manifest clearly. The most apparent sign was that Yi Chun could effortlessly find silver coins, whether on bustling streets or desolate mountain paths. Although the coins were of little practical use to him at the moment, it was nonetheless a promising omen. It transcended the mere quantity of silver found. The thrill of discovering money was invigorating. Master, it's time to wash your feet. After a day of hard work, Li Lanxiang entered Yi Chen's room with a basin of foot-washing water. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Li Wenzheng, who felt a pang of inexplicable jealousy. Over the years, his little cotton-padded jacket had never washed his feet. Moreover, his Navi daughter was not simply delivering water, but rather walking into a potential trap. He feared that she would not return tonight. The thought of his beloved daughter being taken advantage of filled him with sorrow. As the moonlight bathed the scene, he felt a poetic impulse rising within him. Yet when he opened his mouth, not a single word emerged. Just then, the door to Yi Chen's room creaked open. Li Wenzheng hurriedly looked over, only to see his daughter, Li Lanxiang, emerging with the wooden basin. Oh, why are you out so early today? He wondered, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Dad, it's so late. Why haven't you gone to bed yet? Li Lanxiang was surprised to see her father gazing at the moon instead of returning to his room. "I couldn't he sleep, just taking a stroll? Where's your master?" Li Lanxiang pointed back, saying, "Master is in the room. Do you need to talk to him? I can go call him." Seeing this, Li Wenzheng quickly grasped his daughter's arm. "Lanxiang, it's nothing important. Let us not disturb your master's rest." After a moment, he hesitated before asking, "Lanxiang, does your master sleep alone at night?" Li Lanxiang shook her head, replying no. Indeed, upon receiving his daughter's confirmation, Li Wenjing's heart sank with despair. "What is wrong, Dad?" Li Lanxiang blinked, puzzled by her father's strange expression. Her master practiced meditation at night, so why did her father look so odd? Li Wenjing shook his head, insisting, "I'm fine, really. You too must exercise moderation in certain matters, you understand?" At that moment, Li Lanxiang, innocent and pure, was utterly oblivious to what her father was alluding to. She assumed he was referring to the rigorous night-long practice of cultivation. She nodded enthusiastically. "Don't worry, Dad. My master taught me a secret technique that allows me to work through the night without feeling exhausted. In fact, it makes me feel invigorated, as if I'm floating on clouds. That sensation is hard to describe." She scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed at her inability to express herself. However, to Li Wenjing, her struggle with words sounded like a sweet shyness. "All night? Floating on clouds? Good heavens, in just a few days, how has my pure daughter transformed into this?" Li Wenjing felt a deep sorrow. "Dad, what's going on with you tonight? You seem strange." Li Lanxiang noticed her father's peculiar demeanor, filling her mind with confusion. Li Wenjing clutched his chest, saying, "It's nothing at all. You just need to exercise moderation." With that, he turned and staggered away. Li Lanxiang tilted her head, staring at her father's retreating figure, bewildered. Striving to cultivate is a good thing. Why should there be moderation? Oh, I understand now. It must be because my father is a mortal who understands cultivation, leading to this misunderstanding. She silently praised her own cleverness, glancing back at Chen's room. "My master has such high talent and is still working hard. With my mediocre abilities, if I don't strive, I'll surely embarrass him." With these thoughts, she hurried back to her room, determined to cultivate through the night. Upon returning to his room, Chen suddenly recalled the divine iron he had bid on at the Wanbao Pavilion. With a thought, he summoned it from the system space. One could not help but remark on the stone's unattractiveness. It was a deep, dark hue with an irregular shape. It was akin to a subpar specimen in the realm of stones, destined to remain solitary, never to know the company of others. Yet when held, it felt surprisingly pleasant to the touch, warm rather than cold, and if gripped tightly for too long, it even gave a sensation of burning. Could this stone have been unearthed from a volcano? Chen speculated. He then summoned the seven-star dragon abyss. As anticipated, his previous conjecture proved correct. There was indeed a connection between the seven-star dragon abyss and this stone. When brought close together, they sparked a reaction. Could it be? An exhilarating thought surged through Chen, prompting him to sit cross-legged, with the celestial meteorite in his left hand and the seven-star dragon abyss in his right. He used his blood as a conduit to continuously channel his inner spiritual energy into the stone. In an attempt to provoke the sword spirit of the seven-star dragon abyss, Chen began his ritual. Initially, his efforts bore no fruit. However, after he sacrificed nearly 1,000 drops of his blood, the seven-star dragon abyss finally exhibited some response. Through a hazy blood mist, Chen seemed to discern a small figure the size of an infant's fist nestled at the deepest part of the abyss, curled up like a shrimp as if cradled in a mother's embrace. As Chen's blood continued to flow into it, the entity instinctively began to suck, akin to a baby nursing, yet it still did not open its eyes. Chen sacrificed another 1,000 drops of blood, but the outcome remained unchanged. At this point, he had turned pale as a sheet, beads of sweat the size of peas cascading down like rain. If this trend continued, it seemed that even if his blood were completely drained by this little sword spirit, he would still be unable to awaken it. Clearly, he needed to seek another method. With this thought in mind, Chen ceased his blood sacrifice and quickly consumed a handful of restorative pills, chewing them vigorously until his complexion regained some color. Seizing the moment while the little sword spirit still showed a flicker of response, Chen hastily placed a piece of meteorite atop the heart of the seven-star dragon abyss. The instant they made contact, an exceptionally blinding light erupted, prompting Chen to instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he He was astonished to find himself on an ancient continent teeming with desolation. This was not a tangible scene, but rather a virtual projection, reminiscent of fragmented memories. As he continued to observe, hoping to glean some clues, he noted that even the mosquitoes on this ancient land were as large as rats. A single bite could send an adult to their demise. Towering ancient trees shot up from the ground, each reaching into the clouds, their tops invisible to the eye. The creatures scurrying through the jungle were bizarre and gigantic, many of which Chen could not even name, evidently extinct species. Suddenly, a group of creatures caught Chen's attention, leaving him utterly astounded. Was that a herd of dinosaurs? They were desperately fleeing forward, pursued by a torrent of molten lava. Some of the slower dinosaurs were engulfed, instantly turning to bones, which subsequently crumbled to ashes. In summary, wherever the lava flowed, all things were annihilated in an instant. Just observing from a distance, Chen could feel the terror of the molten torrent. As he stood in shock, a rumbling tremor shook the earth, causing his spiritual consciousness to sway violently. Was there an earthquake? The answer soon revealed itself. It was not an earthquake, but rather a fierce confrontation between two powerful beings atop a mountain. This appeared to be a fragment of the seven-star dragon Abyss's memories, depicting the cataclysmic battles between gods and demons in ancient times. Chen noticed that one of the formidable figures wielded a sword that was none other than the seven-star dragon Abyss itself. Presumably, this was the previous master of the seven-star dragon Abyss, the seven-star deity. Embedded within the seven-star dragon Abyss were 7 gemstones, each embodying different elements. Could these be the 7 Dragon Balls referred to by Xiao Yi? Just as Chen pondered this, the 7 gemstones suddenly radiated their distinct glows, swirling around the sword's body in a dazzling display, invoking auspiciousness across the heavens. In that instant, a colossal 5-colored dragon soared into the sky, its roar reverberating, causing the entire world to tremble. Merely gazing upon it, one could sense its cataclysmic power. The opposing figure, a woman of remarkable stature, wielded a divine weapon, a folding fan shrouded in black mist. As she unfurled it, a dense black fog enveloped the surroundings, plunging the entire realm into an abyss of darkness. Faintly, a blood-red phoenix could be seen soaring amidst the chaos. Faced with the 5-colored dragon, the crimson phoenix was utterly daunted. The two creatures met each other's gaze with their fierce, blood-red eyes before launching towards one another at an unimaginable speed. The resulting clash produced a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very foundations of existence, obliterating everything in an instant. The 7-star dragon Abyss vanished, and the 7 elemental Dragon Balls that adorned its blade scattered across the world. One of these Dragon Balls fell directly into a volcanic crater. Could the obsidian stone in Chen's hand be the legendary Dragon Ball? Witnessing this, Chen found himself momentarily dazed. It was inconceivable to him that this dark, unappealing stone could be the same as the radiant Dragon Ball. It was akin to someone claiming that a beggar, covered in blood and sores, was once a dashing prince. However, the next scene rendered disbelief impossible. The dark stone began to unfold a miraculous transformation akin to that of a swan emerging from a duckling. A blazing meteor streaked across the sky, descending rapidly. The intense light compelled Chen to shield his eyes instinctively. When he opened them again, he was astonished to see that the Dragon Ball had flawlessly embedded itself within one of the star slots of the 7-star Dragon Abyss. The entire abyss now radiated a fiery crimson hue, indicating this was indeed a fire element Dragon Ball. In that moment, the 7-star Dragon Abyss seemed to respond to his summoning, shaking violently. Moreover, Chen keenly observed signs of awakening from the slumbering spirit. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen's heart soared with joy as he softly called out, "Little one, you've slept long enough. It's time to wake up and drink." Yet, the little sword spirit merely yawned, turned over, and resumed its comfortable slumber, leaving Chen, who eagerly awaited its awakening, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, upon seeing the 7-star Dragon Abyss adorned with a fire Dragon Ball, his minor disappointment was swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming euphoria. He instinctively grasped the 7-star Dragon Abyss and swung it with abandon. With a swift motion, a concentrated sword intent transformed into a ferocious fire dragon that lunged towards the doors and windows. With a crack, all the doors and windows shattered as if made of paper, igniting into flames upon contact with the fire dragon. In a mere moment, The room he occupied was engulfed in flames, sending thick smoke billowing upwards. Witnessing this scene, Chen found himself momentarily bewildered. Goodness, this power is astonishing. The water has overflowed. We must extinguish the flames. Just then, someone spotted the fire in Chen's room and began shouting, urging others to fetch water from the nearby river to douse the blaze. Before long, the fire was subdued. Fortunately, Chen preferred solitude, which meant his room was not connected to those of others. Moreover, due to the timely discovery, aside from his own room being largely consumed by flames, the other residences remained largely unscathed. "Master, are you all right?" Li Lanxiang, upon learning of the fire in Chen's room, rushed over without even putting on her shoes. The sharp stones cut into her delicate feet, drawing blood, yet her concern for Chen's safety overshadowed her discomfort. Chen brushed the singed strands of hair from his face and reassured her, "I am fine, do not worry." He then noticed that Li Lanxiang was barefoot, and his brow furrowed slightly. "Lanxiang, why did you come without shoes?" With a playful flick of her tongue, she replied, "I forgot to wear them. I'll go back and put them on now." However, after taking just a couple of steps, she stepped on a protruding sharp stone and winced in pain. Chen could only shake his head helplessly. "Ah, what a foolishly endearing girl. Allow me to assist you." Li Lanxiang's big eyes blinked in confusion. Without hesitation, Chen scooped her up in a princess carry and strode towards her room. Instantly, all eyes were upon them. Although Li Lanxiang had shared many intimate moments with Chen, being carried in such a manner before the crowd left her feeling bashful. She buried her head deep in his arms, her ears reddening like a ripe crabapple. This scene was witnessed by the hurriedly arriving Li Wanzheng, who felt as though his heart had been stabbed with a knife. Ah, truly, a young lady should not be kept too close. After placing Li Lanxiang gently in her chamber, Chen, like a protective older brother, tended to her wounds. This gesture touched Li Lanxiang deeply. "All right, you should get some rest. I must take my leave." After bandaging her injuries, Chen prepared to depart. Li Lanxiang bit her lip and said, "Master, your house is burned down. Where will you sleep when you return?" Chen looked up at her and chuckled. "Wherever I sleep, it cannot be in your room." Li Lanxiang pouted, murmuring, "Why not? Haven't we slept in the same room before?" Chen's expression darkened at her words. "That is different." Li Lanxiang, undeterred, retorted, "What is so different? We are merely cultivating together. Moreover, if you stay here, you can guide my training." Chen's frown deepened. "However, others may not see it that way. You are still unmarried, and if word spreads, it could tarnish your reputation." Li Lanxiang pouted her cherry lips in dissatisfaction. "What of it? A person of integrity fears no shadow. I act with honor. Why should I care for their gossip? Besides, I aspire to be the future Empress. Why should I fear the idle chatter of these mundane folk?" Li Lanxiang was a devoted admirer of the Empress in red, her lifelong idol. The son she gazed upon with reverence. After a moment, she bit her lip again and whispered, "Furthermore, Master, when you carried me before so many people, did you not consider that I am still an unmarried girl?" Chen Sikit. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the nearby woods, causing Chen's expression to harden. "Oh no, a beast! Master, I want to go too." This time, she remembered to wear her shoes. When Chen arrived at the scene, chaos reigned. The cries of women and children filled the air. He approached and inquired, "What is happening?" "Immortal, it is the wild boar king," cried Fang Chanqing and others, all speaking at once. Following their pointing, Chen beheld a wild boar of colossal size, comparable to an adult elephant, charging towards them with its razor-sharp tusks bared. Anything in its path was brutally dispatched, leaving a grisly scene. In the midst of the tumult, a 5- or 6-year-old girl stood frozen in the wild boar king's path. Terror-stricken, tears streaming down her face as she called out helplessly, "Mother, I'm scared." The wild boar king was now mere meters away. In that critical moment, Chen's gaze sharpened, and he took to the air, reaching his maximum speed. Just as the beast was about to collide with the girl, he swept her into his embrace, narrowly avoiding disaster. At that moment, a middle-aged woman rushed over and scooped the girl into her arms, expressing her profound gratitude to Chen. Yet, the wild boar king continued its rampage, and Chen commanded, "Maintain order. Do not scatter. I shall slay this beast." Chapter 55. One sword to cut it down. As he spoke, Chen advanced towards the wild boar king. Before the beast could react, he struck down with a powerful palm upon its head. However, the wild boar king's thick hide barely trembled from the blow. Roaring in fury, the beast glared at Yi Chen with blood-red eyes and charged at him with its formidable tusks raised. Yi Chen, surprised by the creature's resilience, furrowed his brow. As the wild boar king charged, he did not engage it directly but sidestepped just in time, narrowly evading its attack. The massive rock behind him was violently shattered by the beast's tusks, splintering into pieces. Witnessing this, Yi Chen frowned initially, but soon his eyes sparkled with determination. Very well, let us see how effective my sword is against you. Previously, a mere swing of his sword had set an entire house ablaze. For safety's sake, he resolved to lure the wild boar king deeper into the forest before striking it down. You beast, come at me if you dare. After uttering these fierce words, Yi Chen did not forget to take advantage of the wild boar king's moment of inattention, delivering a resounding slap on its head. Had the wild boar king been capable of speech, it would surely have retorted, "You young man, where is your martial virtue?" That strike had already drawn considerable enmity towards Yi Chen. Thus, when the wild boar king saw him fleeing into the forest, it wasted no time in pursuing him with all its might. Upon entering a lush forest, Yi Chen felt satisfied with the surroundings and chose to remain still, patiently awaiting the wild boar king's arrival. With a furious roar, the wild boar king charged in, and Yi Chen stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an aura of a master. You beast, indiscriminately slaying the innocent, you must be punished. Although the wild boar king could not comprehend Yi Chen's words, it had attained a modicum of intelligence as a second-tier demonic beast. From Yi Chen's expression, it could discern that he was not uttering kind words. With its front hooves, the wild boar king gouged the hard ground, initiating a fearless charge toward Yi Chen. Clouds of dust erupted as its violent momentum snapped ancient trees, thick enough for several grown men to encircle like mere twigs. Should such force collide with a human, it would likely reduce them to a mere pulp. Just as planned, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, fixated on the wild boar king. He had not immediately summoned the 7-star dragon abyss. Instead, he tightly clenched his fist, causing his knuckles to crack like firecrackers. He aimed to assess how much his combat prowess had enhanced after advancing to the second stage of foundation building. As the wild boar king approached, Yi Chen gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful punch. This strike was devoid of any embellishment, simple and brutal. Like a cannonball, it crashed down upon the wild boar king's head. Boom! The impact of Yi Chen's explosive fist met the wild boar king's skull in a cataclysmic explosion. Yi Chen felt a tingling sensation in his arm, as if it had gone numb, and his entire body was propelled backward uncontrollably. Looking down at his bloodied fist, he frowned. Such formidable resilience. It truly was tough and resilient. The wild boar king, having taken a solid blow from Yi Chen's fist, was not faring well either. It felt as though a cacophony of gongs and drums was echoing in its brain, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. It could hardly believe that this seemingly insignificant human possessed such terrifying combat strength. With a furious growl, the wild boar king bared its sharp tusks, akin to 2 colossal swords, and charged at Yi Chen like a comet streaking through the sky. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, noticing a large protruding rock nearby. He grasped it and hurled it at the charging beast. Unfazed by the incoming boulder, the wild boar king swiped its sharp tusks horizontally, cleaving the rock in two as if it were mere tofu, which then tumbled to the ground. Witnessing this, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Such razor-sharp tusks would make excellent weapons. Now, the 7-star dragon abyss was beginning to shine brilliantly. To avoid unnecessary complications, he preferred not to resort to it unless absolutely necessary. After all, he understood the principle that an innocent man should not be punished for possessing a treasure. Unbeknownst to the wild boar king, Yi Chen had already set his sights on its tusks. After effortlessly shattering the boulder, it continued its assault on Yi Chen, intent on tearing the detestable human apart. Having witnessed the sharpness of the wild boar king's tusks, Yi Chen refrained from engaging in hand-to-hand combat. You beast, you are fortunate to die under an ancient divine weapon. It is a worthy end to your life. With that, Yi Chen reached into the void and called out, "Sword, come." The sword resonated with a melodious chime, and a spectral dragon emerged with a fierce roar. Yi Chen grasped the 7-star dragon abyss, which floated in midair. With a swift motion, the sword was drawn, tracing a brilliant arc. The arc transformed into a fire dragon, lunging forward with ferocity. Within the dragon pearl, lay a sliver of dragon soul intent. Though faint, it was sufficient to subdue a low-tier demonic beast like the wild boar king with ease. As anticipated, upon seeing the fire dragon hurtling toward it, the wild boar king's eyes widened, round as the festive lanterns of a joyous festival, filled with disbelief. It could not comprehend how this diminutive human could summon such a powerful divine dragon. At that moment, its only thought was to flee. Yet, Chen would not grant it the opportunity. The fire dragon swiftly enveloped the wild boar king, causing it to thrash on the ground in agony, emitting pain cries. After a prolonged struggle, the wild boar king finally ceased its movements, its body sizzling and emitting the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, which was enough to stir one's appetite. Chen approached, first retrieving the two sharp tusks, using them as knives to carve into the wild boar king's massive form and extract its demon core. The wild boar king would never have imagined that its own tusks would be the instruments of its demise. Just as Chen was preoccupied with the tusks, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching, drawing nearer with urgency. Hearing the commotion, Chen instinctively looked up. Leading the charge was Li Lanxiang. Though she appeared delicate, her physique had vastly improved since her body refinement, surpassing that of her male peers. Following closely were Li Wenzhong, Fang Chongqing, and several hundred others, all armed with various weapons, machetes, spears, bows, wooden sticks, and even sickles and hoes. Master, Master, we have come to rescue you. Li Lanxiang exclaimed as she spotted Chen unharmed and hurried toward him. Chen glanced at her feet, relieved to see that she had remembered to wear shoes this time. As she reached him, her concern was palpable. Master, are you all right? Chen shook his head, reassuring her. I'm fine. Fang Chongqing stammered. Master, the wild boar. Chen, sensing his anxiety, interjected. Are you asking where the wild boar king went? Fang Chongqing vigorously nodded. Chen pointed to a massive mound of flesh not far away, stating, Isn't that it? The group followed Chen's gesture, and what they beheld left them utterly astonished. In less than an hour, Chen not only dispatched the wild boar king, but also managed to roast it to perfection. Such prowess, such speed, it is truly astounding. The enticing aroma of the roasted boar wafted through the air, causing the famished and destitute villagers to swallow hard in anticipation. Observing their eager expressions, Chen clapped his hands and declared, Feel free to share the feast. Take home what you cannot finish. Do not let it go to waste. Master, Master, wait for me. Li Lanxiang called out, hurrying to catch up with Chen as he began to walk away. He turned to glance at her and asked, Lanxiang, do you need something? With a slight bite of her lip, Li Lanxiang replied, Can I seek you out if I have nothing to do? Chen chuckled at her playful demeanor. Of course you can. Master, are you going to the city tomorrow for the wedding of Wang Jini? She inquired. Chen nodded. Indeed, what of it? Will you take me with you? Li Lanxiang's bright, expressive eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at him, not blinking once. Chen hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. There may be dangers at the wedding in Panjiayuan. You should stay home and focus on your training. Upon hearing this, Li Lanxiang's lips immediately pursed into a pout. Master, you're just making excuses. How could there possibly be danger at a wedding? If you don't want to take me, just say so instead of trying to fool me as if I were a mere child. Amused by her protests, Chen gently tapped her head and said, Yes, yes, you are not a child. You are already 4 years old. Li Lanxiang? In truth, Chen's concerns about potential dangers at the wedding were not unfounded. He had a premonition that something unexpected was likely to occur. If any trouble arose, it would be easier for him to navigate alone. However, bringing Lanxiang along would complicate matters. Be good and train at home, he reassured her, patting her head like an affectionate older brother. Li Lanxiang had no resistance to his playful gesture and nodded obediently. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After giving a few simple reminders, Chen set out for Panjiayuan. As he stepped outside, the passive attribute of his fortune value activated, earning him 2 taels of silver. At that moment, the entrance of Panjiayuan was bustling with activity, filled with carriages and people. It seemed that the esteemed dignitaries of Jianyang City had all gathered for the occasion. In stark contrast, along the roadside, gaunt and emaciated beggars hoped for a morsel of kindness, daring to approach in the hope of receiving a few coins to stave off hunger. Yet they were met with disdain and scorn. Such is the fragility of life. Chen casually tossed the silver he had found earlier to a pair of elderly beggars, who were so moved that tears welled in their eyes as they knelt in gratitude. Other beggars, sensing an opportunity, quickly swarmed around them like wolves drawn by the scent of blood. Frowning at the scene, Yi Chun hastened his pace towards the main entrance of Panjiayuan. At the entrance, the venue was adorned with festive decorations, radiating joy. This scene felt eerily familiar. Would it be as lively as the Zhang family celebration a month prior? Esteemed guest, please present your invitation. A disciple of the Pan family blocked Yi Chen's path. Yi Chen glanced at him and replied, I do not have an invitation. I was invited by your elder brother, Wan Jiani. Upon realizing that Yi Chun was a friend of their elder brother, the disciple's expression shifted to one of respect. You know my elder brother, Wan Jiani? Yi Chen nodded. Indeed, I not only know Wan Jiani, but also your second brother, Dong Menking, your senior sister, Pan Rong, and Pan Gang. The disciple quickly corrected him. My second brother's name is Dong Menking, not Zai Menking. He looked at Yi Chun with skepticism. You seem somewhat unfamiliar. How do you know them? Yi Chen smirked. I have fought them. The disciple was taken aback. Xiao Lu, why are you standing there idly? Attend to the guests. Just then, Pan Gang approached and chastised the disciple. The disciple, referred to as Xiao Lu, quickly replied, Pan Gang, this young man claims he has fought you. Who does he think he is, a toad, trying to croak like a frog? No one in Jianyang City dares to strike me, Pan Gang. He scoffed. Before he could finish, Pan Gang caught sight of Yi Chen's smiling face, and it startled him. Why, Yi Chen, what are you doing here? Yi Chen replied with a grin. Your elder brother, Wan Jiani, invited me. You were present at the time. How could you forget so quickly? Pan Gang shook his head, stammering, and no, I didn't forget. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. You just claim no one in Jianyang City dares to hit you. What about that? Pan Gang trembled in fear. Instinctively covering his face and taking a couple of steps back, terrified that Yi Chun might suddenly slap him. Seeing Pan Gang's reaction, Yi Chun smirked and said, Fear not. Today is your elder brother Wan Jiani's joyous day. I shall spare you for his sake. Relieved at Yi Chen's assurance, Pan Gang's anxiety subsided. However, he quickly reconsidered. This was Panjiayuan, their territory. Even if his elder brother Wan Jiani was not Yi Chen's match, surely his father, a half-step golden core expert, could easily handle this junior. Chapter 57. The Vibrant Wedding. Upon entering Panjiayuan, Yi Chun presented a jadeite green gift as a congratulatory offering. The vibrant hue perfectly complemented the wedding festivities. Soon the groom, Wan Jiani, and the bride, Pan Rong, began their ceremonial rites. Pan Rong's wedding attire mirrored that of her stunning ensemble from the tailoring house. A vivid image from that day flashed through Yi Chen's mind, and he shook his head, turning his gaze back to Wan Jiani, who appeared to radiate a greenish aura, more vibrant than the jadeite he had gifted. Suddenly, Yi Chun felt a piercing gaze upon him. Alarmed, he instinctively looked up to find a middle-aged man, resembling Pan Gang, regarding him with a fervent and avaricious gaze. Seated at the head of the table, he was undoubtedly Pan Rong's father, the master of Panjiayuan, Pan Tong. It struck Yi Chun as peculiar. Why did Pan Tong's gaze feel so unsettling? Was it due to the fact that he had injured his son and bested his disciple, bringing shame upon him? Upon contemplating these matters, Yi Chen's expression grew somewhat grave. However, the reaction from the other party was within his expectations. One of the purposes for his visit to Panjiayuan today was to gauge the depth of the waters here, as well as to observe the response of Pan Tong, the head of the Pan family, after he had injured his son and defeated his disciple. Moreover, the headquarters of the Star Palace, located at Frog Ridge, is adjacent to Jianyang City. If Pan Tong harbored a profound animosity towards him, it was conceivable he might strike at Yi Chun on the spot. In such a case, Yi Chun would devise a means to deal with this old fox. Of course, should the other party possess commendable character and be willing to bury the hatchet. That would be even better. After all, harmony is invaluable, and neighborly coexistence is paramount. Just as Yi Chen's thoughts meandered, Wan Jiani caught sight of him. Without hesitation, Wan Jiani discarded his bride, Pan Rong, and strode directly towards Yi Chun. Yi Chen, you've arrived, he exclaimed. Indeed, I have. Yi Chen felt that their exchange bore a resemblance to the dialogues found in Gulong's martial arts novels. To preempt any further remarks from Wan Jiani, such as questioning his presence, Yi Chun smiled and added, I have always been fond of lively gatherings. Today, Panjiayuan is the most bustling place in Jianyang City, and naturally, I had to come and join in. In truth, aside from testing the waters of Panjiayuan, Yi Chen had another significant motive for his visit, to seek out Dong Menqing and assess the progress of the matters he had promised a few days prior. After all, autumn was well underway, and many disaster victims lacked sufficient clothing to ward off the cold. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Jini suddenly raised a finger and declared emphatically, "Give me a year, and I will undoubtedly defeat you." Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Brother, you're getting married today. Shouldn't you focus on your wedding instead of challenging me?" At that moment, he began to understand why Pan Rong had chosen to forsake Wang Jini. A man as straightforward as him required no woman. The presence of a woman would only hinder his ability to draw his sword swiftly. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Jini, interpreting Yi Chen's laughter as mockery, felt his expression darken. "What, do you doubt my ability to defeat you in a year?" Yi Chen, feeling a sense of irony, thought to himself, "You need not wait a year. I already feel defeated by you." However, he merely replied, "Does it truly matter if I believe you can surpass me?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's question, Wang Jini was initially taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point." Noticing the awkward atmosphere surrounding the wedding, Pan Tong, seated at the head of the table, interjected with a smile. He approached Yi Chen, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "You must be the renowned young talent, Yi Chen, who triumphed over my disciple, Wang Jini, at the Yulian." Yi Chen returned the gesture respectfully. "Indeed, I am Yi Chen. I apologize for any previous offenses and hope for your understanding, Master Pan." After speaking, Yi Chen discreetly observed the old man, noting that his gaze was rather peculiar, not in anger over his defeated disciple, but rather with an intense, almost insatiable fervor. It was reminiscent of a former colleague whose gaze mirrored Pan Tong's, fiery and greedy, as if he desired to possess him. A shiver ran down Yi Chen's spine as he realized that, regardless of the setting, young men must learn to protect themselves. Chapter 58, Pan Tong's Conspiracy. I have always had a fondness for youthful heroes. I hear that young Master Yi is currently residing at the Yulian. If you do not mind, might you grace my humble abode for a few days? Pan Tong squinted his eyes, smiling at Yi Chen as he extended an invitation. Upon hearing Pan Tong's words, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could this old fox truly mean it? Yet, upon further reflection, moving directly into Panjiayuan would allow him to gain deeper insight into the situation. Now that he had reached the second stage of Foundation establishment and possessed both the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss and Silver Shadow as trump cards. Although Pan Tong was a half step into the Golden Core stage, he had yet to fully coalesce into a true Golden Core. Should a confrontation arise, even if he were to be at a disadvantage, he could still make a dignified exit. With this in mind, Yi Chen did not decline but smiled and replied, "Then I shall humbly accept your invitation." Pan Tong, elated by Yi Chen's agreement, exclaimed, "What a pity that I have only one daughter. If I had a second, I would undoubtedly marry her to a young hero like you." Yi Chen was taken aback by Pan Tong's words, thinking to himself, "I have no desire to endure a life surrounded by endless green pastures." As Yi Chen agreed to stay at Panjiayuan for a few days, Wang Jini perked up, appearing exceedingly excited. "This is splendid. In that case, we can further refine our swordsmanship together." Yi Chen's expression darkened immediately. "Brother, you're getting married. Could you refrain from incessantly discussing swords?" After enjoying the wedding feast, Pan Tong instructed Dong Minqing to prepare a guest room for Yi Chen. After walking a short distance, Yi Chen, finding themselves alone, smiled and queried Dong Minqing, "What is it like to see your favorite junior sister married to another?" Dong Minqing's facial muscles twitched slightly, a flicker of anger crossing his features. Yet, as he recalled Yi Chen's formidable strength, the anger swiftly dissipated. "This is my affair and none of your concern." Yi Chen smiled lightly, responding, "Indeed, it is not my concern. I merely inquired out of curiosity. Besides, you are well aware of your junior sister's depth, are you not? This venture has certainly borne fruit." Upon hearing Yi Chen's audacious words, Dong Minqing's expression darkened, his teeth grinding in frustration. He could hardly contain his desire to silence Yi Chen. "Humph, Yi Chen, your demise is imminent. Let me allow you to revel in your glory for now. When the time comes, you shall witness my retaliation." Noticing Dong Minqing's fluctuating emotions, Yi Chen decided to shift the conversation back to more pressing matters. "By the way, how have you fared with the arrangements I requested?" Dong Minqing paused for a moment in contemplation before replying, "The quantity you require is substantial, and I will need some time to prepare." Yi Chen cast a sharp gaze back at him, stating, "The agreed-upon 3-day deadline is fast approaching. At that moment, should you fail to fulfill your promise, And if by chance I inadvertently reveal your affairs to Wan Jiani, do not hold it against me. Very well. I shall not blame you. Dong Minqing gritted his teeth. His gaze towards Yi Chan was filled with fury. In truth, he had half a sentence left unspoken. The dead never speak carelessly, based on his understanding of his master. It was likely that an action against Yi Chan would occur within the next couple of days, with a high probability of it happening tonight. The Pan family estate was indeed extensive. Dong Minqing led Yi Chan through winding corridors for a good quarter of an hour before arriving at a tranquil courtyard. He pointed to a rather exquisite villa ahead, which also boasted a small garden, stating, "This is the finest guest room in the Pan family, quite secluded. And I hope young Master Yi does not find it lacking." Yi Chan first scrutinized the courtyard before his gaze inadvertently shifted to Dong Minqing. Noticing Yi Chen's attention, Dong Minqing suddenly averted his eyes, whether from guilt or some other reason. He dared not meet Yi Chen's gaze. The eyes are the windows to the soul. While body language and words may deceive, the eyes do not lie. There was certainly something amiss. However, Yi Chen chose not to confront him on this matter. He was uncertain whether it was Dong Minqing who was scheming or if the old fox, Pan Tong, was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. If it were the former, it would not be a significant issue. If it were the latter, caution would be required. Considering this, he smiled without revealing his thoughts and replied, "Indeed, I find it quite to my liking." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Dong Minqing's tense demeanor visibly relaxed. "As long as young Master Yi is pleased, I shall take my leave and not disturb your rest." With that, he turned to depart. Shortly after leaving, Yi Chen observed him being summoned by his servant. The two then hastily made their way towards the main courtyard. Witnessing this, Yi Chen pondered, something unusual is afoot. It seems there is indeed a problem here. Dong Minqing arrived directly at Pan Tong's study and bowed respectfully. "Master, you called for me?" Pan Tong nodded and inquired, "Chen, how did the task fare?" Dong Minqing responded, "It has been handled. I have arranged for Yi Chan to stay in the East Wing, which is quite secluded and easier to act upon." Pan Tong nodded in acknowledgement and continued to question, "Did Yi Chen suspect anything?" Dong Minqing paused momentarily in thought before shaking his head. "No, his behavior is quite normal, showing no signs of suspicion." Seeing that everything was under control, Pan Tong nodded in satisfaction. "Qing, you have done well." After receiving his master's praise, Dong Minqing lowered his voice, tentatively asking, "Master, do we plan to act against Yi Chen tonight?" Pan Tong glanced out the window to ensure no one was watching before nodding. "Indeed, but prior to that, you must assist me with one more task." Dong Minqing hastily inquired, "Master, what do you need me to do?" Pan Tong did not respond directly, instead retrieving a small vial and handing it to Dong Minqing. "This contains the drunken fragrance powder, colorless and tasteless, difficult to detect. Once consumed, it will cause an immediate loss of consciousness, and one will not awaken for at least 12 hours. Dong Minqing examined the vial in his hand and asked, "Master, do you wish for me to drug Yi Chen?" Pan Tong shook his head and replied, "This is not intended for Yi Chen, though he has acquired the swordsmanship legacy. He is merely a second-level foundation cultivator. Capturing him would be child's play, unnecessary to resort to such underhanded methods." Dong Minqing, realizing he had misinterpreted, was taken aback. "Master, then whom do you intend for me to drug?" Pan Tong stated deliberately, "Your elder brother, Wan Jiani." Dong Minqing was taken aback by this revelation. He even doubted his own hearing and quickly sought confirmation. "My elder brother?" Pan Tong solemnly nodded and asserted, "Indeed, your elder brother's nature is too straightforward. Should he learn of our intentions against Yi Chen, he will undoubtedly intervene." After hearing Pan Tong's explanation, Dong Minqing finally understood. "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately." After exiting, Dong Minqing mixed the drunken fragrance powder into a drink, ensuring it was well blended. Once this was accomplished, he went to the living room to find Wan Jiani, who was currently indulging in drinks with several other disciples. Dong Minqing steadied himself and approached with a smile. "Congratulations. Elder brother, I toast to you." At this moment, Wan Jiani was quite intoxicated, and with his inherently simple-minded disposition, he was oblivious to anything beyond swordsmanship. Thus, when he saw Dong Minqing approaching to offer a toast, he harbored no suspicion. To him, this junior brother could not possibly hold any ill intentions. It was merely a gesture of congratulation. "Thank you, junior brother Dongmin." Wan Jiani accepted the cup and raised it to his lips, draining it in one go. Dong Minqing, from the corner of his eye, confirmed that he had indeed emptied his glass, a cold smirk of triumph appearing at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 59. The Fox's Tale is revealed. My elder brother is intoxicated. I shall assist him back to his room while you all continue drinking. Dong Menqing bid farewell to the other disciples, supporting Wang Jiani as they made their way toward the bridal chamber. Inside the bridal chamber, the red candles flickered. Pan Rong sat nervously on the bed, her head covered with a bright red silk scarf, her hands intertwined anxiously. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the door opening and tentatively called out, "Elder brother, is that you?" "It is I, junior sister." Upon hearing this voice, Pan Rong quickly lifted her scarf, her heart racing as she approached. "Second elder brother, what brings you here?" Dong Menqing wore a wicked smile and replied, "Rong Mei, I have come to share a night of passion with you." With that, he advanced with familiar ease, making his intentions clear. Pan Rong could hardly believe the audacity of her second elder brother. While clandestine affairs might have been one thing, to act so brazenly in the bridal chamber, especially before her elder brother Wang Jiani, was utterly reckless. "Second elder brother, are you not afraid that elder brother will find out and kill you?" Dong Menqing, however, appeared utterly unperturbed. He glanced at Wang Jiani, who was slumped like a dead dog, dismissively stating, "Rong Mei, rest assured, he will not awaken for at least 12 hours. With that, he lunged forward eagerly, resembling a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. Little did they know, outside, a pair of eyes was intently watching them. Those eyes belonged to none other than Yi Chen. Originally intending to gather information, he had stumbled upon this shocking scene. Thus, he lingered with a critical gaze, observing for an extended period. Regrettably, without a mobile phone, it would have been effortless to record the events and later review and critique them. Just as Yi Chen felt a twinge of disappointment, he suddenly noticed several shadowy figures darting through the air, seemingly heading toward his residence. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Chen decided to follow them swiftly. Upon arriving at Yi Chen's abode, Pan Tong found it surprisingly vacant. Could it be that Yi Chen had sensed something amiss and slipped away in advance? As this thought crossed Pan Tong's mind, he abruptly sensed an unusual presence behind him. Turning sharply, he beheld a tall figure standing resolutely in his wake. Upon recognizing the figure's identity, Pan Tong's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Yi Chen?" he exclaimed, feigning surprise. "Master Pan, what brings you here at such a late hour? Is there something of urgency?" Pan Tong squinted, a sly smile creeping across his face as he replied, "Oh, nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to check on how young Master Yi is faring during his stay in our Pan family estate." Yi Chen smiled lightly and responded, "Quite well. I appreciate your concern, Master Pan." Pan Tong scrutinized Yi Chen closely before asking, "I have heard that 3 years ago you encountered a mishap during your training, leading to your demonic deviation and the ruin of your Dantian. Yet, within a mere month, you made a formidable resurgence, becoming a celebrated young genius. Is this tale true?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Yi Chen's heart raced with caution. Sensing his reaction, Pan Tong continued, "To be candid, I have been stagnant at the threshold of the golden core for an entire 60 years. Should I fail to break through and solidify my golden core, my demise is surely imminent. I am not one who fears death. Rather, my inability to achieve the golden core is my greatest regret. Thus, I have come today to borrow something from you to fulfill my dream of attaining the golden core." Yi Chen, now on high alert, inquired, "What might that be?" Pan Tong pronounced deliberately, "The swordsmanship inheritance that you acquired by chance." Following this declaration, his gaze turned toward Yi Chen, brimming with a fervent and greedy desire akin to that of a wolf eyeing a delectable lamb. Upon hearing the phrase, swordsmanship inheritance, Yi Chen's heart jolted. "Master Pan, from where did you hear such baseless claims?" Before he could finish his sentence, a sinister voice echoed from behind him. "From us." Yi Chen turned to see the Zhang family's third elder, his visage twisted with malice. "Yi Chen, you have killed my family head and humiliated my clan. Today, your time is up." Realizing the identity of his adversaries, Yi Chen's expression hardened. He scoffed coldly. "Huh, you think it's that simple to take my life?" Pan Tong, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "Yi Chen, if you are willing to part with the swordsmanship inheritance and present the divine weapon, I can spare your life. Should you desire the swordsmanship inheritance, come and take it," Yi Chen declared, his once gentle gaze now radiating an unparalleled disdain. "Sword, come forth." He reached into the void, summoning the seven-star dragon abyss. As the seven-star dragon abyss emerged, wreathed in fiery dragons, Pan Tong's excitement surged. Indeed, a divine weapon. Unable to contain his eagerness, he prepared to seize it. You young brat, since you refuse to drink the wine of friendship, I shall grant you a taste of punishment. With that, Pan Tong lunged at Yi Chun like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. Yi Chun, unyielding, fixed his gaze upon Pan Tong, swiftly drawing his sword. With a swift motion, the sword shadow danced like a frenzied fire dragon, cleaving toward Pan Tong. Realizing the ferocity of Yi Chun's sword intent, Pan Tong dared not underestimate him. He quickly brought his hands together, conjuring a luminous barrier before him. With a thunderous crash, the sword's shadow collided with the barrier, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that rippled outward, shaking the entire room as if it were on the brink of collapse. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Yi Chun chose not to linger. Given his current cultivation, he could not confront Pan Tong directly, especially on his territory. Adhering to the wisdom of the 36 stratagems, retreat was his best strategy. As Pan Tong was momentarily staggered, Yi Chun dashed toward the exit. The three members of the Zhang family, bewildered that Yi Chun had evaded capture, stood frozen as he charged toward them. Those who obstruct me shall perish, Yi Chun bellowed, and with that, the seven-star dragon abyss swung above him. With a swift strike, the third elder of the Zhang family was cleaved in two, blood spraying forth. The other two, sensing their imminent doom, turned to flee. At this point, Yi Chun would not grant them a chance for survival. With a flick of his mind, he summoned the Wild Boar King's tusks. Wielding one in each hand, he lunged forward. The two Zhang disciples, caught off guard, were pierced through, their eyes widening in horror as life ebbed from them. They collapsed into a pool of their own blood. Pan Tong, witnessing Yi Chun's swift dispatch of 3 foundation stage experts, felt a surge of dread. Yet, he attributed this feat not to Yi Chun's talent, but rather to the swordsmanship inheritance and the divine weapon. If such power could be harnessed by a novice, how much greater would it be in his own hands? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Pan Tong became exhilarated. Yi Chun, you shall not escape, he roared, unleashing a powerful palm strike aimed at Yi Chun's back. Yi Chun pivoted, countering with a sword strike that met Pan Tong's ferocious palm. A deafening collision echoed through the air, illuminating the faces of both combatants with flickering light. In terms of both cultivation and combat experience, Pan Tong held the upper hand over Yi Chun. However, Yi Chun's refined, true essence and the advantage of the divine weapon allowed them to engage in an evenly matched battle. Hearing the commotion, the Pan family guards and disciples rushed to the scene. One disciple, craning his neck to see, inquired of his companion, "Who is that young man, battling our master so evenly? Who else could it be but the prodigious Yi Chun, the one who recently defeated both our second Elder Dong Minxing and our first Elder Wan Jinni at the Yulian? How could Yi Chun possibly engage in a confrontation with our master? We were just enjoying drinks together. If you inquire of me, who should I ask?" Chapter 61, Critical Damage. Part 3, Boom. Another fierce collision erupted. Both Yi Chun and Pan Tong were propelled backward simultaneously. However, Yi Chun staggered back several dozen steps before barely stabilizing his center of gravity. It was faintly discernible that blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In stark contrast, Pan Tong only retreated 5 or 6 steps. Though his demeanor appeared somewhat disheveled, his breath remained robust. The disparity in their combat prowess was evident. Pan Tong glared at Yi Chun with fierce intensity, bellowing, "Yi Chun, you are no match for me. A wise man recognizes the times. Relinquish your divine weapon and sword legacy to avoid unnecessary suffering." Yi Chun wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand and replied coldly, "Master Pan, merely half a month ago, someone uttered the same words to me. Would you care to know his present fate?" Pan Tong, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired, "What fate?" Yi Chun shouted, "If you wish to know, go to the underworld and ask him yourself." Following his furious outburst, the 7 stars dragon abyss in Yi Chun's hand transformed into a fiery dragon, lunging ferociously toward Pan Tong. "You arrogant brat. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Pan Tong retorted defiantly, drawing a shimmering sword and charging forth to meet him. The clash resonated like the sound of metal clashing amidst a battlefield, reverberating through the air. In that instant of collision, Yi Chun's pupils narrowed slightly, emitting a glimmer of light almost imperceptible to the ordinary eye, as he scrutinized Pan Tong. Pan Tong's movements appeared to Yi Chun as if they were slowed down by several magnitudes. This was a skill from the heart, eye secret technique, allowing him to observe his opponent's moves and identify their vulnerabilities. Soon, he discerned faint spots on Pan Tong's chest, revealing a weakness. However, given that Pan Tong was a master at the half-step golden core level, an outright confrontation would not yield any opportunity for a decisive attack. He needed to adopt a more cunning approach, striking when least expected. With this in mind, Yi Chun feigned defeat, retreating swiftly like a kite severed from its string. Observing Yi Chen's apparent retreat, Pan Tong felt a surge of joy and intended to capitalize on this moment to capture him. Realizing Pan Tong had fallen for his ruse, Yi Chen allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. The distance between them steadily diminished. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Just as the gap narrowed to a mere 10 meters, Yi Chen executed a flawless Thomas turn, launching a counterattack. He concentrated all his true energy into his palm, channeling it into the 7 stars dragon abyss. The weapon blazed with radiant energy, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, lunging toward Pan Tong's throat. Pan Tong was utterly unprepared for such a maneuver, his heart racing in alarm. In haste, he swung his sword to defend himself. Clang! Another resounding impact reverberated through the air, the dazzling sword light reminiscent of fireworks on a lantern festival, illuminating the night sky. Oof! You insignificant foundational cultivator dare attempt a sneak attack on me, truly overestimating your capabilities. Today, I shall show you the true prowess of a half-step golden core master. Though Yi Chen's counterattack caught Pan Tong off guard and left him somewhat disheveled, Pan Tong remained a formidable opponent at the half-step golden core level. Yi Chen's current cultivation level was insufficient to inflict substantial harm. At best, he could only cause superficial injuries, as Pan Tong fiercely circulated his true energy. The forceful winds filled his sleeves. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down. To his astonishment, 2 razor-sharp wild boar tusks had pierced through his chest. This was Yi Chen's true killing move. Pan Tong had naively assumed Yi Chun had exhausted his options, reveling in his apparent triumph. He had no inkling that Yi Chun still harbored a hidden card, and thus, unprepared, he was pierced by the lethal tusks. Moreover, as it was a strike exploiting a weakness, it dealt critical damage. Chapter 62. The Terror of Yi Chun. With a gasp, Pan Tong stared in disbelief at the tusks embedded in his body. He could not fathom that Yi Chun possessed such a lethal technique. However, even with such methods, for Yi Chun to slay a half-step golden core master was no simple feat, enduring the excruciating pain from his wound. Pan Tong summoned all his strength and struck fiercely at Yi Chen's heart. Given their proximity, Yi Chun could hardly evade. With no choice left, he braced himself for the impact. Bang! Pan Tong's full-force attack sent Yi Chun staggering back several meters, causing his internal organs to churn violently. Seizing the opportunity to create distance, Yi Chun swiftly executed the 9 dragons' sky-treading step, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the vast night. As Pan Tong attempted to pursue, he felt his internal energies surging uncontrollably, forcing him to abandon the chase, helplessly watching as Yi Chun escaped. Thus, Yi Chun fled for several dozen miles before finally pausing beside a large tree. Suddenly, he felt a wave of sweetness rise in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Once he stabilized his energy, he vigorously wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. What a ferocious strike! No wonder he is a half-step golden core master. Yi Chun glanced at the time. It was the witching hour, the perfect moment for his daily check-in. He hurriedly logged into the system to sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the check-in reward, a 9th-rank spirit herb blood chi pill. The blood chi pill, as the name suggests, replenishes blood and energy. It is hailed as a miraculous healing remedy for those below the golden core realm. What a stroke of luck! Yi Chen's heart soared with joy as he grabbed the pill and consumed it. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, and soon, a warm current surged into his dantian, circulating throughout his body. He continued this process until dawn broke, having fully restored his energy. At this moment, though he had not regained his peak combat strength, his injuries had healed significantly. Meanwhile, the Pan family was in complete disarray, as Pan Tong never anticipated Yi Chen's formidable strength. However, having just begun to establish his foundation. He already possessed such terrifying combat prowess. If he were also at the threshold of the Golden Core stage, on par with himself, wouldn't a single strike from him be enough to end his life? Contemplating this, Pan Tong couldn't help but feel a surge of dread. Now, even without the legacy of the sword path, he could not allow that Yi Chun to grow stronger. Otherwise, given the blood feud established today, once Yi Chun condenses his golden core, would he not annihilate the entire Pan family? With this thought in mind, Pan Tong set aside his injuries and quickly summoned his second disciple, Dongmin Qing. That Yi Chun has already been severely injured by me. You must take your men and capture him at once. He must not escape. Do you understand? Since learning that Yi Chun might possess a legacy of the sword path, Dongmin Qing had started to covet this inheritance. However, his cultivation was too weak, and he had always struggled for opportunities. Unexpectedly, just as he was dozing off, a pillow was delivered right to him. If he were to acquire the sword path legacy, he could hide and cultivate diligently. By then, even if his master found out, he would be powerless to intervene. Moreover, given his master's current state, he would not recover in 3 to 5 years. By that time, even his master might not be his match. As these thoughts swirled in Dongmin Qing's mind, several schemes to betray his master began to take shape. A smug smile crept onto his lips without him realizing it. Pan Tong, oblivious to the thoughts of his proud disciple, noticed his distraction and frowned, deliberately scolding him. Dongmin Qing, did you remember what I just told you? Startled by his master's reprimand, Dongmin Qing quickly regained his focus, nodding vigorously. Disciple understands. I will lead the pursuit and ensure that Yi Chun does not escape. Hearing this, Pan Tong finally nodded in satisfaction. Go then, be cautious. Although Yi Chun has been gravely injured, that boy is cunning. Do not underestimate him. Disciple understands. Dongmin Qing replied respectfully, gathering all the capable disciples and guards of the Pan family to pursue Yi Chun. They marched forth, following the direction in which Yi Chun had fled. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, near an ancient tree, one disciple discovered traces of blood on the ground and hurriedly shouted, Second senior brother, over here. There's blood. Dongmin Qing approached, examining the blood closely. This is fresh blood. Yi Chun must be nearby. Search the area. Before Dongmin Qing could finish speaking, a cold voice, reminiscent of death itself, suddenly interrupted. No need to search. I'm right here. At the sound of this proclamation, everyone present instinctively jumped and turned to look. Dongmin Qing was startled to find Yi Chun had silently appeared behind him. However, when he noticed the faint traces of blood at the corner of Yi Chun's mouth and the numerous experts surrounding him, he felt emboldened. With several foundation-building cultivators by his side, they had nothing to fear from Yi Chun, who had already been gravely injured by their master. If they could capture him alive, a reward of 1 million silver would be theirs. This final incentive had been a spur-of-the-moment addition. With such a generous reward, the disciples and guards of the Pan family were invigorated, their gazes towards Yi Chun akin to that of greedy merchants spotting a treasure. They brandished their weapons and charged at him with fervor. Standing resolute with his sword, Yi Chun regarded them with a disdainful gaze, silently contemplating their audacity in seeking their own demise. With a swift motion, he unleashed a lethal intent, and in an instant, a lightning-like figure cleaved through the air. The frontline disciples barely had time to react before they felt a chilling flash before them, followed by a scorching heat at their throats. Blood erupted forth like an uncontrollable spring, and soon darkness enveloped them as they collapsed into a pool of their own blood. Witnessing this, Dongmin Qing and the others stood frozen, their jaws nearly dropping in shock. Wasn't Yi Chun supposed to be grievously injured? How could his swordplay be so fearsome? Who's next? Yi Chun nonchalantly wiped the blood from his sword under the morning sun, his gaze shining like a brilliant star, instilling fear in those who dared to meet his eyes. At his call, Dongmin Qing and the others trembled, instinctively retreating. They exchanged glances, each one hesitant to step forward and confront him. Let's attack together. Yi Chun has been severely injured by our master. He must be at his last breath. With so many of us, we need not fear him. After gathering their resolve, Dongmin Qing began to incite the other disciples to engage. Many had witnessed Yi Chun receiving a blow from Pan Tong, so under Dongmin Qing's persuasion, they steeled themselves and charged forward, their weapons flying like snowflakes towards Yi Chun. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun's figure was engulfed by the flurry of sword strikes. Yet, he remained undaunted. "Break for me," he commanded, as the Seven Stars Dragon Abyss unleashed a fiery arc that clashed against their blades. The sounds of metal clashing erupted in a cacophony, sparks flying like fireworks on a festive night. "Break for me," Yi Chen shouted, and the weapons in the hands of the Pan family disciples shattered completely. Several unfortunate souls were struck down, their bodies turning cold. Upon witnessing this, the remaining disciples' courage crumbled. They exchanged terrified glances before scattering like birds. Dong Minqing, sensing the tide had turned, hastily retreated. Yet, Yi Chen made no attempt to pursue. To him, they were mere small fry, incapable of causing any substantial disturbance. Upon returning to the Frog Ridge, Li Lanxiang noticed Yi Chun's injuries and hurriedly inquired, "Master, are you hurt?" Yi Chen shook his head dismissively. "It's just a minor wound. It's nothing to worry about. Lanxiang, I shall enter seclusion to heal. You must guard the entrance and ensure no one disturbs me." Hearing Yi Chun's instructions, Li Lanxiang nodded vigorously like a chick pecking for grain. It was imperative for Yi Chun to swiftly restore his combat strength to its peak. Although he had not deeply engaged with Pantong, he was acutely aware that the latter would not relent easily. It was entirely possible that he would come seeking retribution at any moment. Thus caution was imperative. In a twist of fate, Dong Minqing and his companions narrowly escaped with their lives, returning to Panjiayuan in disarray. Without delay, he reported the incident to his master, Pantong. After listening to Dong Minqing's account, Pantong was profoundly astonished. He could not fathom how Yi Chun, having endured his strike, could still possess such formidable combat prowess. Nevertheless, this realization only solidified his resolve to eliminate Yi Chun. If he did not extinguish this threat before it could mature, he feared that not only would he be unable to seize the opponent's legacy, but he and the entire Panjiayuan, comprising over 100 lives, would be in grave peril. However, Pantong was also gravely injured and required recuperation, while Dong Minqing and his fellow disciples proved to be of little help in this dire situation. Just as Pantong was grappling with his dilemma, the astute Ziminking approached with a suggestion. "Master, why not send the eldest senior brother?" Pantong had indeed entertained this notion. Yet he believed that his eldest disciple, with his straightforward temperament, would likely be reluctant to undertake such a task. Understanding his master's thoughts, Dong Minqing lowered his voice and whispered a few words. Pantong's expression shifted from surprise to concern as he remarked, "If we proceed this way, it may tarnish Rong-er's reputation and adversely affect her relationship with her husband." Perceiving his master's hesitation, Dong Minqing quickly asserted, "Master, those who aspire to great achievements must not be overly concerned with trifles. For the sake of your legacy and the quest for the golden core, it would be worth it for junior sister to endure some hardship." After a brief moment of contemplation, Pantong made up his mind and declared, "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest." Dong Minqing acknowledged this and proceeded to the marital chamber of Wan Jiani and Pan Rong. Upon seeing Dong Minqing intrude upon her during daylight, Pan Rong chastised him in a hushed tone. "Second senior brother, your audacity grows bolder. It is daytime. An eldest senior brother is about to awaken." Before she could finish, Dong Minqing silenced her with his lips, and they engaged in a passionate embrace for a considerable time. Reluctantly, he withdrew and whispered a few words. Pan Rong, troubled by his words, responded, "This seems ill-advised, given eldest senior brother's temperament." Dong Minqing, feigning seriousness, interrupted, "There is no alternative. Yi Chen must be eliminated. If our secret is revealed, we would face utter disgrace and perhaps even death." Pan Rong, startled by his urgency, nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." Delighted by her acquiescence, Dong Minqing planted gentle kisses on her face, assuring her, "Once we have dealt with Yi Chun and eldest senior brother, we can be together openly. I promise to cherish you." Calculating the time, he noted that eldest senior brother would soon awaken, instructing her to act as discussed. After Dong Minqing departed, Wan Jiani awoke, groggy and disoriented. As he attempted to regain his senses, he heard a woman weeping. Startled, he turned to find his bride Pan Rong, tearfully distressed and disheveled, as though she had suffered indignities. Concerned, he inquired, "Junior sister, what troubles you? Why are you crying?" Pan Rong remained silent, her tears flowing freely, seemingly overwhelmed with sorrow. Wan Jiani's anxiety grew, compounded by his natural awkwardness in expressing himself, unlike the smooth-tongued Dong Minqing. Junior sister, please tell me what has happened. He urged. Pan Rong, wiping her tears, lamented, "It was your friend who caused this." Confused, he asked, "Friend? Which friend?" With indignation, she replied, "The one you invited, Yi Chun, last night. Seeing me, he harbored ill intentions while you were intoxicated. My father attempted to intervene, but was injured by him. My honor is ruined, and I can no longer face the world." She feigned despair, as if contemplating ending her own life, but Wan Jianyi swiftly embraced her. Seething with rage, he vowed, "Yi Chun, I once considered you a friend, but I never imagined you were such a scoundrel. Rest assured, I shall avenge you and my family." With that declaration, he stormed out, sword in hand, his intentions lethal. Watching him leave, Pan Rong's tears ceased, replaced by a cold, cunning smile. As Fang Changqing led a patrol in the mountains, he noticed Wan Jianyi approaching, sword drawn and radiating murderous intent. He hurried to intercept him. "Whom are you looking for?" Wan Jianyi, with a piercing gaze, demanded, "Where is Yi Chun?" Fang Changqing stammered, Yi Chun is currently in seclusion. Why you seek him?" Wan Jianyi gritted his teeth, enunciating each word, "I intend to kill him." Feeling the chilling aura emanating from Wan Jianyi, Fang Changqing and his companions were taken aback. They exchanged worried glances, and one rushed to deliver the news while the others formed a barrier to block Wan Jianyi's path. "To reach Yi Chun, you must step over our dead bodies." Though Fang Changqing struggled to articulate his words, his actions were resolute. The others, comprising farmers, craftsmen, and beggars, displayed a bravery that would make seasoned warriors blush. Wan Jianyi's demeanor softened slightly, but he declared, "I do not wish to harm the innocent. Stand aside." Yet, Fang Changqing and the others remained steadfast, unyielding in their resolve. Upon witnessing the scene, Wan Jian's fury erupted as he bellowed, "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to slay you?" Before his words faded, the sword in his hand was unsheathed, slicing through the air. However, instead of striking Fang Changqing and his companions, it cleaved a massive boulder nearby into fragments. The sight of the shattered stone sent shivers down the spines of Fang Changqing and the others, yet they remained resolute in their stance. At that moment, men, women, and children from the mountain began to descend, hand in hand, creating a swarm of disaster victims akin to ants moving their nest. Li Lanxiang sprinted to the forefront, feeling the oppressive weight of Wan Jian's formidable sword intent. She knew full well that her current meager abilities were no match for him, but she resolutely drew her sword, declaring, "You shall not harm my master." Her master had always protected her, and now it was her turn to defend him. She was willing to risk everything, even her life. As she stood before Wan Jian, the determination etched upon her youthful visage stirred something within him. Could it be that Yi Chun had garnered such affection and protection from the common folk, as Pan Rong had alleged, making him a beast in human guise? Just as Wan Jian grappled with this dilemma, a resonant and penetrating voice echoed down from Frog Ridge. "Wan Jian, all is well." Following this, a figure clad in a green robe gracefully descended from the air. Yi Chun had finally arrived. Upon seeing Yi Chun, Wan Jian's cold gaze ignited with fury. "Yi Chun, you finally have the courage to show yourself. I thought you would remain a coward." Yi Chun regarded Wan Jian with a serious expression, inquiring, "Have you come here for that so-called swordsmanship legacy?" Taken aback, Wan Jian retorted, "What legacy? I am here for vengeance." The words dripped with venom, as if he longed to rend Yi Chun into pieces. Yi Chun paused, asking, "What vengeance?" Wan Jian's anger flared as he shouted, "Yi Chun, do not play the fool. You took advantage of my drunkenness to insult my newlywed wife. This is one grievance. You harmed my master. This is a second grievance. You killed my junior brother. This is a third grievance. With these three deep-seated enmities, do you think I should not kill you?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes turning in unison towards Yi Chun. "You speak falsely. My master is a man of integrity. How could he ever stoop to such despicable acts?" Li Lanxiang was the first to voice her protest. If Yi Chun were truly a beast in human form, she would have been devoured long ago. Even in seclusion, her master had never laid a finger on her. As for Pan Rong, she was nothing more than a vain woman, inferior to Lanxiang herself. Unless Yi Chun had a penchant for the older ones. Others joined in, voicing their support for Li Lanxiang and affirming their belief in Yi Chen's innocence. Seeing Yi Chun remain silent, Wan Jian assumed he was guilty and vigorously demanded, "Do you have nothing to say?" Chen smiled calmly, replying, "Ido, but it is not suitable to discuss here. Let us find another place. However, Wang Jian firmly rejected the suggestion. What? Do you know your actions are shameful and must be concealed? Yi Chun, exasperated, implored, I am doing this for your sake. Let's move to a more private setting. Yet, Wang Jian's obstinate nature flared as he declared, there is no need. I, Wang Jian, act with righteousness. There is nothing I cannot speak of openly. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, asking, are you certain? Without hesitation, Wang Jian affirmed, of course. Seeing his certainty, Yi Chun decided not to shield him further. Very well, then I shall speak. Clearing his throat, Yi Chun recounted the events in detail from their first encounter in the cave at the burial mound, to Wang Jian being drunkenly seduced by Dong Minqing in his bridal chamber, and the ensuing conflict with Pan Rong over the legacy. Yi Chun's narration was vivid, filled with dialogue that mirrored the original exchanges between Dong Minqing and Pan Rong, capturing their tones perfectly. The audience listened intently, thoroughly entertained. Young girls like Li Lanxiang, upon hearing the inappropriate descriptions, flushed crimson, their ears burning. Wang Jian's expression fluctuated wildly, shifting from green to purple, resembling a dramatic facial transformation. Enough! You lie, you lie! Wang Jian, consumed by rage, resembled a wild beast driven to madness as he suddenly struck at Yi Chun with his sword. Witnessing Wang Jian's furious assault, Yi Chun reacted swiftly, drawing his sword to parry the attack. The clash of their blades sent sparks flying, illuminating their faces in alternating shadows. Yi Chun shouted, Wang Wing, calm yourself. Whether what I said is true or false, you can ascertain for yourself later. With Yi Chun's commanding voice, Wang Jian regained some composure. He was no fool. He had sensed the undercurrents between Dong Minqing and Pan Rong, but had never pursued the matter, as his focus was solely on the sword. Yi Chun noticed Wang Jian's expression shift, realizing he had begun to sway him. If you doubt me, follow me. With that, Yi Chun leaped away, sprinting into the distance. Wang Jian hesitated for a moment before hastily following. Their first destination was the colorful garment workshop. The owner, Pan Xiaoer, a distant relative of the Pan family, recognized a murderous intent on their faces and felt a chill run down her spine. She contemplated making a hasty escape, but was intercepted by Yi Chun. Madam, there's no need to rush away. Pan Xiaoer, trembling, stammered, What can I do for you, gentlemen? Yi Chun shook his head and said, We do not seek clothing. We have come to inquire about certain matters. Pan Xiaoer trembled and asked, What matters? Yi Chun replied, It concerns Pan Rong and Dong Minqing. Upon hearing their names, Pan Xiaoer's countenance changed dramatically. I do not know anything about them. You have mistaken the person to ask. Before she could finish her words, she attempted to retreat to the backyard. In a swift motion, Yi Chun blocked her path with his sword. Do you truly not know? Or are you simply unable to speak? The sight of the sword in Yi Chun's hand sent shivers through Pan Xiaoer. I cannot say. If I do, young Master Dongmin will kill me. At her words, Wang Jian felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. His eyes widened, resembling a wild beast ready to pounce, as he shouted frantically, Speak quickly. What sordid deeds have that pair of wretches committed? Pan Kia, terrified by Wang Jian's outburst, felt her defenses crumble and began to divulge everything she knew, spilling the details like beans from a bamboo tube. Even more comprehensively than Yi Chun had, Wang Jian appeared as if struck by lightning, his expression one of utter despair. After she finished her account, she cried out, I have revealed all I know. It was Dong Minqing and Pan Rong who forced me into this. It has nothing to do with me. I beg you, spare me. Do not kill me. Before she could finish her plea, Wang Jian's gaze turned icy. Pan Xiaoer instinctively recoiled in fear. In a flash, a sword shadow sliced through the air, severing her throat. With a gasp, she spat out blood, her body collapsing into a pool of crimson. Yi Chun glanced at her and shook his head, muttering to himself, Heaven's sins may still allow for life, but self-inflicted sins are inescapable. Seeing Wang Jian prepare to leave, he casually inquired, Where are you off to now? Wang Jian gritted his teeth and replied, To kill that pair of wretches. With that, he severed Pan Xiaoer's head, wrapped it in cloth, and proceeded toward the Pan family compound. Upon his return, one of the disciples at the Pan family compound saw Wang Jian, one hand holding a bloodied sword and the other carrying a round object, its cloth already soaked with blood. Anyone with sight could discern that it was a bloody human head. The disciples of the Pan family, aware that Wang Jian had gone after Yi Chun, assumed that the package contained Yi Chen's head. "Senior brother, have you already killed Yi Chen?" one disciple exclaimed. "Truly, our senior brother is the first genius of the Pan family in swordsmanship. He has succeeded with his first strike." Wan Jinni, unfazed by their flattery, coldly inquired, "Where are the second senior brother and the junior sister?" As the disciples hesitated to respond, the closest one, intimidated by Wan Jinni's piercing gaze, stammered, "They seem to be in your room." Immediately regretting his words, he clapped a hand over his mouth, while the others shot him reproachful looks for his indiscretion. One of Dong Minqing's subordinates quickly interjected, "Senior brother, you must need them for something. Allow me to fetch them." "No need, I will go myself." Wan Jinni shot a chilling glare at the disciple, causing him to tremble and freeze in place. Without further ado, he walked expressionlessly toward his room, one hand holding the bloodied head, the other gripping the still-dripping sword. At that moment, Dong Minqing and Pan Rong were engaged in a passionate affair in Wan Jinni's chamber. Just as their excitement peaked, the door was violently kicked open. Dong Minqing turned around, and upon seeing Wan Jinni with his bloodied sword and a murderous glare, he was instantly paralyzed with fear. "As senior brother?" he stuttered. Pan Rong, startled and disheveled, sat upright, exclaiming, "Senior brother, this is a misunderstanding." Dong Minqing quickly added, Yes. It is a misunderstanding. I came to comfort junior sister because she was heartbroken. It is not as you think." Wan Jinni's eyes blazed with fury, and he laughed bitterly. "Ah, Dong Minqing, your comforting seems to have led you to the bed." Caught in the act, both Dong Minqing and Pan Rong were left speechless. No words left to say, is there? "Today, I shall slay you both." With that, Wan Jinni hurled Pan Shower's head onto the floor before them, raising his blood-soaked sword high. The sight of the gruesome head sent Dong Minqing and Pan Rong into a state of utter terror. Pan Rong's face drained of color, and she collapsed on the bed, unable to move. Dong Minqing, glancing nervously towards the window, contemplated fleeing at the first opportunity. As for Pan Rong, she could only lament her predicament. "Today, I will end your lives," Wan Jinni declared, poised to strike down upon Dong Minqing and Pan Rong when a commanding voice rang out from outside. "Stop!" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Wan Jinni halted. Pan Rong and Dong Minqing clung to this last thread of hope. "Father, save me. Master, help." The figure was none other than Pan Tong, whose grim visage radiated fury as he glared at Dong Minqing and Pan Rong. "You two are truly shameless, committing such foolishness." Dong Minqing and Pan Rong immediately knelt, bowing their heads in desperate apology. "Father, Master, we were momentarily foolish. We have realized our mistake. Please spare our lives. You have behaved in such a disgraceful manner and deserve punishment," Pan Tong declared, then turned to Wan Jinni, saying, "Jinni, I have failed in my guidance, bringing you shame. You are exceptionally gifted, destined for immeasurable achievements in the future. Do not allow the actions of those two to sway your resolve. Today, let me take on the role of the villain to cleanse our ranks." Upon hearing his master's words, Wan Jinni felt a surge of emotion. He expressed his compassion, saying, "Master, although Dong Minqing and Pan Rong are indeed deserving of punishment, it is not necessary to take their lives. Simply stripping them of their cultivation would suffice." Pan Tong sighed regretfully, replying, "Ah, Jinni, your virtues are commendable, but your kindness is excessive. As long as they live, your inner demons will remain. For your future, refrain from further protest. Today I must carry out this cleansing." Upon Pan Tong's resolute declaration, both Pan Rong and Dong Minqing were struck dumb with fear. They fell to their knees, pleading desperately, their foreheads nearly bleeding from the force of their bows. "Master, you cannot kill us. Please spare us." Pan Tong, with an expression of unwavering authority, admonished Dong Minqing, "Pan Rong, your actions have led to this outcome. When you engaged in your vile deeds, you should have anticipated this day. Today, you shall meet your end." With that, Pan Tong gathered his inner energy, channeling all his spiritual power into his palm. Witnessing this, Wan Jinni could not bear to look and averted his gaze. In that instant, Pan Tong struck downwards, but instead of targeting Dong Minqing or Pan Rong, he aimed a fierce blow at Wan Jinni's back. Caught off guard, Wan Jinni was struck hard, and he felt a sudden sweetness in his throat before he violently expelled a mouthful of blood. "Master, why?" Wan Jinni exclaimed in disbelief. In that moment, Dong Minqing seized the opportunity, brandishing a hidden poison needle and aimed for Wan Jinni's eyes. The severely injured Wan Jiani could not evade in time and was blinded by the needle. On my eyes. He covered his bleeding eyes in despair. Master, why have you done this to me? Pan Tong dropped the pretense, coldly stating, Wan Jiani, I commanded you to eliminate Yi Chun. Yet what did you accomplish? You defied my orders and sought to harm my daughter. Do you not deserve death? As he spoke, he raised his hand again, prepared to extinguish Wan Jiani's life. In that critical moment, a sword shadow descended like a white rainbow, cutting through the sun, intercepting Pan Tong's lethal strike. The newcomer was none other than Yi Chun, who had followed closely behind. After a clash, Yi Chun feigned a strike, forcing the aggressive Pan Tong back. He then seized Wan Jiani's arm, urgently commanding, Let us go. Pan Tong, witnessing this, shouted to the unsuspecting disciples of Pan's family, Wan Jiani is colluding with Yi Chun, betraying our teachings. All disciples of Pan's family, you are ordered to capture them immediately. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. The disciples were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that their esteemed senior brother could engage in such treachery. Dongmen Qing, seeing their hesitation, bellowed, What are you all waiting for? Did you not hear what Master just declared? His outburst galvanized the disciples, who then brandished their weapons and charged at Yi Chun and Wan Jiani. Those who stand in my way shall die. Yi Chun roared, wielding his 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, cutting a path through his foes as blood splattered. Pan Tong, witnessing his disciples' cowardice, was consumed by fury. What a bunch of useless fools, he yelled. Seizing the moment while Yi Chun was distracted, he unleashed another fierce strike. Yi Chun, quick-witted, executed the 9-dragon sky step to narrowly evade the attack, then swiftly countered with a sword strike aimed at Pan Tong. Pan Tong, already wary of the power wielded by Yi Chun's 7-star Dragon Abyss, and now injured, dared not confront him directly. He was forced to retreat repeatedly. Sensing Pan Tong's retreat, Yi Chun wasted no time in escaping with the injured Wan Jiani, soaring into the distance. Pan Tong, enraged by their escape, bellowed, Pursue them. They must not get away. Dongmen Qing, witnessing Yi Chun rescue Wan Jiani right before their eyes, hurriedly approached Pan Tong, asking, Master, what shall we do now? Before he could finish, Pan Tong struck him across the face with a powerful slap. Caught off guard, Dongmen Qing spun around from the blow, nearly stumbling to the ground. Master, Pan Tong shouted, pointing at him with a furious gaze. How dare you call me master after your foolish actions? With that, he glared at the retreating figures of Yi Chun and Wan Jiani and angrily declared, To the City Lord's Mansion. In the City Lord's Mansion of Jiangyang, upon learning of Pan Tong's arrival, Lord Jiang Tao personally stepped out to welcome him. What brings you to our City Lord's Mansion? He inquired. Understanding the need for assistance, Pan Tong lowered his posture, responding, Lord Jiang, you flatter me. I have come today with a request. Feigning surprise, Jiang Tao asked, What matter do you wish to discuss? Pan Tong did not respond directly, but instead glanced around at Jiang Tao's aides. Jiang Tao understood and dismissed them, saying, You may speak freely now that we are alone. Once they were alone, Jiang Tao asked, Now what is it you wish to say, Master Pan? Pan Tong gathered his thoughts and inquired, Lord Jiang, are you familiar with Yi Chun? Jiang Tao paused for a moment, nodding, I have heard of him. It is said he defeated your talented disciple, Wan Jiani, at the Yulian. Pan Tong nodded, affirming, Indeed, but they are merely putting on a show for me. Jiang Tao, taken aback, asked, What do you mean by that? Pan Tong explained, To be frank, I recently acquired a swordsmanship inheritance from a nascent soul expert by chance. However, my eldest disciple Wan Jiani learned of this. As you know, his singular focus is on swordsmanship. Therefore, he colluded with that rogue Yi Chun to scheme against me and seize the inheritance. Pan Tong truly lives up to his reputation as a cunning fox, effortlessly weaving tales of deceit. Jiang Tao's expression was one of astonishment as he inquired, Is this truly the case? Anticipating such a question from Jiang Tao, Pan Tong refrained from responding verbally. Instead, he lifted his garment to reveal a gruesome wound. Lord Jiang, while words can be deceptive, this injury upon my body cannot lie. Can it? Jiang Tao scrutinized Pan Tong's wound for a considerable time before confirming its authenticity and responding with a forced smile. Master Pan Tong, you misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no disbelief. It is simply that the suddenness of this matter is rather shocking. Pray, what assistance do you seek? If it lies within my power, I shall not hesitate to oblige. Pan Tong eagerly awaited this affirmation and swiftly continued. If Lord Jiang aids me in reclaiming my legacy and cleansing my household, I am willing to share the swordsmanship inheritance with you. Furthermore, if it pleases you, we might forge a bond between our families." Upon hearing Pantong's proposition, Jiang Tao exhibited no hesitation, readily acquiescing. "Very well, I shall abide by your words." To be candid, the Yi Chun has gathered countless disaster-stricken souls at Frog Ridge, inciting chaos and rebellion. I have been contemplating sending troops to eradicate him. With a common enemy and shared interests, the two foremost powers of Jiangyang City, Pantong's family and the Lord's residence, swiftly united. An ominous storm was brewing. Meanwhile, after rescuing Wan Jinni, Yi Chun escorted him to his stronghold at Frog Ridge. He administered the healing elixirs he had received from the system to stabilize Wan Jinni's injuries. While his physical wounds were amenable to treatment, the emotional scars were far more complex. It was hardly surprising. No one could endure the betrayal of a newlywed spouse, the treachery of fellow disciples, and the ruthless abandonment by a mentor, all in a single night. Now, he was left blind, rendered a veritable shell of his former self. Most would have succumbed to despair long ago. Unsure how to console Wan Jinni, Yi Chun handed him a flask of wine. "Wan Jinni, given the circumstances, there is no need for such despondency. Life is fraught with trials. One must learn to adapt." Wan Jinni accepted the flask without hesitation, tilting it back and consuming its contents in one swift motion. He then cast the empty vessel aside and, with a hoarse voice, queried, "Yi Chun, I am now but a mere invalid. Why would you risk your life to save me?" In response to Wan Jinni's inquiry, Yi Chun took a sip of his drink and replied, "I perceive great potential in you and wish to take you under my wing as a disciple." Wan Jinni was taken aback by this unexpected declaration. "What? You wish to make me your disciple?" He had initially assumed Yi Chun regarded him as an equal ally, never expecting the latter to aspire to be his master. "On what grounds should I become your disciple?" Though his sight was lost, Wan Jinni's pride remained intact. Yi Chun, instead of addressing his question, casually asked, "What is your dream?" After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Wan Jinni responded, "I aspire to become a master of the sword, akin to the legendary sword god, Dugu Qiubai." However, he soon sighed, "Alas, with my blindness, my journey in swordsmanship is likely at an end." In that moment, despair enveloped him, casting his world into darkness. Yi Chun, feigning mystery, smiled and said, "Do not succumb to pessimism. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Hasn't the sage said that to achieve greatness, one must first endure hardship, toil, and deprivation, and be challenged in their endeavors to cultivate resilience?" Wan Jinni paused, bewildered. "Which sage proclaimed this?" "I do not recall." Yi Chun, momentarily taken aback, remarked, "You have been so focused on sword practice that it is natural for you to be less versed in literature. Regardless, ponder the wisdom of my words. Do they not hold merit?" After contemplating Yi Chun's statements twice, Wan Jinni nodded solemnly, acknowledging their validity. Yi Chun, slapping his thigh, exclaimed, "Isn't that reason enough? Only by plummeting to unimaginable lows can one aspire to unprecedented heights." After elaborating with examples, the motivational discourse invigorated Wan Jinni. Yet, the reality of his blindness loomed over him, extinguishing the flames of hope as he pondered how he could ascend from such depths. Noticing Wan Jinni's despondence, Yi Chun redirected the conversation. "As I previously mentioned, fortune and misfortune are linked. There is no need for such gloom." Wan Jinni, with a self-deprecating chuckle, replied, "All I see now are misfortunes. Where is the fortune?" Yi Chun pointed to himself, stating, "I am your destined benefactor. Does this not qualify as a blessing?" Taken aback, Wan Jinni asked, "You are my destined benefactor?" Yi Chun affirmed, "Indeed. I possess the ability to heal your sight and assist you in advancing your swordsmanship. Would that not make me your destined benefactor?" Stunned by Yi Chun's words, Wan Jinni, incredulous, asked, "Is this true? You jest, do you not?" Yi Chun similed nonchalantly. "Do I seem like one to jest?" To bolster his credibility, he recounted his experiences, albeit with some embellishments. The divine sign-in system was his greatest secret, one he intended to keep concealed. Thus, he wove a narrative consistent with the assumptions of Zhang Dongpeng and Pantong regarding the swordsmanship inheritance. Wan Jinni remained skeptical. Yi Chun then proposed, "Let us proceed thus. I will first restore your sight, and then you may decide whether to become my disciple." After a moment of contemplation, Wan Jinni readily agreed. "Very well, but I have one question beforehand. Yi Chen inquired, what is it? After a brief pause, Wan Jinyi asked, others covet the swordsmanship inheritance. Yet you wish to share it with me. I fail to grasp your reasoning. Could you provide an explanation? Having recently undergone a life-altering experience, Wan Jinyi was genuinely perplexed. His master, who had nurtured him for over 20 years, had feared competition over the yet-to-be-acquired swordsmanship inheritance, to the point of resorting to drastic measures against him. Meanwhile, he and Yi Chen had only known each other for a few days, during which their interactions had been fraught with conflict. The other party, disregarding past grievances, not only saved his life, but also intended to impart the coveted swordsmanship legacy, revered by all, to him. This left him utterly perplexed. What could possibly be the motivation behind Yi Chen's actions? In response to Wan Jinyi's curiosity, Yi Chen wished to adopt a rather ostentatious tone, declaring, why should I, Yi, need to explain my actions to you? However, he perceived that while such a statement might elevate his prestige, it would ultimately be a mere display, without substantial significance. Failing to provide Wan Jinyi with a credible reason could lead to unnecessary speculation, which would not bode well for either of them. With this in mind, Yi Chen deliberately cleared his throat and stated, as for the reasons, they are quite simple, and there are three. Wan Jinyi, eager for clarity, inquired, oh, were those three reasons? Yi Chen stood with his hands clasped behind him, extending his first finger, and proclaimed, first, I am no ordinary man. My actions cannot be judged by conventional standards. While they covet the swordsmanship legacy and wish to hoard it for solitary cultivation, even withholding it from their closest kin, this stems from their selfish nature. Wan Jinyi, intrigued, asked, what do you mean by selfish nature? Yi Chen smiled calmly and elaborated, take your master, for instance. He fears that your exceptional talent might surpass his own after you acquire the swordsmanship legacy, thus threatening his position. Hence, he remains wary of you, even resorting to underhanded means to eliminate you. I, however, harbor no such concerns. Wan Jinyi, momentarily taken aback by Yi Chen's apparent arrogance, felt a cloud of seriousness envelop him as Yi Chen continued, clearing his throat and reciting, 800 autumns since enlightenment, never has a flying sword taken a life. Wan Jinyi mulled over these lines, realizing that Yi Chen might not be as straightforward as he appeared. Perhaps he was an ancient being who had lived for 8 centuries, experiencing rebirth through possession. He recalled ancient texts that spoke of powerful beings nearing their end, unable to break through their limitations, resorted to secret methods to achieve rebirth through possession when their physical form began to wither. This could indeed explain the extraordinary encounters Yi Chen experienced. Despite his youthful visage, his eyes and tone conveyed a depth of experience that belied his apparent age, a quality far beyond that of an ordinary youth. The powerful verses he recited further reinforced this notion. An exceptional swordsmanship genius could very well attain the transformation into a godly being after 8 centuries of cultivation. As Wan Jinyi contemplated this, he found the logic flawless, devoid of any flaws. With this realization, his expression toward Yi Chen transformed into one of profound reverence, prompting him to address Yi Chen with the honorific of senior. Senior, what is the second reason? Yi Chen cleared his throat once more and continued. The second reason is that I see your remarkable talent and wish to accept you as my disciple, thereby strengthening my sect. Wan Jinyi was visibly taken aback. Senior, do you have a sect? However, upon reflection, he considered that if Yi Chen truly was an ancient being who had lived for 8 centuries, it would not be unusual for him to possess his own sect. Yi Chen nodded solemnly, declaring, indeed, it is called the Hall of Stars, and I am its founding master. The mere mention of Hall of Stars resonated with an air of authority, harmonizing perfectly with the earlier verses. Wan Jinyi, suppressing his excitement, inquired, may I ask, Senior, how many disciples does your sect currently have? This question left Yi Chen momentarily at a loss. After a long pause, he finally replied, including you. There are 2. What? Only 2 disciples, and that includes me? Wan Jinyi was astonished, unable to believe his ears. He thought, you have lived for 8 centuries, nearly a millennium. How could you have only 2 disciples? And if I am not counted, then there would only be 1. He recalled a girl named Li Xiang, who seemed to always refer to Yi Chen as her master. Was she truly his only disciple? Yet she had only just begun her cultivation journey. The Hall of Stars sounded rather dubious. Yi Chen, unaware of Wang Jianyi's internal musings, continued. The third reason is that I plan to embark on a journey soon. Our sect requires a disciple to oversee its affairs. Thus, I thought to have you manage the sect in my absence. Wang Jian responded, with only 2 disciples. Is there truly a need for someone to oversee the sect? Having articulated his 3 reasons, Yi Chun turned to Wang Jian and asked, Well, I have spoken my piece. What say you? Will you become my disciple? After a moment's hesitation, Wang Jian suddenly knelt before Yi Chun, exclaiming, Master, please accept my bow. Before Wang Jian could finish, a voice resonated within Yi Chen's consciousness. Congratulations, host, on accepting Wang Jian as your disciple. You have been awarded 1,500 contribution points. After system evaluation, Wang Jianyi's cultivation level is at the 5th stage of foundation establishment, surpassing your current level, granting you an additional 1,000 SEC contribution points. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yi Chun had not anticipated that accepting Wang Jian would yield a total of 2,500 contribution points. After regaining his composure, he feigned a sense of gravity, stating, There is no time to lose. I shall now employ a secret method to heal your eyes. Wang Jian repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. Just as he completed his bow, his ears perked up, and he called out urgently, Who goes there? Though his sight was lost, his hearing remained acute, attuned to the slightest rustle within a 500-meter radius. Before Wang Jian could finish, Li Lanxiang timidly responded, It's me, Lanxiang. Upon seeing Li Lanxiang approach, Yi Chen beckoned her over, declaring, Lanxiang, you have arrived just in time. From now on, this individual shall be your junior apprentice. Junior apprentice? Li Lanxiang was taken aback by Yi Chen's announcement, having witnessed Wang Jianyi's exceptional swordsmanship. Even if I were to gather 100 of myself, I would hardly stand a chance against him. What merit do I possess to be regarded as his senior disciple? Master, this seems somewhat inappropriate, does it not? Wang Jianyi also felt it difficult to address a mere girl in the qi refinement stage as his senior. However, upon reflecting on Yi Chen's earlier words, he realized that extraordinary matters cannot be judged by ordinary standards. With this in mind, he hesitated no longer and respectfully clasped his hands towards Li Lanxiang. I have met senior sister Li. Li Lanxiang, taken aback, could only blink her large, watery eyes in a daze, staring at Yi Chun. Standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority, Yi Chun remarked, All right, this is the custom of our star palace, and there is nothing amiss. Li Lanxiang, who typically obeyed Yi Chen's words, said nothing further upon hearing this. She then emulated Wang Jianyi's earlier gesture and cupped her fist towards him. Junior brother Wang, I hope you will take care of me in the future. Upon hearing Li Lanxiang return his gesture, Wang Jianyi bowed deeply in response. Observing this, Yi Chen coughed lightly a couple of times. Enough, we are not strangers. So there is no need to adhere too strictly to worldly etiquette, lest we appear as if we are in a wedding ceremony. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, both Wang Jianyi and Li Lanxiang felt a flush of embarrassment. Wang Jianyi had just participated in a wedding, which stirred painful memories, while Li Lanxiang, being a young lady, was overwhelmed with shyness. Yi Chen turned to Li Lanxiang and said, Lanxiang, I am now going to assist junior brother Wang with his eyesight. You must protect me and prevent anyone from disturbing us. Understood? Upon hearing Yi Chun's serious tone, Li Lanxiang nodded vigorously. I understand. Chapter 73. The Army Approaches. Yi Chun found a tranquil and spacious location and employed the visualization technique from the Heart Eye Secret Art to treat Wang Jianyi's eyes. This process lasted for 3 entire days and nights. Gradually, Wang Jianyi's eyesight began to regain some semblance of clarity. Although his vision remained exceedingly blurry and could not compare to its normal state, at the very least, he glimpsed the light of hope. The continuous treatment over 3 days left Yi Chun feeling utterly drained, his body in a state of exhaustion. Although Wang Jianyi could not see Yi Chun's pale complexion, the gratitude he felt was undeniable. With no words to express his thanks, he knelt before Yi Chun and respectfully bowed. Thank you, Master, for your life-giving grace. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of nonchalance, and replied, Jianyi, since you have joined my star palace, it is only natural that I ensure your well-being. There is no need for excessive formality. Please rise. He continued, Your eyes cannot yet endure bright light. They must be covered to gradually adapt. Do you understand? Wang Jianyi replied earnestly, Disciple understands. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction and gestured. All right, you may go and recuperate. Disciple takes leave. Wan Jiani bowed once more and then departed. Once Wan Jiani had left, Yi Chen felt unsteady and nearly fell to the ground. He quickly sat cross-legged and consumed the medicinal pills he had received as rewards. Thus, he circulated his qi through the 36 cycles to stabilize his inner energy. Then, Yi Chen recalled the reward from the past 3 days of signing in. Having been focused on treating Wan Jiani's eyes, he had merely signed in hastily without examining the rewards. Now was a perfect opportunity to take a closer look. The reward for the first day of signing in, 10 boxes of landmines. The reward for the second day, a Barrett sniper rifle, complete with 10 rounds of ammunition. The reward for the third day was even more outrageous, an Italian cannon, though there were only 3 shells. Upon seeing these items, Yi Chen was momentarily bewildered. He had initially assumed that the system would provide rewards such as pills, divine weapons, or techniques. He never expected to receive landmines, a Barrett, or an Italian cannon, these modern weaponry. It seemed plausible that future rewards might include aircraft, tanks, armored vehicles, or even warships, slowly accumulating resources to establish a fleet. An armor division, or an air brigade was not beyond the realm of possibility. In the future, should anyone dare to provoke him, he could simply use missiles for precise targeting, delivering devastating long-range strikes on their sect. Alternatively, under the pretext of illegal construction, he could dispatch an excavation team to dismantle their mountain gates. Contemplating his mischievous ideas, Yi Chen felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. At that moment, Li Lanxiang hurried over. Master, trouble is brewing. A great army is approaching us. Observing Li Lanxiang, who was out of breath, Yi Chen furrowed his brows slightly and asked, Lanxiang, do not rush. Speak slowly. What is happening? As he spoke, he gently patted her back. After catching her breath, Li Lanxiang recounted the events in fragmented sentences. Upon hearing her account, Yi Chen's expression darkened as he inquired, Lanxiang, are you saying that a great army is coming to besiege us? Li Lanxiang nodded vigorously, yes. They claim we are gathering to rebel. Yi Chen pressed, how many of them are there? Li Lanxiang shook her head. I do not know, but it seems numerous. The mountain path stretches for over 10 miles, and I cannot see the end. Yi Chen ascended to the highest point to survey the situation. Indeed, a formidable army was marching towards them. From his estimation, there must be at least 8,000, if not 10,000. Furthermore, he recognized the figures of Dong Menqing and other disciples from the Pan family. Clearly, this was the work of that old fox, Pan Tong. Just in time, I shall let you all taste the flavor of my Italian cannon. Chapter 74. One must reap what they sow. Master, what was that about an Italian cannon? I do not understand at all. Li Lanxiang, hearing Yi Chen's mutterings, stared at him with her large, curious eyes. Yi Chen hesitated, unsure of how to explain what an Italian cannon was to Li Lanxiang. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled mysteriously and replied, do not worry. You will find out soon. He then carefully assessed the terrain and discovered a narrow path resembling a deer's neck, steep and easily defensible. Additionally, if the army intended to scale the mountain, it would be a necessary route. With this thought, a clever strategy formed in his mind. Lanxiang, go summon your father, Fang Changqing, and the others. Although Li Lanxiang was unaware of Yi Chen's true intentions, she had always followed his instructions without question and nodded obediently. After a while, dozens of key members, including Li Wenzheng and Fang Changqing, gathered together. Yi Chen pointed to the landmines designated as sign-in rewards. You are to place these items at those intersections. Upon seeing the ominous black objects, Li Wenzheng and Fang Changqing exchanged worried glances. They carefully picked one up and examined it closely. What is this, oh Immortal? They stammered. Indeed, Immortal, what is this contraption? I have never seen such a thing before. Yi Chen feigned mystery, smiling as he replied, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Simply follow my instructions. Hearing his enigmatic words, Li Wenzheng, Fang Changqing, and the others exchanged glances and complied. At that moment, Wan Jiani approached. Master, I have heard that the scoundrel Pan Tong has colluded with Jiang Tao from the City Lord's mansion, intending to launch a purge against Frogridge. Yi Chen nodded impressionistly. Adopting an air of authority as he said, I am already aware. Come, we shall confront them together. Wan Jiani was taken aback and asked, just the two of us? Yi Chen affirmed, yes, just the two of us. Although Wan Jiani could not see Yi Chen's expression, He could distinctly sense the confidence in his tone. Acknowledging this, he nodded solemnly. Yes, master. Speed is of the essence. Having a military background, Jiang Tao understood the importance of swift action. Thus, after reaching an agreement with Pan Tong, he hesitated not and promptly mobilized his troops, planning to strike while the foundations of the displaced populace at Frog Ridge were still unstable, aiming to eradicate them in one fell swoop. Moreover, he harbored an unspoken ambition. Both the young Yi Chun and the cunning Pan Tong had just engaged in a fierce struggle, leaving them weakened. Now was the perfect moment for him, with his strong forces, to seize the initiative. If he were to capture Yi Chun and claim his swordsmanship legacy, even the severely injured Pan Tong would not dare to provoke him. As Jiang Tao contemplated his schemes, two figures suddenly appeared, like phantoms gliding through the air. Halting before their war horses, Jiang Tao and Pan Tong were quick to rein in their horses. When they recognized the newcomers as Yi Chun and Wan Jiani, they were momentarily stunned. Pan Tong, furious, shouted, Wan Jiani, you have betrayed your sect and deserve death. How dare you appear before me? He raised his hand, intending to strike Wan Jiani down, but was halted by Dong Minxing at his side. Master, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Allow me to confront Wan Jiani and see who truly is the foremost sword talent of Jianyang City. Dong Minxing sought to take advantage of Wan Jiani's injuries and blindness. In truth, he was quite talented among his peers, but in comparison to the extraordinary Wan Jiani, he felt overshadowed. Having always harbored a desire to trample Wan Jiani beneath his feet, Dong Minxing had even pursued Pan Rong out of spite against Wan Jiani. Now, he finally saw an opportunity. By slaying Wan Jiani, he could make a name for himself. Pan Tong, seeing Dong Minxing's eagerness, nodded in agreement. Very well, but be cautious. As Wan Jiani's former master, Pan Tong was well aware of his disciple's capabilities. Despite Wan Jiani's injuries and blindness, he did not dare to underestimate him. However, in that moment, Dong Minxing, eager to rise to prominence atop Wan Jiani's corpse, was too absorbed in his ambition to heed such warnings. Yi Chen turned to Wan Jiani, asking, do you have confidence in dealing with Dong Minxing? Wan Jiani pondered for a moment before replying, his talent is decent. Hearing Wan Jiani's compliment, Dong Minxing felt a surge of pride. Now you recognize my talent, Wan Jiani? Alas, it is too late. If you were wise, you would surrender quietly. Perhaps I would grant you a complete corpse out of respect for our shared sect. Unfazed by Dong Minxing's taunts, Wan Jiani remained impassive. His expression betrayed no emotion as he coldly retorted, initially, I feared that I could not defeat you with a single strike. It seems I was mistaken. With that, he dismissed Dong Minxing from his mind. Pride precedes a fall. To him, Dong Minxing was already a dead man, and the dead need not be regarded. Dong Minxing was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury, shouting, Wan Jiani, you are blind and reduced to a wretch, yet you still speak so boldly. Since you are oblivious to your impending doom, I shall cleanse the sect of your treachery. With a roar, he drew his sword and lunged at Wan Jiani. His strike was fierce, akin to a raging tiger descending from the mountains. Seeing this, Jiang Tao praised, Master Pan, your disciples are truly remarkable. In my humble opinion, Dong Minxing's talent rivals that of Wan Jiani. He will surely inherit your legacy and elevate the Pan family. Flattered by Jiang Tao's words, Pan Tong stroked his beard, exclaiming, you honor me, City Lord Jiang. Although my second disciple has potential, he is far too impulsive. He must refine his skills diligently to achieve greatness. Dong Minxing, observing the blindfold over Wan Jiani's eyes, smirked with malicious delight. In his mind, the once mighty Wan Jiani, who had loomed over him like a mountain, was about to become a lifeless corpse beneath his feet. Yet, just as Dong Minxing reveled in his triumph, his smile froze in an instant. With a swift motion, Wan Jiani unsheathed his sword. Although he could not see, his instincts remained sharp, and his sword intent was as piercing as ever, catching Dong Minxing unawares. Before he could react, a flash of white light darted before his eyes, and he felt a sudden chill at his throat. Looking down, he was horrified to find a blade piercing his neck, blood gushing forth like a torrent. Instinctively, he clutched his throat to stem the flow of blood, but his body could not resist collapsing. How is this possible? He gasped, and before he could utter another word, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The light of life fading from his eyes until it was completely extinguished. With that, Dong Minxing fell to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. releasing a pungent scent of iron. His pupils widened in disbelief, clearly reflecting a state of shock. It was evident. He was unable to close his eyes in death. Hiss! Witnessing this astonishing scene, everyone, including Pantong and Jiang Tao, stood stunned, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. Though he had slain his enemy, there was no trace of joy on Wan Jinni's face. A chilling breeze swept through, lifting his long hair at the temples, and a hint of indescribable sorrow passed over his weathered features. Chen seemed to perceive the sorrow within Wan Jinni's heart and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "Jinni," he said, "remember this. Heaven's misdeeds can still allow for survival, but man's transgressions are unforgivable. This is his own doing. He has brought this upon himself, and you merely acted as the hand of justice. Past grievances are like the gentle wind brushing over the mountains. They belong to the past. Do not let them weigh on your heart, lest they disturb your path." Chapter 75. The Thrill of a Hasty Escape. Chapter 76. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wan Jinni felt as though he had been enlightened and immediately bowed in respect. Jinni will heed Master's teachings. Seeing that Wan Jinni understood his intent, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Pantong, witnessing this exchange, was utterly dumbfounded. He could not fathom how, in merely 3 days, his once proud disciple had so bewilderingly become Yi Chen's apprentice. This defied logic, regardless of the plausibility. Pantong held a steadfast conviction. Yi Chen must not be allowed to remain. Neither should Wan Jinni. With this thought, he glared fiercely, brandishing his sword towards Wan Jinni, and shouted sternly, "Wan Jinni, you have betrayed your sect. Now you show no regard for our brotherhood, ruthlessly slaying your own junior disciple. This is a crime that cannot be forgiven. Today, I shall cleanse our ranks." At Pantong's words, the fleeting guilt and reluctance that had flickered within Wan Jinni evaporated in an instant. Enough maniacali. Ah, Pantong, are your eyes blind? Did Dong Menqing, who vowed to kill me, ever consider our shared bond? Knowing that Pan Rong is my fiancée, he still dared to conspire with her, even going so far as to intoxicate me on our wedding night to commit unspeakable acts. Did he ever think of our brotherhood? After this was revealed, you, my master, not only failed to uphold justice for me, but instead attacked me and allowed Dong Menqing to blind me. Did you ever think of our brotherhood? Wan Jinni's accusations rang out, each word dripping with anguish, moving even Jiang Tao and the other soldiers present, who cast doubtful glances at Pantong. If what Wan Jinni claimed were true, then Dong Menqing's execution would be a mere leniency. He deserved a far harsher fate. Pantong bellowed, "You ungrateful disciple. Do not twist the truth. Come forth and accept your death." After a frantic outburst, Pantong clasped his hands together and struck with force towards Wan Jinni's crown. Although Pantong had been severely wounded by Yi Chen just days prior, he remained a formidable half-step Golden Core master, his strength still significant. Moreover, Wan Jinni's condition was now even more precarious than Pantong's. If the two were to engage in a one-on-one battle, the outcome was all but predetermined. Wan Jinni would undoubtedly fall. Just as Wan Jinni prepared to confront his adversary, Yi Chen intervened, commanding, "Withdraw." Wan Jinni, initially eager to fight to the bitter end, froze at Yi Chen's abrupt command. "What are you waiting for? Move." Yi Chen urged softly, gripping Wan Jinni's shoulder and employing the 9 dragons step to swiftly exit the perilous location. The thrill of a hasty escape was exhilarating. This scene left Pantong, Jiang Tao, and the others momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their senses, Yi Chen and Wan Jinni had already fled over 100 meters. "Quick, pursue them. We cannot let them escape." Instantly, the sound of galloping hooves surged like a torrential river. Yi Chen glanced back, a cold smile of triumph gracing his lips. "If you seek death, then by all means pursue." Chapter 76. Annihilate them completely. Once they arrived at the prearranged ambush site, Yi Chen and Wan Jinni ascended to the highest vantage point. Li Lanxiang, Li Wenzhong, and Fang Changqing had long awaited their arrival. Yi Chen inquired, "Are we all prepared?" Fang Changqing hesitated, stammering, "Why yes, we are ready." Finding Fang's speech cumbersome, Yi Chen shifted his gaze to Li Lanxiang. "Lanxiang, you speak." Li Lanxiang nodded and replied, "Master, everything is ready. What shall we do next?" Feigning mystery, Yi Chen smiled and said, "All is in readiness. We merely await the eastern wind." "The eastern wind?" Upon hearing this, Li Lanxiang, Fang Changqing, and the others were momentarily perplexed. After exchanging bewildered glances, they turned their attention to the most knowledgeable among them, Li Wenjing. Father, what is this eastern wind? Li Wenjing, uncertain himself, adopted a stern demeanor to maintain his authority, scolding, children should not pry into matters beyond your understanding. Heed the celestial arrangements. Oh, disappointed by the lack of clarity, Li Lanxiang pouted, and when her father was not looking, she playfully stuck out her tongue. This moment was caught by Yi Chun, causing Li Lanxiang to flush with embarrassment, quickly lowering her head, her delicate fingers fidgeting anxiously. Yi Chun shook his head with a smile, then turned his gaze towards the distant valley. Pan Tong, Jiang Tao, and their multitude of soldiers were advancing with great momentum in pursuit. Look, they're on a mountain, where we have set our ambush. Jiang Tao glanced in the direction indicated by his deputy, his face filled with disdain. Just a bunch of ragged scoundrels, a disorganized mob. Even if they have an ambush, what of it? After reprimanding his deputy, he fixed his piercing gaze on Yi Chun. Yi Chun, the heavens bestow life. I, the city lord, do not wish for unnecessary bloodshed. If you willingly surrender, I can grant them a chance at life. Yi Chun scoffed coldly at the city lord's boast. City Lord Jiang, I am one who enjoys many endeavors, but I detest the foolish act of surrender. If you have the courage, unleash your forces. Seeing Yi Chun's defiance and arrogance, Jiang Tao's fury ignited once more. Since you refuse my offer, I shall grant you your wish. Wang, lead the charge. Show no mercy to any who resist. Wang, the deputy, acknowledged the command and brandished the battle flag, shouting, Brothers, follow me into the fray. The sound of hooves thundered against the rocky terrain, echoing throughout the valley. The refugees gathered around Yi Chun had never witnessed such an imposing display, causing them to panic and falter. Fortunately, Yi Chun was well prepared. He raised his voice and declared, Everyone do not panic. Today, I shall ensure they come, but do not return. We shall annihilate them completely. Upon hearing Yi Chun's confident proclamation, the previously chaotic scene regained its composure. The crowd brandished their makeshift weapons, simple spears, sickles, wooden sticks, shovels, and stones, chanting in unison, Let them come but not return. Let us slay them without a trace. Chapter 77. One must be left behind. Noticing the surge in morale, a satisfied smile crept across Yi Chun's lips. He gestured for silence among the crowd. After a moment, he observed that the charging soldiers had mostly entered the minefield. He promptly seized a command flag and vigorously waved it. Detonate. With Yi Chun's command, a series of deafening explosions erupted, reverberating through the air. Boom! Boom! The advancing soldiers were thrown into disarray, suffering countless casualties. Initially, Vice Commander Wang attempted to rally the troops with frenzied shouts, but the situation was too chaotic, and his voice faltered in vain. Seeing this, Yi Chun swiftly retrieved his Barrett sniper rifle. He peered through the scope, locking onto Vice Commander Wang's head. Holding his breath, he gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! A blazing bullet streaked forth with a dazzling arc, akin to a white rainbow piercing the sun, homing in on Wang. At that moment, Vice Commander Wang remained oblivious to the imminent arrival of death, still yelling, Everyone, do not panic. Do not crack. The bullet pierced through his forehead, erupting a fountain of blood from the back of his head. His eyes widened in shock, and darkness enveloped him as he tumbled from his horse, collapsing into a pool of blood. The soldiers, already disoriented from mines, fell further into chaos upon witnessing their leader's sudden demise. They trampled one another, resulting in countless injuries and fatalities. Jiang Tao and Pan Tong were left dumbfounded by the scene. What kind of secret technique is this? How can it be so formidable? Suddenly, they noticed Yi Chun manipulating a large, dark cannon aimed directly at them. Fire! Shell! With Yi Chun's command, a shell soared through the night sky like a shooting star, leaving a brilliant parabolic trail as it hurtled toward Jiang Tao and Pan Tong. Upon witnessing this, Pan Tong scoffed dismissively. Mere tricks. How dare you flaunt them before me? He then secretly summoned a massive stone, launching it with force. Boom! The stone collided with the shell mid-air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The entire valley was engulfed in deafening blasts, with countless soldiers injured or killed by the shrapnel and debris. Had it not been for Pan Tong and Jiang Tao's considerable strength, they too might have perished on the spot. Nevertheless, they emerged covered in dust and debris, appearing quite disheveled. Jiang Tao, shaken, turned to Pantong and asked, "What sorcery is this? The power is terrifying." Pantong, equally perplexed and apprehensive, replied, "Lord Jiang, this is not sorcery, but the might of a magical artifact." To substantiate his claim, he pointed to the mountaintop where Yi Chun was reloading the cannon. Jiang Tao recognized that the ominous object was indeed spewing destruction from the dark figure atop the hill. This artifact is incredibly powerful. If obtained, conquering territories would be effortless. As Jiang Tao pondered this, Yi Chun fired his second shell, which arced through the air like a radiant meteor, heading straight for them. Having learned from their previous experience, both Pantong and Jiang Tao chose to dodge rather than block with stones. Their superior cultivation allowed them to evade, but the soldiers behind them became unsuspecting casualties. Especially those caught at the core of the explosion, their fates were gruesome and harrowing. Witnessing such a bloody spectacle left Pantong and Jiang Tao exchanging glances filled with dread and trepidation. These fallen soldiers were the elite of their lord's forces. Panton, Yi Chun is well prepared. We must retreat now and strategize for another day. Pantong, equally astonished by the outcome, sighed, "Alas, it seems we have no choice. Relay my command to withdraw from the valley immediately. The Lord commands everyone to retreat swiftly." "Master, it appears they are retreating," Lilan exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement at the sight of the disorderly soldiers below. Seeing they had exited the cannon's range, Yi Chun stored the cannon and the last shell. "Relay the order to pursue." Without delay, several sturdy men acting as messengers shouted, "The Immortal commands all to pursue. Let us leave no trace of them behind. Annihilate them completely." Though the refugees lacked combat prowess to confront fully armed soldiers, they could serve effectively in hunting down the terrified, fleeing troops. Yi Chun turned to Wan Jianni, his demeanor serious. "Jianni, Pantong is a half-step golden core cultivator, while Jiang Tao is slightly weaker but still a formidable foundation establishment ninth-layer warrior. We cannot allow either of them to return unscathed. One must remain behind. Otherwise, we will face endless troubles in the future." Without hesitation, Wan Jianni nodded earnestly. "Understood. Master, what of me?" Lilan inquired, her large, watery eyes glimmering with eagerness. After a moment's thought, Yi Chun gently patted her head, saying, "Stay here and do not wander." With that instruction, he and Wan Jianni set off in pursuit of Pantong and Jiang Tao. As they faded into the distance, Lilan, the eldest disciple, felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. She thought to herself, if only she possessed the prowess of Wan Jianni, she could assist her master in battle, sparing him from injury and the need for such desperate efforts. At this moment, the protagonist could only watch helplessly, unable to lend any assistance. Chapter 78. The Convergence of 10,000 Swords. Yi Chun leapt to a vantage point, opting not to pursue further. Instead, he grasped the barret and loaded a bullet. His initial target was Pantong. Bang! As his finger curled slightly, the trigger was pulled. A blazing bullet, adorned with a dazzling arc of light, surged towards Pantong. Pantong, a formidable warrior at the threshold of the Golden Core realm, sensed the impending danger and made a precise judgment. He narrowly evaded the oncoming projectile. However, his steed had no such fortune. It was struck, a gaping wound appearing, and it reared up, letting out a series of anguished cries before collapsing to the ground. Witnessing the sheer power of Yi Chun's artifact startled Pantong. As Yi Chun noted Pantong's evasion of his sniper shot, he momentarily paused before adjusting his focus to lock on once more. Bang, bang, bang. This time, he fired 3 consecutive shots. The 3 searing bullets formed a triangular assault pattern, simultaneously hurtling towards Pantong. Pantong deflected the first bullet with a palm strike and cleaved the second with his sword. Yet, in his fervor, he exacerbated his own injury, leaving him vulnerable to the third bullet, which pierced through his chest, creating a bloody cavity. Were he an ordinary individual, he would have surely perished on the spot. However, Pantong was a half-step away from the Golden Core, a true powerhouse. Even a direct hit from artillery would not guarantee instant death. Of course, injury was inevitable. The bullet's passage through his chest unleashed a wave of excruciating pain, momentarily slowing his movements. At that moment, Wan Jian, he had already charged forward, sword in hand. Swish! A streak of sword intent, akin to a shooting star, struck toward Pantong's back. Alarmed, Pantong hastily attempted to block. When their swords collided, sparks erupted, illuminating the faces of the combatants in fleeting flashes. Wan Wingyi, blindfolded, maintained an expression as tranquil as still water, devoid of joy or sorrow. In stark contrast, Pantong's eyes bulged with rage, his expression a grotesque mask of fury, reminiscent of a demon poised to devour its prey. Wan Jian, after all I've done to nurture you and impart the sword arts, I never anticipated you would repay kindness with enmity and seek my demise. Wan Jian replied, his tone void of emotion. Pantong, the moment you inflicted severe injury upon me, all kindness was swept away by the winds. Realizing his emotional appeal was futile, Pantong roared like a feral beast. Wan Jian, your swordsmanship was taught by me. Do you truly believe you can surpass me? Such delusions. With that, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, akin to a tempest, directed at Wan Jianyi's chest. Despite his impaired vision, Wan Jianyi, relying on instinct, narrowly evaded the strike. In response, Pantong pressed forward, executing a series of lethal moves with relentless ferocity. Wan Jianyi, unwilling to yield, engaged him with equal fervor. The two clashed with such intensity that the world around them faded into chaos. Chapter 79, Slaying the Master. As Wan Jianyi and Pantong battled fiercely, Yi Chun stepped forward, brandishing his sword to obstruct Jiang Tao's advance. Jiang Tao, wary of the artifact in Yi Chen's possession, refrained from direct confrontation. Instead, he signaled his guards, commanding, "Charge! Subdue him!" At Jiang Tao's command, the guards exchanged glances before surging forward like a pack of ravenous wolves, weapons raised against Yi Chun. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. He reached into the void, calling out, "Sword, come!" The 7 stars Long Yuan responded to its master's summons with a resonant dragon's roar. Emerging from its sheath, Fire Dragon's Roar. This technique, a fusion of the 7 stars Long Yuan's characteristics and a unique sword art, unleashed a single strike akin to a fire dragon ascending, sweeping through the skies. Though the technique was raw and limited in its execution, it was overwhelmingly dominant, leaving no room for hesitation. Wherever it passed, it reduced all to ashes. Soon, the 7-star sword, resembling a ferocious fire dragon, twisted and turned in the air, sweeping towards the oncoming soldiers. As the fiery sword intent collided with the soldiers, flames erupted violently, accompanied by the sounds of thunderous crackling. Ah! 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 The heavily armored guards were instantly engulfed by the inferno, writhing in agony on the ground, their screams echoing like the cries of slaughtered beasts. Jiang Tao, already apprehensive about Yi Chen's artifact, felt a surge of fear at this display of unrestrained ferocity. As he contemplated retreat, Yi Chen sought to pursue him. However, he soon noticed that Wan Jianyi, engaged with Pantong, was clearly at a disadvantage, his situation perilous. With this in mind, Yi Chen abandoned the chase, raised the barret, and fired at Pantong. Though Wan Jianyi wielded sharp sword techniques, he was merely at the 5th level of foundational cultivation and, injured, could not summon his full potential. Pantong, albeit wounded, was a genuine half-step golden core warrior, and having taught many of Wan Jianyi's techniques, he was all too familiar with them. Thus, after numerous exchanges, Wan Jianyi found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Just as Pantong prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Wan Jianyi, a searing bullet, accompanied by a sharp whistle, soared through the air. Pantong, alarmed, swiftly raised his sword to block. Seizing the opportunity, Wan Jianyi lunged forward, thrusting his sword with great force. Thud! Pantong was pierced in the abdomen, blood gushing forth. Clutching his wound, he staggered backward. Wan Jianyi, we were once master and disciple. Must you be so ruthless? Upon hearing Pantong's desperate inquiry, Wan Jianyi's unflappable demeanor wavered slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his bloodied sword. Pantong, you may leave. From this moment forth, our bond is severed. Should we meet again, I shall show no mercy. As Pantong observed Wan Jianyi's sword droop, a glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes. There shall be no next time, you ungrateful disciple. Die now. Taking advantage of Wan Jianyi's moment of inattention, Pantong lunged forward with his sword. But in that critical instant, a streak of sword light, like a bolt of lightning, descended to intercept Pantong's attack. Pantong staggered backward, retreating several steps until he collided with a massive rock, barely managing to steady his balance. Upon noticing that Jiang Tao was now alone, he couldn't help but unleash a torrent of curses. If it were merely Wan Jianyi or Yi Chen alone, Pan Tong felt confident that, with his half-step Golden Dan cultivation, he could easily eliminate them. However, if they joined forces, it would become exceedingly troublesome, especially given his numerous injuries. With this thought in mind, Pan Tong hesitated no longer, gathering his true essence and darting toward Jiang Tao and the others. Yi Chen stepped forward to support Wan Jiani, asking if he was all right. Wan Jiani shook his head, responding that he was fine. After a brief examination, Yi Chen noted that although Wan Jiani had sustained injuries, they were superficial and not life-threatening, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately after, his gaze shifted toward the direction in which Pan Tong was fleeing. Attempting to escape would not be so simple. With this in mind, Yi Chen resolved to pursue him without hesitation. As the distance between them shrank to less than 2,000 meters, Yi Chen leaped into the air, wielding a Barrett sniper rifle. Bang! 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 The scorching bullets, akin to venomous serpents, lunged toward Pan Tong. True to his reputation as a half-step Golden Dan expert, Pan Tong demonstrated remarkable foresight during his frantic escape, either dodging Yi Chen's bullets or deflecting them with his sword. Observing this, Yi Chen furrowed his brow. He swiftly executed the Nine-Dragon step, surpassing his limits in speed to close the gap. As they neared within 1,000 meters, he decisively retrieved an Italian cannon, loaded it, aimed, and fired. Caught entirely off guard, Pan Tong, focused solely on escaping, had no means of defense and was struck with tremendous force. The explosion sent flesh and blood flying, creating a crater nearly half a person deep in the hardened earth. Yi Chen initially believed Pan Tong to be doomed. However, to his astonishment, as the smoke cleared, Pan Tong, charred and battered, began to stir once more. At that moment, Wan Jiani arrived, sword in hand, approaching the motionless figure of Pan Tong lying in the crater. Pan Tong attempted to rise, but was overwhelmed by excruciating pain coursing through his bones and muscles, rendering him immobile. With all his strength, he managed to lift his bloodied face, gazing at Wan Jiani, who was advancing toward him, and he hoarsely shouted, "Wan Jiani, regardless of anything, I am your master. Once a teacher, always a father. Are you truly going to slay your master, your father?" Hearing Pan Tong's desperate cries, Wan Jiani's heart quaked, instinctively halting his advance. In that moment, Pan Tong was on the brink of death. His fate rested in the hands of Yi Chen and Wan Jiani, both of whom could easily end him. Yet, Pan Tong's desperate question made the situation complicated. The most challenging aspect was, after killing Pan Tong, how could they avoid harboring a heart demon? In just a few days, Wan Jiani had undergone a profound transformation. Pan Tong had become his heart demon, which would not vanish with the latter's demise. Should Wan Jiani fail to conquer this inner turmoil, it would gradually corrode his resolve, potentially leading him astray at a critical moment, even causing him to fall into darkness. Clearly, Wan Jiani understood this well. As he noticed Wan Jiani's trembling hand gripping the sword, Pan Tong's face twisted into a malicious grin, tauntingly saying, "Wan Jiani, what are you waiting for? Just a flick of your sword, and you can easily accomplish the act of slaying your master. Come on, kill me, kill me." The more Pan Tong screamed in hysteria, the more Wan Jiani's mind became entangled. He even found himself instinctively retreating, akin to an ostrich attempting to escape reality. Observing this, Yi Chen urgently interjected, "Wan Jiani, the moment he sought to harm you rather than seek justice is when he ceased to be your master. It was Pan Tong who wronged you first. Since he has shown no mercy, you need not feel remorse. A true master-disciple bond is one of love and respect. Enmity is that of foes. You cannot afford to be merciful with an enemy." Yi Chen's impassioned words struck Wan Jiani like a revelation. His resolve began to solidify, impervious to external distractions. As if guided by instinct, the blood-stained sword in his hand slowly began to rise. Seeing this, Pan Tong was utterly thrown into a panic. Trembling as he pleaded, "Wan Jiani, I am your master. You cannot kill me." Before Pan Tong could finish his desperate pleas, Wan Jiani raised his sword high, shimmering under the starlight. With a swift motion, the sword descended, blood gushed forth. Pan Tong's severed head rolled away like a deflated ball, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. It was evident he could not accept his fate. The once mighty Pan Tong, who had dominated Jiangyang City for 30 years, had fallen, succumbing to obscurity. Yi Chen clapped his hands and approached, smiling as he said, "Well done." Wan Jiani, however, remained silent, enveloped in a profound stillness. After a long pause, he finally posed a question that left Yi Chen astounded. Now that I have killed Pan Tong, are you not afraid that I may one day kill you as well? At this, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. After a considerable time, he shook his head with a smile, replying, I am not afraid. Wang Jianyi, perplexed, inquired, why not? With a calm smile, Yi Chen confidently declared, because I will not engage in the heinous deeds that Pan Tong did. Unwilling to relent, Wang Jianyi coldly pressed on with another question. What if you do? Yi Chen was momentarily stumped by this inquiry, unsure how to respond. Just as he had recently become a disciple, the thought of betrayal loomed ominously. Was he being compelled to preemptively clear the air? At this moment, Wang Jianyi realized that his previous words were somewhat inappropriate and hurriedly said, I did not mean to imply that I want to kill my master. I was suggesting that I will surely surpass you. Observing Wang Jianyi's flustered demeanor, Yi Chen smiled nonchalantly and replied, Are you implying that you wish to be the blue that surpasses the blue? Wang Jianyi nodded repeatedly, affirming, Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Then you must work hard. Yi Chen remarked, casually reaching to pat Pan Tong's waist and pulling down his storage bag. At that moment, Li Lanxiang, Li Wenzheng, and Fang Changqing arrived one after another. Master, are you all right? Seeing the concern reflected in Li Lanxiang's beautiful eyes, Yi Chen, with a tender smile, gently patted her head and reassured her, Do not worry. As long as I am here, nothing shall happen to anyone. He then pointed to Pan Tong's corpse on the ground and instructed, Find a suitable place to bury him. Gazing at the gruesome, headless body, Li Lanxiang and Fang Changqing felt their stomachs churn. Whose corpse is this esteemed one? They asked. It belongs to Pan Tong. Yi Chen repeated. What? Pan Tongkes. Upon hearing Yi Chen's response, everyone present was utterly shocked. Pan Tong had dominated Jianyang City for 30 years and was a well-known figure within a 1,000-mile radius. None could have anticipated that such a formidable individual would now lie before them as a headless corpse. Why are you all still standing there? Quickly get to work. Fang Gonggon boldly stepped forward upon seeing Pan Tong's head, ready to retrieve it for burial alongside the body. Upon witnessing this, Yi Chen intervened, saying, Find a wooden box to store the head. I have use for it. Fang Gonggon paused in surprise and asked, Esteemed one, what purpose do you have for the head? You wouldn't want it as a chamber pot, would you? Before Fang Gonggon could finish, Fang Changqing kicked him sharply. What are you doing, Fang Gonggon? Just do as you are told without all this nonsense. Yi Chen, finding Fang Changqing's interruption bothersome, quickly urged him to be quiet. All right, I shall return to rest now. Continue to clean up the battlefield. Unless there is something urgent, do not disturb me. After issuing his instructions, Yi Chen retreated to his room for a well-deserved slumber, sleeping soundly until the sun was high in the sky. Upon awakening, Yi Chen squinted at the glaring sunlight streaming through the window and yawned, asking, What time is it now? Li Lanxiang quickly responded, Master, it is noon. Noon already? I slept for quite a while. Yi Chen muttered to himself. After learning of his awakening, Li Wenzheng, Fang Changqing, and Fang Gonggon entered to report. Esteemed one. Before Fang Changqing could finish, Yi Chen pointed at him and said, Silence. He then turned to Li Wenzheng and said, You speak. Li Wenzheng complied and presented a scroll, saying, Esteemed one, all the details have been recorded here. Please take a look. Yi Chen took the scroll and perused its contents carefully. It detailed the events of the previous night, meticulously chronicling the outcome. A total of 205 heads were severed, with only about 300 killed by Yi Chen's artillery fire, while the rest perished mainly due to trampling. Additionally, over 5,000 prisoners were captured, along with more than 800 warhorses and numerous weapons and armor. Their side suffered around 100 injuries and 15 fatalities, predominantly due to accidental falls leading to trampling. Overall, the results were remarkably impressive. Following this battle, they had firmly established their position on the Frog Ridge. Yi Chen closed the scroll, nodding in satisfaction. Li Wenzheng, with a smile, inquired, Esteemed one, is there anything you wish to add? Yi Chen shook his head, replying, No, I trust you to take care of matters. At Yi Chen's praise, Li Wenzheng was nearly beaming with joy. After a moment, he suddenly recalled something and, with an awkward expression, said, By the way, esteemed one, there is another issue that is quite troublesome. Yi Chen asked, What issue? Li Wenzheng explained, What should we do with the prisoners? We cannot simply keep them indefinitely. Can we? Indeed, we cannot keep them alive, Fong Gonggon interjected, suggesting they should be executed for a swift resolution. Wali Wenjung found this suggestion too brutal. He looked to Yi Chen for guidance. Not one to revel in slaughter, Yi Chen would never condone the massacre of over 5,000 prisoners. After all, they were merely following orders. It would be excessively cruel to execute them all. Seeing Yi Chen's disapproval of his suggestion, Fong Gonggon protested. Then what shall we do? We cannot just release them. That would be too lenient. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and replied, of course, they cannot be released. While they may escape the death penalty, they must still bear the burden of their crimes. We need to engage in extensive construction. So let them serve as laborers to atone for their misdeeds. They shall be freed only once their tasks are completed. After stating this, Yi Chen noticed Li Wenjing's troubled expression, as if he had something more to say. He casually asked, Military advisor, what is it that you wish to express? Li Wenjing gathered his thoughts and said, Esteemed one, your plan is indeed good, but it will consume too much food. Our current provisions are already limited. If we accommodate an additional 5,000 mouths, we may not survive the winter. Yi Chen smiled calmly, assuring him, do not worry about the food. I will handle that. He then turned to Fong Gonggon and asked, have you secured Pan Tong's head in a wooden box as I instructed? Fong Gonggon, eager to take credit, replied, it has already been done. By the way, should we preserve the head with salt? Otherwise, it will start to smell within a few days. Yi Chen rolled his eyes at him. You are quite the clever one, aren't you? He then waved his hand dismissively, stating, that will not be necessary. I need it today. Chapter 81. An opportunity to become my disciple. In Jianyang City, at the Lord's residence, Jiang Tao returned in a disheveled state, surrounded by a few loyal followers. Remembering Yi Chen's formidable power and the mysterious artifact in his possession, Jiang Tao felt a wave of dread wash over him. After calming his nerves, he turned to one of his companions and inquired, how many have returned in total? The companion responded, fewer than 100. What? Fewer than 100 people returned? Jiang Tao, who had just managed to steady himself, was once again struck with fear upon hearing this. He recalled that when they had left the city, there were over 10,000 soldiers, all in formation and marching vigorously towards Frog Ridge. Yet in just a single day, they had been decimated, leaving fewer than 100 survivors. By the way, what about Pan Tong? Do we have any news of him? Several of his followers exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Seeing this, Jiang Tao ordered a few of his guards, send more men to search for him immediately. Should any news arise, notify me immediately. Yet before Jiang Tao's words could fully resonate, a voice, piercing like thunder, suddenly erupted. Jiang City Lord, there's no need to search. I have brought Pan Tong to you. As he uttered the first syllable of Jiang, Yi Chen was still a kilometer away. However, by the time the last sound faded, his figure had already materialized within the guest hall of the City Lord's mansion. Upon seeing that it was Yi Chen, Jiang Tao, and the others were taken aback. His personal guards swiftly raised their weapons, encircling Yi Chen. Nevertheless, Yi Chen did not even cast a glance at these inconsequential soldiers. Is this how you treat guests at your City Lord's mansion? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Jiang Tao's heart skipped a beat. After a brief moment of contemplation, he waved his hand at his subordinates, adopting a stern expression and commanding, young Master Yi is my guest. What are you doing? Withdraw at once. The reaction of everyone present was one of astonishment. What is happening? Just last night, he was wielding a sword, chasing us down. How could he have so suddenly become a guest overnight? Despite their confusion, they had to obey their lordess orders. Moreover, they had already witnessed Yi Chen's prowess. Even if they all attacked together, they would likely not be his match, rendering their lives forfeit without any purpose. After exchanging glances, the guards lowered their weapons and retreated. Jiang Tao, with a forced smile, said, Young Master Yi, this is all a misunderstanding. I was merely following the old fox Pan Tong's instigation, which led me to mobilize my troops. By the way, where's that old fox Pan Tong? I shall not let him off easily for causing such losses to my city lordess mansion. As he spoke, he feigned righteous indignation, pretending to seek vengeance against Pan Tong. Yi Chen smiled indifferently and replied, City Lord Jiang, there is no need to search for him. He has already come. Jiang Tao froze at his words, glancing around and asking, where is Pan Tong? I do not see him. Right here, Yi Chen retorted, as he tossed a wooden box at Jiang Tao's feet. The lid flew open, revealing a bloodied human head that rolled out. Upon seeing those eyes, wide with terror and unblinking in death. Jiang Tao was horrified, rendered speechless. Is this Pantong's head? Yichen raised an eyebrow and countered. What? Does it not resemble him? Or do you think I am deceiving you? Before Yichen could finish his sentence, Jiang Tao shook his head vigorously. No, I would never dare. At that moment, Jiang Tao had completely abandoned his pride, referring to himself as a mere mortal in front of Yichen. Yichen grinned, standing with an air of superiority, and recited a rather grandiloquent couplet. For 800 autumns since attaining the Tao, I have never taken a head with my flying sword. Jiang Tao was momentarily taken aback by Yichen's seemingly nonsensical recitation. However, after mentally repeating the lines twice, he felt as if struck by lightning. His gaze towards Yichen filled with reverence. Have you truly lived for 800 years? Before Jiang Tao could voice his confusion, Yichen smiled mysteriously and nodded, giving him a knowing look. Jiang Tao understood and promptly closed his mouth. All this has been incited by Pantong, leading me to commit a grave error. I implore you, Immortal, forgive me. With that, he knelt down, addressing Yichen as Immortal instead of young master. The guards and attendants of the city lord, witnessing their once mighty leader kneeling before a mere youth, were utterly astounded. Yet, they dared not speak nor question, merely stealing glances filled with awe. Yichen, with a calm smile, stated, City Lord Jiang, I am well aware of your situation. Otherwise, my sword would not have taken only Pantong's head. Upon hearing Yichen's words, Jiang Tao quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Immortal, for sparing my life. Yichen looked down at Jiang Tao, then shifted his tone. However, while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment. Hearing the phrase escape death, but not punishment, Jiang Tao's heart, which had just begun to settle, dropped once more, hanging precariously in his throat. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. Regardless, his head remained intact, unlike Pantong's severed corpse. I acknowledge my wrongdoings. Please, Immortal, punish me. Seeing that he was somewhat sensible, Yichen nodded in satisfaction. I will not punish you. Instead, I will grant you an opportunity to atone. Jiang Tao's heart leapt with joy. What opportunity? Yichen pondered for a moment before responding. I offer you a chance to become my named disciple. Would you be willing? Jiang Tao was momentarily stunned by this unexpected proposal. Yichen's displeasure was evident as he inquired, What? Are you unwilling? As he spoke, he playfully kicked the bloodied head of Pantong. This action caused Jiang Tao to flinch again, and without hesitation, he knelt down repeatedly. I am willing. Chapter 82. This Italian canon is for you. As Jiang Tao completed the disciple salute and formally entered the sect, the ethereal voice of the system echoed in Yichen's mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully accepting Jiang Tao as a disciple. Reward: 3,000 points of sect contribution value. After system evaluation, Jiang Tao is a 9th level foundation establishment cultivator, surpassing the host cultivation, thus rewarded with an additional 5,000 points of sect contribution value. The sect now has 3 foundation establishment cultivators, meeting the criteria for promotion to a yellow level sect. Would you like to advance? Yichen was thrilled at this unexpected fortune. Advance. Congratulations, host. Your sect has successfully advanced to a yellow level sect. 1. The system mall is now open, and you may use your sect contribution points to purchase items. Eager to explore the newly opened system mall, Yichen quickly accessed it with his consciousness. The mall was divided into 5 levels, with the 4 corresponding to the heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow level sections. In simple terms, as a yellow level sect, he could only purchase items from the yellow level mall, with no access to the goods of the higher tier malls. After a thorough explanation from Xiao Yi, Yichen comprehended the details. By the way, Xiao Yi, what level is required to unlock the 5th mall? Transcendence. Xiao Yi repeated. Transcendence? What does that mean? It means quite literally transcending the ordinary. Yichen was it. Having just advanced to yellow level, I am still far from the mysterious level, let alone the transcendence beyond the heavenly level, which feels like a distant dream. Considering this, Yichen ceased his thoughts and began to browse the items available in the yellow level mall. The selection was remarkably comprehensive, categorized into 4 distinct areas: the artifact zone, the pill zone, the technique zone, and the lifestyle zone. The artifact zone featured a variety of items, including semi-finished products, complete products, and raw materials. However, due to the low level of the yellow level mall, the quality of the items was also modest, primarily suitable for cultivators below the Golden Core realm. In the pill zone, one could find a plethora of life-saving elixirs, lethal poisons, and enchanting aphrodisiacs. The technique zone housed a collection of scriptures, though predominantly consisting of yellow-level techniques. For Yi Chun, these were of little value, and even for Wan Jian, Yi, and Jiang Tao, the yellow-level techniques held minimal utility. However, for someone like Lan Xiang, who had just embarked on their cultivation journey, they were quite beneficial. The lifestyle zone, as its name suggests, offered goods catering to the everyday needs of people, such as food, water, and clothing. Yi Chun had accumulated 15,000 contribution points from his sect and glanced over the prices of these items. A high-quality yellow-level artifact cost 3,000 contribution points, while slightly better techniques started at over 1,000 contribution points. The prices of pills were even more staggering, with many beginning at 1,000 contribution points. The Long Hu Dan and Body Refining Dan he had signed in for were priced at a terrifying 1,500 contribution points each. After all his efforts to recruit 3 disciples, his 15,000 contribution points could barely purchase 10 Body Refining Dan or Long Hu Dan. It seemed he needed to devise a plan for further recruitment. As Yi Chun pondered his strategies for taking in disciples, Jiang Tao's voice unexpectedly broke through his thoughts. Yi Chun returned to his senses and adopted an air of a wise master, saying, "Jiang Tao, since you have become my disciple, I have a task for you." Jiang Tao, upon hearing this, eagerly inquired, "What is it?" Yi Chun pointed towards the direction of the Frog Ridge and said, "Currently, a disaster has struck, and there are over 100,000 refugees gathering at Frog Ridge. If they're not properly settled, they may not survive the winter. Do you understand my intent?" After listening to Yi Chen's explanation, Jiang Tao was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. "Master, rest assured. As the lord of this city, it is my duty. I will open the granaries and provide for the disaster victims." Seeing his disciple so earnest, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. After a moment's thought, he retrieved the Italian cannon from his spatial storage. "This artifact, named the Italian cannon, shall serve as your welcome gift." Jiang Tao was elated upon hearing this. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the cannon's power firsthand, capable of leveling mountains with a single shot. Their swift defeat had largely been due to this formidable weapon. He never expected his humble master to be so generous as to present him with such a potent weapon as a greeting gift. With excitement coursing through him, Jiang Tao carefully wiped his hands and gingerly accepted the cannon. "Wow, master, this artifact is rather heavy." Yi Chen thought to himself, "Of course, it's the Italian cannon, a massive iron contraption weighing over 1,000 pounds. It is a formidable weapon, crafted as my unique treasure." Jiang Tao was astonished to learn that his master was also a weaponsmith, his face alight with surprise as he asked, "Master, are you also a weaponsmith?" Yi Chun feigned nonchalance, saying, "It's merely a trivial skill, a side endeavor to pass the time." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao gazed at him with admiration. A profound respect reflected in his eyes. "Master, how do I operate the Italian cannon?" he inquired, cradling the cannon as if it were a precious infant, his fingers tracing the intricate designs in curiosity. This question momentarily stumped Yi Chun. He had only been issued 3 cannonballs upon signing in, and he had already used them all yesterday, leaving only the cannon barrel. However, this did not deter him. He smiled enigmatically and replied, "Did I not mention that this is a unique treasure crafted by me, without practicing my secret technique? Neither you, nor even a golden core or nascent soul expert could operate this artifact." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Jiang Tao quickly bowed his head in reverence. "I have been foolish. Please bestow upon me the technique." Yi Chen replied, "There is no rush. Complete the task I have assigned first." Jiang Tao's expression initially showed a flicker of disappointment, but it soon dissipated. Having just become a disciple, receiving a unique treasure from his master was already a tremendous favor. He did not wish to appear greedy, fearing it might leave an impression of insatiability. Besides, he had already been granted the Italian cannon. As long as he performed well and satisfied his master, he was confident he could obtain the secret technique for operating it. Chapter 83. Even the landlord's household has no surplus grain. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tao began to strategize how to effectively assist the disaster victims. The recent calamity was severe affecting over 1 million people in Jianyang City and its surrounding areas. Saving these countless victims and ensuring they could safely weather the winter was truly no small feat. Chen observed Jiang Tao's sudden look of distress and immediately adopted a serious expression, asking, "What troubles you? Are you dissatisfied with not receiving the technique for the Italian canon?" Before Chen could finish speaking, Jiang Tao hastily knelt and explained, "Master, you misunderstand. That is not what I meant." Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Oh, then what do you mean?" Jiang Tao quickly replied, "Master, I am contemplating how to provide aid to the disaster victims. There are millions in need in Jianyang City. While the City Lord's Mansion has some reserves, it is insufficient to support such a large number." Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Surely, the City Lord's Mansion is not the only one with grain in Jianyang City. The wealthy families must have stockpiled considerable supplies." Jiang Tao nodded. "Indeed, there are 5 major factions in Jianyang City. My City Lord's Mansion, the Pan family led by that cunning old fox Pan Tong, the Jin family who monopolizes grain, the Zhou family who controls the cloth trade, and the Liang family who oversees the shipping docks. Each of them is quite affluent." After listening to Jiang Tao's account, Chen paused to contemplate before stating, "With Pan Tong dead, the Pan family should be absorbed into the City Lord's Mansion. As for the other 3 families, we should call upon them to open their granaries for disaster relief." Jiang Tao's face showed concern as he replied, "Master, they are all hoarding goods for profit. It would be quite unlikely for them to freely part with their grain to aid the victims." A cold glint flashed in Chen's eyes. "Humph, these merciless capitalists. Today I shall witness whether their hearts are darker or their swords sharper." With that, he cast his gaze upon Jiang Tao. "Jiang Tao, at once post an invitation for every prominent merchant in the city to gather at the Lord's Manor." Upon sensing the icy demeanor emanating from Chen, Jiang Tao couldn't help but shiver and nodded vigorously in agreement. One must admit, Jiang Tao's efficiency was quite commendable. By that very afternoon, he had summoned all the notable figures within the city. Over 100 of them congregated, forming small clusters to discuss. "What do you think is the purpose of Lord Jiang's sudden invitation?" "I have no idea, but I heard that just yesterday. Lord Jiang and Master Pan led thousands of soldiers to quell the rebellion at Frog Mountain, only to be utterly defeated and return in shame." "Surely not. Master Pan is the foremost expert in Jianyang City, a formidable half-step Golden Core warrior. The thousands of troops at the Lord's Manor, while not the elite of the elite, are nonetheless well-trained. How could they possibly be bested by a group of emaciated refugees?" "This is absolutely true. I have a distant nephew who serves as a guard at the Lord's Manor, and he shared this news with me directly." "Then do you think Lord Jiang summoned us for this reason?" "In my view, it is highly likely that this is the case." As they continued their animated discussions, a retainer shouted, "Lord Jiang has arrived." Hearing this, the chatter ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned towards Jiang Tao. He strode forward confidently, clasping his hands in greeting to the gathered merchants. "Thank you all for coming." The wealthy merchants reciprocated the gesture, bowing in respect. "Lord Jiang, we are curious about the urgent matter that brought us here today." "Indeed, Lord Jiang, I have heard rumors that there are refugees gathering at Frog Mountain. Is there any truth to this?" After hearing the merchants' clamorous inquiries, Jiang Tao raised his hand, signaling for silence. "Gentlemen, there are indeed refugees at Frog Mountain, but they are not rebelling. They are merely struggling to survive. Today, I have summoned you all to discuss ways to provide relief for these disaster-stricken people." At Jiang Tao's declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. After a moment, a middle-aged man clad in silk garments feigned distress, saying, "Lord Jiang, this is a year of great calamity. I have a large family to support, and the cost of food is overwhelming. We are barely scraping by to survive this winter, and we simply cannot spare any provisions to aid the refugees." The other wealthy merchants chimed in, voicing similar sentiments. "Yes, our circumstances are the same." While their protests varied, the underlying theme was consistent. Even we cannot spare any surplus. Jiang Tao had anticipated such a response. He waved his hand, calming the crowd. "In that case, I apologize for the inconvenience. Since everyone is facing difficulties, we shall postpone the discussion on relief for the refugees. Instead, let us enjoy a feast I have prepared for you all." The merchants were taken aback. They had expected the usually domineering and decisive Lord Jiang to be more demanding. Their initial plan had been to feign hardship, negotiate for concessions, and provide a token amount of grain to placate the situation. They never expected him to offer them a banquet instead. Sensing something amiss, a few began to feel uneasy, yet none dared to leave, fearing Jiang Tao's wrath. As they exchanged glances in silent confusion, Jiang Tao left them in the courtyard and quietly entered the inner hall. Yi Chen was savoring tea and admiring blossoms, attended by two lovely maidens. Master, as you predicted, those wealthy merchants are all lamenting their poverty. Yi Chen smiled nonchalantly. It is still too early for their tears. They will have ample reason to weep soon enough. Although Jiang Tao remained puzzled about his master's intentions, he had an inkling that the merchants were in for a reckoning. Time passed steadily, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the merchants grew increasingly restless, clamoring to see the Lord. "Where's your Lord? Is this how you treat your guests? We were promised a feast, yet we have waited in vain. Please do not fret, good sirs. A fine meal takes time to prepare. Our Lord has meticulously curated dishes that you have never tasted before. Thus, the delay is unavoidable. Your patience is appreciated." Upon hearing this, the merchant's curiosity was piqued. What delicacies could be so extraordinary that we have yet to experience? Could it be a feast of dragon meat and phoenix marrow? As they speculated, several graceful maidens approached, each carrying a platter of food. The moment the dishes were set before them, the famished merchants eagerly picked up their chopsticks to indulge in the culinary delights. However, upon the first bite, their expressions froze, and they immediately retched. "Is this not dirt? Oh heavens, this tree bark nearly shattered my teeth." The dishes were concocted primarily from clay and old bark. The merchants, already simmering with frustration, felt as if they were the butt of a cruel joke, and their outrage boiled over. "This is an egregious affront. How dare you serve us clay and bark? This is absolutely unacceptable. We refuse to eat this. Let us leave." As they attempted to exit the courtyard, they were confronted by a battalion of fully armed soldiers, brandishing their gleaming weapons. The leading officer drew his sword and pointed it menacingly at the assembly, barking, "The Lord has decreed that there are assassins within the manor. Anyone who attempts to leave without his express permission shall be treated as an assassin and dealt with accordingly." Upon witnessing this scene, the wealthy merchants were rendered speechless, utterly bewildered and uncertain on how to respond. "Gentlemen, why the haste to depart? Is the feast your lord, prepared unsatisfactory?" At that moment, Jiang Tao's voice resonated from within. The assembly of affluent merchants turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. However, the sight before them left them momentarily stunned. Indeed, it was their lord, Jiang Tao, yet he was trailing behind a young man, exhibiting a demeanor of utmost respect. Thus, they began to speculate in their minds about the identity of this young figure, pondering his intentions. After a brief moment of agitation, a portly merchant named Jean took the initiative to voice his concerns. "Lord Jiang, you have summoned us here only to deliberately neglect us, leaving us to endure several hours of hunger. Then, you present us with a meal of guanine soil and tree bark. This is rather excessive, is it not? Indeed, this is an affront beyond measure." In accordance with the principle that the law does not punish the masses, the merchants erupted in a chorus of indignation. Even though Jiang Tao was their lord, he dared not execute all these wealthy merchants. Feeling the tension escalate, Jiang Tao hastily sought assistance from Yi Chen. Yi Chen, with a cold smile, interjected, "Who among you finds this excessive?" A man with a mole on his face stepped forward. "I am Lu Fuwang from Lu's in the East City. What is your intent?" Yi Chen shook his head with a smile. "Rest assured, I am not one to seek retribution after the fact." Upon hearing this, Lu Fuwang smirked arrogantly. "You dare not." Yi Chen flashed agudin, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth, uttering a line that would be forever etched in Lu's memory. "If I harbor grudge, I would repay it instantly, never waiting until the morrow." With that, Yi Chen swiftly drew his sword. In an instant, a blinding light sliced through the air. Before Lu Fuwang could react, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, instinctively reaching to touch the source of the discomfort, only to find his hands slick with his own blood. "You dare to kill." The word hung on his lips as darkness enveloped him, collapsing into a pool of blood, his body twitching in its death throes. The scene was gruesomely bloody and utterly horrifying. Witnessing Yi Chen's readiness to kill at the slightest provocation, all present were gripped by terror. They dare not utter a word, not even a breath. "Gentlemen, does anyone still believe I am being excessive? After speaking, Chen casually flicked the blood from his sword. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. Silence reigned. A heavy stillness enveloped the courtyard. Chen's dark eyes, sharper than his blade, swept across the faces of the merchants. Wherever his gaze fell, fear took root, compelling them to avert their eyes and lower their heads. Satisfied with their reaction, Chen nodded approvingly, displaying a seemingly harmless smile. Since there are no objections, please return to your seats. At his words, the merchants exchanged bewildered glances, hesitant to move. Observing their reluctance, Chen's expression turned icy. He scanned the crowd and sternly commanded, "What? Do you wish for me to kill another two to stir your enthusiasm?" Before his words could fully resonate, they all flinched in fear, abandoning their pretenses and hastily returning to their seats, fearful of sharing the same grim fate as Lu Fuwang. Once seated, Chen surveyed the room once more. "Gentlemen, you must be famished. Why do you hesitate? Please indulge." Gazing at the guanine soil and tree bark before them, the merchants, accustomed to sumptuous feasts, wore faces of despair. Noticing their reluctance to eat, Chen casually polished his blood-stained sword, indifferently stating, "Should you refuse to honor me, do not blame me for withholding my respect in return." Hearing the cold menace in his tone, they exchanged nervous glances before tremblingly picking up the tree bark and guanine soil, slowly beginning to nibble. Before long, some were clutching their stomachs in discomfort or choking, turning pale. In summary, these once formidable figures were now reduced to a pitiful state, lamenting their plight. After half an hour of torment, the merchants could no longer endure the suffering, pleading for mercy with tears streaming down their faces. Chen, with a cold smile, remarked, "You have only gone a few hours without a proper meal, yet you wail about your hunger. Meanwhile, the destitute outside have gone days without a single grain. You complain about a meal of guanine soil and tree bark, while those outside have perished from eating guanine soil. The bones of the frozen lie on the road, while the rich dine on meat. Do you not feel your conscience prick? Oh, I forgot. Your consciences have all been devoured by dogs. Without a conscience, how would you feel pain?" The merchants were left dumbfounded by Chen's piercing words. They were not fools. They understood his intentions. Adhering to the principle of not suffering losses in front of a strong adversary, they knelt in submission, admitting their faults and pledging to donate funds and provisions to aid the victims. Seeing his aims realized, Chen instructed an aide to present prepared paper and ink for them to jot down their donations. Moments later, a scroll filled with figures was handed to Chen. Upon examining the amounts, he noted that they ranged from merely a few hundred or 800 taels of silver to a meager 10 or so stones of grain. A few bold merchants cautiously inquired, "Lord Jiang, may we depart now?" Jiang Tao remained silent, casting his gaze towards Chen. With a cold smile, Chen replied, "Gentlemen, do not be in such a hurry to leave. I have yet another gift for you. Please take a look." With that, he clapped his hands. Soon, a follower approached, carrying a wooden box. The merchants craned their necks for a better view. When they beheld the gruesome sight within, the bloodied head of man, they turned ashen. "Isn't that Pan Tong from Panjiayuan? He was the strongest in Jiangyang City. How could his head end up here?" The realization struck them. If even the mightiest Pan Tong had met his demise, what chance did they stand? In an instant, the shadow of dread loomed over the merchants, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Some timid individuals were so frightened that they nearly soiled themselves. Witnessing this scene, Chen smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "Esteemed guests, I believe the amount of rice and grain you have pledged for disaster relief can be adjusted further. What are your thoughts on this?" After hearing Chen's words and glancing at the gruesome sight of Pan Tong's severed head, none of the wealthy merchants dared to voice any objections. Yes, it can indeed be adjusted." Upon seeing someone affirm this, Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile, "And what about the rest of you? Do you have any objections?" The bloody reminder of the past lay before them. Even those with the greatest courage would not dare to express dissent. "No objections. None at all. We have no objections." Chen smiled coldly and said, "Since there are no objections, let us proceed with the adjustments." The first merchant to take up the pen trembled, unsure of how to proceed. He glanced at Chen, his voice quivering as he asked, "How much should we adjust it by?" Chen, with an expression of harmlessness, replied, "That is entirely up to your good intentions. As long as you are sincere, it suffices. Sincerity multiplied by 10? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the merchant understood and added a 0 to the amount. The other wealthy merchants followed suit, each adding an additional 0 to their respective contributions. Witnessing this, Yi Chen finally revealed a satisfied smile, as they beheld Yi Chen's less intimidating smile. The anxious wealthy merchants gradually relaxed. Lord Jiang, may we now return to prepare the grain? Jiang Tao remained silent, continuing to direct his gaze towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded with a smile, saying, "Of course, but before we do, as a token of my appreciation, I have prepared some small gifts for you all. I hope you will accept them." Hearing that Yi Chen had prepared gifts for them, the wealthy merchants felt their hearts tighten with anticipation. What surprise could Yi Chen have in store for them this time? Yi Chen clapped his hands, and a dozen graceful maidens, each carrying a large red lantern, approached them. Upon seeing the red lanterns, the wealthy merchants were momentarily taken aback, completely perplexed by their significance. Yi Chen pointed at the characters on the lanterns and smiled, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, please take note. Each lantern bears the words House of Benevolence, representing the gratitude of Lord Jiang and the millions of disaster victims in Jianyang City towards you. After you leave, each of you will take a lantern home and hang it at your door so that the afflicted people of Jianyang City can see your benevolence. They will recognize that your hearts are not made of stone, but rather as warm as the lanterns themselves." Hearing Yi Chen's impassioned speech, the wealthy merchants found themselves stirred with fervor. They bowed to Jiang Tao and Yi Chen, instinctively lining up to receive their lanterns for home. In the wake of Yi Chen's maneuvering, the wealthy merchants in the city were brought to compliance, each contributing their hoarded rice and grain for disaster relief. Adhering to the principle of reciprocity, Yi Chen ensured they did not suffer loss. He rewarded them with the meager prizes he had accrued from the system in exchange for their contributions. While these rewards were trivial to Yi Chen, the merchants regarded them as treasures, showering him with gratitude. Such a combination of benevolence and authority united the populace, enhancing Yi Chen's influence in Jianyang City far beyond that of Jiang Tao. His Star Palace's sphere of influence expanded dramatically, reaching over 1,000 kilometers, with a total population nearing 5 million. Should fortune favor the coming years without calamity, a population double that would soon be within reach. Moreover, countless refugees, grateful for Yi Chen's life-saving intervention, began to craft statues in his honor, dedicating them to temples and shrines. As long as their devotion remained sincere, they would contribute a measure of faith's power. The power of one individual's faith may be negligible, yet the collective faith of a million can be overwhelmingly potent. With the support of this collective faith, Yi Chen's strength would surge dramatically in a brief period, though this was confined to the territory of Jianyang City. Beyond its borders, the power of faith would lose its efficacy. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Chen established the Star Palace headquarters at the former site of the Pan family estate, completing its renovation with minimal effort. Following the fall of Pan Tong and Dong Minqing, the disciples of the Pan family either surrendered or fled. Pan Yong, notorious for his misdeeds, met a grim fate as he was executed by his enemies during his escape. As for Pan Rong, she vanished without a trace after Pan Tong's death, and no one seemed to care about her fate, as if she had never existed. Once the Star Palace headquarters was restored, Yi Chen initially intended to summon Wan Jiani to oversee it. However, Wan Jiani, still grappling with his emotional scars and harboring resentment, chose to remain at Fama Ridge under the pretense of needing a tranquil environment for his cultivation. Yi Chen understood and accepted his decision. He found this arrangement agreeable. Jiang Tao, the city lord and Yi Chen's third disciple, would oversee the main city, while Wan Jiani, the second disciple, managed Fama Ridge. This division of responsibility would ensure stability and growth for Jianyang City and its surrounding regions. As for Li Lanxiang, the eldest disciple, her cultivation was still too weak, necessitating Yi Chen's personal guidance, prompting his decision to take her along for practical experience. Furthermore, there was a less publicized reason. Yi Chen had grown accustomed to a life of service, and Li Lanxiang was certainly adept at attending to others. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed unnoticed, and winter came to an end amid the busyness of monotonous days. With no external threats and a relatively tranquil environment, the rewards granted by the system during this winter were rather insignificant. They consisted mainly of low-tier elixirs, firearms, artillery, or basic techniques, none of which were particularly useful for Yi Chen at this stage. He selected a few items for himself and Li Lanxiang for their journey, leaving the remainder for Jiang Tao and Wang Jini. Jiang Tao was immensely intrigued by the peculiar artifacts, his excitement palpable, while Wang Jini remained indifferent, still devoted solely to the path of the sword. Chen pondered for a moment and decided to impart to Wang Jian the first sword technique he had unlocked from the 3,000 sword paths, known as the sword piercing the heavens. Chapter 87. Bestowing the sword technique of 10,000 swords. On a sunny day, after arranging matters in Jianyang City, Chen made his way to Frog Ridge and summoned Wang Jian to the summit. Upon arrival, Wang Jian, standing with his hands clasped behind his back and facing away from Chen as he gazed at the drifting clouds, bowed respectfully. "Master, you called for me?" Without turning around, Chen replied, "Wang Jian, how is your sight?" Wang Jian responded with a bow. "It has healed." "That is good to hear. The visualization technique I taught you must be diligently cultivated. Do you understand?" "Van min je nodet solemnly. Disciple understands." Chen, satisfied, nodded and continued. "My senior sister and I plan to travel for a while. Before we depart, I wish to teach you a sword technique. Are you willing to learn?" Wang Jian was overjoyed and nodded vigorously. "Disciple is willing. This sword technique is quite simple. Pay close attention," Chen declared, reaching into the air and shouting, "Sword! Come!" With a resonant dragon's roar, the 7-star dragon manifested before him. Chen drew the sword from its sheath and, with lightning speed, struck down toward the ground. Crack! The hard mountain rocks split apart, revealing a sword mark half a foot deep, extending over 100 meters, cleaving a 1,000-year-old tree in two. After the demonstration, Chen sheathed his sword and turned to Wang Jian, smiling. "Did you perceive the profundity within?" Wang Jian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide as he stared at the long sword mark. After a long pause, he vigorously shook his head. "Disciple is dim-witted and did not discern any profundities." Hearing this, Chen's expression remained unchanged, giving no sign of disturbance. "I myself do not know what profundities lie within this sword. If you were able to see them, that would indeed be strange." After a brief internal reflection, Chen cleared his throat and said, "Not being able to see it indicates that your understanding of the sword path is still shallow and requires refinement. However, do not lose heart. Given your talent, with diligent practice, reaching my current level is merely a matter of time." Wang Jian clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. "Yes, master. Disciple will earnestly heed your teachings." Seeing Van Vigny se commendable attitude, Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Wang Jian, do you see the sun on the horizon?" Wang Jian looked up and replied, "I see it." Chen pointed at the sword in Wang Jian's hand, and then at the sun, instructing, "Draw your sword and thrust towards the sun. If the sun is in the east, you shall thrust eastward. If it is overhead, you shall thrust upwards. If it is in the west, you shall thrust westward. Persist in this practice from sunrise to sunset. With your sword talent, you will surely achieve something remarkable within 3 years." Wang Jian was initially stunned, but then filled with excitement. "Yes, master. Disciple will certainly practice diligently and live up to your expectations." Chen nodded slightly, encouraging, "Very well. When my senior sister and I return from our travels, I shall personally test your sword technique." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Wang Jian alone on the cliff to practice his swordsmanship. This second chapter is complete. The next will feature a new setting. Our Empress, Lian Hongchang, and her betrothed, the reluctant fiancé, Yisheng Wanwaner, are expected to make a dazzling appearance, so stay tuned. Chapter 88. Journey to Zhongzhou in March. As the grass flourished and the orioles sang, a young couple rode along a winding mountain path, one on a white horse. They were Chen and Li Lanxiang. Li Lanxiang had only ventured as far as Jianyang City before, making this her first journey into the unknown. A mix of trepidation and anticipation filled her heart as she watched Chen's figure ahead. She squeezed her legs against the horse's belly and called out, "Master, please wait for me. Don't go so fast. I can barely keep up." Chen glanced back at Li Lanxiang and, with a resigned shake of his head, gently tightened the reins, slowing his pace. Seeing that she had finally caught up, Li Lanxiang beamed, revealing 2 adorable little tiger teeth. "Master, where are we headed?" Chen considered for a moment before replying, "To Zhongzhou." Zhongzhou, as its name implies, is the heart of the 9 provinces and the most prosperous region among them. Rich in spiritual energy, The top sects, such as Tianxiang Pavilion, Tianqi, and Tianshan, are all located in Zhongzhou. We're going to Zhongzhou. Upon hearing this, Li Lanxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yichen glanced at her and inquired, "Have you been to Zhongzhou before?" Li Lanxiang shook her head. "No." "Then why are you so excited?" Yichen asked. Tilting her head, Li Lanxiang replied, "It's precisely because I've never been that I'm excited. My father told me that Zhongzhou is the most bustling place in the 9 provinces. I heard that the Empress Lian Hongchang is also in Zhongzhou. Master, do you think we'll get to see her in person?" When Lian Hongchang was mentioned, Li Lanxiang's face lit up with admiration, akin to a devoted fan anticipating the sight of their idol. Yichen shot her a sidelong glance and remarked, "Since she is the Empress, her status is undoubtedly exalted. It is not easy to meet her." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Li Lanxiang's bright, clear eyes. After a moment, she gazed at Yichen with renewed hope. "Master, I heard that the Empress Lian Hongchang is the most beautiful woman in the 9 provinces. Have you ever seen her?" Immediately, Yichen's mind conjured an image of that night under the moonlight, when Lian Hongchang shed her red garments, revealing her fair, delicate feet as she waded into the cool lake. The moonlight was enchanting, the lake was beautiful, yet everything around her paled in comparison. Indeed, Lian Hongchang was stunning. To call her a beauty who could bring nations to ruin was no exaggeration, though her temperament was somewhat tempestuous, with a penchant for eliminating her own husbands. Recalling how he had narrowly escaped her sword that night, Yichen still felt a lingering trepidation. "Master, what is the matter? Have you not seen the Empress?" Li Lanxiang, noticing Yichen's odd demeanor and his silence, curiously pressed on. Still haunted by the memory of that fateful night, Yichen rubbed his nose and feigned a fierce expression, saying, "Why does a little girl ask so many questions?" Feeling slightly offended at being called a little girl, Li Lanxiang instinctively shrank her neck and playfully stuck out her tongue when Yichen wasn't looking. "Oomph. I've grown up and am no longer a child," she declared, puffing up her developing figure to emphasize her point. Yichen glanced over and muttered under his breath. As the tender lotus leaves began to unfurl, Li Lanxiang found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend Yichen's profound words. With a curious blink, she inquired, "Master, what do you mean by the tender lotus has just revealed its sharp tip? I don't quite understand." Yichen, wearing a mischievous grin, replied, "When you grow up, you will naturally understand." With that, he spurred his horse and galloped away. Though Li Lanxiang still could not grasp the meaning behind his words, the sight of his playful smile led her to suspect that it was not a compliment. As she watched Yichen abandon her and race ahead, she huffed in annoyance. "Fine, if you want tea, tell me. I'll ask someone else later." After muttering to herself, she noticed Yichen had already distanced himself and called out, "Master, don't run so fast. Wait for me." Just as Li Lanxiang was about to catch up, her white horse suddenly reared up, emitting a terrified neigh, and bolted forward as if possessed. Realizing she could no longer control the horse, her face blanched with fear. She quickly leaned down and grasped the horse's neck, shouting towards the distant Yichen, "Master, help! Save me!" Yichen, noticing the sudden loss of control over Li Lanxiang's horse, furrowed his brow. With a swift leap into the air, he caught her in his arms. "Lanxiang, don't be afraid. Your master is here to rescue you." Upon hearing his words, Li Lanxiang's heart, which had been suspended in her throat, settled back down. She nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with gratitude, a faint smile playing on her lips. Being in Yichen's embrace felt warm and safe, reminiscent of her childhood when her father would hold her close during stormy nights. As Li Lanxiang reveled in her newfound comfort, Yichen expertly regained control of the horse. "Lanxiang, are you all right?" he asked. She shook her head vigorously. "Me fine." "Master." After speaking, she glanced at Yichen, her lively eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity as she asked, "By the way, Master, what caused this white horse to suddenly go out of control?" Little White was the name Li Lanxiang had chosen for the horse, a clear indication of her struggle with naming. Before Yichen could respond, a chilling roar echoed from the distant forest, sending shivers down their spines. Yichen spotted a beast resembling a hybrid of a rhinoceros and a tiger, its blood-red eyes fixated on them as it charged forward. "Master, look, a demon beast!" Li Lanxiang exclaimed, her face paling at the sight of such a ferocious creature. Yichen narrowed his eyes, discerning a deep wound on the beast's hind leg. Clearly, it was injured. The beast approached with reckless abandon, not bothering to evade, and as it ran, it unleashed a torrent of flames from its gaping maw. Startled, Little White reared up again, neighing in fear, nearly throwing Li Lanxiang from its back. Fortunately, Chen ritet swiftly, wrapping his arms around her slender waist while tightening the reins to stabilize the horse. Yet, Little White still instinctively recoiled from the frenzied demon beast. Chen assessed the creature, recognizing it as a low-tier third-grade demon beast, capable of matching a Chief Foundation cultivator at the 7th level during its prime. He surmised that even a 9th-level cultivator would find it a formidable adversary in a direct contest of strength. Despite this, Chen felt no trepidation. As the beast closed in, merely 100 meters away, Chen executed a graceful leap into the air, drawing his sword with precision. He unleashed a flawless arc of steel that sliced through the air. The beast, hindered by its injury, was unable to evade. The swift strike landed squarely on its throat, leaving a gruesome gash. The beast let out a despairing, furious howl before collapsing to the ground. Seeing it lifeless, Chen approached to inspect the creature. It was a fire-type beast, perfect for extracting its core to refine the 7 stars dragon abyss. Resolute, he retrieved a dagger to pierce the beast's belly and procure the core. However, just as he grasped the core, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Instinctively, he looked up to see an arrow soaring toward him, akin to a venomous serpent. Reacting swiftly, he raised his sword to deflect it. The arrow clanged against the 7 stars dragon abyss, producing a sound reminiscent of clashing steel. Before the arrow could hit the ground, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the nearby forest. Chen glanced up to see a group of over 30 riders charging toward him like a whirlwind. At the forefront was a striking young woman clad in a fiery red cloak, billowing dramatically as she rode. "Thief, drop the fireball beast core, or I shall not be merciful," she bellowed, drawing an arrow from her quiver and aiming it at Chen. Flames flickered on the arrowhead as she released it, sending it hurtling toward him with the swiftness of a comet. Unfazed by the incoming fire arrow, Chen merely raised the 7 stars dragon abyss, and, with a light flick, deflected it effortlessly. The red-cloaked woman, infuriated by her arrow's failure, knocked another, this time 3 arrows in a triangular formation, all aimed at Chen. Observing this, Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a playful smile forming on his lips. This was becoming interesting. After a moment of contemplation, he sheathed the 7 stars dragon abyss, preparing to receive the arrows barehanded. His audacious maneuver startled everyone present. What was he doing, putting away his sword? Did he intend to catch the arrows with his bare hands? It is inconceivable that the third lady's flame arrow could penetrate even the most resilient of fireballs. The young man before me appears to have only recently advanced to the foundational stage. How could he possibly withstand such an attack, unarmed? Could it be that he possesses other magical artifacts? Behind Chen, Li Lanxiang was equally taken aback, her delicate features paling at the sight. Having accompanied Chen for nearly half a year, she possessed an enigmatic confidence in her master. Thus, only a fleeting moment of unease crossed her exquisitely carved face before tranquility returned. As the 3 flame arrows surged forward, Chen narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint radiating from within. To the others, the arrows flew with lightning speed towards him. Yet to Chen, who had invoked the heart-eye secret technique, their velocity appeared to have decelerated tenfold. Simultaneously, he discerned that the tails of the arrows bore mottled spots, alternating between light and dark, a clear indication of a flaw. This was the efficacy of the heart-eye secret technique. Once activated, it slowed the opponent's attack speed within his perception, allowing him to identify weaknesses and counter accordingly. The extent of this slowdown depended on one's level of mastery. Chen had only practiced the heart-eye secret technique for half a year, achieving modest success. Thus, his current limit was about 10 times. Should he cultivate it to perfection, he could potentially slow attacks by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. At that point, the speed of the flame arrows would likely seem negligible to him. Having identified the flaw, a smug smile crept across Chen's lips. He swiftly pressed his palms together, channeling his true energy into his hands. Through a projection of energy, he formed a swirling vortex that ensnared the 3 arrows. After accomplishing this feat, Chen, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, effortlessly grasped all 3 flame arrows in his palm. Before anyone could react, he hurled them with force, redirecting their tips towards the woman in red. "Miss, be careful," The guards beside the woman, upon seeing the arrows hurtling toward them, galloped forward, brandishing their swords to deflect the incoming threat. Nevertheless, the warhorse beneath the red-clad lady was still startled, rearing up and neighing, nearly throwing her off. Fuming with anger, the woman charged towards Chen, her whip raised as she exclaimed, "You insolent brat! Where do you hail from to dare shoot arrows at me?" Chen, confronted by this fiery-tempered girl, couldn't help but scoff coldly. "Ah, I was just about to ask you the same thing." The red-clad lady, incensed by his mockery, lashed her whip through the air with a sharp crack, aiming it at Chen. With ease, he caught the whip, then yanked it with force. The woman lost her balance and tumbled down, her appearance remarkably disheveled. The two guards, witnessing this, bellowed furiously, "You dare disrespect our young lady? You must be tired of living." They charged at Chen, swords drawn. Chen, with a focused gaze, unsheathed the seven-star dragon abyss to block, sending both guards staggering back. Although Chen appeared youthful and his cultivation level was merely at the foundational stage, his terrifying strength left the guards utterly astounded. Chen coldly regarded them, stating, "You are no match for me. Withdraw now and spare yourselves the embarrassment. You're quite the arrogant frog in a well." The red-clad lady retorted, her voice fierce. "Today, I shall revel in this embarrassment." She swung her whip savagely at Chen. Her whip, embedded with the core of a fire element beast, acted as a fire attribute artifact. Each crack sounded like a firecracker, as if the very air were igniting. Chen narrowly evaded the strike, the whip smashing against a nearby boulder and splitting it in two. If it could shatter stone so easily, the consequences of a direct hit on a person were all too clear. Realizing he had no grievance with this fiery woman, yet she had chosen to attack him, Chen's anger surged. As the red-clad lady prepared to change her approach, Chen, like a phantom, closed in swiftly. Before she could lift her whip again, she found her wrist firmly grasped. Startled, the woman summoned all her strength to break free, but her efforts proved futile against Chen's grip. Desperate, she glanced at him and swiftly drew a crescent-shaped blade from her waist. The blade gleamed silver in the sunlight, unmistakably a fine weapon. With a flick, she spun and aimed for Chen's abdomen with a fierce thrust. Chen, anticipating her move, pivoted to the side just in time. The woman's stab missed its mark, and before she could react, Chen executed a flawless disarm, seizing the dagger and examining it with interest. "This knife is quite impressive. I shall take it." Incensed, the red-clad lady reached out to reclaim her weapon. "Return my dagger." Chen deftly dodged her grasp, and, as they brushed past each other, playfully slapped her on the backside. The sound echoed, igniting her fury. Realizing she could not overpower Chen, she turned to her guards, shouting, "What are you all waiting for? Attack! I want both of his hands severed." Upon hearing their mistress's furious command, the guards exchanged glances and, with swords drawn, lunged toward Chen. With a dismissive glance, Chen surveyed their approach, a hint of disdain crossing his handsome features. He then wielded the silver crescent dagger he had just seized, cutting through the air in a dazzling arc as he advanced. The silver moon scimitar, forged from the finest materials, possesses the ability to slice through snow and cut iron as if it were mud. Naturally, it cannot be compared to the Seven Stars Dragon Abyss, crafted from celestial meteorite iron. However, when juxtaposed with ordinary weapons, it can undoubtedly be regarded as a divine artifact. Consequently, during a mere exchange of blows, every weapon that clashed with the silver moon scimitar produced a crisp sound of shattering, dividing cleanly in two. In an instant, Chen utilized his agility to flit around them like a specter. Before they could react, they were astonished to discover that they bore wounds of varying severity. Clearly, this was a manifestation of their opponent's restraint. Had the adversary harbored true malice, their fates would have been far graver. Contemplating these thoughts, the guards were engulfed in trepidation, gazing at Chen with palpable fear. After a moment of oppressive silence, the most seasoned guard coldly declared, "Young man, we are from the Shangwan family of Baiyun City. This is the second young lady of our family, Shangwan Yinran. If you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you return my lady's silver moon scimitar and the core of the fireball beast." Baiyun City's Shangwan family? Upon hearing the name, Chen furrowed his brow. His betrothed, Shangwan Wan'er, was indeed a member of the Shangwan family, was she not? Chapter 90, Baiyun City. As Chen scrutinized Shangwan Yinran, She felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety under the intensity of his gaze. Instantly, she adopted a stern expression, raising her voice indignantly. What are you staring at? If you dare to look again, I swear I'll have your eyes. Yi Chun, withdrawing his gaze, inquired with a tone devoid of emotion. You're Shangwan Yinran, then? What is your relation to Shangwan Wan'er? She's my sister. What of it? Shangwan Yinran replied, puffing out her chest with pride. Shangwan Wan'er was not only her sister, but also her idol. Her aspiration was to follow in her sister's footsteps and become a legendary figure like the Empress. Now that you know Shangwan Wan'er is my sister, return my silver moon scimitar and the core of the fireball beast. Perhaps I might spare you if I am in a generous mood. Otherwise, I assure you, you will regret it. As she declared this, Shangwan Yinran placed her hands on her hips, her nose tilted skyward, exuding an air of haughty superiority. Observing her demeanor, Yi Chun could not suppress a scornful chuckle. Oomph. Shangwan Yinran, incensed that not only had he failed to return her belongings, but he also dared to mock her, felt a surge of anger rising within her. With her brow furrowed and eyes wide, she exclaimed, What are you laughing at? Yi Chun replied, I find it amusing that you are as acerbic as your sister. Although he had no particular impression of Shangwan Wan'er, he understood her decision to withdraw from their engagement from the perspective of a modern individual who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. After all, entering a lifelong partnership is a weighty commitment. Even an ordinary person would hesitate to spend their life with someone whose dantian was shattered and who was blind. How much more so for someone of Shangwan Wan'er's caliber? Nonetheless, for Yi Chun's original self, labeling her as acerbic was hardly an injustice. Shangwan Yinran, taken aback by his audacity to speak ill of her sister, stood frozen. Eventually, she managed to respond, glaring at him with fury. Acerbic? You dare to compare me to my sister? Yi Chun nodded. Indeed, you are quite acerbic. Is there a problem with that? Shangwan Yinran was on the verge of fury. How dare he accuse her of being acerbic like her sister and ask if she had a problem with it? The elder guard, examining Yi Chun intently, cautiously asked, Do you know our young lady? Yi Chun pondered for a moment before answering, I suppose I do. Shangwan Yinran, flustered, retorted, Knowing is knowing, not knowing is not knowing. What do you mean by I suppose I do? You are not familiar with my sister, so how can you call her acerbic? Yi Chun answered, Because of you. At his words, Shangwan Yinran was momentarily taken aback, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Because of me? Yi Chun affirmed, Yes. Your acerbic nature surely stems from your sister's failure to set a good example. My description of her as acerbic stands unchallenged. Hearing this, Shangwan Yinran found some merit in his argument, but soon realized the absurdity in his assertions. What do you mean I am acerbic? Where am I acerbic? Clarify your words. Fuming, she stepped forward to confront Yi Chun. He shrugged, adopting an expression that suggested the answer was self-evident. Those who understand, understand. Those who understand, understand. Upon hearing this phrase, Shangwan Yinran felt her mind swirling with confusion, a multitude of questions flooding her thoughts. What did he mean by that? How could she not understand? Seeing her bewildered expression, Yi Chun lost interest in further engagement. He turned his gaze toward Li Lanxiang and beckoned her over. Lanxiang, let us depart. Li Lanxiang obediently nodded and quickly followed. Hey, return my silver moon scimitar. Shangwan Yinran called out, hastening after him. Have your sister come to retrieve it. Yi Chun replied without looking back. Vile scoundrel, what is your name? Shangwan Yinran shouted, stomping her foot. Yi Chun. He pronounced his name clearly. Yi Chun? Upon hearing the name, Shangwan Yinran felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered it before. The guard beside her interjected, Miss, that seems to be the name of your sister's fiancé. Shangwan Yinran was momentarily stunned. Then a look of realization crossed her face. Are you referring to the Yi Chun from the Yi family of Shuanglin City? Wasn't he said to have gone into a frenzy while cultivating, shattering his dantian and losing his sight? The guard nodded. Indeed, otherwise your sister would not have sought to withdraw from the engagement. This must be a mere coincidence of names. Shangwan Yinran huffed indignantly. Regardless of whether it's a coincidence of names, daring to seize my silver moon scimitar and insult me. Her voice trailed off, too embarrassed to finish her thought. She clenched her teeth in anger, glaring at Yi Chun's retreating figure, vowing, I will ensure he pays for this. Lanxiang, this is for you. Yi Chun casually handed the silver moon scimitar he had taken from Shangwan Yinran to Li Lanxiang. Though Li Lanxiang was unaware of the true worth of the silver moon curved blade, The several gemstone attributes embedded within it shimmered with vibrant hues, indicating that it was no ordinary item, but rather a treasure of immeasurable value. Immediately, she shook her little head vigorously, exclaiming, "Master, this item is far too precious for me to accept." Seeing her hesitation, Chen forcibly placed the blade into her hands, adopting a stern expression as he asserted, "What do you mean by valuable? Just take it. It is merely a top-tier magical weapon. Surely my disciple is worthy of such a possession." Upon witnessing Chen's serious demeanor, Li Lanxiang playfully stuck out her tongue and quickly accepted the gift. She handled the silver moon-curved blade with utmost care, her heart swelling with joy as she found it impossible to part with it. "Thank you, master," she exclaimed. Chen affectionately patted her little head, responding, "What is there to thank me for? You are my disciple. It is only natural for a master to cherish their apprentice." Li Lanxiang felt warmth spread through her heart at Chen's words, but soon a flicker of disappointment crossed her bright eyes. "Am I merely a disciple?" After a whirlwind of thoughts, she gently patted her own head, hoping to dispel the chaotic notions swirling within. "Li Lanxiang, what are you thinking? To become the disciple of a master is an immense honor. One must learn to be content and not overly greedy. Master, don't walk away so quickly. Wait for me," she called out, noticing that Chen had already distanced himself. As the sun set, they entered Baiyun City, a town nestled halfway up a mountainside. From afar, one could see the city enveloped in a sea of white clouds, which is precisely why it bore the name Baiyun City. "Wow, master, this Baiyun City is magnificent." Upon witnessing the grandeur of the city, Li Lanxiang's face lit up with astonishment, reminiscent of Lu Laolao beholding the grand view garden. "Lanxiang, let's enter the city." Chen beckoned her with a wave. Nodding obediently, Li Lanxiang hurried to follow him. Their first order of business upon entering was to find a place to stay. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Will you be dining or lodging?" The innkeeper greeted them enthusiastically as they stepped into the tavern. "We would like a room, and please bring us your signature dishes." Chen repeated. The innkeeper glanced at Li Lanxiang and instinctively swallowed, inquiring, "Would you prefer one room or two?" Chen did not respond directly to his question, but casually asked, "How many rooms do you have available?" The innkeeper replied, "We have plenty of rooms, but—" He hesitated, casting a furtive glance toward Li Lanxiang. Noticing the innkeeper's strange demeanor, Chen inquired, "But what? Speak freely, why the hesitation?" With an awkward smile, the innkeeper replied, "It's just that things aren't very safe around here at the moment. There are reports of flower thieves. This young lady is exceedingly beautiful, and if she were to stay alone in a room, I fear she might attract their attention." Upon hearing about the flower thieves, Li Lanxiang shivered involuntarily, instinctively clutching Chen's garment, timidly saying, "Master, I'm scared to be alone." Chen remained silent, gently patting her small hand, feeling the warmth from his touch. Her anxious heart began to settle. After reassuring Li Lanxiang, Chen turned to the innkeeper and said, "Just book one room then, and have your signature dishes sent to the room." "Certainly. Please follow me upstairs." The innkeeper replied, swiftly leading the way. As Chen and Li Lanxiang ascended to the second floor, a figure cloaked in black lurking in a corner of the first floor watched them with predatory eyes. Fixating intently on Li Lanxiang's graceful silhouette, swallowing hard. Once in their room, Li Lanxiang noticed several spots of dust on her clothes and bashfully said, "Master, I'm so dirty. It feels awful. I want to take a bath." Seeing her distress, Chen shook his head helplessly. "Ah, you girls are truly troublesome." At this, Li Lanxiang playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "If it's too much trouble, I can hold off on bathing for a couple of days." Raising an eyebrow, Chen asked, "And what about after those 2 days?" Li Lanxiang retorted, "Do men not bathe at all?" Chen nodded, "Of course we do. Just not as frequently as you girls." Her lively eyes widened with curiosity as she inquired, "How often do you bathe?" After a moment's thought, Chen replied, "In spring, summer, autumn, and winter, 4 times a year." Li Lanxiang's eyes grew round with disbelief. "What? Only 4 times a year? That sounds utterly filthy." Chen smirked. "What's wrong? Are you beginning to find fault with your master?" Before he could finish, Li Lanxiang quickly shook her head adamantly. No. How could that be?" Chen, with a mischievous glint in his eye, suggested, "Just right. I need to bathe too. We should do it together today." "Together?" Li Lanxiang gasped in shock, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if she could fit an egg inside. Seeing her reaction, Chen chuckled, "I'm just teasing you." "Oh," with the tension lifted, Li Lanxiang felt her heart settle back into her chest, but inexplicably, a tinge of disappointment lingered within her. Noticing her expression, Yi Chen laughed. Come on, it's just bathing together. Why so startled? Li Lanxiang shook her head. No, I'm just not used to it. With a playful grin, Yi Chen remarked, you'll grow accustomed to it over time. Master, you're so mischievous. I won't talk to you anymore. She pouted, turning her head away. Amused by her adorably cheeky demeanor, Yi Chen couldn't help but pat her head again. Stay put. I'll go fetch a bucket of hot water from the innkeeper. Li Lanxiang nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. All right. Just as Yi Chen left, a stealthy figure appeared silently atop the rafters. Fixating on Li Lanxiang with a predatory gleam in his eyes, salivating at the sight. He then tossed a flower petal into the room. Noticing the petal drifting in, Li Lanxiang stepped forward, bent down to pick it up, and examined it closely in the palm of her hand, gently placing it before her nose. Li Lanxiang took a soft sniff. The moment she inhaled, a heavy drowsiness enveloped her mind, drawing her towards a state of faintness. The world before her began to twist and turn, everything appearing as indistinct shadows, rendering her vision unclear. At that moment, the door creaked open, and through the haze, she glimpsed a figure stepping inside. Chapter 91. The Flower Thief Strikes. Li Lanxiang found her vision shrouded in a thick fog, only able to discern a vague silhouette. Master, is it you? She queried. Indeed, I am your master. The voice of the intruder was hollow and eerie, sending chills down her spine. Although she could not clearly see the figure, the tone of the voice led her to conclude that it was certainly not Yi Chen. Who are you? Do not touch me. The man advanced, attempting to grasp Li Lanxiang's arm, but she instinctively pushed him away. TSK, TSK. I didn't expect you to be such a fiery little pepper, but I like that. Despite being repelled, the flower thief exhibited no anger. Instead, he appeared quite intrigued. My dear, are you feeling hot all over, yearning to shed your clothing? Li Lanxiang already felt a burning sensation within her, and upon hearing his words, the heat intensified. If you wish to remove them, do not be shy. The flower thief continued to coax her with his enticing voice, summoning the remnants of her consciousness and willpower. Li Lanxiang fought against her body's instincts. Time ticked by, and while most girls could endure only a few breaths, Li Lanxiang held out for hundreds, her willpower unwavering. The flower thief was utterly taken aback by the resilience of this seemingly fragile girl, who managed to withstand his seductive influence. Concerned that Yi Chen might return and bring forth endless trouble, he abandoned the idea of dealing with Li Lanxiang on the spot, opting instead to take her away for his own enjoyment. With this determination, he lunged forward to seize her arm. In a reflexive motion, Li Lanxiang drew the silver crescent blade that Yi Chen had gifted her and thrust it towards the flower thief. He had never anticipated that this delicate girl would conceal a weapon. Caught off guard, he was struck. Though Li Lanxiang lacked the strength to inflict serious harm due to the effects of the seductive substance coursing through her. Consequently, her attack merely grazed his shoulder, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Noticing the faint blood on his shoulder and the silver crescent blade in her hand, the flower thief snatched it away and examined it with interest. Not bad at all. I didn't expect you to possess such a treasure, my dear. It seems I've struck gold this time. As Li Lanxiang attempted to reclaim her weapon, she cried out, Return what belongs to me. The flower thief easily sidestepped her outstretched hand. If you wish to have this blade back, you must first become my woman. I shall let you experience the exquisite pleasure of being a woman. It is truly beyond words. As he spoke, he wore a lewd grin, unable to suppress his salivation. Terrified, Li Lanxiang felt tears welling up as she tremulously called out, Master, save me. Just then, Yi Chen returned and, upon seeing Li Lanxiang being held captive by a mysterious figure cloaked in black, his expression shifted dramatically. Stop right there, he shouted. The flower thief, upon seeing Yi Chen's arrival, displayed no sign of panic. Rather, he sneered dismissively. Just a novice in the foundational stage, and you dare meddle in my affairs. With a menacing intent lingering on his tongue, he suddenly unleashed a black, serpent-like long sword from his sleeve. The sword struck like a venomous snake, poised to pierce Yi Chen's throat. The serpent sword moved with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. The surrounding faint black mist hinted at a potent poison coating the blade. For an ordinary person, such a swift and lethal attack, enhanced with venom, would likely prove fatal. However, Yi Chun was no ordinary individual. He was a model student who had undergone 9 years of rigorous education. As the heart-eye secret technique activated, the venomous strike, which appeared as swift as lightning to the untrained eye, seemed to Yi Chun like a mere child brandishing a wooden sword. With deft footwork, he evaded the attack effortlessly and, before the flower thief could retaliate, countered with a strike of his own. The flower thief was astonished that Yi Chun not only dodged his tried-and-true killing blow, but also launched a counterattack almost immediately. Alarmed, he hastily raised his sword to defend himself. The clash of their blades resonated sharply, sparking a shower of sparks as they collided. Staggered by the force of the impact, the flower thief stumbled back, shaking his tingling arm. With a wary glance at Yi Chun, he conceded impressive swordsmanship. With a cold smile, Yi Chun replied, without good technique, "How could one take your life? If you know what's good for you, release Lanxiang at once. Otherwise, I assure you, you will regret ever coming into this world. If you want me to release this girl, you must first catch me." The flower thief scoffed, then, with Li Lanxiang in tow, vanished like a wraith, leaving only an afterimage behind. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback by the speed of his foe. Among all the adversaries he had encountered since his rebirth, this one was undoubtedly the swiftest, aside from the Empress in her scarlet robes. Though there was an urge to eliminate Yi Chun, she was not truly his match. Seeing the flower thief's shadow dissipate, Yi Chun wasted no time and activated the 9 Dragons' sky-treading steps, propelling himself forward with unprecedented speed to pursue. Although the flower thief's cultivation level was only at the 7th or 8th stage of foundation establishment, he had mastered a peculiar technique that made it exceedingly difficult for even genuine golden core experts to capture him without a full effort. Moreover, his extensive combat experience and mastery of hidden weapons, poison, and aphrodisiacs rendered him nearly impossible to defend against. It was precisely for these reasons that he had committed countless crimes over the years without ever being caught. The notorious flower thief initially believed his escape was foolproof. However, after dashing 30 miles, as he prepared to rest and catch his breath, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind behind him. His heart clenched, and he turned sharply to see a startling sight that nearly caused him to falter in fear. The young man was hot on his heels. Impressive agility. The flower thief muttered in admiration, but he had no time to rest, swiftly making his way to his temporary hideout. Having witnessed the flower thief's extraordinary speed, Yi Chun was equally astonished. It is worth noting that he had employed the ancient secret technique, the 9 Dragon Step, and was alone. Yet, the flower thief was encumbered by another person. Had their roles been reversed, with Yi Chun carrying Li Lanxiang while the flower thief pursued them, he would likely have been overtaken by now. As he observed the flower thief's retreat, a cold glint ignited in Yi Chun's eyes, resolutely locking onto his target. "Will you flee this time?" Yi Chun pursued relentlessly for another 30 miles, arriving at a dilapidated estate nestled halfway up a mountain. He sensed an ominous aura enveloping the place, prompting him to furrow his brow. Instinctively, he glanced upwards, where a weathered sign, shrouded in spider webs, bore the ominous words, "Charity House." No wonder it felt so foreboding. Yi Chun summoned all his focus and kicked open the door with a forceful thrust. Before him lay a desolate courtyard, where snakes, rats, and insects scurried away in fright. Additionally, he noticed a dry well, reminiscent of something out of a horror tale. A chill ran down his spine as he peered inside. He quickly advanced, launching a powerful kick that shattered the already crumbling door, revealing a scene filled with coffins of various sizes, all draped in cobwebs. Beside them lay tattered garments and stark white bones. Yi Chun's gaze swept over the coffins until it halted at a nondescript one in the corner. Unlike the others, which bore intact webs, this coffin's cobwebs were disheveled, indicating recent disturbance. Realizing this, Yi Chun drew his 7-star dragon abyss sword, cautiously approaching. Suddenly, various concealed weapons erupted from the coffin, raining down upon him like a storm. Yet, Yi Chun was prepared. He deftly wielded the sword, systematically deflecting the onslaught of projectiles. Just as he dispatched the last of the hidden weapons, the coffin marked with the word sacrifice hurtled towards him like a speeding truck. Fearing for Li Lanxiang's safety, Yi Chun refrained from using his sword, opting instead to meet the charge with a powerful palm strike. The collision produced a heavy thud, sending the coffin lid spiraling into the air. With a swift glance, Yi Chun swung his sword, cleaving the lid in two. enhanced by the fiery dragon pearl. The wooden coffin ignited upon impact, engulfing the entire estate in flames. Seeing his hideout consumed by fire, the flower thief seethed with rage, his teeth clenched in fury. "That accursed fellow! I shall make you pay." With a howl of desperation, he lunged at Yi Chun like a ferocious wolf, launching a relentless barrage of varied and unscrupulous attacks. Even Yi Chun, skilled as he was, could not afford to underestimate him. Nevertheless, it was no easy task for the flower thief to land a blow on Yi Chun. First, Yi Chun's Nine-Dragon Step, an ancient technique, although only superficially mastered, proved to rival the flower thief's agility. This rendered the flower thief's speed advantage null. Secondly, with the 7-star Dragon Abyss in hand, which was impervious to poison and countered myriad threats, the flower thief's cunning traps and toxins were rendered ineffective. After several rounds of combat, the flower thief found himself clearly at a disadvantage. In a moment of desperation, he hurled Li Lanxiang away. Yi Chun, quick to react, leapt into the air and caught her. Seizing this opportunity, the flower thief executed a roll and plunged into the dry well. Concerned for Li Lanxiang's safety, Yi Chun chose not to pursue. "Lanxiang, how do you feel?" he asked anxiously. "Master, I'm so hot, so hot," she replied, attempting to tear at her clothing. Witnessing this, Yi Chun's expression shifted. This was no ordinary poison. It was the poison of spring. In the brief moment he was distracted, Li Lanxiang had already shed much of her attire. "Lanxiang, don't do that," he admonished, his tone firm. Yet, he recalled noticing a mountain stream nearby while pursuing the flower thief. Without hesitation, he scooped up Li Lanxiang and ran towards the stream. The water babbled joyfully against the stones, creating a melody akin to a beautiful song. However, Yi Chun had no inclination to appreciate the scenery. He unceremoniously tossed Li Lanxiang into the chilly waters of the stream, which was particularly frigid given the season and time of night. As her body made contact with the icy water, she instinctively shivered, flailing her limbs in a desperate attempt to climb back to shore. "Lanxiang, hang in there. It will be over soon," Yi Chun urged, his voice filled with determination.